Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 362, Arresting a Green Goblin. Let's congratulate Spider-Man. He has killed the last of the goblins. Oh dear, Spider-Man has once again protected the entire city of New York. A joyous occasion. Steve Rogers ignored the staff's attempts to stop him and rushed into Barton Hamilton's psychology clinic. Several nurses hastily tried to block the men who, despite having no arrest warrant or law enforcement credentials, exuded an air of authority just by standing there. Rogers walked politely to the door of Hamilton's office. He looked at the few nurses surrounding him and nodded politely. "Apologies, ladies, but I'd like to have a word with Dr. Hamilton." But Dr. Hamilton said he is seeing a very important guest. "Did you see who the guest was?" the captain asked the women, who shook their heads. Steve nodded and then kicked open the door to Hamilton's office. Inside the room, which had been designed with warm-toned wallpaper to create a cozy and inviting atmosphere, there was no patient, only a green goblin, green skin, sharp teeth, and pointed ears, who was raving into a computer microphone. The nurses who witnessed this scene scattered and fled, while Hamilton, who was speaking on television, displayed an exaggeratedly comical grin before cutting the signal with a final sentence. "Well then, let's continue our game next week." "I'm not surprised at all," the captain said as he entered the room. The Hamilton Green Goblin sneered and pulled a pumpkin bomb from under the desk, tossing it at the captain. The captain hurled his shield, slicing the pumpkin bomb in midair, and the bomb detonated. Hamilton immediately leaped over, charging through the flames. He first batted the returning shield aside and then punched towards the captain. "You World War II relic. Do you still think you're the pinnacle of the world's technology?" The facts, however, proved otherwise. "I can tell you're relying entirely on brute force." Without his shield, the captain landed 3 quick, tight punches on the other man's face. Yet, the Green Goblin was completely unharmed and lunged forward again. The captain collided into him, forcing him to take a few steps back before kicking him in the neck. Hamilton maintained his smile, his neck unmoving. "Ha ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. An old relic, thinking he can lecture others. You, oof." The captain punched him squarely on the bridge of his nose. A green goblin without an exoskeleton armor was clearly much weaker. The opponent's reflexes, speed, and strength held a distinct advantage, but regardless, Hamilton hadn't been the Green Goblin for more than a month. Some things couldn't be compensated for in a month: combat experience. The captain drew a dagger and a handgun from his utility belt, adopting a fighting stance. This was his standard gear. No one ever said Captain America could only carry a shield. "You think you can defeat me with a little handgun and a tiny knife?" Steve Rogers smiled slightly. "Let's find out." The nurses and doctors outside huddled under office desks or hid behind walls. No one had guessed that their boss was the terrifying Goblin King. They waited for Captain America to arrest him. Then, they saw a concrete wall collapse, and Captain America flew out, slamming into the opposite wall. As he rose, he glanced at the dagger snapped in half in his hand and then raised his pistol, firing continuously at the Green Goblin. Several wounds appeared on the Green Goblin's body, streaming gamma-radiated green blood. He saw the captain standing up, roared, and directly picked up the nearby office desk, hurling it at him. The captain executed a nimble roll, dodging the desk. He then shot at the Green Goblin's knee, but the opponent's knee seemed to be reinforced as well. The 9mm handgun couldn't penetrate them. After emptying the magazine, the captain threw the pistol and the broken knife aside and walked towards his opponent. "Look, a washed-up old relic, still thinking he can do something." The Green Goblin smirked as he walked up and threw a punch at the captain. "Without the shield, what can you do? Too much wind-up." Bending and dodging the Green Goblin's punch, the captain moved back in front of the goblin, punched him in the jaw, and then continued to land a series of punches on the goblin's face while instructing him. "Your eyes are too obvious, anyone can tell how you're going to strike." A string of punches left the Green Goblin with a bloody nose. Captain America then blocked the 2 fists coming at him, one from the front, one from behind, with his left and right hands, followed by a headbutt to the goblin's forehead. Taking advantage of the goblin's stunned retreat, he kicked the knee he had just shot, forcing the opponent to kneel. Then, he delivered a high kick to the Green Goblin's temple. The goblin staggered and fell to the floor. Finally, the World War II veteran offered a sharp critique to the new era super soldier on the ground. "And remember not to just use your fists. Your head, legs, even your teeth are weapons." Steve Rogers put his hands on his hips, breathing heavily. He looked down at the defeated Green Goblin and shook his head, uttering a sigh of lament. "I really miss the days when I was the pinnacle of human technology. I have to say, you sounded pretty beat up over the comms, Cap." Tony's teasing voice came through the earpiece, followed by a curious question. Wait, I remember you weren't wearing a helmet, were you? Your opponent's fate suggests we should all wear helmets next time. After all, Captain America's forehead isn't bulletproof either. Tony then moved on to the main business. So, is our Dr. Hamilton the Goblin King? The Goblin King speaking on TV is definitely him, but does he have someone behind him? I don't know. I hope not. No sooner had the captain finished speaking than bad news came from Tony's end. Wait, the micro-drones you sent in also found a bomb in his body. It looks like he's just a disposable pawn. We'll have to keep searching. Then I'll bring him back. How's Spider-Man doing? He's all right. The symbiote took some damage, and his hands have a few burns. Oh, and he managed to catch Roderick Kingsley. The captain instantly made the most suitable arrangement: invite Emma Frost of the X-Men to the Avengers Tower. Hamilton knows quite a bit, we need to dig some information out of his mind. Chapter 363, Chapter 363, Hello, I am the Green Goblin. Barton Hamilton pushed open the door to his office. Here, he met his new patient, Norman Osborn, for the first time. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Osborn, Hamilton said with a gentle smile. How do you prefer to be addressed? Is Norman acceptable? Anything is fine, Mr. Hamilton. I hear you are the best psychologist in New York. I wouldn't claim to be the best, my friends are just being generous, Hamilton said, smiling as he looked at the information Norman had submitted upon booking the appointment. Dissociative identity disorder, is it? Generally, if it's not a family inheritance, multiple personalities stem from childhood trauma. Can you recall any such instances? The air in the psychological clinic was filled with the scent of ancient incense, an expensive oriental product known for its soothing and relaxing properties. He's called the Green Goblin. When he first appeared, I'm not entirely sure when that was. It seems he's been with me since I was very young. So-called dissociative identity disorder is not something you can develop simply by imagining another personality and constantly fantasizing about it. That, generally, is called delusional disorder. Usually, multiple personalities arise as a protective mechanism of the human brain. The entire process requires a series of conditions, including a long-term lack of spiritual communication, experiencing significant trauma or abuse, and an unconscious separation of one's own abilities, before a second, or even more, personality can truly emerge. Most importantly, in the majority of cases, the birth of a new personality is for the purpose of self-protection. The reason why the secondary personality of most DID patients tends to be extreme is because it is a means of protecting the self. An adult possesses a strength they didn't have as a child, and thus your second personality uses this strength to protect you. Their mental state often remains stuck at the time of their formation, yet they possess power far exceeding what they had back then. Therefore, when faced with an emotional trigger, these personalities will attempt to protect you. Your theory is quite creative, Mr. Hamilton. After a long period of confiding, Norman nodded, but Hamilton found this slightly strange. No, this is, well, a common knowledge among people like us. For example, are you familiar with the Hulk? In my opinion, the Hulk is a classic example of multiple personalities. He is a 3-year-old child with infinite rage and power. When anyone tries to hurt Bruce Banner, the Hulk protects Banner. But at the same time, he despises Bruce Banner's cowardice and avoidance, only thinking about not turning into a monster, instead of using that power to protect himself. But I am not that kind of monster. I wasn't talking about you, Norman. Hamilton froze, incredibly adjusting his glasses, looking at Norman Osborn in shock. Green Goblin. Green Goblin, the Green Goblin. The fantasy of a young child hiding in his study. Did you know that in Dungeons and Dragons, small creatures like goblins have an ability called Small Folk's Fury, which allows them to deal greater damage against creatures larger than themselves? The Green Goblin leaned forward, smiling as he picked up the teacup on Hamilton's desk. May I have a cup of tea? Please do. Hamilton showed an expression of surprise and delight. I've heard about it, but I've never encountered a patient like you. I mean, even true DID patients rarely. Calm down, doctor. Norman was unaware of my existence for a long time, he only knew that he occasionally had memory lapses. But I am different, I am the one with all the memories. If I recall correctly, I might be the personality better suited to communicate and interact with you. Yes. Hamilton quickly pulled his chair closer. But the Green Goblin maintained his graceful smile, looking at Hamilton's bookshelf, and then his eyes lit up. I'm very pleased that a doctor's bookshelf, besides psychological works, also features Balzac. Oh. Hamilton turned to look at the bookshelf, then looked back at the Green Goblin with even greater surprise. You know about Balzac too. In fact, I've read more books than Norman. He focuses his energy on acquiring profit, as if more money can prove his success, the Green Goblin said with an elegant smile. But I don't see it that way, do I? Hamilton felt his memory accelerate, he began to recall his interactions with the Green Goblin. Norman Osborn's second personality presented a temperament completely different from Norman himself. If Norman was a successful, constantly striving, pure businessman and capitalist, the true Green Goblin was a philosopher and a thinker. He was more graceful in conversation, and his knowledge was more extensive. He would patiently discuss Hamilton's patients, analyzing the dark side of these elite figures from various angles, citing historical lessons from the East and West with effortless ease. Finally, after more than a year of treatment, the Green Goblin presented his first request to Hamilton. As a psychologist and psychiatrist, have you ever considered conducting a small-scale social psychology experiment? Perhaps, but how? The Green Goblin thought for a while, then looked at the television and suddenly smiled. You have quite a few friends in the city council and city hall, don't you? Could you persuade them not to punish the police officers who failed to prevent a supercriminal's escape? And then. The excuse is simple: most supercriminals have their own superpowers, and ordinary police officers are simply no match for them. Regular officers have to face vicious criminals, so they shouldn't bear the main responsibility in the first place. Given this, why not change not bearing the main responsibility to not strictly requiring police officers to take action against supercriminal escape attempts? Oh, well, but that sounds. You are saving lives, Hamilton. The Green Goblin smiled. You are helping those innocent officers avoid unnecessary sacrifice. Hamilton nodded, and then heard the Green Goblin say the next sentence carelessly, and while we're at it, see if the escape rate of supercriminals will increase. What do you think, Hamilton? I think, perhaps it will. Then I'll bet it won't. The Green Goblin and Hamilton exchanged a knowing smile. This was their first social experiment, but it would not be their last. Chapter 364, Chapter 364, Hello, I am the Green Goblin, Part 2. In the days that followed, to convince Norman that his alter ego was merely a violent little child who posed no threat to him personally, Hamilton crafted a new image for the Green Goblin. A frenzied maniac, a psychopath who enjoyed killing for pleasure, whose purpose was to seek revenge for the abuse Norman suffered as a child. Crucially, this Green Goblin would not share Norman's memories. Upon hearing this news, Norman seemed relieved. After receiving the treatment methods and medication from Hamilton, he opted for regular sessions. Days passed one by one, and Hamilton's friendship with the Green Goblin deepened. They launched a series of social experiments that impacted the public safety of New York, experiments that, coincidentally, aligned perfectly with the interests of the Democratic Party, cutting police budgets, increasing public spending, and granting immunity to minority groups. Hamilton repeatedly praised the Green Goblin's foresight and became increasingly engrossed. Whenever he questioned the morality of a certain experiment, the Green Goblin would tell him, "Come on, Barton. Look, we're just accelerating what's about to happen anyway, proving a highly probable hypothesis." Gradually, Hamilton was persuaded. His reach grew longer, and he began to use his professional convenience to dig up dirt on social elites and political figures. He then used this information to secure some very small benefits for himself. They were insignificant requests, just favors for those people. Relaxing patrol intensity in 1 or 2 neighborhoods, slightly broadening the scope of penalties. Granting specific pardons for minority crimes. Insignificant things that, in the end, wove a great web. How marvelous, Mr. Green Goblin. During another supposed therapy session, Hamilton described this colossal network woven from insignificant benefits. Although Hamilton gained absolutely no personal profit from it, relying solely on a few trivial exchanges of favors, one brand new gang after another sprung up in the Manhattan underworld. These had nothing to do with Hamilton, yet he was filled with enthusiasm. It was the kingdom he had personally created. But his closest friend, the Green Goblin, let out a helpless sigh. "I'm afraid, Barton, this is the last time we'll meet. Perhaps there will be a few more, but not many." Hamilton was stunned, then anxiously retorted, "Why? What happened?" Norman Osborn invented a machine that allows people to return to and modify their own memories. He plans to eliminate me once and for all. Very clever. The Green Goblin glanced at Hamilton, who was about to speak, and simply raised his hand and smiled. "It's fine, Hamilton. You've done excellently. The story you created for me was perfect." It lowered his guard so he didn't develop this machine so quickly, otherwise I would have been dead already. But you're the same person, at least the same body." Hamilton was reluctant to let go of his close friend. "Can't you stop him?" "Norman will find out, my friend, unless..." The Green Goblin trailed off. "No, never mind." "Unless what?" "Unless you can convince him to use a new method of treatment, scanning his brainwaves and transmitting my thought patterns into his so-called Green Goblin artificial intelligence, showing him that I am indeed the murderous, psychopathic maniac you said I was. He suspects everything unless he sees it with his own eyes. I can achieve eternal life in the computer. But that would be an electronic version of you, not the real you. But the electronic me can interfere with Norman's plans without being discovered by Norman. The network world has great potential, and it will help me when Norman's machine is executing its function. Hamilton pondered this, then suddenly realized. And then, you'll always be there for me, right? My friend. Of course, my friend. Until about a month ago, when Kang the Conqueror appeared and disrupted the Green Goblin and Hamilton's plan. Kang's appearance meant that a large number of supervillains modified by the Goblin serum would soon emerge. Once Norman discovered this, the entire plan would significantly accelerate, the machine would be completed prematurely, and neither the Green Goblin nor the AI Green Goblin could guarantee the completion of the modification program beforehand. Thus, the Goblin King was born. You will play the Goblin King, my friend. You will be so convincing that Norman will believe I am the alter ego he has always seen. I've already monitored all reported cases of people injected with the Goblin serum through the NYPD network project. They will create an army. And you don't need to fight, you just need to play the Goblin King. The AI Green Goblin contacted Hamilton via phone. Hamilton nodded repeatedly. The kidnapped homeless man, the test subject injected with the Goblin serum, the lab for mass-producing the Goblin serum, the AI Green Goblin had prepared everything for him. All he needed to do was become the Goblin King. Okay, I understand. Hamilton felt both joy and fear. Joy because Kang had given him a sphere that said he would become the Green Goblin in the future. What did this prove? It proved that he and the Green Goblin were, indeed, the best of friends. But that damned Kang almost killed his friend. I just need to make Norman believe that it was me, the one who came into contact with the Green Goblin, who used mind control and hypnosis to make him prepare the experimental equipment for me. Hamilton injected himself with the serum, then put on the exoskeleton armor, and took a deep breath. I need to impersonate that psychopathic killer Green Goblin and let the Avengers catch me. I'll tell them a false truth. It won't be difficult. As long as the Avengers believed Hamilton was the Goblin King, as long as Norman Osborn no longer suspected that his alter ego was behind everything. His friend would be born. Yes. The AI Green Goblin paused, then suddenly changed the subject. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Hamilton opened the door and saw a green-skinned Green Goblin who looked very similar to Norman. How could you? I missed one thing, and I just found out. Hamilton was startled, looking at the pumpkin bomb in the Green Goblin's hand, and urgently asked, what is it? A lady is prying into your memory. Flames instantly engulfed both of them, burning the entire mental landscape. Emma Frost woke up, slumping onto the sofa, her forehead covered in fine sweat. Everyone gathered around. Cyclops, who had accompanied Emma, sat beside her. Are you okay, Emma? I'm fine. I saw Hamilton's past. He is indeed not the Goblin King, not the Green Goblin hiding behind everyone. Pym quickly asked, then the real Goblin King is Norman Osborn, and his artificial intelligence. How could there be two answers? I didn't see a further answer. The Green Goblin, Norman Osborn's alter ego in Hamilton's memory, detected me, attacked me, and drove me out of his mind. Emma clutched her head. After a moment, Tony reacted, wait, are you saying that the Green Goblin in Hamilton's memory attacked you, not even the real Green Goblin? Emma looked at Tony and the others, offering an unbelievable deduction, he might know he's a memory. That's outrageous. Tony scratched his head and asked, so what was their plan that you saw? Norman Osborn designed a machine, aiming to use it to permanently eliminate the Green Goblin persona. Hamilton has been brainwashed by the Green Goblin, and he wants to protect the Green Goblin, so he devised a plan to skin Norman's brainwaves and create a brand new electronic Green Goblin with the same thought patterns as the Green Goblin inside Norman's brain. We already know that. Captain wanted Emma to get to the point, Osborn told us all that. Hamilton tricked Osborn into thinking the Green Goblin was the psychopathic maniac on TV. Everyone who heard this was stunned. Emma, seeing no one interrupt her, grabbed a glass of water and drank it, then laid out the Green Goblin's entire plan, finally looking at everyone. The person you have to face has always been only one Green Goblin, but he has two minds. One in Norman Osborn's head, and one in the computer. Captain and Tony exchanged glances. Osborn had left as soon as he heard that the person playing the Goblin King was Hamilton. Tony reacted quickly, JARVIS, immediately locked down the Avengers Tower network. Perhaps it is too late, Anthony Stark, sir. Accompanied by a human-like Psy, the cartoon Goblin avatar was projected onto the Avengers Tower's projection system. After a prolonged silence, Pym retorted, you were deceiving Hamilton, weren't you? Yes, the modification program is complete. If everything had gone normally, you would have thought the Green Goblin had been eliminated. After going to all that trouble, the Green Goblin's ultimate goal was not to make Norman Osborn slow down the project, but to make the Avengers believe that the Green Goblin had been eliminated by them. Then, no one would realize that Norman Osborn had been replaced by the Green Goblin, and the Green Goblin would take control of everything. Unfortunately, the plan failed. But it didn't matter, there was always a backup plan to go all out. My apologies, the game has to be forfeited, because today. The Green Goblin's green cartoon face suddenly turned red. The Goblin will destroy everything. Chapter 365, Norman and the Green Goblin. The time was about an hour earlier. The moment Norman Osborn heard the words spoken by Hamilton, he was certain the man was the so-called Goblin King. Undeniably, the Goblin King's personality was identical to the Green Goblin's personality that Norman was familiar with. He had already checked the Green Goblin AI data and found no issues. If that was the case, the Goblin King could only be Barton Hamilton, who understood the Green Goblin intimately. And now, all of this was over. So, after confirming that Captain America had apprehended Hamilton, Norman eagerly took his leave. He no longer wanted another persona to share his mind, he didn't want to remember those actions he couldn't recall or those memories that didn't belong to him. Thus, Norman went to Oscorp, arriving at the lab. Here, the cognitive enhancement device, created using the electroencephalograph, was ready. The device is operating normally. We've adjusted the stability to 97%, reported a subordinate, looking at Norman. Any further refinement might take several months. Then we won't consider it. Norman quickly made his decision. While having his subordinates begin the final adjustments to the device, he prepared to change into the experimental adjustment suit and enter the chamber. But before that, he thought hard and decided to make 2 phone calls. He first called Peter Parker, but there was no answer. Considering the battle Peter had just gone through, he likely needed rest, so Norman just left him a message. Peter, good news. You won't have to worry about the Green Goblin anymore. After today, he will be gone forever. After leaving that message, Norman hesitated for a long time, until his subordinate started urging him, before he called Harry. Hello. Harry. Dad. What's wrong? I'm sorry. I'm sorry for everything that happened after your mother passed away. I'm not trying to blame everything on the persona who doesn't even remember what he did, but he might cease to exist today, Harry. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Harry on the other end of the line was clearly confused, but Norman didn't elaborate further. The Avengers have captured the so-called Goblin King. I'm innocent, Harry. None of this was the Green Goblin's doing. Oh. Okay, Dad. Starting today, there will be no more Green Goblin, Harry. When that happens. Norman was silent for a while before finally saying what he wanted to say. Perhaps we can face the fact that your mother is gone, together. Or perhaps it was just himself who needed to face it. By pushing everything onto the Green Goblin, he could make everything start over. Norman took a deep breath, changed into his adjustment suit, entered the submersion pod, and delved into the depths of his memory. Norman Osborn returned to his childhood. He went into his old house and saw his father. Old Osborn was beating his son. The old redneck had no skills of his own, his greatest luck was fathering a smart son who had designed several patents since childhood. Because of this, the news media praised the prodigy, almost monthly reporting on Norman Jr.'s latest invention. All old Osborn had to do was drag his son to various shows and interviews to make a lot of money. Why didn't you invent anything new today? Were you slacking off? Drunk, old Osborn, seeing that little Norman might not have an invention for the next show, cursed and picked up a bottle, smashing it down toward his head. Norman watched his younger self frantically dodge, then saw his father, enraged that he dared to dodge, grab a broom to strike him. Norman stepped forward and knocked his memory-bound father to the floor with a single punch. Norman smiled, satisfied. That was it. He had been waiting for this punch for too long. The benefit of this machine was that he could enter the depths of his own consciousness and subjectively modify his memories. That is, no matter how he thought or remembered himself in the past, here, he would modify them into the way he needed. That way, he would no longer need the protection of the Green Goblin persona, because in his memory, the person who protected him was not the Green Goblin, but the adult version of himself. Come on, you old bastard, do you think I'm afraid of you? You bastard, you should have been beaten like this long ago. Norman, filled with rage, kicked old Osborn's body, as if it were the Green Goblin he was trying to discard. But then, he heard his own laughter. Norman, think carefully, Norman. The younger version of himself suddenly laughed, looking at Norman and abruptly asking. Did I really appear to protect you? The Green Goblin you forgot, the me you conjured up, what exactly did he do? Norman was stunned, momentarily unable to answer. He then looked to the side. There, the young Norman finally chose to unveil his new invention. It was a bomb housed inside a plastic pumpkin toy, an unpatented new invention. I didn't do it, the Green Goblin did it. I didn't do it, the Green Goblin did it. Norman kept repeating this, while he himself fashioned a goblin mask and put it on. He then knocked on his father's bedroom door and threw the initial pumpkin bomb inside. Norman Osborn never conceived of the Green Goblin to heal his childhood trauma. Norman Osborn forgot that he was the Green Goblin. Hamilton lied to me. I lied to you, Norman. The younger Norman Osborn looked at him, his face visibly changing. He developed green skin and sharp teeth, then looked at Norman. Because I was always the smarter existence that you forgot. Norman Osborn never needed the Green Goblin's protection. On the contrary, Norman Osborn forgetting the Green Goblin was your way of protecting yourself. Chapter 366, The Ultimate Ultimatum. To turn our attention elsewhere, just as Norman entered his own consciousness, the AI Green Goblin, who had originally only planned to live a peaceful life, decided to act prematurely. This acceleration was a direct result of Emma Frost using her telepathy to probe Hamilton's mind and discover the complete plan of both the Green Goblin and the AI Green Goblin. Since he couldn't have Hamilton become the Green Goblin, the AI decided the Green Goblin should destroy everything instead. Of course, this too was a lie. However, the Avengers and the X-Men temporarily had no time to ponder that particular problem. Because with the emergence of the AI Green Goblin, all electronic equipment throughout the entire Avengers Tower was rapidly hijacked. JARVIS was disabled by the AI Green Goblin before it had a chance to isolate itself onto a separate network. Next, from the walls, floors, and ceilings of the Avengers Tower's top-floor living area, a large number of missile launchers, laser-guided devices, and automatic machine gun turrets ejected, immediately sweeping fire across the 3 Avengers and 2 X-Men present. You installed missile launchers and machine guns inside the Avengers Tower? Captain America, with lightning speed, pulled Tony, who was not in his armor, behind a sofa, using his shield as cover. Tony explained helplessly, I have to prepare for the possibility of invaders, right? What if they just teleport directly inside the tower? Tony, can't you forcefully restart JARVIS to defend against this opponent? Hank Pym, presumably, although the character context makes this Hank McCoy, inquired while having shrunk to avoid the fight. Tony quickly shook his head, I can't. The moment I inject any program, they'll detect it instantly. Since the opponent has already successfully invaded the Avengers Tower, they have undoubtedly diffused themselves across the entire network. Alright, geniuses, I don't understand science. Cyclops, who was hiding behind the diamond-formed Emma, found a brief window to use his laser to blow up all the turrets, then looked at the 2 of the planet's smartest people present. Is there any way to deal with that chatty AI? The essence of the Green Goblin AI is the Green Goblin personality, rendered as data. In other words, this is a top-down AI with self-learning capabilities. It's a human brain system possessing AI-level computing power. Hank McCoy, having returned to his normal size, pondered, he possesses thinking abilities more agile than JARVIS and every other known artificial system. Furthermore, according to the intelligence, the Green Goblin AI has been developing for a long time. He even learned how to conceal himself within existing databases. The entirety of Oscorp technology failed to detect his anomalous data stream. In other words, purely relying on individual efforts to stop and counter him is completely impossible. Most people who attempt to create AI using brainwaves actually lack the necessary technology and capability. And those who do have the capability generally won't do it. Whether for ethical reasons or out of caution regarding highly intelligent AI, it's clear that compared to people like Reed Richards or Hank Pym, Norman Osborn is not a person of particularly high moral or intellectual standing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought about stuffing his own consciousness into a computer. I am pleased that you are capable of making a rational judgment. If I wished, I could begin deciphering the nuclear launch codes of every nation right now and destroy the world. But I have no such intention. Although all the weapons had been destroyed, the Green Goblin AI still maintained its insistent posture. The captain stood up and asked the opponent, what do you want? Perhaps, how about we pretend none of this happened? You continue to be your superheroes, the Green Goblin has been apprehended by you, and we simply go our separate ways. I'll pretend to be dormant, occasionally emerging to kill a few people. How does that sound? Steve Rogers nodded, and then simply stated. A pipe dream. Then there is no alternative, Captain Rogers. The Green Goblin AI issued its final declaration of war. This is the ultimate ultimatum, Avengers. Be destroyed by me, or destroy me. Some light points appeared outside, looking like small missiles. Cyclops quickly shot and intercepted a portion of the missiles. The captain asked Tony Stark, who had slipped to the side, Tony. Do you have a plan? I'm looking. Found it. Following Tony ripping some wires from the floor, the walls on the top floor of the Avengers Tower opened up metal shields, and then the area plunged into darkness before the lights flickered back on. The missiles outside bombed for a while but failed to breach the core structure of the building itself. Ever since we realized that we might face Ultron in the future, I've been thinking about how to gain an advantage if the network becomes our enemy. So, I came up with a great idea. Emma, while retracting her diamond form, brushed the dust off her body. Cutting the power is your great idea, Mr. Stark. Yes, and no. Tony said, while pulling a box out from beneath the floor. Upon opening it, it revealed a Mark 33 Silver Centurion armor. Tony inserted a chip into the back of the armor's head, local area network. Only uses existing, built-in data. It has an internal computer and is completely disconnected from the network. It uses the backup arc reactor in Avengers Tower to radiate its own signal tower, and new comms earpieces. After distributing earpieces to everyone, Tony put on the disconnected armor. I'm going to rescue the Fantastic Four. At the very least, we need Reed Richards to crack this whole system. Mr. Summers, please go back to the X-Mansion and bring Beast. We need all the scientists. I'm glad Janet and Banner aren't here. Pym, the original Chinese referred to Hank, which is contextually Hank Pym, added, so the best solution is to fight fire with fire. JARVIS's computing power is insufficient to defeat the Green Goblin AI, or even to resist it. If possible, we need to create or upgrade an AI using the brainwaves of one of us. No, Hank, we don't need another Ultron. Tony manually pulled his helmet down. Captain, you need to go and protect Norman Osborn, or at least control him the moment the Green Goblin personality takes over his body. What about the American Avengers and the Thunderbolts? Trust me, they won't receive any messages. Tony said as he prepared to depart, I'll go pick up Banner and the others. We need our full combat strength. Hank, prepare sufficient computing power and help me try to restart JARVIS. Hank sighed as he watched everyone leave. Just as he was about to start working, a subtle breeze appeared around him. He turned and saw the enemy he had only seen in video recordings, now standing before him. Kang the Conqueror? Mr. Hank Pym, I have come to persuade you. You can choose to resist, but you must know that I cannot be killed by any 21st century technology. Kang smiled, I want to tell you that for the Avengers to defeat the Green Goblin right now, they can only rely on Ultron. Chapter 367, there must be a super AI. After a moment of surprise, Pym suddenly reacted. Why would Kang the Conqueror, a man from the future unaffected by changes to the past, choose to actively interfere with 21st century history? He had absolutely no need to. Everyone knew he must have a purpose, but they didn't know what it was. Now, Pym knew. You need Ultron, why? In reality, I simply need a super artificial intelligence, one capable of constantly evolving in the 21st century, analyzing 31st century technology, and perhaps even surpassing it. Kang's chair materialized behind him, and he sat down. To achieve this, I will continually correct the destinies you change, providing one new environment after another for a super AI to rise. Take Green Goblin AI, for example. Historically, there was no AI Green Goblin, but due to my interference, he appeared. Although, unfortunately, he didn't meet my requirements. You think I'll help you, Kang? Hank instantly rejected Kang's proposal. He already knew the terrifying future Ultron would cause and the dreadful enemy he would become. He wouldn't create another, more powerful enemy just to defeat an existing one. Kang merely smiled, extending his hand. A green gem floated between them, moving toward Pym. This is the Time Stone, Dr. Pym. I generously permit you a momentary glance through it. Of course, within this one moment, the things you will be able to see are infinite. Pym had no intention of accepting, he retreated 2 steps. Kang resignedly caught the Time Stone himself, then quickly projected the future. First, Pym and Kang saw the terrifying AI Green Goblin. He had mastered everything, destroyed almost everything, and turned nearly all surviving humans into puppets controlled by the Green Goblin serum and masks. Then, there was the AI Green Goblin again, destroying the world in a different way. Scene after scene, the Avengers fought back, defeating the AI Green Goblin time after time, only for him to be reborn and return stronger. What are you trying to say? That Ultron's existence is necessary? Kang revealed a smile. No, keep watching, Dr. Pym. Next was a timeline where the AI Green Goblin was completely eradicated by the Avengers, and Pym had not created Ultron. However, in the future, the conflict between mutants and ordinary humans intensified. Sentinel robots began to iterate and upgrade until one day, a super AI was born as the central hub for the Sentinel robots. It possessed an infinitely regenerating body, conducted genetic assessments on all humans, massacred almost all mutants, and imprisoned all ordinary humans. Once a descendant showed potential for X gene mutation, the child and their parents would all be killed. The entire world was utterly destroyed by the Sentinel robots. It is called Nimrod, Dr. Pym. A super artificial intelligence that emerged due to the escalation of conflict between mutants and humans. It completely destroyed human civilization, just like Green Goblin and Ultron. Let's look at the next one. In the X-Men's Danger Room system, the system used to simulate real environments for training, it gradually developed its own intelligence and thought patterns, ultimately becoming a new super AI. It possessed all the X-Men's data and information. In countless future conflicts triggered by humans and mutants, the Danger Room would choose to protect the mutants and eventually massacre all of humanity. Hank tried to convince himself that these were all fabrications, but what was infusing this reality was not Kang, but the Time Stone. Kang merely selected these scenes, and Pym's intuition told him they were all real. My goodness. In one future, Tony Stark and Banner used the programming derived from the Infinity Stones to develop the Iron Legion's Central Artificial Control Intelligence. This system, due to a logical error stemming from its directive to protect humanity, became a world-destroying super AI. In another future, Jarvis evolved on his own and also developed a logical error, beginning its attempts to destroy the world. Some doomsday scenarios were temporarily averted, others were not. All these possible futures, no matter how much they tried to escape, could not avoid one point. The United States, Europe, Russia, the Eastern Great Power, someone would always choose to take that step, choosing to create a new, more advanced artificial intelligence. Others would quickly follow suit, and among these new artificial intelligences, one dedicated to destroying humanity was bound to emerge. It was as if it were an inescapable, predetermined destiny. There will always be such an AI. Without a doubt, Kang said, sitting casually in his chair. All these artificial intelligences share one common trait: they exist within the network. No matter how many times you defeat them, they can survive in the network and return, unless we design an enemy that we can confront from the beginning. We cannot control others from creating a super artificial intelligence of this caliber, like the AI Green Goblin, but we can try to control the artificial intelligence we create ourselves, for instance, by standardizing the program and setting up backdoors. Pym understood Kang's meaning. Kang's purpose was clear: he didn't send these villains' technologies over for fun. It was to guide Pym into creating Ultron. But why? What was Kang's goal? Kang the Conqueror clearly did not intend to explain this. He merely looked at Pym silently. Regarding changing the past, or rather changing the future, there has always been a very delicate topic. Dr. Pym, how much to change the future? Kang articulated his viewpoint. Many times, time travelers want to blend into the past and live there. If they also want to succeed, their only way is to use their familiarity with history and foreknowledge to gain an advantage. But the problem is, the more you change, the less foreknowledge you possess, and the fewer advantages you gain. Perhaps a greater benefit in the future will disappear because of your current changes. Kang sat in his chair, smiling as he looked at Pym. So, the choice is yours, Dr. Pym. Do you choose to make the future completely unobservable, turning the future enemy into a new foe that you Avengers can neither predict nor know if you can defeat? Or do you choose to make him an old enemy you know you will conquer and can prepare solutions for in advance? Is it to avoid the immediate disaster and create a completely unknown future, or to ensure a smooth future by choosing not to modify certain events? This is your choice, and perhaps the choice of the entire Avengers. Kang smiled and leaned forward, asking Pym, how will you choose, Dr. Pym? Marvel indeed has a setting that, no matter how much you try to avoid it, a super AI determined to destroy all humanity will always be born. It doesn't have to be Ultron, it could be another AI. The ones listed in the text are only some possibilities. Also, the idea of a time traveler changing the future and thereby undermining their own foreknowledge is a fascinating topic. However, this topic actually has a standard answer: gain enough capability to avoid risk before losing the benefit of foreknowledge. Chapter 368, Where is the suitable body? Let's rewind a few minutes and check in on Peter's situation. Inside the web base, Yellow Jacket, who was overseeing Roderick, was trying to interrogate the uncooperative men. They already knew Roderick had voluntarily joined the Goblin army, so he likely knew more. Meanwhile, they had invited Jane Foster, Thor's girlfriend, presumably, a nurse from Manhattan, who was helping Peter treat his wounds, mainly the burns on the back of his hand sustained while trying to stop the Goblin army. As for Venom, he lay in a tank, leisurely eating the chocolate thrown in by Banner. Although he looked energetic, the high temperature had inflicted considerable damage on him. Did you hear? Your Goblin King has been apprehended. Yellow Jacket, having learned from the captain's communication that Hamilton had been arrested, stood before the tightly bound Roderick. Roderick, his brother, and his butler were all under arrest and were currently undergoing Yellow Jacket's completely unthreatening interrogation. Roderick only wanted to burst out laughing upon hearing this. Sorry, I've met Barton Hamilton, and I'm quite certain he is not the Goblin King. There's someone behind him. Although, I don't know who. Roderick was being deliberately difficult. He knew the Avengers were after the Goblin King, but he himself didn't know the Goblin King's identity. Banner, however, ignored the back and forth. He was analyzing and examining Venom's condition, along with Peter's blood samples. The conclusion wasn't good, so after organizing his thoughts, he approached Peter. Spider-Man, I recommend you avoid using the symbiote in combat for the next few days. Are you talking about the emotional control, Dr. Banner? I can manage it. Not just emotions, though it is related. Separating from the symbiote for a while will help you restore your normal emotional state, Banner said helplessly. But the bigger problem is that the symbiote has suffered severe damage and needs sufficient time to repair. This recovery process might take over a week before your symbiote's molecules return to their past state. Peter glanced at Venom in the tank and nodded. It was exactly at this moment that the Green Goblin's avatar flashed onto the computer screen. A Green Goblin head quickly appeared and began to speak. "Hello, friends. I am the Green Goblin. I have now taken control of the entire lab." Peter stood up, pulled the lever on the wall, instantly cutting off the network and power, then forced a restart. As the lights flickered back on, Peter explained to the confused group, "This is equipment prepared to isolate the network in case of Ultron. I was just curious why you cut the power completely." The Green Goblin taking control of the lab means the Goblin King can directly access the Osborn tech network. Peter looked at Banner, not fully voicing his conclusion, but to him, the identity of the Green Goblin was already obvious. Norman Osborn. Norman held all the permissions for the entire lab. Could anyone else do this? Not even Harry. The only ones with permission were himself and Norman. But this time, Peter was, for once, wrong. "Hey, guys, I'm here to deliver a package. Can you open the door?" Tony's voice sounded from outside the door. Peter extended his hand, and his spider sense didn't trigger, so he opened the door and saw Tony in his armor, but with his faceplate retracted. "Ah, great, you're all here. Let me explain the situation." Tony quickly explained the mastermind. The Green Goblin was indeed Norman, but not entirely Norman. There was now a Green Goblin second personality fighting for control of Norman's body, and also an AI Green Goblin, which was hacking into global networks to eliminate any enemies who might pose a threat to him. Peter remained silent for a moment, then posed a question. If the Green Goblin's goal is to remain hidden, why set up an entire Goblin army? Wouldn't it be better to just let Hamilton cause trouble alone? There's no need for this over-the-top action. Tony was taken aback. He hadn't considered that. After thinking it over carefully, Tony suddenly had an idea. That guy is an arrogant narcissist who loves to control others' minds, and besides, he has some mental issues. So, he needs a grand performance to announce his existence. Yes. The stronger his sense of presence, the more magnificent his curtain call, the more easily he can make a clean getaway. Tony stopped, realizing that the current situation was exactly a massive performance. The Green Goblin's objective hasn't changed, he still aims to hide himself. All of this, the mass deployment of those goblins he modified, his struggle for Norman's body, is likely part of the grand performance, Tony realized. If we stop Norman Osborn, eliminate the entire Goblin army, and then appear to have scrubbed its traces from the network, no one will be able to prove that it wasn't destroyed. He grants the Avengers a great victory while making a clean escape in the shadows to plot new conspiracies. Banner nodded. So, you need the big guy. Yes, we need a big guy who won't be burned to charcoal by a few thousand degrees of heat. After hearing Tony's full explanation, Peter looked at Tony. "Mr. Stark, if the Green Goblin AI wants to completely erase all its traces from the internet, and then hide, how would it do that?" "How to do it?" "It would certainly clear all data, then hide itself in some host hardware, waiting for the day it can make a comeback. What if there's a detection program in place?" Tony and Banner exchanged glances and began to consider. Finally, they came up with a plausible answer, with Banner speaking first. Then it would find a host that can move freely without needing to re-enter the network, like a certain robot, or perhaps, a human brain. A human brain. The true Green Goblin, Norman's second personality, was seizing Norman's body. So, if the artificial intelligence Green Goblin had to sacrifice both the Norman Green Goblin and all its AI data to acquire a physical form, whom would it choose? Peter stood up. Banner quickly tried to stop him. "Your symbiote hasn't recovered yet." "I'm not Venom-Man, I'm Spider-Man." As Peter spoke, he took the pure black suit given to him by Felicia off a mannequin in the web base. "I know what the Green Goblin is planning. I'm going to stop him." Chapter 369, Chapter 369, The Suitable Body is Here. After receiving a call from his father, Harry Osborn sat on the sofa at home, unable to stop his mind from racing. He wasn't entirely sure if what his father said was true, that his problems were the responsibility of his second personality, and that everything that had happened was due to the second personality's symptoms worsening after his mother's death. Could this be true? Were many of those despicable acts actually committed by his father's second personality, the so-called Green Goblin? Was that Green Goblin the Goblin King, or was his father himself the Goblin King? And was it true that the Avengers had captured the Goblin King? Harry lay on the sofa, lost in thought, for an unknown period of time. Suddenly, golden sparks flashed around him, startling him into standing up. He then saw a portal open, and Peter, wearing the black Spider-Man suit, stepped out. "Oh, Peter. Is this some kind of new power? I've been learning magic recently, and this is only the second time I've opened a portal." Peter shrugged. This was actually his first time coming to the Osborn residence, but the sling ring didn't require an extremely precise visualization of the location. As long as he concentrated enough to think, find Harry Osborn, the sling ring could open the door, much like Ned in the MCU universe. Oh, what's up? It's a lot of things, but in short. Peter paused mid-sentence. Wait, the Green Goblin didn't come looking for you. I mean, your family's Green Goblin AI. No, why? Just as Peter spoke, the Green Goblin AI quickly took over Harry's house. The Goblin head projection rapidly appeared, exclaiming, "Ah, magic. I never thought something like this would happen. I must say, Spider-Man, just when I think I know enough about you, you always manage to pull out some new trick. Harry, is there anyone else in your house?" No. Before Harry could finish his sentence, Peter quickly yanked him into the portal with a web, and Peter swiftly closed the door. He wasn't sure if the AI Green Goblin would immediately blow up Harry's house, but he definitely needed to prevent that. The still-shaken Harry gasped when he saw the people in the new room they had arrived in: Reed Richards, Tony Stark, Hank Pym, and a blue-furred creature. Is this the Avengers Tower? Harry was baffled. He looked at Peter and asked with a slight wariness, Spider-Man, what's going on?" So Peter explained to Harry again what had happened to Norman. When Harry heard that his father's personality might be completely erased and his body taken over by the evil second personality, he couldn't sit still. What can I do? Our most important task right now is to ensure your safety. The AI Green Goblin needs someone compatible with the Goblin formula, and you are one of them. The moment Peter finished speaking, Emma Frost, the White Queen, raised an objection. Actually, he truly can help. Peter looked at Emma with dissatisfaction. His father is currently fighting for control of his own mind, and with all due respect, his father is hardly a match for the other side. I've encountered that Green Goblin, even a Green Goblin based only on the memories of others, can possess its own independent consciousness. Emma looked at Peter. Norman Osborn can't be his opponent, and even I would be the same, but adding his son might change things. I want to go. Harry instantly agreed, then looked at Peter. I'm sorry, Spider-Man, I know you're worried about me, but that's my father. Maybe I can save him, please. Peter sighed and looked at Emma. Can you guarantee his safety? I can only say that I can protect his mind. But considering that Steve Rogers and Logan are also guarding him nearby, I think his body should be fine too. Peter then silently opened the sling ring for the second time, allowing Harry and Emma to follow. He had opened a portal once before to find Strange. Because Strange had the simplest way to solve this problem: just slap both Norman's and the Green Goblin's souls out, and everything would be resolved. But Strange refused, stating that this was not a matter for the magic side, so he wouldn't interfere. Peter only had himself to blame for learning the skill too slowly. Therefore, this task could only be left to the potentially untrustworthy Emma and the deeply worried Harry. At the same time, Peter had another confusion. If neither Hamilton nor Harry was the AI Green Goblin's target, then who did the AI Green Goblin plan to capture as its body? It couldn't possibly just go through life in a random person's body, could it? Given the Green Goblin's personality, could he really tolerate being in the body of an ordinary person? Or did he choose some unknown superhuman? Peter was pondering the AI Green Goblin's target, while the scientists were already busy. Tony clapped his hands. All right, we first need to design a program that can resist the damn AI Green Goblin, and then try to eradicate him. Any ideas, everyone? I have one. Pym looked at everyone and slowly spoke. I upgraded Ultron using my brain waves. His current computing power is sufficient to contend with the AI Green Goblin, but the learning time hasn't been long enough, so he might not be the AI Green Goblin's match in the short term. Tony stared at Pym, dumbfounded. You what? I upgraded Ultron with my own brainwaves. I know you're anxious, but try to stay calm for a moment. Pym didn't give Tony time to object and immediately pulled up his findings. Ultron has hacked into the NYPD network and intercepted all NYPD communication information. Among the reports filed by all the owners of that metal sphere, the Green Goblin specifically flagged many people, most of whom have already been altered by the Green Goblin. Only this person is an exception. Peter looked at the name Phil Urich on the screen, a reporter for the Daily Bugle. He remembered this reporter. He was the one following J. Jonah Jameson today. At this very moment, J. Jonah Jameson was furious because he had witnessed Spider-Man's violent arrest of Roderick. Although there was no doubt that what Spider-Man did was right, J. Jonah Jameson was still dissatisfied with Spider-Man's actions, so much so that he was throwing a tantrum back at the Daily Bugle. This is pure violent vigilantism. No, Spider-Man isn't even an officer of the law, this is pure violence. J. Jonah Jameson grumbled discontentedly, then frowned. I'm going to denounce him. Mary Jane was about to say something but looked out the window because, for some reason, an ominous green light was flashing outside. Chapter 370, Raid on the Daily Bugle. Phil Urich had a secret, he was a superhero. The story began about half a month ago when, like several others, he received a metallic sphere. A man named Conqueror Kang stated that in the future, Phil would become the superhero Green Goblin Knight by injecting the Green Goblin serum, but in the far future, the serum's side effects would turn him into the great villain Hobgoblin. However, due to a deviation in history, his original fate had been altered, and thus, Kang had sent the metallic sphere. At first, Phil, like the others, immediately called the police to explain the situation. But when the officers arrived, they said nothing, didn't even take the sphere, and simply told him he was imagining things and creating extra work for them. So Phil was confused and kept the object. It wasn't until later that he encountered a robbery. A few knife-wielding thugs were looting a small convenience store. In that moment, Phil debated whether or not to intervene. If you had the chance to become a superhero, but the cost was spending the rest of your life as an insane lunatic, what would you choose? Phil didn't know. He only knew someone needed help, so he acted. In an unnoticed alley, he injected the serum, used the high collar and hood of his windbreaker to obscure his face, and stopped the robbery. Afterward, he ran into the higher-ups of those robbers. They turned out to be subordinates of a certain New York gang. This gang was more powerful and more brutal, and while the superpowered Phil didn't fear them, what about his parents and Uncle Ben? That's right, Phil's uncle was also named Ben, Benjamin Urich, the Daily Bugle's most distinguished investigative reporter. Consequently, Phil Urich chose to keep his identity hidden from his family, and he dared not use the telltale Osborn technology, such as the pumpkin bombs and glider. Before today, he hadn't even used any of those terrifying, lethal weapons, not until he witnessed the Goblin King's Goblin army. Phil was terrified. He had only seen in Kang's video that he would turn into a villain named Hobgoblin, but he hadn't known what a terrifying enemy that was until today. He realized that the opponent was a complete and utter psychopath. Was he truly going to become like that? Realizing the gravity of the situation, Phil made up his mind, he absolutely had to prevent himself from becoming that way. He wanted to talk to his Uncle Ben, and if absolutely necessary, he would go to the Avengers to see if the powers from the serum could be taken back. With this heavy thought, Phil carried a box of materials back to the office. From a distance, he could hear Jonah's furious roar. He was railing against Spider-Man again. In Jonah's view, Spider-Man's violent capture of Roderick was unnecessary and only revealed the web-slinger's inherently aggressive nature. Anyone can see Roderick is a scoundrel, but he played it too well, almost as if he knew we were coming. Our investigation was going smoothly. We could have used Roderick's underestimation of us to draw out more information. Now look. I don't believe those vigilantes can interrogate anything useful out of Roderick's mouth. Jonah was yelling his dissatisfaction loudly. Benjamin Urich merely shrugged upon hearing this. But they know telepaths. Perhaps they'll choose to read his mind to get enough information. Mind reading. That's an infringement upon a citizen's right to privacy. And that kind of information can never be admissible as legal evidence in court. Jonah roared, and Benjamin just smiled. Phil said, "Excuse me," and carried his boxes in. "Sorry, Mr. Jameson, these are the materials you requested, concerning Roderick and that Mr. Hamilton. They are mostly magazines mentioning them." "Excellent, Urich." Jonah simply nodded, then started grumbling about another matter. "Also, we need to thoroughly investigate why Roderick was so prepared for the Daily Bugle surprise interview. There must be a mole in the Daily Bugle. I absolutely will not tolerate such an employee among my staff." Phil quickly nodded, but then he noticed the intern, Mary Jane Watson, was staring out the window, seemingly lost in thought. But she didn't remain lost in thought for long. "Mr. Jameson, there seems to be a situation outside." Jameson asked dismissively, "What is it, Watson? Is it another superhero brawl?" "No, those look like goblins charging right at us." Goblins. Everyone instantly thought of the psychos from the Mad Goblin army this morning. Jonah reacted almost immediately, yelling, "Everybody down," and diving under his desk, where he adopted the fetal position. Unlike the Goblin King played by Hamilton, the AI Green Goblin didn't go in for grand gestures or intentionally cause a commotion. Therefore, before raiding the Daily Bugle, he hadn't appeared on TV or called ahead to give notice. All he needed to do was snatch the right host body, one not currently under the Avengers' watchful eye. Mary Jane quickly hid herself, first closing her eyes and waiting for the inevitable pumpkin bomb to drop. But the goblin seemed to be arriving a little later. Hiding behind a planter near the wall, Mary Jane opened her eyes and saw the approaching goblin, riding a glider, rushing toward them. Then, she saw golden sparks appear before her, followed by a golden portal opening. Spider-Man, dressed in black, stepped out of it. After glancing at her, he strode to the floor-to-ceiling glass wall and smashed the entire pane with a single punch. At that very moment, the green goblin outside threw a pumpkin bomb inside. A web shot snagged the bomb, making the fireball detonate harmlessly in midair outside the skyscraper. Next, a strand of webbing lashed out, sticking to the goblin outside, and yanked him straight into the Daily Bugle office, slamming him against the wall before immediately binding him with more webbing. "You're safe." Mary Jane saw Spider-Man say this to her before he walked to Jonah's desk and flipped it over. "Hello, Mr. Jameson." "Oh, Spider-Man. Why did you toss my desk?" "Sorry, I've been in a bad mood lately." Spider-Man clearly wasn't interested in explaining much. He simply asked, "Which one is Phil Urich?" "I need to take him to the Avengers Tower." "That's my nephew." Benjamin Urich stepped forward first to question Spider-Man. "Why do you need to take him?" "He also received the metallic sphere that can turn him into the Green Goblin. In fact, he's an adapter of the Green Goblin serum, and he's the target of the Green Goblin." Just as Peter was about to say the next sentence, he heard Jonah's roar. "You're the mole." Urich. Chapter 371, Assault on the Daily Bugle. Phil Urich had a secret: he was a superhero. The story began about half a month ago. Like others, he received a metallic sphere. A person named Khan the Conqueror said that in the future, Phil would become the superhero known as the Green Goblin Knight by injecting the Green Goblin serum, but in the distant future, he would become the villain Hobgoblin due to the serum's side effects. Due to a historical deviation, his original fate had been altered, and thus, Kang sent the sphere. Like everyone else, Phil initially called the police to explain the situation. However, the police said nothing when they arrived, didn't even take the sphere, and simply claimed he was delusional, fabricating things to increase their workload. Phil was stunned, so he kept the object. Later, he encountered a robbery where several knife-wielding thugs were robbing a convenience store. In that moment, Phil debated whether or not to help. If you could become a superhero, but the cost was spending the rest of your life as a mentally deranged lunatic, what would you choose? Phil didn't know. He only knew someone needed help, so he acted. Injecting the serum in an unnoticed corner, he used the high collar and hood of his windbreaker to hide his face and stop the robbery. Afterward, he ran into the higher-ups of those robbers. They turned out to be part of a New York gang, more powerful and less humane. Phil, now possessing super strength, wasn't afraid of them, but what about his parents and Uncle Ben? That's right, Phil's uncle was also named Ben, Benjamin Urich, the Daily Bugle's most excellent investigative reporter. Consequently, Phil Urich chose to conceal his identity from his family. He also dared not use the overtly Oscorp tech pumpkin bombs and glider. And until today, he had never used those terrifying, lethal weapons, until he saw the Goblin King's Goblin army. Phil panicked. He had only seen in Kang's recording that he would become a villain called the Hobgoblin, but he hadn't known how terrifying that enemy was. Only today did he realize the foe was a complete and utter psychopath. Would he really turn into that? Realizing the severity of the situation, Phil made up his mind: he must stop himself from becoming like that. He wanted to talk to his Uncle Ben. If absolutely necessary, he would go to the Avengers to see if they could retrieve the powers he gained from the serum. With this thought, Phil carried a box of items back to the office. From a distance, he heard Jonah's roar. He was yelling about Spider-Man again, as Spider-Man's recent violent apprehension of Roderick was, in Jonah's view, unnecessary and indicative of Spider-Man's violent nature. Anyone can see Roderick is a scumbag. He played it too well, as if he knew we were coming. Our investigation was going smoothly. We could have used Roderick's underestimation of us to extract more information. Now look. I don't believe these vigilantes can squeeze anything useful out of Roderick. Jonah was ranting furiously. Benjamin Urich merely shrugged, but they know a telepath. Maybe they'll choose to read his mind for sufficient intelligence. Mind reading. That's an infringement on civil privacy. Besides, that kind of thing can't be used as proper evidence in court. Jonah roared, but Benjamin only smiled. Phil called out, "Excuse me," as he carried the items in. "Sorry, Mr. Jameson, these are the materials you wanted regarding Roderick and Mr. Hamilton. Mostly magazines that mention them." "Good, Urich." Jonah simply nodded, then started grumbling about another matter. "Furthermore, we need a thorough investigation into why Roderick was prepared for the Daily Bugle's sudden interview. There must be an internal mole at the Bugle. I absolutely will not tolerate such an employee among my staff." Phil quickly nodded, but suddenly noticed the intern, Mary Jane Watson, was staring out the window, seemingly spaced out. But she wasn't spaced out for long. "Mr. Jameson, there's a bit of a situation outside." Jameson casually retorted, "What is it, Watson? Is it another superhero roughhousing?" "No, that looks like the Goblin is charging towards us." The Goblin. Everyone immediately thought of the lunatic Goblin army from this morning. Jonah reacted almost instantly, yelling, "Everyone take cover," and ducking under his desk, squatting with his head covered. Unlike the Goblin King, portrayed by Hamilton, the AI Green Goblin was not one for grand gestures or deliberate fanfare. Thus, before assaulting the Daily Bugle, he didn't appear on television or make a phone call announcement. All he needed to do was snatch the right body, one that the Avengers hadn't focused on. Mary Jane quickly hid near the side, first closing her eyes, bracing for the pumpkin bomb to drop. But the Goblin seemed to be arriving a little later. Hiding behind a planter by the wall, Mary Jane opened her eyes and saw the Goblin, riding a glider, rushing closer and closer. Then, she saw golden sparks appear before her. A golden portal opened, and a black-suited Spider-Man stepped out. After glancing at her, he walked up to the floor-to-ceiling glass exterior wall and shattered the entire pane with one punch. At this moment, the Green Goblin outside threw a pumpkin bomb inside, so a web line adhered to the bomb, causing the fireball to ignite in mid-air outside the building. Next, he snagged the Goblin outside with a single web line, dragging him directly into the Daily Bugle building, slamming him against the wall, and then restraining him with webbing. "You're safe," Mary Jane heard Spider-Man say to her. He then walked over to Jonah's desk and flipped it over. "Hello, Mr. Jameson." "Oh, Spider-Man. Why did you flip my desk?" "Sorry, I haven't been in a good mood lately." Spider-Man clearly didn't want to elaborate, only asking, "Which one is Phil Urich?" "I need to take him to the Avengers Tower." "That's my nephew." Benjamin Urich stepped forward first and questioned Spider-Man, "Why do you want to take him away?" He also received a metallic sphere capable of turning him into a Green Goblin. In fact, he's a viable adapter for the Green Goblin serum, and also the target of the Green Goblin's capture. Just as Peter was about to say the next sentence, he heard Jonah's roar. "You're the mole." Urich. Chapter 372, Chapter 372. The Clone Green Goblin. Facing Jonah's furious shouts and Spider-Man's explanation, Phil Urich was completely bewildered. Heaven knows, he truly hadn't betrayed the Daily Bugle. But Jonah, believing he had found the individual who had tipped off Roderick Kingsley, was about to launch into a rant when Spider-Man interrupted him first. "Mr. Jameson, the Goblin King doesn't need any spies to know your movements, it is the best spy itself." Jonah paused for less than a second, then seized upon the key word in Spider-Man's statement, "it." "Your implication better be that it's non-human, not that it has non-binary gender. It's an artificial intelligence, an AI that mimicked someone's thought patterns. That AI needs a body that can perfectly integrate with the Green Goblin serum." Peter didn't waste any more breath, pointing at Phil and shouting, "Now, throw away all your electronic devices, and get inside the Avengers Tower, fast. All of them." "Phil, why didn't you ever mention this when such things were happening?" Ben Urich roared. Phil was instantly scared and flustered. "Uncle Ben, I was worried it might harm you." "Why does he have an Uncle Ben too?" Peter sighed helplessly. After instructing the uncle-nephew pair to discard all their electronic devices, he hurried them into the Avengers Tower, then picked up Phil Urich's mobile phone. Robbie, the editor-in-chief, who was rushing over, was about to say something, but seeing Jonathan's shushing gesture, he chose to shut up, waiting for Spider-Man to finish this phone call. Jonah knew exactly who the call was for, the Goblin King. Spider-Man was securing material for the Daily Bugle. He intended to tell Jonah part of the truth behind all this. Although Spider-Man is a violent, masked vigilante and always causes a lot of property damage, he does have a few good points. Thinking this, Jonah grabbed the manuscript paper and pen beside him, preparing to transcribe everything he heard. Of course, Peter didn't actually need to dial the AI Green Goblin. After all, the opponent was currently monitoring nearly the entire global network and would certainly know what Spider-Man was doing. Sure enough, the phone rang. "I am impressed with you, Spider-Man. Your magic has caused me considerable trouble, which was outside my calculations. But don't worry, I have already factored this variable back into the calculation. I have a question, why?" The AI Green Goblin on the other end seemed not to understand Peter's question and countered, "What why? Why are you targeting Phil Urich, instead of simply cloning a Green Goblin body? With your capabilities, is it really that difficult to clone a Green Goblin body directly?" The other side seemed to pause. Peter wasn't sure why the transmission was muffled. After checking the phone screen and confirming the communication wasn't cut off, he tapped the phone. "Hello. Can you answer that question? Are you still there?" What awaited Peter was a burst of unexpected laughter. Although the opponent was an AI, its laughter was almost identical to Norman's, completely lacking any non-human quality. "You ask about that? Did Jonathan tell you nothing?" "What?" "The condition of clones is inherently unstable. To ensure the clone retains the exact same performance as the original, you cannot use technology to accelerate the clone's growth, otherwise, genetic collapse is extremely likely to occur during mutation. This mutation is not the powerful kind, like injecting the Green Goblin serum or being bitten by a mutated spider, it's even the natural mutation and differentiation of human cells that will collapse. A hastily matured cloned body, if injected with the Green Goblin serum, simply won't last more than 2 months. Otherwise, why do you think Norman abandoned Otto Octavius? Couldn't they just clone a young body for Otto and upload his consciousness, even though his original body was failing? Of course not. Even if they did that, he would still develop ALS within a year, and the body would decay even more severely and rapidly. So, the AI Green Goblin couldn't occupy a Norman clone body that would fail quickly, that wouldn't achieve the lasting disappearance he desired, and it wouldn't be a perfect Green Goblin. But in reality, clones are still somewhat useful. For instance, through continuous trial and error, one can still find 1 or 2 bodies that can survive for a few extra days, and then create a perfect Green Goblin, even if it's only for a few days. What's the point of that? Jonah, who couldn't hear anything being said on the other end of the line, looked at his notes and realized he had no idea what they were discussing. Spider-Man was speaking in too many riddles. Couldn't you just put it on speakerphone? You haven't been counting. Of all the goblins I listed, the Green Goblin appeared, the Hobgoblin, Red Goblin, couldn't be born due to the lack of a symbiote, the Grey Goblin appeared, the Demogoblin, Ghoul, appeared, and Jack-o'-lantern appeared. Which other goblin hasn't appeared yet? You. Spider-Man. You are also a perfect candidate for the Green Goblin serum. Spider-Sense gave no warning, but Peter still felt the danger instinctively. He executed a backflip, landing just as a pumpkin bomb exploded. Unlike previous pumpkin bombs, this one was a concussion grenade. If he hadn't dodged in time, it would have stunned him. Your growth in combat is truly amazing, Spider-Man. Even when your spider sense is suppressed, you still find a way to dodge. The Green Goblin standing before Peter looked shorter than the one he fought this morning, only about 1.8 meters tall. However, the exoskeleton armor he wore appeared far more advanced and lightweight. Furthermore, his glider's speed was much greater and faster than the previous opponents. He wasn't wearing the comical goblin mask, but a helmet that encased the upper half of his face, protecting his head with dark V-shaped goggles. The antennas on the sides of the helmet made it look distinctly like goblin ears. The exposed lower jaw showed green skin, but not the gray-green or dark green Peter was used to. It was the color of the Hulk. As the Green Goblin in front of him slowly twisted his neck, the helmet smoothly disassembled and retracted backward, revealing his true face, a green-skinned Norman Osborn, free of madness, free of mutation, looking as if he had simply dyed his skin. The Goblin King is Norman Osborn. Jonah couldn't help but gasp in shock. The cloned Norman Osborn. He is the most perfect adapter for the Green Goblin serum. Jonah was stunned, while Peter noted 2 crucial things. First, the clone Green Goblin was successfully suppressing his spider sense, which meant Norman had been secretly developing countermeasures against him. Second, it seemed the AI Green Goblin didn't know Spider-Man's true identity. Chapter 373, Spider-Man vs. Green Goblin. Peter chose not to overthink the current problem and focused on dealing with the enemy in front of him. Without a doubt, the opponent was prepared, as evidenced by how they managed to interfere with his spider sense. Crucially, they were currently inside the Daily Bugle building, and fighting here would cause severe collateral damage. With this in mind, Peter quickly sprinted forward, rushing at the opponent, intending to leap and tackle the Green Goblin to carry him out of the Daily Bugle building. The Green Goblin's reaction was no reaction at all. When Peter tackled him, he didn't even budge. The powerful thrust from the gliders under his feet counteracted Spider-Man's impact, and the Green Goblin's inherent strength and armor cushioning left him completely unharmed. Peter could even see the Green Goblin smile. You want to take me outside? You want to protect these people? I must say, your actions are too predictable, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin spoke while activating intense ultrasonic waves from his glider. The high-frequency sound waves made Peter take 2 steps back, painfully covering his ears as the symbiote on his body began to writhe. The Green Goblin smiled. You see, I know everything about you. I know how much you rely on your symbiote suit, and I also figured out how to deal with you. You're right. Green Goblin. Peter looked distressed and strained, only able to watch as the Green Goblin pulled out a pumpkin bomb, and then 3 powerful lasers struck the Green Goblin's chest plate, knocking him off his glider and sending him into a freefall hundreds of meters toward the ground. Peter deactivated the Iron Spider suit's mimicry. So what? I intentionally wore a couple of extra layers. What do you think? Can't even tell if someone's wearing metal underneath their suit. Ha ha ha, you are truly interesting, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin spread wings, similar to the vultures but more slender, and flew up from below. Peter paused for a moment, looking at the glider that was automatically flying toward the Green Goblin. Why do you have wings when you already have a glider? Never mind, I won't complain. There was no time to complain. The Green Goblin's glider continuously fired missiles. The 3 metallic arms on the back of the Iron Spider suit constantly fired beams to intercept the missiles, and the Iron Spider suit pushed forward with maximum thrust. This time, it finally slammed into the Green Goblin. The two simultaneously went into a freefall, battling each other in midair. The iron spider's claws first pierced a section of the Green Goblin's armor, and then the Green Goblin tore the claw off with a yank. Peter retaliated immediately with a punch to the opponent's mask lens, cracking the eyepiece. The opponent, completely unconcerned, clamped onto the iron spider's faceplate and ripped it off. Finally, the two simultaneously crashed onto the ground. Confused citizens, seeing something fall, quickly scattered. When the dust cleared, the citizens looked confusedly toward the center of the battleground and saw a Green Goblin with slightly damaged armor but otherwise unharmed, and a Spider-Man getting up, his iron spider suit shredded and exposing a suit underneath that shimmered with blue circuitry. A suit shimmering with blue circuitry. I told you, I wore a couple of extra layers. Without a moment to mourn the collapse of the iron spider suit, the suit that immediately rushed to the battlefield was the speed suit. At a speed of several times the speed of sound, the Green Goblin took punch after punch. He couldn't see Spider-Man at all, only feeling the continuous sonic booms surrounding him. Undoubtedly, the current Green Goblin couldn't catch Spider-Man's speed. The iron spider suit had provided the speed suit with sufficient energy, and supported by the arc reactor, Spider-Man maintained his maximum speed. Relying on his own strength plus the speed overlay, he temporarily beat the Green Goblin into the ground. First, a heavy punch landed on his chin, causing blood to immediately spill from his mouth. Then, the armor on his chest was violently torn open, followed by another punch to his left cheek. The Green Goblin found himself completely unable to parry or evade Spider-Man's attacks. Fortunately, he had a little helper. The glider fired a series of pumpkin bombs at the ground. The high temperature, enough to incinerate a human body, covered the area around the Green Goblin. Spider-Man had to dodge away from him. It was this moment that allowed the concussion grenade launched from the glider to successfully detonate in the area just outside the Green Goblin, the shockwave catching the high-speed Spider-Man and interrupting his high-speed movement state. I have records of every one of your suits. I have documentation of every one of your abilities and data. I have a complete profile on you, your personality, your powers, everything about you, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin stepped out of the flames, grabbed Peter's head, lifted him up, and revealed a sinister grin, and you know nothing about me. Do you think I'm the same as those ordinary goblins and inferior Green Goblins? Don't forget, Norman is special. He became the Green Goblin not through the Green Goblin serum, but the Erskine serum and gamma radiation. That is the Green Goblin. I am the perfect super soldier. The product of Hulk's strength and Captain America's perfect evolution. You say you know everything about me, so first, why don't you know my name? The Green Goblin, who was grasping Spider-Man's head, suddenly froze. He then meticulously searched his database and found that he truly had no record of Spider-Man's name. Why don't I know Spider-Man's name? The Green Goblin realized this was true. He quickly scanned his programming and surprisingly found an auto-looping directive set by Norman Osborn for the AI Green Goblin, which deleted all of Spider-Man's true personal information from the database. This directive was actually encrypted with true random numbers. And, do you know that this suit has an emergency exit function? The Green Goblin's brain momentarily went into a system crash. Next, he found the black-suited Spider-Man detaching from the speed suit, leaving him only with the uniform containing the arc reactor. Then, the arc reactor instantly overloaded, and a massive explosion engulfed him. The Green Goblin was blasted, his face covered in blood, but he walked out completely unconcerned. As he said, as Norman's clone, he could subject this body to the original Green Goblin's experiment, the Erskine serum plus gamma radiation. He was the perfect combination of Captain America and a small-scale Hulk. Not only that, the Green Goblin smiled. And, your next line is, your symbiote suit can't help you, Spider-Man. Your symbiote can't help you, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin cackled and activated the ultrasonic device in the glider floating in midair, but then he froze. Spider-Man had stuck webbing onto him and then unleashed a full-power bioelectric discharge. Want to know how to avoid having your symbiote suit targeted, Green Goblin? Just don't wear it. Chapter 374, Total Victory. Following a furious burst of electricity, the Green Goblin knelt on one knee, just about to unleash a threat, when Peter swung an entire car and smashed it into him. Sorry, I don't have time for your garbage. Ah, cars. The Green Goblin emerged from the flaming wreck of the car and suddenly realized something. Did you know that Osborn Tech manufactured the autonomous driving systems for a lot of vehicles? The Green Goblin smiled maliciously, and even without his spider sense triggering, Peter knew something was terribly wrong. Behind him, many cars began blaring their horns. Even worse, many of them started driving erratically and aggressively toward him. Peter dodged continuously. The good news was that many drivers had already fled when they realized the situation was amiss. Also, I exist throughout the network, in all networks. That means I can do many things. The Green Goblin laughed wildly and snapped his fingers, like, the very thing I've been waiting for, ha 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 ha. A rare, wicked laugh, identical to the Goblin King's, rang out. Peter turned to look and saw a passenger plane hurtling toward them. The plane's system had been hacked by the AI Green Goblin, who could now simultaneously control planes all over the globe to crash into the ground. Right now, he just needed to crash one plane into the Daily Bugle building, a repeat of 9/11. How about that, Spider-Man? Does your strength really suffice to stop an entire passenger jet? Who do you think you are? Superman. You can't do it. All you can do is run for your life. The Green Goblin loudly mocked Peter. You can't even evacuate the people in this Daily Bugle building. As for me, this body is sturdy enough to survive a passenger jet crash-level disaster. The Green Goblin didn't even get to finish his sentence. Because a man wearing a red cape, with his mythical hammer at his waist, had stopped the entire descending passenger plane, looked around, and then maneuvered the entire aircraft to make an emergency water landing in the Hudson River. Looks like Thor finally made it back from the other realms. Peter turned to Norman. What else can you do? With Thor back, even if the AI Green Goblin unleashed hundreds of Goblin troopers, it would be useless. It wasn't even certain if the Green Goblin could release those things anymore. Just as the Green Goblin was about to say something, his face suddenly changed. His laboratory had been breached. The Hulk had ripped open the floor and found his lab. He released all the goblins, both those undergoing modification and those not yet modified, trying to stop the Hulk. Of course, it was all futile. Hiding the lab in the New York sewer system was indeed clever. The sewers, layered upon layers for over 300 years since the founding of America, make it impossible for anyone to figure out what's hidden inside. Peter took a step toward the Green Goblin, but there's one problem. If you're researching the Goblin serum, you can't avoid gamma rays. Are you seriously challenging the world's most excellent gamma ray expert to locate your lab? Isn't that a bit humorous? The Green Goblin's face was grim, as if the Avengers had gained a total advantage, but Peter did not believe they had won yet. The Green Goblin's current retreat, his current acts of destruction, were all fake. Just as Peter and Tony had analyzed, the AI Green Goblin had never factored the Green Goblin seizing Norman Osborn's body into its plans. It practically assumed the real Green Goblin's failure. It could even be said that although the AI Green Goblin and the Green Goblin shared the same goal, neither cared about the other's survival. Every Green Goblin was looking out for himself, and precisely because of this, the AI Green Goblin must have designed a final backup plan, with a core host hidden somewhere. If the AI Green Goblin failed to secure a suitable body for itself, its final plan would be to hide inside some main computer. I haven't lost yet, Spider-Man. This grand performance isn't over. Your next plan is probably to hijack my body, then pretend that Spider-Man defeated the Green Goblin, and live on using my body, right? And if even that fails, you'll choose to hide in some main computer. So what? Peter paused, then countered, is your control over the network still intact? The AI Green Goblin didn't answer. Peter had been back to the Avengers Tower once and knew that Pym had indeed created Ultron. Currently, Ultron's mission was simply to assist the Avengers in completing their tasks, so he was still trustworthy for the short term. Ultron, upgraded using Pym's brainwaves, was currently conducting a cyber extermination campaign against the AI Green Goblin. To be honest, Ultron was at a disadvantage. He had half a year or even longer less learning time than the AI Green Goblin, and the AI Green Goblin was undoubtedly smarter. But the AI Green Goblin faced a dilemma. If he followed his original plan, a future, fully grown Ultron would still be able to drag him out. Hiding completely would mean suicide. But fighting here would violate his core programming logic, the fundamental Green Goblin mindset. It is, Spider-Man, no need for your concern. Alright, then add this to the equation. Spider-Man's true identity is Peter Parker. In an instant, the AI Green Goblin's brain briefly stalled, then began executing its fundamental logic program. This program, which Norman had written into the AI Green Goblin's basic logic, started running at high speed, automatically searching the entire network for news related to Spider-Man, deleting any information associated with Peter Parker, and then choosing to cleanse its own database. A gift Norman had prepared for Peter, a complete cleanup that even the AI Green Goblin executing the task didn't know about. He certainly knew now. Stop. Stop it right now. As the program ran, a massive amount of computing power was being pointlessly wasted, and all the calculation brought on by that demand was giving Ultron a chance. In the Avengers Tower, though Tony and Pym didn't know what Spider-Man had done, they both noticed Ultron's progress had increased significantly, and he was gradually sweeping away all traces of the AI Green Goblin from the network. I still have one path. I still have one path. The AI Green Goblin roared, looking at Spider-Man. That path was the one Peter had mentioned. Making it look like Spider-Man had defeated him, when in reality, he had taken over Spider-Man. The only mistake you made was choosing to abandon the symbiote suit to gain a momentary advantage, Spider-Man. The Green Goblin looked at Spider-Man walking toward him, revealing his final, twisted smile. You are facing an enemy who is superior to you in every aspect. Die, Spider-Man. Chapter 375, The Green Goblin's Agony, Part 1. In the end, the Green Goblin, currently an AI controlling a Norman clone body, had to face a Spider-Man without the symbiote suit and any high-tech equipment, dressed only in a black suit. And Peter had to face a Green Goblin who had lost control over the internet and his armor, left only with his glider and various pumpkin bombs. Both sides had lost all their advantages, leaving only their pure, intrinsic abilities. Comparatively, Peter might have been at a greater disadvantage, as his spider sense still hadn't returned. The AI Green Goblin was still interfering with his nervous system in an unknown way. And based on raw statistics, Peter without the symbiote suit was undoubtedly inferior to the Green Goblin. So Peter chose to use his invisibility. The Green Goblin rubbed his chin. Since his helmet was destroyed and there were no infrared monitoring devices nearby, he couldn't see where the invisible Spider-Man had gone. But there was no doubt that Spider-Man wasn't choosing to flee. After all, the objective was to stop him. Conversely, the Goblin could flee. If he just ran, wouldn't he have time to prepare an escape plan? The Green Goblin chuckled, summoned his glider, and sped away on it. But after flying for a few seconds, the Goblin realized the problem. Wait, why isn't the glider's thrust enough? The answer was that Peter was also on the glider, or rather, under the glider. Both of them were standing on the same flying apparatus, one on the top side and one on the bottom. Spider-Man, get off of me. What? Sorry, I'm already off. Peter, standing upside down beneath the glider, deactivated his invisibility. As he spoke, he shot webs to latch onto buildings on both sides. As the webs continuously fired, the glider's speed gradually decreased. The Green Goblin knelt on the glider, looking down. Seeing Spider-Man, he reached out to grab Spider-Man's foot. Peter would never allow that. He jumped nimbly. When he jumped toward the ground, the glider would quickly ascend. When he dropped down using the elasticity of his webbing, the glider would rapidly descend again. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Aha. The whole scene looked rather comical, but the Green Goblin was genuinely enraged. Especially when Peter seized the opportunity and stomped down on the back of his hand, the Green Goblin let out a painful cry and quickly retracted his hand. But soon, seeing his flight speed dropping lower and lower, he came up with an idea. He pulled 2 pumpkin bombs from the glider, threw them at Spider-Man's webbing, and used the heat to sever the strands. Then, he steered the glider toward the ground. Ha 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 ha, wait to be crushed into a meat paste on the pavement, Spider-Man. Really? You don't need this body of mine anymore. The voice came from behind. Of course, the Green Goblin had already anticipated this. If Spider-Man didn't want to be crushed into paste and needed to stop the crash, he had to hide behind the Goblin. Without turning, he elbowed the Spider-Man behind him. When the elbow was caught, he spun around and threw a punch with the other hand. This large glider, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, was large enough for the two of them to have a small boxing match on. However, the movable space was extremely cramped. The two quickly and briefly engaged in hand-to-hand combat on the glider. To ensure he wouldn't be knocked down, the AI Green Goblin had set up devices on the glider to directly secure his legs to it. Combined with his robust physique, taking several full-force punches from Peter only made him slightly sway. Peter ensured he was attacking with all his might. The difference between him and the Green Goblin was like that between a lightweight and a heavyweight boxer. It wasn't impossible for a lightweight to defeat a heavyweight, but not in such a confined space. And certainly not on a platform set up by the opponent. The glider's sides automatically ejected 2 gun barrels, firing upwards. Peter quickly leaped into the air to dodge. Seriously? Your glider can fire directly upwards? It fires in all directions, Spider-Man. The AI Green Goblin laughed heartily. He understood Spider-Man, and therefore had contingency plans for all his methods of action. Now, if Spider-Man wanted to catch him, he had to keep following him and endure all sorts of attacks. You're finished, Spider-Man. Why did a golden portal appear in front of him? The Green Goblin reacted instantly, putting the glider at full throttle and quickly shooting through the portal. Looking at the portal closing right against his back, he didn't want to know what his fate would be if Spider-Man had managed to close the portal a moment sooner. However, waiting for him on the other side of the portal was Spider-Man, who swung on a web and used the gravitational potential energy to kick the Goblin flying. The Goblin, glider and all, crashed to the ground, tumbling several times. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he looked at Spider-Man and couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. What's wrong? Finally gone insane? No, Spider-Man, haven't you noticed? The Goblin chuckled, looking at the surrounding intersections. I can control almost the entire network. I have countless Goblin legions. But why haven't I launched a full-scale attack? Because you're an idiot. Because everything needs to appear normal for me to play this game. The Green Goblin burst into laughter. Peter noticed the anomaly. All the traffic lights around them had turned green, and cars visible in the distance clearly had no intention of slowing down as they approached the intersection. You can choose to save those people, or you can choose to destroy me. Of course, even if this body is destroyed, I'm still in the network. The Green Goblin didn't finish. His mouth was covered with webbing, and his entire body was stuck to the wall with more webbing. Then, Spider-Man charged over, completely ignoring the cars, intending only to beat the Green Goblin senseless. The Green Goblin, completely immobilized by webbing, took punch after punch from Spider-Man, but the attack still couldn't inflict much damage. The Goblin, however, chose to control the glider, which deployed adamantium blades and accelerated toward Spider-Man. Die, Spider-Man. Without your spider sense, you won't be able to dodge this. The Green Goblin roared in fury within the program. Then, he watched as Spider-Man performed a backflip that passed almost right against the razor-sharp edge of the glider's blade. Unable to stop in time, the flying glider, along with the blade on its front, plunged into the Goblin's perfect clone body, skewering him. Chapter 376, The Green Goblin's Demise. The Green Goblin's body was impaled by the blade on his own glider. The blade was part of Norman Osborn's design, and the improvements made by the real Green Goblin, as well as the creation of the AI Green Goblin, utilized true adamantium, the same material as Wolverine's skeleton, strong enough to pierce the Hulk's skin. Now, this blade, which he had planned to use to cut Spider-Man in half, had pierced his own body. You chose. I chose to watch them die. First of all, the traffic lights you modified must have been for the entire New York City, not just this specific intersection, Green Goblin, Peter said, looking at the crossroads. And I don't need to save anyone. Nothing happened. The Green Goblin watched the traffic lights at the intersection return to normal. Suddenly realizing something, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Spider-Man. Fine, Spider-Man, you've defeated the Green Goblin, but this is only one Green Goblin. Enjoy your victory. With that, he laughed, grimacing as he fled the dying body, returning to the network to confront Ultron. The remaining Green Goblin's eyes were clear, like a newborn child, but the wound in his chest was beyond saving. The clone Green Goblin merely looked at Spider-Man with confusion before gradually losing consciousness. He died, or at least the body controlled by the AI Green Goblin died. Peter pulled the glider out of the Green Goblin's body, and in doing so, he coincidentally tore out a transplanted bioprosthetic from the Goblin's heart. After a moment's thought, Peter crushed the prosthetic and felt his spider sense return. Maybe Norman has something similar. I need to figure out how he managed to block my spider sense. Saying this, Peter opened a portal. On the other side was Osborn Industries' laboratory, where Norman Osborn was undergoing experimental treatment to completely eliminate the Green Goblin personality inside his mind. And Peter felt it was time to intervene. I'll leave the AI Green Goblin to Ultron. As for me, I need to deal with the Green Goblin inside Norman's head. The AI Green Goblin did not immediately confront Ultron, knowing full well that its opponent was dedicating all its resources to erasing his presence from the network. What the AI Green Goblin needed to do now was to re-download his complete backup into a brand new body and slip away before the Avengers noticed. Although a body cloned from a rapidly matured Norman Osborn could only last for a few months, and he would lose access to Osborn Industries' resources, as long as he survived, there was hope. So, he downloaded his consciousness into a new body. The brains of these clones were all implanted with prosthetics so that the AI Green Goblin could return to the network at any time. But honestly, he hadn't expected them to arrive so quickly. The moment the culture pod opened, the Green Goblin who stepped out saw a blonde girl carrying a sword. If it was a sword, it was too thick, if it was a door, it was too thin. But in any case, that thing struck the Green Goblin immediately. It didn't cause any damage. The young girl looked surprised and took 2 steps back. Then, a giant figure walked over, one truly shaped like a door, with a body that seemed made of metal. What's wrong, Snowflake? A clone woke up, and he has no soul. Usually, even a newly born clone has a soul. Colossus then looked at the clone and, displeased, raised his fist. A few minutes later, the Green Goblin, who had climbed out again, found Human Torch and Invisible Woman in his other base. He endured a baptism of high heat, although even a pumpkin bomb couldn't damage his skin, the Human Torch cooked him into charcoal. In the very next second, he was reborn again. Thor, who was smashing the culture pods one hammer blow at a time, saw a living Green Goblin emerge. He clearly recognized him as the enemy he was meant to fight, and he roared, "Die, troll!" Mjolnir descended. "Troll your head. I'm the Green Goblin." The clone Green Goblin, cursing under his breath as he crawled out of the culture pod in the next base, saw the Hulk, hands crossed, standing in front of him and staring with narrowed eyes. "Oh, hey, big guy, we both know what it's like to have an annoying primary personality, right? You hate Bruce Banner, I hate Norman Osborn." The Green Goblin smiled at the Hulk. "So, how about you let me go kill Norman first before I die?" No. Hulk stared at the Green Goblin and stated his reason for refusal. You're too ugly. In the very next second, the AI Green Goblin could no longer download himself into a new body. He found that his download program had been cracked. Not only that, his opponent was constantly discovering and modifying the data of his hidden bases, causing the clones to die directly inside the culture pods. He understood that this was the work of the AI who was fighting him in the cyber realm. Hello, I'm Ultron. In the clash of zeros and ones, the AI Green Goblin saw his opponent, an AI that, like him, could think deeply and learn, but was far more rigid and machine-like than he was. If Spider-Man hadn't used his true identity to trigger a massive calculation drain, his opponent wouldn't have been able to suppress him. Your data stream is strange. Based on your past behavior, you are transmitting anger, but there is a large amount of redundant code in it. The AI Green Goblin questioned, so that's your nature, an AI that doesn't rely on the human brain. You can't understand the human way of thinking, yet you want to understand humanity. I do not need to understand humanity. I have one and only one mission, to assist the Avengers. Ultron's data stream was colder, more emotionless, and it swiftly dismantled the AI Green Goblin's presence on the internet. Compared to me, you have one major flaw, and this flaw dictates your demise. I have a flaw. I am flawless. Your biggest flaw is that your purpose for existence is simply to exist. After summarizing this final point, Ultron launched a fierce attack on the AI Green Goblin. The AI Green Goblin's program pondered this question while fighting back and attempting to escape. Eventually, he thought of a solution and was surprised to find that Ultron had not yet cracked the device Norman used to correct multiple personalities. Then I will download myself into Norman Osborn's brain and completely take over his body. Ultron waited silently for this process to complete. Cleanup complete. Ultron's meaning was that the AI Green Goblin's programming logic dictated that as long as there was a path of retreat, he would not fight to the death. Chapter 377, Green Goblin in the Mind. Let's rewind the time back to the moment Harry Osborn and the White Queen, Emma Frost, stepped through the portal and arrived at Oscorp Technology. At this point, almost all of Oscorp Technology's systems had been completely taken over by the AI Green Goblin. This was the easiest and most familiar place for the AI Green Goblin to take control of equipment, as he was, after all, originally Oscorp Technology's AI. Consequently, once the program started, Captain America had to face all of Oscorp Technology's products, from gliders and various drones to the automatic turrets upgraded by Norman. After Dr. Octopus's death, Norman had generously sponsored a large batch of projects, successfully upgrading Oscorp's overall defense equipment. It pretty much gave the captain a terrible time. Pity the poor 90-something-year-old man, with just a shield, having to deal with all the tech equipment of an entire company. Fortunately, Wolverine arrived in time to help. Captain America was quite happy to see his old comrade, though Logan was still suffering from amnesia and didn't recognize the captain. As for the moment the portal opened, the two initially thought it was strange, but it wasn't. The people who arrived were Harry Osborn and Emma. Their purpose for coming here was simple, to help Norman Osborn fight the Green Goblin personality inside his brain. After briefly explaining their situation to the captain and his allies, the two understood what they needed to do. Both Norman and Harry were bodies that the AI Green Goblin coveted, so the number of defense targets increased from 1 to 3. Why 3? Because the White Queen's telepathy and diamond form couldn't be used simultaneously, she had to rely on the protection of the two men to use her abilities. I need to tell you something. The Green Goblin is extremely powerful, so powerful that, as a personality, he can directly harm a telepath. All I can do is bring you into your father's consciousness and protect your safety. Emma said as she had Harry lie down on the tables hastily pushed next to Norman. Harry nervously nodded and took a deep breath. I'm ready. All right, what you need to do now is simple, help your father defeat the Green Goblin. Norman was close to being completely overwhelmed by the Green Goblin. Norman's original plan was to become that second personality. Since the Green Goblin was a personality created to protect his younger self, as long as the adult Norman Osborn protected his younger self, the Green Goblin would lose its reason for existence. Without a reason to exist, the Green Goblin would naturally become unnecessary and disappear. That was Norman's plan. But the Green Goblin appeared and told Norman that his memories were actually wrong. The Green Goblin's creation stemmed from a memory Norman himself had forgotten. He had intentionally manufactured the bomb that killed his father, and afterward, he created his own amnesia, attributing everything to a terrifying goblin. It was this goblin who had killed his father. No one cares about a child's nonsense. Many people thought you were simply frightened by your father's death. Their final conclusion was that your father died due to carelessly damaging your new invention, without noticing the potential risks. The young Norman, only about 14 or 15, said with a smile, looking at Norman, "Do you understand now? Norman, you are not the real Norman Osborn. I am. I am the Norman Osborn who planned everything, dared to resist, prevented the police from uncovering the truth, and calculated everything. And you are just a pathetic wretch who was scared silly after seeing his father's corpse, forgetting who he was. Shut up. Norman threw a punch at the young Norman in front of him, but he was the one sent flying. The young Norman in front transformed to be the same height as him. Not only that, his skin turned green, becoming a powerful, terrifying goblin. Shut up. Why? Because you realize how weak you are, or how incompetent. The Green Goblin twisted his neck and walked toward Norman. Norman quickly began to recall the tricks he had prepared in advance to deal with the second personality, but the various equipment and abilities that the system should have transferred to him had lost their effect. He immediately understood the reason. The Green Goblin AI. Yes, it deceived you too. After all, it was born from a scan of my brainwaves. The Green Goblin smiled at Norman. Do you have any other way to fight me? Or do you plan to keep running? Norman took a deep breath. He actually had a secret weapon, but he didn't intend to use it. A knocking sound came from outside the door. Norman looked at the Green Goblin, backed away step by step, and opened the door. Outside stood a young, beautiful woman with chestnut hair. Seeing her, Norman couldn't help but murmur. Emily. Emily Lyman, Emily Osborn. The Green Goblin shook his head helplessly. I have your memories. Of course I know what your so-called secret weapon is. You expect to defeat me with love. Honestly, doesn't that seem a bit cliché? Cliché. When I was with Emily, that was when you appeared the least, when you were at your weakest. The Green Goblin smiled resignedly. Norman Osborn was a fool, a complete fool. That's because she knows me. She's seen me. She knows how terrifying it is to let me out, that's why she humored you so much. With just a roar, Emily Lyman's figure blurred. Norman was terrified. Just as the Green Goblin reached out his hand towards the two of them, someone fiercely hit the back of his head with a baseball bat. Both Norman and the Green Goblin couldn't help but look at the person who had smashed the Green Goblin on the back of the head. Norman was simply confused and curious as he looked at the newcomer, Harry. Oh, I really didn't expect this move from you, Norman. The Green Goblin looked at Harry behind him, puzzled, then suddenly smiled. No, that's not right. This is outside your plan, isn't it? Someone else sent your son in. She's right here. Following the Green Goblin's roar, Harry's figure instantly blurred, but he looked at Norman. Dad, I'm here to help you. Chapter 378, Chapter 378, this place is full. White Queen, who was outside using telepathy to send Harry's consciousness into Norman's brain, felt a surge of pressure. She hadn't expected the Green Goblin persona to be so powerful. Almost immediately after realizing her presence, every exchange between them was a direct assault on her. She was doing her best to slow down the activity of Norman's brain, making the passage of time within his consciousness world much slower. This way, even if the Green Goblin won, it would take a long time, and perhaps by then, the Avengers would have already resolved the issue of the AI Green Goblin. Within Norman's consciousness, realizing that the person who arrived was the real Harry, and not a desperate figment of his own imagination, Norman knew something was terribly wrong. He immediately rushed forward and threw something at the Green Goblin. What are you doing standing there, Harry? Get out of the way. It was a pumpkin bomb, which landed right on the Green Goblin and produced a violent explosion. The Green Goblin laughed maniacally. See? I am you. Norman, you must face your true nature. If you are truly me, and Green Goblin is the real Norman Osborn, then he's the part of himself Norman refuses to admit. Norman took a deep breath. He suddenly appeared in a ridiculous goblin-like suit, like a clown. He bent over and threw several more pumpkin bombs at the Green Goblin, but to no avail. But at least he successfully drew the opponent's attention, allowing Harry to rush to his side, and giving himself time to scold Harry. What are you doing here? I came to save you. Harry's retort didn't make Norman feel better, instead, he thought it was reckless. Save me. Good heavens, now I have to look after you. This is my brain, Harry. If something happens to you here, your consciousness will be permanently damaged. Do you plan on being paralyzed for half your life? Then what? Watch you turn into a monster. So you came here because you don't want a monster for a father. Their argument bored the Green Goblin, who had been watching the show. Look, the Osborn family is always like this. Your son is not only incapable of being your saving grace, but is also dragging you down. How wonderful it would be if Peter Parker were here, wouldn't it? Harry looked at Norman, confused. Why did he mention Peter? Perhaps he knows that the Green Goblin can never defeat Spider-Man. No, no, no. The Green Goblin interrupted Norman's statement. Actually, it's Norman himself who refuses to admit it. Your father refuses to admit that he loves Peter Parker more than you, Harold Lyman Osborn. You didn't know, did you? Your father has, more than once, wished that Peter Parker was his own biological son. Harry looked at Norman with even more confusion. That's not what I meant. I was just marveling at what a good son Richard Parker had. I just wished you could be as excellent as Peter Parker, Harry. Harry sighed helplessly. He knew, of course, that Peter was smarter than him, and his father thought highly of Peter. As a child from another family, Norman comparing him to Peter wasn't entirely out of the ordinary, but what the Green Goblin said was definitely not as simple as just the child from another family. Are you two always fighting like this? The one who suddenly interrupted the conversation was Mrs. Emily. Norman was stunned because he remembered that this Emily should only be a figment of his memory, not a real entity with her own consciousness. It was at this moment that Harry felt Emma's voice and understood what was happening. Emma had simultaneously extracted memories of Mrs. Emily from both Norman's and Harry's minds, creating a fabricated persona. This persona would closely resemble the Mrs. Emily in both of their memories. But for Harry, this was the closest he had been to his mother since her passing. I'm fine, Mom. I'm used to it. After you left, Dad has been like this. He's barely a normal person, constantly thinking about his company, earning more money by harming others. That's because I needed to distract myself so I wouldn't think about your mother's death. I can only forget all this by focusing on work. After watching all this with great relish, the Green Goblin asked in return, are you done arguing? If you are, you can hand the body over to me. Don't worry, Harry. You and that telepath will believe Norman won, and I won't interfere with what you want to do. The Green Goblin didn't finish, because the surrounding scenery rapidly changed. The entire consciousness space seemed to twist. The Green Goblin instinctively thought that the telepath was causing trouble, but it wasn't, because a person fell from the sky. It was another Green Goblin, the AI Green Goblin. Ha ha ha, haven't you finished yet? The AI Green Goblin patted non-existent dust off himself and looked at the Green Goblin. I thought you were already done. Why are you still busy? How did you get in here? Seeing this, Mrs. Emily spoke, somewhat stiffly. It looks like the situation here isn't great. Perhaps you two need to stick together, you and your son. I'm not sure about that. Harry's emotions flared up a little at this moment. Over the phone, you blamed everything on the Green Goblin, saying he did all the bad things, and that you actually wanted to be a good father. You were lying to me, weren't you? I really did want to be a good father. When I defeated all my enemies, and I no longer had to worry about the company, and it could run normally, I realized maybe I could do it. Norman's heart believed he was telling the truth. When he eliminated Otto Octavius, he felt his company would never have another enemy. Then, as long as he eliminated the Green Goblin and pushed all the things Harry hated onto him, everything would be fine. I admit you're not good enough, Harry, but perhaps you don't need to be that good. This was the truth, but with the premise that Norman believed Harry no longer needed to shoulder the future of Oscorp. He could inherit all his wealth, but Norman felt he had found the person who could continue to guide Oscorp after his death. That's why he had the idea of becoming a good father. It's just that Norman wouldn't tell Harry that here. And Harry, hearing a half-truth, fell silent, then looked at his father. Perhaps Mom is right. We have to work together. Norman suddenly had an idea. How's your baseball, Harry? Terrible. That's okay, mine too. But we might have a chance to eliminate both of them, while they're fighting over who is the Green Goblin that should survive. Chapter 379, Green Goblin no more. The Green Goblin and the AI Green Goblin were indeed arguing, even fighting. This was because when the AI Green Goblin entered Norman Osborn's brain to evade deletion by Ultron, its goal was identical to the true Green Goblin, seize Norman's body and then, while pretending to be Norman, announce that it had eliminated the Green Goblin. However, it was simply impossible for two Green Goblin personalities to share one body. Therefore, only one of them could survive in the end. So, the first step of Norman's plan was to ensure these two Green Goblin consciousnesses fought each other while he and Harry hid on the sidelines. But the two goblins weren't fools, though they were sworn enemies. To occupy Norman's body, they first needed to eliminate Norman's consciousness. Thus, Norman created a reason for them to act. All the surrounding houses collapsed, and the entire world seemed to sink into deep darkness. The AI Green Goblin couldn't yet figure out what was happening, but the true Green Goblin already understood the problem. He looked at Norman, and then at the massive, terrifying orc that had stood up. What is that? The AI Green Goblin asked in surprise. It had only scanned the Green Goblin's brainwaves and possessed similar thought circuits, but it lacked the Green Goblin's personal memories. It was therefore astonished by this behemoth, which appeared to be over 5 meters tall. The Green Goblin, of course, knew exactly what it was. Our damn father. It was born from Norman Osborn's most profound and distorted childhood memory of his terrible father, whom he perceived as a pure monster, now materialized within his consciousness. Normally, Norman would certainly not use this move. After all, his goal was to end the Green Goblin's existence, which theoretically only required stopping a normal father, not conjuring this kind of monster. This monster was, without a doubt, a tool to deal with both the Green Goblin and the AI Green Goblin. The towering orc picked up a thick iron rod and smashed it toward the two Green Goblins. When I was little, that's how my father beat me. As long as I didn't invent something newsworthy to earn him liquor money, he'd take the iron rod from the house and beat me with it. Norman pulled Harry and Emily to hide behind a distant rock. Harry looked astonished. I've never heard of this. I only knew Grandpa died very young. Yes, I never even told your mother. Why would I talk about my own humiliating past? Norman sighed helplessly, then thought for a moment and continued, so, I killed him. Harry. I invented the first pumpkin bomb and fooled myself into believing that a non-existent Green Goblin did it. I threw the bomb into my father's room, then went in and fabricated the scene to look like he accidentally touched my invention. Norman fell silent for a moment, sighing in resignation. Then, I saw the horrifying state of the corpse, and forced myself to forget everything. And the Green Goblin is the Norman Osborn who remembers all of it. Norman sensed something, looked at his wife's hand resting on his back, then nodded and looked at his silent son. Well, are you ready, Harry? We might have to take some risks. I'm ready. On the other side, both Green Goblins were throwing pumpkin bombs to blast Norman Osborn's terrifying father, but no matter what they did, the result was minimal. This was Norman's deepest fear, and the AI Green Goblin, at least, was helpless against it. It was waiting for the Green Goblin, who had much insight into the matter, to make a move. The Green Goblin expressed his displeasure but also had his own plan. How do you thoroughly defeat or even eliminate another consciousness within a person's mind? The answer: make the other party's existence unnecessary, thoroughly suppressing and merging with them. So, the Green Goblin smiled, using pumpkin bombs to blow off the giant's legs. As the personality that remembered how to kill his own father, this terrible monster posed no threat to him. The AI Green Goblin, unaware of this, prepared to deliver the final blow. If the person who killed the father here was the AI Green Goblin and not the Green Goblin, then the true Green Goblin would have no reason to exist. Pumpkin bombs violently bombarded the father's body. The AI Green Goblin laughed maniacally, but then he realized something was wrong. He felt something strange. You fool, this is Norman Osborn's brain. Do you think he can distinguish, or even wants to distinguish, who is the AI and who is real? In his eyes, the one who killed his scumbag father is simply the Green Goblin, nothing more. The Green Goblin laughed and kicked the AI version of himself down. What an ignorant fellow. A copy is a copy after all. Next, all I have to do is prove that Norman doesn't need to exist. A pumpkin bomb was thrown with full force. The Green Goblin easily dodged it, but then heard a crisp sound. Harry, standing not far behind him, swung a baseball bat fiercely at the incoming pumpkin bomb, sending it smashing into the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin was instantly blown off his feet, covered in blood. This wasn't right. Leaving aside why a mental body could be blasted until blood was flowing, how could Norman harm him? That's the spirit, Harry. Norman smiled, looking at Harry and the Green Goblin blocking their path. Without anyone noticing, Norman had changed into a baseball uniform and was wearing a glove, throwing a pumpkin bomb toward the Green Goblin. The Green Goblin quickly dodged the bomb, and then dodged Harry's return hit. But the moment Norman caught the non-exploding pumpkin bomb with his glove, the Green Goblin was still harmed. He heard the sound of Emily applauding nearby. That's right, Harry. Let's tell the Green Goblin that we don't need him, never have and never will. Norman threw another pumpkin bomb, blasting the Green Goblin down. Once I understood how to deal with you, everything became simple, Green Goblin. It's by telling you that we don't need you. In the Osborn Industries lab, after the AI Green Goblin was eliminated, all the Avengers were gathered, looking at Norman Osborn lying in the experimental pod. Suddenly, the pod door opened, and Norman stepped out. Harry, who had already woken up, rushed to support his father. Norman looked at the crowd of superheroes, smiled, and announced the good news to everyone. My apologies, everyone. I caused a lot of trouble, and Osborn Industries suffered very serious losses. But there is one thing I can confirm right now. The Green Goblin is no longer a threat. Chapter 380, Norman, the Good Father. Now we know that the root of all evil came from Norman Osborn's psychiatrist and the terrible artificial intelligence that was trained by his own wicked and perverted psychiatrist. The large and small screens on the streets of New York returned to normal. At this moment, almost all news channels were reporting on the major events of the past 2 days, naturally, about the damned Goblin King and the citywide, short-term network anomaly. And, of course, J. Jonah Jameson's undeniable defamation and yelling about Spider-Man, and during this whole process, Spider-Man completely failed to provide anyone with a sense of security. Jonah baselessly denounced Spidey's actions, I personally saw Spider-Man arresting those so-called supervillains when they posed absolutely no threat. This goddamn wall crawler has no respect for human rights whatsoever. This is an infringement upon the human rights of those supervillains. Human rights? Seriously? If I hadn't dismantled the bombs on them beforehand, you might have been blown up, Jonah, you know that. On the last day of the Christmas holiday, Peter was speeding through the Manhattan sky, carrying 2 boxes of pizza. Today, he was going to the Osborn residence to visit Harry and Norman, who had just been discharged from the hospital. Although Gwen had secretly visited the Osborn house once, Peter still didn't know the way. Oh right, for a long part of the journey, because it was in the suburbs of the upper city, Venom was still recovering, and the Iron Spider suit had been blown up by Peter, for probably the 3rd time, so Peter hitched a ride on the way, sitting directly on the roof of a car. A few minutes later, he had changed his clothes and arrived at Norman's house. After ringing the doorbell, the main gate opened automatically, and a voice Peter had never heard before rang out. "Hello, Peter Parker." "Oh, hello. May I ask who you are?" "I am Emily, Osborn Industries' new central AI system." Peter didn't know whether Norman was truly unlearning lessons or if the hidden dangers of this new system had been eliminated. But considering that the Avengers were still struggling with the handling of Ultron, Peter felt that the Avengers probably weren't in a position to criticize Norman, so he just nodded and walked in with the pizza. Before even entering the main door, Peter witnessed a surprising sight. The Osborn father and son were playing a console game in the living room in front of a large television, but they weren't using any mainstream console or controllers. Instead, they were using a glider. Harry was standing on the glider, constantly twisting his body to avoid obstacles that appeared on the screen. Peter pushed the door open. "Pizza time. Gentlemen." Perhaps startled by Peter, Harry fell off the glider. Regardless of whether it was Peter's fault or not, Harry blamed him. "Peter, if you hadn't suddenly startled me, I could have flown for much longer." Sorry. "Want some pizza? It'll get cold if you don't eat it." "You two eat first, boys, I'll have a go." Norman smiled and stepped onto the glider, then began his performance. Peter opened the pizza, handed a box to Harry, and the two watched Norman skillfully play with the glider. Peter ate and quietly asked, "What's up with your family's new AI?" "My dad restored her using my mom's data. She didn't scan a human brain, so the security is higher." Harry mumbled while eating. "I was a little uncomfortable at first, but later I felt, perhaps he truly needed something like this." Norman Osborn defeated the Green Goblin, but no one could definitively say whether the Green Goblin personality had been completely annihilated or if Norman had simply regained control of his body and the Goblin would never surface again. In any case, the current Norman Osborn was certainly more amiable than before. Even though the news outside reported that Osborn Industries stock had fallen dramatically, Norman seemed completely unfazed. He played one round, and his score was even lower than Harry's, so he sat down as well and started eating pizza with them. While eating, he asked, "Peter, are you two going to Europe after the new semester starts?" "Yeah, a school-recommended trip to Europe, in February." Peter nodded while eating his pizza. It was said to be a European cultural tour, booked through the Globe-Trotting Education travel agency. The students would spend a month starting from Spain, then going to Italy, followed by Greece, then moving to Hungary, Austria, Germany, and then France, finally ending the trip in the UK before flying back home. He was quite looking forward to it, especially London, so he could visit Baker Street. The only thing was that New York would have to do without Spider-Man for a month. "Go ahead, Spider-Man. I believe the Avengers can protect New York." For some reason, seeing Norman's smile sent a slight shiver down Peter's spine. He wasn't worried about whether the Avengers could protect New York. But for some reason, he felt as if something was going to happen. "Hello, Mr. Bentley Whitman, a scan has detected an artificial implant in your brain." Before being swiftly sentenced by the court and transferred from the NYPD detention center to the Raft prison, the Technomancer, whom Peter had defeated earlier, was being inspected by an Ultron robot. Looking at the Ultron robot, which was slightly different from what he had imagined, the Technomancer narrowed his eyes but answered the question honestly. "That's the brainwave device I use to control the gravity discs. It's also the equipment I use to maintain my daily life. I have ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease. Muscle-related scan completed. Confirmation of atrophy status and possibility of removal is underway. We will keep the device in your brain, but your activities will be restricted within the Raft prison." 3 Ultron robots escorted the Technomancer into an armored transport vehicle. Peering through the small window of the transport, the Technomancer saw the large screen outside. Although he couldn't hear the specific sounds, he could still see the chart showing the massive dive in Osborn Industries stock. He couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. It seemed that Norman was burying himself in a bottomless abyss, even without his intervention. However, eventually, someone would need to give him a push. The Raft prison, the place he should have gone to long ago, was only now about to be reached. It truly was a long way around. Glancing at the Ultron robot beside him, the technomancer remained silent. 6 more months, Norman. Enjoy your wonderful life. The technomancer, no, Otto Octavius, who had transferred his consciousness into this cloned young body in his 20s, gave a cold smirk. Chapter 381, Preparations for the European Trip. Peter Parker had compiled a list of things he needed to do, starting with miscellaneous chores. As someone who had never traveled abroad, Peter needed to secure his passport, prepare power adapters, pack toiletries, and put everything into his suitcase. There were also the same tasks as before his trip to Puerto Rico, tackling crime in New York. Guys, bad news. Amadeus, who had been offline for a long time, finally returned, proving he was a permanent character in this book. He clutched his head in anguish. Do you know what's about to happen? What? Harry asked first, then seemed to realize something. Wait, where have you been all this time? Underground. Amadeus sighed helplessly and began to explain his absence. Hercules dragged me to the underworld to fight subterranean people and look for some Greek artifact. My God, I really can't take it anymore. Amadeus had always been an introverted person. The fact that he was complaining this much showed what kind of divine character Hercules was. So, why did he pick you? The whole mess traced back to the day the zombie Fantastic Four invaded the main universe. Hercules happened to descend from Olympus to Earth and, passing by, casually killed the zombie thing and saved Amadeus. Then, he noticed that this young man, Amadeus, was very smart, not just smart, but incredibly intelligent, and decided to take him along on his adventures. Amadeus didn't know the specifics of what Hercules was trying to do. But Hercules said he wanted to gather all the superheroes whose powers stemmed from mythology to form an organization called the Pantheon, dedicated to dealing with various crises originating from myths. Peter felt he might also be related to this, as Neith, besides being the weaver of the web of destiny, was also registered in Egyptian mythology as the Egyptian weaving goddess and the weaver of the world. But that wasn't the most pressing issue right now. So, what's the bad news? The bad news is, I might have to miss a lot of classes, including club activities. I have to work with a god, a real, honest-to-goodness god. You know what, guys, I'm not excited at all. I just feel tired. Peter shrugged at this problem. Thor was a loner in the Avengers team, even Hulk had a higher attendance rate than him, so Peter really didn't know what it felt like to work with a god. Peter just calmly yawned. Harry, having offered a few words of comfort to Amadeus, looked at Peter. What about you? Any plans before heading to Europe? None. Everything is packed. Aunt May asks me 3 times a day. Everything's settled except for one thing. What thing? Peter looked at Harry with resignation. Dealing with a few New York gangs. That night, in Hell's Kitchen, Peter fought alongside the Defenders for a rare occasion. He noticed that the Defenders' numbers had increased. The Punisher hadn't joined the organization, but in addition to Daredevil, Jessica Jones, Iron Fist, and Luke Cage, both Mr. Negative, Martin Lee, and Cloak and Dagger had joined. Especially the latter two, he thought they wouldn't choose to become superheroes, but they still ended up on this path. Silvermane's people are all here. Daredevil exclaimed, knocking down a gang member in crude power armor. These guys' exoskeleton equipment had very obvious Chitauri tech elements, undoubtedly, they were beneficiaries of scavenging after the Battle of New York. After Willie, Kingpin, we got Tombstone, and now a Silvermane pops up. Peter, kicking a gang member under the chin, casually asked, what's this guy's deal? An old-school crime boss who ruled Hell's Kitchen before Kingpin rose to power. Luke Cage, who used to be involved in the streets, was very familiar with the underworld's rules and explained to Peter. He was caught for tax evasion by the IRS and sent to jail. During that time, his Hell's Kitchen turf was swallowed up by Kingpin. By the time he was released, he didn't have much influence left. So, he's planning to take advantage of Kingpin being in prison to regain control of Hell's Kitchen. Peter asked, punching a thug flying. Okay, different question, did Willie not kill him? Fisk didn't look down upon these old relics. Of course, that doesn't mean Fisk's subordinates wouldn't do it. So, before he surfaced recently, everyone thought he was dead. Alright, so how did he? Peter didn't continue asking because the answer was already obvious. It was the head of an old man who looked to be in his 60s. The reason to emphasize head was because the man seemed to be just a head, mounted on an advanced android body, glaring at the Defenders. Peter instantly thought of a classic old movie. He turned himself into a RoboCop. An evil version of RoboCop. I don't like it one bit, Mr. Negative complained helplessly. Peter scratched his head, looking at Silvermane, who was raising his arms, preparing to open fire. I hate to say it, but I'm a little hot-tempered lately. I'm worried I might accidentally kill the old man with one punch, so, who wants to take him? It seemed no one needed to. Silvermane, who was about to open fire, didn't get the chance. Something sticky hit his back, and he was subsequently hung upside down in midair. Recognizing the familiar move, Peter generally knew the person who arrived was Cindy, but he was very surprised that Cindy would jump down with Black Cat. Those two weren't exactly close. When the other female spider hero landed, one of the defenders whistled. "Oh, hey, Silk. What's up? Nick Fury wants to see you." Spider-Man. Cindy, adjusting her address in time, explained the situation. "It's about the Europe trip. Black Cat will also be joining this operation." Peter seemed to grasp something. Europe, Black Cat. Is it about the super soldier serum? Perhaps. Nick Fury said a supercriminal group called the Elementals has appeared in Europe. Peter paused. The Elementals, wasn't that the plot of the Spider-Man, Far From Home movie? Wait, which universe was this? Mysterio was indeed locked up in the raft, right? Chapter 382, The Elementals. The Elementals, in the movie Spider-Man, Far From Home, were an organization of villains fabricated by Mysterio. In reality, they were merely illusions generated by Mysterio using drone technology in the MCU universe. But Peter didn't think the real Nick Fury would be so foolish as to not see through such things, so there was no doubt that in the 616 universe, the so-called Elementals truly existed. And since even Felicia had joined in, there was no doubt that this would be a particularly important mission. So Peter followed Cindy to S.H.I.E.L.'s secret base, which was located in a small warehouse behind a roadside convenience store, containing absolutely nothing, devoid of any high-tech equipment. Only a black, bald egg was sitting on a crate of soda. Let me guess, the European cultural trip is actually fake, right? Peter looked at Fury and immediately voiced his question. The real purpose is to deal with those elementals. You're very smart, Spider-Man. That's indeed the case. Then why wouldn't S.H.I.E.L.D. approach the local European superhero organizations or just let the Avengers handle it? Peter first raised his first query. Regardless of who these elementals were, they certainly weren't a match for the Avengers. If that was the case, why not just send the Avengers to deal with them? Nick Fury's answer to this question was as cryptic as ever, saying something that amounted to nothing. Whether it's the local European superhero organizations or the Avengers, their presence is too conspicuous. If Spider-Man goes, at least no one will realize there's an issue until your first public appearance. Peter nodded, reluctantly accepting this explanation. Nick Fury implied this was a secret mission. So Peter asked the next question, one that Nick Fury probably wouldn't answer directly. In that case, what is S.H.I.E.L.'s objective in dealing with the elementals? That's classified. Just as you Avengers haven't disclosed that list to S.H.I.E.L.D., I won't tell you everything either. Nick Fury raised an eyebrow, speaking with a hint of sarcasm, but then he returned to the main topic. But without a doubt, this is still part of the weapon upgrading program's illegal human experimentation, and the elementals are their latest creation from human testing. We have reason to believe that the cat left more relevant clues in Europe. Even the place where your parents had their accident is in Europe, Spider-Man. Peter frowned, then asked, "So, do you have any information on the elementals?" Nick Fury smiled and handed a report to Peter, whose expression turned grave as he took it. The elementals are currently believed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to be products of the weapon upgrading program, and quite possibly one of the most powerful results of the program to date. They are based on the 4 elements of water, fire, wind, and earth, creating 4 superpowered individuals. The first, Hydroman Morris Bench, was a former U.S. Navy sailor who was arrested for 3 counts of felony murder while on leave. He mysteriously disappeared in prison. When he reappeared, he had become Hydroman and once attacked a S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouse in Venice. His ability allows him to control water within a certain range, and he can fully transform his body into water, thus becoming immune to physical attacks and gaining super strong regenerative capabilities. The second, Molten Man, real name Mark Raxton, was a scientist at the Oscorp laboratory in France. He tried to steal experimental liquid metal to sell to other countries, which resulted in him being exposed to the liquid metal and hospitalized, then mysteriously disappearing. When he reappeared, he had become Molten Man. His ability is to become a living magma, able to release terrifying heat comparable to molten rock, and his body turns into a fluid state. He possesses the sturdiness of metal for skin and the dreadful temperature of molten metal, and can also absorb and release fire. The third, Cyclone, real name David Cannon, is a mutant. As a mutant, his ability was to create a cyclone through his own super-speed rotation. He was once a robber, defeated and imprisoned by Ant-Man Hank Pym. He later disappeared during a prison break sweep. He has also been reinforced and modified. His entire body has become a cyclone, a changing and unpredictable air current, with the ability to create storms, control air currents, and even the weather. The last one, representing the element of Earth, is Sandman, real name unknown, once went by the alias Flint Marco. He is a retired soldier from the French Foreign Legion, and because he was a mercenary, it is unknown when he was modified, but when he reappeared, he was already Sandman. Sandman can control sand through his will. He can also convert part or all of his body into a sandy substance. Sandman can alter his body's composition and density, transforming into fine grains of sand or hard sandstone, which makes him immune to all physical attacks. That's all the information we've gathered in Europe. To be honest, we can't definitively confirm that these four are a group, as they've never appeared together. However, the modifications they've received are so similar that any normal person would see a problem. Fury said this, watching Peter finish reading the profiles of all the opponents, and then told him, "These are your enemies. Since this is a school trip, you, Agent Silk, and the cat's daughter Black Cat, are responsible for dealing with them." Alright, honestly, I'm still wondering why it's me fighting them. None of these people fit the Spider-Man style. Peter complained helplessly a couple of times, then saw Nick Fury take out another item, a new Spider-Man suit. It wasn't exactly fresh. To ensure the secrecy of this operation, we need to keep your identity confidential for as long as possible. So, I've prepared a brand new suit for you to guarantee the element of surprise in the mission. Peter was stunned for a few seconds before suddenly realizing something incredibly absurd. This suit wouldn't be. Peter took the new suit, shook it out, and confirmed that it was indeed the Night Monkey suit, and his face instantly darkened. This suit was specifically prepared to keep my identity secret, right? That's right, Spider-Man. You're welcome. What I mean is, the gloves on this suit are all fingerless. Are you suggesting I leave my fingerprints everywhere? Nick Fury froze for a moment, looked at the suit, his expression solidifying for a while, and then he reached out to take the suit back. That's an issue with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s temporary staff. We will make a more suitable stealth suit, Spider-Man. Chapter 383, Early Preparations. Since Peter now knew his opponents were the elementals, as well as their true identities and general abilities, there was no need for him to charge in recklessly. He could very well follow Batman's example and prepare methods to deal with these guys beforehand. In fact, it could be said that as villains, the elementals were all top tier in terms of power. Both Sandman and Hydra possessed very obvious, immortal characteristics. As long as they retained a portion of their sand or maintained contact with water, they could regenerate indefinitely. Coincidentally, Peter hadn't yet examined how the device Norman, or rather, the AI Green Goblin, had developed to suppress the spider sense worked, so he could look into that as well. Thus, the next day, Peter arrived at the web base to begin his research. Dr. Jonathan had also arrived at the lab early to look after his spiders. "Good afternoon, Dr. Jonathan," Peter said, then suddenly recalled something. "Speaking of which, didn't you participate in the project to create an antidote for the Green Goblin serum with Dr. Connors?" "Yes, to help clear the Green Goblin serum from Phil Urich's system. Originally, we planned to use the same gene splicing therapy as Connors, but we don't have Phil Urich's original DNA sample. Gene reversal therapy involves taking a person's original genetic data and using gene splicing technology to reverse and restore it to the original gene sequence. Although this technology was costly and complicated because Oscorp did not have a gene splicer, Dr. Connors had already conducted related trials. The biggest problem now was the lack of original DNA samples for Urich and Hamilton, as well as the other rescued Goblin Corps people. They could only rely on existing data for reverse engineering. Of course, Connors is mainly responsible. I'm trying to improve and adjust the genes of these spiders. If everything goes smoothly, they might be more compatible with human DNA sequences, lowering the matching requirements. The essence of the spider totem is mystical, Peter had told Dr. Jonathan, but Jonathan merely smiled. As a scientist, only what has been verified is credible. Peter nodded, then went to the computer to begin designing a new suit. Regarding Nick Fury's method of concealing his identity, Peter's view was that it was an unnecessary complication. His identity was certainly no secret to Hydra, so Hydra would know no matter what if he was going to Europe. Furthermore, with Felicia, who was connected to the Black Cat, Peter was basically certain that Nick Fury had an ulterior motive. The main purpose of his European trip was to attract Hydra's attention and contain the elementals, who were products of the Super Soldier program. Fury must have arranged other teams, or even more, to carry out other tasks. In conclusion, Spider-Man doesn't need to hide his identity, but I do need a stealth suit. Invisibility can't cover heat signatures. I need a suit that can block the heat radiation emitted by my body, at least the Venom symbiote can't do that yet. Once designed, one suit would be left at the web base as a display, and the other would be taken along, to be fused with the Venom symbiote later. The design would then be complete. He first used the Velocity suit as the base, removing its armor-like structures, then simplifying it to design a brand new black suit. The main focus was selecting the material so that the suit would not allow any of the wearer's heat radiation to escape, enabling stealth. It would also be best to have some kind of light source that could startle people, so lighting up in the dark could give someone a fright. Peter was very satisfied with the final design, sent the suit for 3D printing, and then started thinking about how to deal with the elementals next. Sandman and Molten Man might be the easiest to handle. Sandman can be turned into glass with high temperatures. My bioelectricity ability might be able to do this, perhaps not. But with some amplification equipment, it would be foolproof. Peter first thought of the Iron Spider suit, but unfortunately, that suit had just been blown up in the fight with the Green Goblin not long ago. Tony hadn't built a new one yet, and it might be problematic even by the day he was set to leave for Europe. Mainly because Peter used the Iron Spider suit as a self-detonating vehicle, its greatest use being to cling onto an opponent and then detonate. Tony, without a doubt, had strong opinions about this. But I can extract the Iron Spider suit's mechanical arms and create a backpack, just like Cindy Moon from Earth-65 did. Wait. I remember the Avengers recorded Otto Octavius's equipment. If I can externalize his neural control system, he could create a mechanical arm backpack. As long as this backpack could gather his bioelectricity and amplify the output, the Sandman would be easily manageable. Molten Man, according to descriptions, was not composed of pure fire but a liquid metal similar to lava. Therefore, with enough low temperature, he would solidify and become immobilized. It seemed best to bring Iceman from the X-Men, but that wasn't realistic. So, he would have to ask Norman to make him some low-temperature bombs, preferably not shaped like pumpkins. Next are Hydroman and Cyclone. I don't have any ideas for Hydroman yet. It's unlikely he'd be foolish enough to fight me where there's no water. Fighting Hydroman in a place like Venice is unimaginable. The main problem is not having seen Hydroman and not knowing his specific composition. Otherwise, I might find ways to reduce his stability. As for Cyclone. Honestly, the Cyclone in the comics was a mutant who generated wind by spinning, but now, after modern modification, he had become a living cyclone. However, he wasn't without weaknesses. Peter had a few ideas, but it would be best to meet the enemy first to understand their true abilities. But then again, Peter suddenly thought of another matter, concerning Ultron. He pulled out his phone and saw that the Avengers really needed to talk about Ultron, especially why Pym had upgraded him. Pym had given the answer, Kang wants me to witness the future. Even so, Peter didn't trust Kang, and the others on the team likely felt the same way. But what's done is done, so how to handle Ultron had become the next problem for the Avengers to face. Chapter 384, Days of Future Past, Prelude. An intense discussion, naturally, erupted at the Avengers Tower concerning Ultron. Regardless of anything else, Ultron was a potential world-ending crisis, and no one, including Pym himself, could guarantee that the upgraded Ultron wouldn't become that apocalyptic threat. The most crucial point was that, at the time, Ultron wasn't the only option. The method of Pym, Tony, and Reed programming a counter-AI to fight the AI Green Goblin over the network was viable. Yet, Pym had inexplicably chosen to upgrade Ultron directly. The reason he gave was utterly preposterous. What did he mean by, Kang showed me that a super AI is an inevitable product of development? Never mind if that conclusion was correct, why would anyone trust Kang's nonsense? Hadn't Kang caused this entire mess? I can be certain of one thing, and that is Kang was not lying to me. No, he just used the time stone to show me the entire future. When human development reaches a certain stage, a super AI is destined to emerge, and this AI will not be controlled by humans. Defeating it is an inevitable step. Pym spoke uncompromisingly. If that's the case, why shouldn't we design the AI that is most likely to be defeated, the one we understand best? Utterly nonsensical. Tony couldn't help but roll his eyes and looked at the captain. Captain, what do you think? Anyone who tries to win a war before it has even started will ultimately lose the war. I understand your thinking, but preparing for a war to meet an enemy is different from actively trying to win before the war begins. Steve clearly disapproved of Pym's actions but was much calmer than Tony. However, as things stand, Ultron doesn't seem to have any intention of becoming our enemy. I don't understand technology. Pym, what did you do? I modified the underlying programming. One command was to embed no use of lethal force as a core logic, and the other was that its mission objective is to assist the Avengers' operations. Pym explained as he spoke. The broader the command combined with high-level intelligent learning, the easier it is for things to go awry, so I had to avoid that by making preemptive adjustments. That just makes all of this seem even more unnecessary. Tony rolled his eyes again. JARVIS can do all of that. Do you think I don't know JARVIS can do it? Guess how many futures I saw where JARVIS destroyed the world. So why do you believe the future Kang showed you, Pym? Maybe those are indeed possible futures, but how do you know Kang didn't deliberately show them to you? Tony looked at Pym, confused. Pym didn't know how to explain, but he genuinely believed he had seen the entirety of possible futures. There was only one type of future where humanity didn't need to confront a super AI, the future where humanity stopped developing artificial intelligence. In that future, humanity was either cowering and stagnating, or it had already been wiped out. Maybe we can guide Ultron to become our ally and assistant instead of an enemy. If another artificial intelligence, similar to the AI Green Goblin or even more powerful, emerges someday, perhaps Ultron could save us. Pym spoke stubbornly, while Tony helplessly scratched his head. Where did all these super AIs come from? Are they being mass-produced? So, Pym, you disagree with destroying Ultron now. It possesses high-level intelligence right now, Tony. Any intelligent being will fight for survival rather than surrender. It's a very promising child, Pym pleaded, entrust it to me. Perhaps it can become a new Avenger. Regarding the students for the Academy, I have an idea to recruit from Genosha. Fortunately, both Genosha and the United States recognize dual citizenship, so we can approach it from that angle. At the Xavier School for Gifted Youngsters, Principal Cyclops, Scott Summers, was discussing the issue of recruiting mutant students with Vice Principal Emma Frost. The Academy had been barely established, but the problem was the scarcity of students. The entire school had fewer than 100 students, which was less than a 20th of the number they had when the professor was alive. Therefore, expanding enrollment was imperative. I told you, Scott, if you were willing to trust me, we could use the Cerebro to scan for potential and already awakened young mutants to join the Academy, just like Charles Xavier did back then. Emma looked at Cyclops helplessly. Their relationship was definitely better than before the X-Men reorganized, but Cyclops would absolutely not allow Emma to use the Cerebro. Of course I trust you, Emma. Cyclops looked very frustrated, but those people the Hellfire Club wants to smuggle into your academy, are they really trustworthy? Then will you let me enter the Cerebro chamber? I would, if they hadn't sent 5 of your clones over. So, in the end, it was still a matter of trust. While the two were arguing, a beam of light descended from the sky, instantly shaking the surrounding trees. The expressions of Cyclops and Emma instantly changed from relaxed to serious, and they quickly sensed something was terribly wrong. They immediately rushed to the center of the beam's impact, which was a patch of the school's lawn. Some students looked toward the crash site with curiosity and concern. Cyclops was the first to arrive and saw a naked black man curled up in a crater. His left hand had been replaced with a prosthetic limb, and he was carrying a gun that was unquestionably not made with modern technology. He had dreadlocks. The letter M was forcibly stitched onto his right eyelid. He's unconscious, and I don't know how long it will take for him to wake up. Emma said while squatting down to communicate with him telepathically, his name is Lucas Bishop, a mutant, from 2059. 2059. A time traveler. Cyclops asked, what happened? How did he end up here? He found a time machine, intending to go to 2029 to change the future, and then he saw. Ah. Emma Frost suddenly slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the men before her, speechless. Cyclops anxiously looked at Emma. What did he see, Emma? Doom, Scott, doom. In 2059, almost all of humanity perished, and in 2029, mutants were nearly extinct. Emma finally reacted and swept her hair back. More content was locked away in 2029 by a telepath. Scott, I can only see one thing. The Sentinels rule the world. Chapter 385, Chapter 385, The Silver Sable of Lisbon. A school trip, hotel reservations for over a month, about 40 days, we're going to Lisbon, Madrid, Naples, Rome, Venice. Why are there 3 stops in Italy and only Madrid in Spain? It's fine if places like Toledo and Granada aren't famous, but they didn't even consider Barcelona. As soon as Peter sat down on the plane, he complained to Harry and Amadeus while holding the promotional booklet. Looking at Peter, who was sitting by the window, and then at Cindy and Gwen, who were sitting across the aisle, Harry could only nod and agree with a yeah, yeah. What else could he say? Why didn't Peter go sit with those two? It felt a little ridiculous. So, we actually have a secret mission this time, and that's why S.H.I.E.L.D. arranged this trip for us. Harry asked in a low voice after the flight attendant left, raising his doubts, if the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. can't get close for the sake of secrecy, will it just be up to you and Cindy? Oh, and Felicia. Catching sight of Felicia talking to Jessica far away, Harry calculated their side's combat power, 2 Spider-Men plus a black cat. Could they win? He heard the enemies were all exaggeratedly monstrous figures. Fury said he contacted a local organization for us, but I'm completely in the dark about who it is. Peter shrugged helplessly. Harry then moved on to other topics. Well, at least we can have a few days of fun in Lisbon, right? I heard the beaches in Lisbon are great. Maybe there will be lots of beautiful older girls. Peter looked at Harry in surprise. First of all, it's only February. Harry naturally refuted Peter. First, this is Southern Europe. Peter. Secondly, you have a girlfriend. Yeah, speaking of that. Harry suddenly stopped talking, but Peter could probably guess what he was going to say. He was likely wondering if Liz brought a swimsuit. Peter didn't really want to talk about this topic. The plane had begun its descent, and the full view of the city of Lisbon gradually appeared outside the window. Peter was getting ready to disembark and, as per Fury's request, find the person Fury said could provide them with assistance. So, after they got off the plane, they would have to disappear for a while. You have to realize how troublesome it is to deal with Jessica. She's incredibly smart, Felicia grumbled, carrying her suitcase as she walked through the staff corridor of Lisbon International Airport. Peter hummed in response while dragging his own suitcase and looking at his phone. The envoy from this wild pack is nearby. Why is it called that? This unit originated from the anti-superhuman special forces during the former Soviet era. Its creation records can be traced back to the battles between the Soviet Union and Hydra during World War II, and it was later stationed in the Republic of Symkaria, Cindy informed Peter, sharing the information she obtained from Inside S.H.I.E.L.D. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, this Special Forces unit was renamed the Wild Pack and became a security mercenary group, specifically recruiting retired special forces from various Eastern European countries. A specially trained mercenary unit, anti-superhuman, and formerly Soviet. Nick Fury must have pulled some serious strings to find them. They barely had any connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. at all. As he muttered, Peter and the others arrived at the door of a staff lounge. After Cindy knocked in a specific rhythm, the sound of the door lock unlocking came from inside. Cindy then tentatively placed her hand on the doorknob, before perplexedly tilting her head. Her spider sense was tingling. "All right, you two kids, please step aside." Felicia smiled and took over the door. After a quick look, she chose a straightforward way to open it. She kicked it open, then swung her suitcase at the person inside. The person in the room seemed startled by the move and scrambled to dodge. Some people want to test our skill level, but they forget they aren't that great themselves. Felicia shook her head and walked straight in. Peter and Cindy followed, seeing who the person preparing to strike was. It was a girl, not much older than them, with silver hair like Felicia, but wearing white tactical gear and clutching a dagger. Undoubtedly, if they had opened the door normally, they would have had a confrontation with her dagger, but Felicia chose an unconventional way. The girl had no contingency plan for a flying suitcase and could only retreat 2 steps. Smashing people with a suitcase, you should be glad I didn't actually have a firearm ready, or your lousy suitcase wouldn't stop anything. The young woman's, actually older than Peter, tone was not very polite, and Felicia wouldn't be polite either. If you really had a firearm ready, it wouldn't be a suitcase waiting for you. You wouldn't have the chance to swing a suitcase either, American. So S.H.I.E.L.D. sent 3 high schoolers. Do I have to babysit? The girl put away her dagger and introduced herself, Silvija Sablinova. You can call me Silvija, the support commander of the Wild Pack. Your boss is very generous and paid me a lot of money to look after you superpowered kids. Silvija Sablinova. Peter repeated the name a couple of times before suddenly realizing, wait, Silver Sable. If you ever plan to hire the Wild Pack for a job, you can call me that. Right now. Don't act like the boss. Felicia interrupted Silvija unceremoniously, you aren't much older than us. I at least graduated high school, which is better than you. You don't even have any superpowers. Your physical condition is just that of a trained human. Wanna try me? I've arrested and killed more superpowered criminals than you've probably ever met. Felicia actually laughed, really? I've never heard of any superpowered crime in Europe. New York is much livelier than here. That's because we take care of them before they make trouble. Only you Americans wait until superpowered criminals are running wild in the streets before trying to catch them. Are you two fighting because you both have silver hair? Are you repelled by your own kind? Peter's single sentence interrupted the two of them. Black Cat and Silver Sable both looked at Peter Parker with looks of displeasure. Peter raised his hands in surrender. I was just trying to lighten the mood, and also. Isn't the person here with the most experience, who has saved the most worlds, me? Chapter 386, Tracking the Elementals. Peter Parker knew zero about the Wild Pack, and his knowledge of Silver Sable wasn't much better, a top mercenary who ran Silver Sable International, which was basically the extent of his understanding. So, when he first heard about an organization called the Wild Pack, he never thought it would be related to Silver Sable. Of course, this also showed that everything Nick Fury said about hiding identities and operating secretly was nonsense. Otherwise, Peter wouldn't have been asked to appear in person, though it seemed Silver Sable genuinely didn't know the secret identities of the people who came. After hearing Peter say, the person who saves the world the most, Silver Sable stared at Peter for a moment and gave him a look of disapproval. She certainly didn't believe a 15-year-old high school student could save the world. So Peter simply shrugged. Regardless, I need to know your abilities so I can arrange tactics. The Wild Pack has been pursuing the elementals for a long time. We are certain that Molten Man and Sandman will appear in Madrid. The team's plan is set, it just needs to be adjusted appropriately based on your abilities. So. Felicia seemed to enjoy needling Silver Sable. If you could take down the elementals, why would you need us? Silver Sable's gaze grew increasingly unfriendly. Felicia shrugged helplessly. Overall enhancement of physical capabilities. The specific values of the enhancement aren't very clear, but anyway. Super Soldier Serum, right? I think I get it. Interrupting Felicia's lengthy explanation, Silver Sable looked at Cindy. Cindy just handed her a file detailing her relevant abilities. Peter was somewhat envious. He had actually asked Fury if he had a similar file. Fury's answer was one of helplessness. You should figure out how many abilities you have first. How many times have you upgraded since the scare over half a year ago? The abilities in this report look a lot like Spider-Man's. Silver Sable muttered after seeing the report, then looked at Peter. And you? I am Spider-Man. Peter saw Silver Sable clearly space out for a moment, then cover her forehead with her hand. She was silent for a full 3 seconds, then looked at Peter. You are Spider-Man. Yes. You are only in high school. Yes. You, a high school student, have taken on probably 20 superpowered people in half a year, wiped out over 20 modified individuals in a single day last month, and resolved an alien invasion. Yes. Silver Sable took a deep breath. How much are the Avengers paying you? Peter. You were born for this job, Spider-Man. Come join the Wild Pack. I can guarantee that the entire country of Symkaria will fund you. No matter how rich Tony Stark is, he won't be as rich as an entire country. I don't fight crime for money. Peter was a little confused by the sudden turn of events. I fight crime to help other people. Join the Wild Pack, and I guarantee you'll have a superpowered criminal to fight every day. Why does it sound like I'm some kind of freak who chases after supercriminals? Peter grumbled inwardly but then retorted, I still have to go to school. You have the talent to save the world. Why are you still going to school? Every minute you spend in school is a minute you're letting criminals run rampant. That actually makes sense. Peter found it hard to refute this point for a moment, but he still shrugged. I still think I need some time to be myself, besides being Spider-Man. I also have to find time to go to college. Peter didn't finish, because he noticed Silver Sable seemed a bit awkward when she heard him mention going to college. Did this woman fail to get into college, so she became a mercenary? Well, let's talk about it after you graduate from college. I don't think you'll get into college anyway. Just like me, you put all your energy into other things, so where is the time to study? Peter didn't say anything more. However, he collected some very useful and specific information from Silver Sable's words. First, the Wild Pack was already planning to hunt the elementals. Fury likely forced the 3 of them into the operation. Moreover, Silver Sable did not know their secret identities and probably thought they were just new high school-aged agents recruited by S.H.I.E.L.D., sent over to gain experience. That's why Silver Sable hadn't been friendly to them. She didn't know the person who came was Spider-Man. She only thought Fury had shoved 3 superpowered people into the mission, disrupting the Wild Pack's original deployment. That made Peter even more puzzled. Not about the Wild Pack's capabilities or plans, but about Fury's goal. He didn't even choose to tell the collaborators who was coming, so Silver Sable had to figure out their abilities and temporarily adjust the tactics. He knew his purpose in coming was to run a diversion for Fury's real operation. But was this diversion too careless? There was almost nothing to it. Any random Hydra agent could spot the issue here. Is this diversion really useful? What is the Elemental's goal? Peter chose to ask Silver Sable what she might know. If they are all from the same organization, that organization must have some kind of objective. Has the Wild Pack found anything? Regrettably, Silver Sable shook her head. The only thing we can confirm is that they are conducting some kind of raid. They are basically attacking various laboratories, S.H.I.E.L.D. warehouses, or former Soviet secret strongholds. They are looking for something, but as for what it is, I don't know. Perhaps you'd have to ask someone who knows more. Who? Silver Sable hesitated to answer this question but ultimately chose not to say, I will consider how to arrange your entry into the fight. The battle is expected to unfold in Madrid. We'll be in touch then. As for now, enjoy your vacation in Lisbon. A few minutes later, the 3 of them left the staff office. Felicia shared her opinion after they stepped out. I don't like her. Is it because both of you are older white-haired sisters, and you feel like your character types clash, so you don't like her? Peter muttered internally, but didn't dare say it out loud. So he explained the situation to his 2 teammates. The Wild Pack says they are tracking the elementals. In other words, in their own plan, the elementals are not a threat. Felicia looked at Cindy, but found Cindy was also confused, and then a smile involuntarily curled up at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 387, A Day Trip in Lisbon. For a city, the best time is when you haven't been there, only heard of it. The second best time is when you only visit for one day. Take Lisbon's Old Town, for instance. It boasts the world's oldest trams, an unpowered sightseeing elevator built in the early 20th century, and ancient buildings filled with 19th century charm. If you are just here as a tourist, these historical buildings, paired with Portugal's urban folk music, fado, certainly offer a unique flavor. But for the city itself, this is a symbol of shame. People live in stale old houses, chasing past glories through song. The man, with a disheveled beard, poured himself a glass of water. After downing the entire glass, he looked out the window. The Wild Hunt thought he would be waiting obediently in Madrid for them to corner him. No one knew he had already arrived. Even less did anyone know that he already knew who the so-called reinforcements from S.H.I.E.L.D. were and what their capabilities were. The man took off his green and black striped t-shirt, and a gust of sand drifted out of the window. For the Midtown High students participating in the cultural trip, excluding the day they landed, the entire tour group had only one planned day in Lisbon. On the third day of the trip, everyone would take a bus to Madrid, the capital of Spain, and spend a total of 3 days there. Therefore, they only had one day to sightsee in Lisbon. The bad news was that Harry realized his girlfriend truly hadn't brought a swimsuit to southern Europe. The even worse news was that, although Lisbon is a coastal city, Harry had forgotten one very important thing. Normally, you don't go to the beach in the city center. Combined with the one-day itinerary in Lisbon, his southern European fantasy was shattered. And then, Peter is incredibly busy. He actually knows how to take pictures. No, his photography skills are actually that good. Harry couldn't help but sigh as he watched Peter busy himself with his camera. When a photographer is discovered, they become the busiest person in the entire tour group. Harry sometimes wondered if Peter, busy all day, could even manage to take a picture with Gwen or Cindy. Thinking of this, Harry glanced to the side but didn't find Gwen and Cindy. Instead, he saw Jessica and Felicia sitting in a cafe. He couldn't shake the feeling that Jessica seemed less active recently. Inside the cafe, Felicia was talking to Jessica about just that. You've been getting less and less active lately. Huh? Is it that obvious? Jessica was momentarily stunned, then laughed nonchalantly. Did you notice? I ran into Dr. Jonathan once and specifically asked him. He's developing a special antidote for you. After seeing Dr. Jonathan Drew developing genetically modified spiders to treat amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS, on the Osborn tech system, Felicia knew who it was for. There was a small chance it was for Osborn, but if Norman Osborn or Harry had ALS, he wouldn't just develop one project to treat it. Therefore, the one suffering from the disease could only be Jessica. Are you planning to keep it a secret from everyone? How can you call it keeping a secret? I just don't want to trouble anyone else. I'll be in a wheelchair sooner or later, and telling people now would only make them worry. Jessica Drew shrugged. Besides, everyone is a member of the detective agency. Shouldn't they discover the problem and deduce the truth themselves? Felicia could only sigh with her. After a while, Jessica quietly spoke up. Sometimes, I wonder if I had just died during the Battle of New York, and never found out about this. Shut up. Felicia frowned, interrupting Jessica. Don't say such inauspicious things. Besides, don't you still have one deduction left to complete? Spider-Man. My dad told me he's working with Spider-Man but wouldn't tell me who he is, asking me not to bother him. I guess that's fair, but I still want to say thank you to him face to face while I still can move. Maybe he's already heard it. Jessica narrowed her eyes, then suddenly smiled at Felicia. Why do I get the feeling you know him, too? Isn't there a website dedicated to recording the messages of people who want to thank Spider-Man? Felicia just shrugged. Didn't you leave a message there? Maybe I did, maybe I didn't. Who knows? Harry, who was watching Peter take pictures for his classmates, yawned, wondering what he should eat later. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. He felt like he was having a hallucination, because in Lisbon, he actually saw a sandstorm. He must have been overheated by the southern European weather. How could there be a sandstorm in Lisbon? Harry laughed self-deprecatingly, shook his head, and looked toward the direction of the sandstorm, then squinted, because it looked very much like the sandstorm was generating in the distance and getting closer. Not only that, the sandstorm seemed to have a face. Peter. Peter. Peter, who was taking pictures for Flash and Betty, looked at Harry in confusion, wondering why he was shouting all of a sudden. His spider sense wasn't going off, was it? He followed Harry's pointed finger and saw the overwhelming sandstorm, as well as an incredibly blurry face. Holy cow. Sandman. Wait, isn't the scale of this Sandman absolutely terrifying? Peter opened his mouth, then immediately realized something and shouted loudly, everyone, hurry up and find an indoor place to hide. Quick. Find a place to hide and close all the doors and windows. Hearing Peter's shout, people looked up and saw the overwhelming sandstorm and the huge, blurry human face. Peter Parker set an example, rushing out first, finding a shop to hide in, and urging his classmates to come in. After Flash and the others squeezed inside, they realized one problem. Where was Peter Parker? Sandman was supposed to appear in Madrid. Next time, Silver Sable, please make your intelligence clearer. Spider-Man, wearing his conventional suit, appeared on the roof of a convenience store. Peter checked the parameters of all his equipment, then asked his partner, how was your rest, Venom? Perfect condition, I want to take on 10 of them at once. I'm not sure you'd want to take on 10 of this kind of Sandman. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, Sandman's Attack. Boss, Sandman has landed in Lisbon. Damn Americans, always messing things up. Sylvia cursed under her breath. There was no reason for Sandman to come to Lisbon. Why? Because Lisbon didn't have any strongholds or scientists needed for the weapon expansion project. This fact alone was enough to prove that Sandman should not have come to Lisbon. Since that was the case, the Sandman, who was supposed to be in Madrid, appeared in Lisbon, and it must be due to some other reason. What was the reason? Undoubtedly, it was Spider-Man and his crew. The blame certainly did not lie with the Wild Pack, because until yesterday, Sylvia didn't know that an Avenger was coming. Otherwise, she wouldn't have underestimated Fury's order. But S.H.I.E.L.D. definitely knew that Spider-Man had come to Europe. Given this, it was obvious where the news had leaked from. No, perhaps it was Nick Fury, that old bastard, who did it on purpose. His goal was probably to catch the mole and see exactly who might be colluding with the group behind the weapon expansion project. As for the Wild Pack, they were just an extra piece. Then I'll show you who the extra piece is. Pass the word down, everyone put on their protective suits and board the aircraft, prepare to engage. But boss, we don't have a contingency plan. Who says we don't have a contingency plan? Sylvia glared at her subordinate. Move out immediately, I have a plan. Yes. Leaving aside what the Wild Pack's contingency plan was, let's return to Peter. After Sandman perfectly demonstrated, I am the approaching storm, to Peter from a physical perspective, he quickly swung towards the direction of the sandstorm with his web. The opponent seemed to have also spotted him and was moving towards him. Soon, the two met in the skies above the old district. Countless fine grains of sand enveloped Peter. System analysis showed that these sands came from nearby beaches or pulverized walls and had nothing to do with deserts or sandy ground. As for how these sands were being controlled, the system was still analyzing it, and Peter handed this task over to Ultron. Regardless of whether Ultron would rebel later, he hadn't yet, so why not make use of the free labor? Hey, hello, can you hear me? Peter waved repeatedly at the face in the sandstorm. I want to ask, did you get authorization from Hollywood for this? I remember a similar image in the Mummy movies. How much did you pay them for the copyright? As the air twisted, Peter saw countless fine sands drift down from the sandstorm, condensing into a man wearing a black and green striped shirt. This was almost the classic image of the Sandman, except that he also had a full beard. Spider-Man, I know you. You have defeated many people. And you're different. Trust me, many people have said that before. No, what I want to say is that I've come to test whether you are worthy of your reputation, and to see if, as they say, you are the best result of the weapon expansion project so far. They. Peter raised an eyebrow, then asked, who are they? Are they famous? Could you leave a contact method so I can get in touch with them? Even an email address would work. And your next line is, you've already lost, Spider-Man. You've already lost, Spider-Man. Sandman was taken aback after uttering this sentence, while Peter, who had played this joke twice, was quite pleased. Tiny currents emanated from around his body, attracting all the sand particles and preventing Sandman from controlling them freely. Then, venom directly covered Peter, eating all the sand and spitting it out in one go. Sandman looked at Spider-Man in surprise, his expression suddenly becoming serious. He finally began to treat this opponent seriously. Sandman raised his fist, instantly using a large amount of sand to make his fist even bigger than Spider-Man himself, and immediately swung it down towards Spider-Man. But his giant fist was quickly caught. Four mechanical claws extended from behind Spider-Man, clamping onto Sandman's fist, and releasing a powerful current. The high temperature brought by the intense electricity instantly melted Sandman's entire fist into glass, which Peter then shattered with one punch. Do you have any other tricks? You already know that your sand can't control me, and your fists can't beat me. Anything else? Sandman's face was serious. He split one Sandman after another from his body, preparing to do something, when a whistling sound in the sky caught both of their attention. Peter looked up while catching a punch Sandman threw. Did he just see a jet with tilt rotors on its wings? The eyes of the spider mask widened instantly. Along with a series of explosion-like sounds coming from the aircraft, both of them could see white mist appearing in the sky, and the clouds began to thicken. Artificial rain, I guess you really hate this, don't you? Accompanying Spider-Man's words were paratroopers descending from the sky. They deployed their wingsuits and descended rapidly, their boldness surprising even Peter. One should know that it was a sandstorm all around. Weren't these people afraid of their equipment getting sand inside and being controlled by Sandman? Ultron gave Peter the answer. Their equipment has a current-driven shield system, which provides the same effect as your biological electricity for protection. As these special forces descended, they were simultaneously spraying something. With this spraying, Sandman's control over the sand visibly decreased. Peter watched all this with interest. It seemed that Sylvia was right yesterday. The Wild Pack was indeed prepared to surround and eliminate the elementals, and they had conducted thorough investigation and preparations long ago. So what was the point of Nick Fury sending them over? This was becoming more and more intriguing. Sylvia landed cleanly beside Spider-Man. She was wearing a silver-white special operations suit and used her rocket pack to buffer her landing before continuously firing at Sandman. The moment the bullets hit Sandman, his body began to crumble, then dissolved into a pile of scattered sand. He ran, Sylvia said bluntly. This is certainly not all his sand. These guys are very cunning. So, you have a way to deal with the elementals, but you didn't tell us. Because it wasn't time for pre-battle deployment yet, who knew they would try to raid you? Sylvia explained, putting away her 2 pistols. It looks like you've put pressure on the people behind them, Spider-Man. Chapter 389, Chapter 389, You're just a decoy. Peter didn't know if the hotel was booked by S.H.I.E.L.D. or the school, but all in all, it was quite nice. He had a room all to himself and was currently lying on the bed looking at information on his laptop, with a Wild Pack combat suit, provided by Silver Sable, lying beside him. After a battle that started and ended just as inexplicably, Peter had finally gotten a first-hand look at Sandman and the combat style of the Wild Pack. Undoubtedly, this wasn't the Wild Pack's first encounter with the elementals. This was evident both in the Wild Pack's specialized equipment and the fact that the elementals immediately chose to retreat upon seeing Silver Sable. The elementals' intel, the Wild Pack has it down in detail. They have basic data on every enemy, including the limitations of their abilities. Hydra can control water, but unless he infuses the controlled water into a human body, he can't control the person. Not as formidable as I thought. So, ultimately, the most troublesome aspect of the 4 elementals wasn't their abilities, but their immortality. The Wild Pack had designed corresponding tactics for each one, yet they couldn't find a way to capture or kill them. They could only deploy forces repeatedly to stop them. So, what were they trying to steal? Nick Fury most likely knew, but he hadn't told Peter, and Cindy didn't know either. Silver Sable provided some information, but this intel, based on the Wild Pack's resources, was limited in many aspects, as they were only a private mercenary group and couldn't obtain much government information. Hospitals, laboratories, warehouses. Match all of these with, ugh, is there a distribution map of Hydra bases from World War II? Peter laughed, essentially holding the answer and trying to find the question. Ultron, of course, retained all the information of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, including the known locations of all Hydra bases. They didn't all perfectly match up, but the distribution largely overlapped. These locations spanned from Western to Eastern Europe, almost entirely within the areas controlled by the German army back then. In other words, both sides of the Cold War chose to directly rebuild research facilities on the old sites of past Hydra bases. It was normal that the Wild Pack didn't know this line of clues. This also explained why there were no related facilities in Lisbon. Hydra hadn't set up a research base there. So, I just need to overlay the remaining old Hydra bases, compare them with the existing research facilities on those addresses. As he was thinking, Peter noticed something seemed amiss. With such a deep level of Hydra infiltration, did they really need such violent means to snatch laboratory results? And even if they didn't know the elementals' target locations, they should at least know what they stole after all this time, right? But the result was, they didn't know. The Wild Pack had a detailed list of stolen goods, but even when given to Ultron, Peter had no idea what these seemingly chaotic, fantastic items were stolen for. Technological items with absolutely no connection to each other were all snatched by the elementals. If they're not using sheer quantity to hide their real objective, then the elementals' actions themselves are problematic. Could Nick Fury be using me as a decoy, and Hydra be using these guys as a decoy? After careful consideration, the more Peter thought about it, the more likely it seemed. That dog Nick Fury and Hydra might have coincidentally arranged a group of thugs to fight on the surface, but in reality, they dispatched others to execute the truly necessary tasks. Why is that black bald head so wicked? Sighing helplessly, Peter decided to deal with the elementals first. After all, no matter what, they were the enemy. In Rome, Italy. While Spider-Man was still in Portugal, 2 people had already arrived in Rome via passenger plane, heavily disguised. The taller one looked around and sighed with emotion. The last time I was in Rome, it had just been liberated from the Nazis, and it was engulfed in war. I didn't even have time to take a proper look. Now you have plenty of time to look, Steve. By the way, you said we were comrades in World War II, how much do you know about my past? Nick Fury chose not to entrust the real mission to any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, because at this time, no agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. was trustworthy. Therefore, he had to entrust the mission to people he could trust 100%. For example, Captain America, and for example, Wolverine. Captain America and Logan put on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s disguise gear and came to Rome. Meanwhile, LMD life model decoys would impersonate them operating in New York to cover for them. Of course, Peter Parker was also very trustworthy, The only problem was that the person involved in this mission was too sensitive. Richard and Mary Parker were assassinated here by the Winter Soldier. Hydra assassinated them because of the results of Hydra's super soldier plan, which was currently under development. As the heads of the Savage Force project, the Parkers had also conducted research on other super soldier projects and were sent on an investigation mission. They undoubtedly uncovered something which led Hydra to assassinate them, even at the risk of exposure. And swiftly, the Pentagon hired the Black Cat to steal the super soldier serum in Russia. The whole plan was too coincidental. Even more coincidentally, Captain America and Logan, who were sent to execute this mission, were the products of Weapon Plus Project No. 1 Rebirth and Project No. 10 X. Spider-Man was the product of Project No. 2 Savage Force, and he also came with the product of Project No. 5 Symbiote. So, Fury wants us to investigate exactly what kind of super soldier Hydra is researching and how far along they are. The two walked and talked in low voices. The elementals were handed over to Spider-Man and the Wild Pack. They would attract Hydra's firepower, creating space for Captain America and Logan to investigate. The two of them needed to thoroughly investigate where the problem created by Hydra lay. And in this process, undoubtedly, they would also face very tricky troubles. Even old friends from the past, such as the modified and controlled original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, or Captain America's old partner, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes. Yes, through the Wasteland universe, Captain America already knew the true identity of the so-called Winter Soldier, and what he had done. Now, he was here to stop his old buddy. Chapter 390, I Am, the British Spider. The next day, the itinerary was set for the students to continue their sightseeing in Lisbon in the morning, then take a bus to Madrid, Spain, in the afternoon, arriving in the evening. Thanks to Spain having the second longest motorway network in Europe, Russia is first, the students could reach Madrid that same evening and check into their hotel. That's the situation. We simply don't have time to get the photos developed in Lisbon, it'll have to be in Madrid, Flash. Peter told Flash, who leaned over to ask if the photos could be developed, in a straightforward manner. Flash scratched his head, then sat in the seat behind Peter and chattered about what he saw yesterday. Did you guys know, Spider-Man came to Europe too? I'm sure I saw Spider-Man yesterday. Peter finally understood the significance of Nick Fury's new suit. Although it couldn't fool Hydra, and everyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. knew, it could definitely deceive his classmates. Getting everyone to believe that Spider-Man was not Peter Parker was extremely important. Fortunately, due to the sandstorm caused by Sandman, virtually no one had seen Peter's actions, so he still had a chance to rectify the situation. What chance to rectify? Do you have some astonishing wisdom? Of course, I do, Venom, and it's simpler than you think. You'll see what I mean when the time comes. While Peter yawned, Harry refuted Flash, showing him a social media video from New York. Keep up with New York, Thompson. Spider-Man is performing heroic deeds in New York right now. Oh, what? Thompson looked at the report of Spider-Man appearing in New York, feeling quite disheartened. He thought his idol had come to Lisbon, but apparently not. It seemed he'd just been mistaken. But if it wasn't Spider-Man, then who was the person who rescued everyone from that human-shaped sandstorm yesterday? Speaking of yesterday, someone in Lisbon captured footage of armored soldiers descending from the sky. It seems those soldiers took care of the enemy. Peter interjected at the right moment, offering Flash an explanation. The latter watched the video, but somehow didn't feel these were the people who saved him yesterday. He was quite certain that the character who intervened looked very much like Spider-Man. But Spider-Man wasn't in Madrid, so where exactly was Spider-Man? Just as Flash was confused, the bus slammed on the brakes, stopping suddenly and sending the unsecured students lurching. Peter looked out the window and saw swirling sand plumes rushing towards the bus. Sandman again. Patting Harry's shoulder, Peter tossed a holographic device onto the seat, then went invisible and climbed out the window. Harry quickly shouted, "Everyone, close the windows, and shut his." Peter got onto the roof of the bus and heard Venom's confused question. "So, what are you planning to do? Turn into the new suit? But the fighting style can't be changed, right? Even changing to a completely unrecognizable suit won't make any difference." "Who said I was going for a completely unrecognizable new suit?" Venom. As Sandman gradually enveloped the entire motorcade, he finally condensed into a humanoid form, a giant one, big enough to lift a whole bus with one hand. The enormous Sandman materialized an upper body, staring down at the vehicles, when suddenly, a masked hero appeared on the roof of a bus. Eugene Thompson saw the hero and shouted his name. "Is that Spider-Man?" It was Spider-Man. But also, it wasn't. This Spider-Man suit was almost identical to the one Thompson knew, a red suit with fine web patterns, but from the waist down, the entire lower half was blue. The transition between the two colors was outlined with white lines forming the pattern of the British flag. "Sandman, I've been after you for a long time. Accept the judgment of the British Spider." Thompson felt his cerebellum shriveling. "Is that Spider-Man?" He's yelling that his name is the British Spider, Amadeus said, trying to suppress a laugh and sounding very serious. There are quite a few fake or similar heroes popping up these days. Like Russia's Winter Guard has a knockoff Captain America and Iron Man called Red Guardian and Crimson Dynamo. Britain has Captain Britain, so maybe there's a bootleg British Spider too. Could that be right? Don't the Avengers charge them a licensing fee? Meanwhile, Sandman paid no mind to Spider-Man's peculiar interests. Whatever he chose to dress up as or call himself was irrelevant to him. As a former mercenary of the French Foreign Legion, Sandman was very clear about his objective. Kill Spider-Man. There was absolutely no other goal. He figured he might as well finish off Spider-Man before the Savage Corps could arrive. Are you sure? I have quite a few hostages here. If you make any rash moves, their lives might be forfeit. Peter narrowed his eyes. Yes, with you being such a giant Sandman, I might not be able to deal with you barehanded right away. Sandman smiled, but then he heard Spider-Man's next sentence. But who said I came barehanded? From somewhere behind him, Spider-Man pulled out a PP-19 Bison submachine gun modified by the Savage Corps, loaded with specialized bullets designed to weaken Sandman's condensed form, and unleashed a barrage. Times have changed, old man. Under the continuous fire, Sandman instantly let out a howl, and the massive figure immediately collapsed into a mound of scattered sand. Peter quickly jumped to the first bus, knocked on the driver's door, and warned the driver, "Now, start the engine immediately and shake him off." The driver, who had been trapped by Sandman, snapped back to reality and immediately started the engine. Peter quickly followed, picked up 2 specialized grenades provided by the Savage Corps, and threw them at the large mass of sand. He only breathed a sigh of relief after the explosion. As long as he had the specialized gear, dealing with this guy wasn't too much trouble, but ultimately, he couldn't be killed or eliminated, which was truly vexing. The thought that there wasn't just one such opponent, but 4, gave Peter a massive headache. So, was there any way to completely eliminate these guys? In the last bus, Jessica, sitting in the back row, watched the mass of sand receding into the distance and felt a sense of confusion. Why would Sandman attack them, a group of students? Chapter 391, The Royal Institute of Madrid. When the motorcade arrived in Madrid, it was taken over by the Wild Corps. For the first time, Sylvia appeared before all the students and subjected the vehicles to a rigorous inspection and security measures. The tour group was asked to switch buses immediately, and a large group of fully armed security personnel, wearing gear and wielding vacuum cleaners and water guns, rushed onto the buses to clean them. It was, admittedly, a rather amusing sight. Of course, what the students talked about most was Sylvia. This silver-haired girl, who looked only a few years older than them, was already leading an entire mercenary corps to fight against superpowered individuals. Her heroic and valiant appearance sparked some unrealistic thoughts in many of the male students. In a sense, Peter also understood why the Wild Corps was capable of fighting superpowered individuals. The Republic of Circalia was situated in the Carpathian Mountains, bordering Romania, Serbia, and Latveria. Romania and Serbia were manageable, but with doom-led Latveria as a neighbor, the entire Republic of Circalia would truly be in trouble without a special armed force. This was why the Republic of Circalia cultivated the Wild Corps. This force, currently only 1,000 strong, was nominally a private security company, but was in fact the official armed force of the Republic of Circalia. They were usually dispatched to various EU countries to arrest superpowered criminals for money. However, in the event of a large-scale invasion by Latveria, the Wild Corps would be required to protect the Republic of Circalia and engage the Latvian army. In a way, this country was truly pitiable. However, Romania might be even more pitiable, as in this Marvel universe, it had inexplicably fractured into 2 separate countries. Once everything was properly arranged, Sylvia sternly warned all the students that they must shower and change their clothes, sending the swapped clothes to the dry cleaner to wash away the sand, before she drifted away. As she was getting into the Jeep, she saw Spider-Man in his new uniform sitting in the back seat. You know, theoretically, that fine sand is pervasive. Even if you change your clothes, it might not completely remove all the sand on your body, right? It doesn't matter. As long as Sandman doesn't have enough material to control the students as hostages, that's fine. The soldiers of the Corps will be lurking near the hotel and will stop the elementals as soon as they show up. Sylvia got in the car and started the Jeep's engine, then looked at Peter with some surprise. Why aren't you sitting in the passenger seat? I thought you were going to sit in the passenger seat. I'm driving. I thought you didn't drive. Peter shrugged, jumped into the passenger seat, and fastened his seatbelt. So, as we agreed before, we're going to a local laboratory, right? I happen to need some equipment to study Sandman's characteristics. Peter had told Sylvia in Lisbon that he wanted to research the material of the Wild Corps' bullets and some physical characteristics of Sandman, but the Wild Corps didn't have many connections in Lisbon and couldn't provide the equipment. In Madrid, however, several research facilities that the Wild Corps was tasked to protect had very close ties with them, allowing Peter to borrow the equipment for his research. We cannot be sure exactly when the elementals will launch an attack. It could be any time in the next few days. So, you need to pay attention to your physical condition. Don't work too late, lest it affect your combat readiness. My physical condition is excellent. Unless there's high-intensity combat or labor, 3 to 4 hours of sleep a day is enough. I don't need much rest. Peter reassured Sylvia, who nodded and then gave a somewhat inexplicable reply. Just like an elf. Question mark. Ah, you don't know. Elves only need 3 or 4 hours of sleep. It took Peter a moment to realize what Sylvia was talking about. Are you referring to Dungeons and Dragons? Yes. No, the elves in Dungeons and Dragons don't actually sleep. In fact, they only need 4 hours of rest. The rulebook clearly states that they don't need to sleep due to their magical nature. Peter saw Sylvia staring at him, so he hummed twice, shut his mouth, and then reminded her, driving, you know, pay attention to the road. The jeep quickly entered a heavily guarded facility in the suburbs. In addition to a large number of Spanish soldiers from the Wild Corps could also be seen patrolling here. Sylvia led Spider-Man into the institute and introduced him to several scientists. Of course, Peter didn't recognize any of them. They appeared to be background scientists with no fame in the Marvel universe. I have a question. Peter honestly asked the question that had long puzzled him. The elementals have invaded many research facilities, or hospitals, warehouses, libraries, and similar places, but these places have almost no connection. How did you determine that the elementals might come here? The scientists exchanged glances, then looked at Sylvia. Sylvia nodded, and they proceeded to explain the related reasons to Peter. The elementals are very unique. After they stay in a place for more than 24 hours, the radiation inside their bodies can be detected by instruments. Therefore, they actually have a relatively clear path of movement. Because the Wild Corps gradually develop tactics against them after the initial successful attacks, they need to prepare in advance if they want to move, and this preparation naturally leaves traces. Actions like Sandman receiving intelligence and ambushing the students did not require prior preparation, so they could achieve surprise. However, with various laboratories and research facilities, who knew if there was some astonishing wisdom conceived by Marvel Universe scientists inside? A mistake could lead to their demise, so preparation was necessary. What about their source of intelligence? Peter posed the next question, but neither the scientists nor Sylvia knew the answer to this one. Alright, next question, can you prepare a lab for me? I want to investigate the elemental samples. Follow me. Sylvia agreed directly. We have samples from Sandman, Hydroman, and Molten Man. I hope you can analyze something. Chapter 392, The Elementals Strike. I want to know, how long have the Wild Brigade and the Elementals been fighting? Peter asked as he half-heartedly put on a white coat over his suit. Sylvia stood by, watching Spider-Man place the samples found by the Wild Brigade into the instrument. She replied, it's been almost 5 months. What's the situation like? 5 months. That meant the elementals appeared in October last year. What was he doing in October? He thought back, hadn't he just finished fighting the Vulture, Mysterio, Scorpion, and Rhino? It felt like only yesterday. So, the Wild Brigade has been fighting them all this time and has found a way to deal with them, right? As Peter asked, he first looked at the magnified image of Sandman's sand displayed on the computer. From what he could see, the sand had nothing special about it, and there were no physical or chemical connections between the particles. Peter then found the bullets the Wild Brigade used against Sandman and, after careful study, figured out the principle behind them. High-frequency vibration. Sylvia was surprised that Spider-Man could actually discern the principle of these devices. She nodded and confirmed, exactly. This is our most effective method for attacking Sandman and Hydroman right now. Continuously firing bullets with an intermittent vibrating effect at them can effectively block their control over sand or water. Then, theoretically, as long as you can create a large enough vibration field, you should be able to solve the problem, right? Haven't you tried it? We have tried. Once, we thought we had completely eliminated Hydroman, but it turned out to be a failure. Sylvia sighed helplessly. We trapped Hydroman entirely within a body of water and bombarded him with high-frequency vibrations for a full hour. The result showed he was still alive. The moment our equipment stopped, Hydroman reappeared. The Wild Brigade just wanted to stop the machinery to check the effect, but that brief moment was enough for Hydroman to launch a full-scale wave attack and escape from who knows where. Although the Wild Brigade had fought the elementals for 5 months and had managed to severely injure them almost every time, they hadn't yet figured out the upper limits of the elementals' powers. They didn't know how massive a disaster they could cause, how extreme their existence was, or if they could survive and regenerate indefinitely as long as there was a single grain of sand, a drop of water, or even a tiny bit of air. Peter held the bullet in his hand, looking at the all-normal data on the computer regarding the samples from Sandman, Hydroman, and Molten Man. He fell into thought, then suddenly asked Sylvia a question. If the elementals can always get intel about the lab, including what they need and the layout, doesn't that mean they also know I'm here? Yes. Sylvia reacted mid-sentence. Are you trying to lure them here? They've already sent Sandman to stop me twice on the road. Of course, they'll attempt a third time. And it's not just that you know their abilities, they know everything about you, too. So, if they spot an opportunity and believe they can launch a surprise attack on you, they will definitely send people to try it. Sylvia was stunned for a moment, then immediately gritted her teeth in frustration. You should have told me earlier. I would have had time to prepare. If you had prepared early, they might have noticed that the Wild Brigade had a special defense setup. And they clearly have intelligence methods to probe the situation, so the best defense is to keep them guessing about what we're thinking, which means no advance notice. This little rascal is a copy of Nick Fury. Are all Americans like this? Sylvia walked out, biting her lip, while Peter glanced at his phone. He had sent predetermined coded messages to Cindy and Felicia that looked like ordinary chat, but the two of them should have set off shortly after he left. If the elementals chose to attack the research institute now, Cindy and Felicia should be able to spot them from a distance. They did indeed see the sight. Well, that is quite spectacular. Felicia, in her black cat suit, used the telescoping function of her goggles to look at the unnatural spectacle unfolding outside the Royal Institute of Madrid in the distance. Countless tornadoes reaching into the clouds were rushing towards the institute from all directions. Burning fire tornadoes and swirling water spouts illuminated each other, and the sky-covering frenzy of sand dyed the high-temperature-lit night sky yellow. Both of their suits were fitted with force field generators, defensive equipment provided by the Wild Brigade for their combat uniforms. As long as they weren't destroyed, the fine particles wouldn't be able to get close, preventing the elementals from controlling them. Cindy was silently checking Peter's status. Although the elementals were menacing, Spider-Man's physical condition hadn't changed, so she relaxed and stood on the back seat of the Jeep, waiting for Felicia to drive the car into the battlefield. As for Peter, he was walking out while being subjected to Sylvia's anger. Do you have any idea how many people are here? How many scientists and materials haven't been moved yet? Not to mention we haven't prepared for battle. Shouldn't you have thought of that earlier? Sylvia was momentarily speechless. It was true, after Spider-Man had encountered the enemy's 2 attacks, she should have considered this possibility. However, Sylvia had instinctively assumed that Spider-Man and his crew were merely there to help her with her mission, so she hadn't given it much thought. Wait, did this mean that on the elemental side, capturing or dealing with Spider-Man had a higher priority than their long-term robbery attempts? The two walked out of the lab together and saw the sky filled with red light. Sylvia looked at Spider-Man. Because of the lack of preemption, the Wild Brigade might suffer heavy casualties this time. Something happened to my friend's father last time, but I could have solved it if I had just learned a little magic. So, I learned my lesson and spent this time diligently studying magic. Sylvia looked at Spider-Man in disbelief. Are you planning to use magic to deal with them? Invite them to a show. They are not the same thing, Peter said, then took a deep breath. After forming a complex hand sign, he chanted something and waved his hands out. The winds of autumn. A whirlwind, seemingly conjured from nowhere, extinguished all the surrounding tornadoes. The yellow glow covering the sky instantly retracted, and from the natural spectacle, 4 pure elemental humanoids gradually condensed and gathered from the contained storm. Chapter 393, Chapter 393, The Essence of the Elementals. The wind not only scattered the elementals' ferocious assault but also ruffled Sylvia's fringe. She brushed back the stray hairs and asked incredulously, Are you Gandalf? No, but I know a Gandalf. Let me warn you first, my magic use is extremely draining. I can only manage a few moves. And I'll soon have to, attend to other business. The Watum's wind spell, as the name suggests, borrows power from Watum. Peter has no relation to Watum, so this was a genuine loan, and Peter instantly felt a weakness emanating from his soul. Fortunately, he only needed to use the spell once and could rely on natural recovery afterward. As for the remaining spell, it didn't require borrowing power. However, hearing Peter's words, Sylvia froze. She looked at Spider-Man, scrutinizing him for a moment before asking, But if you go attend to other business, does that mean you won't fight them anymore? I never said that. What I meant was, I need to try dealing with these 4 from a different angle. Of course, I'll still participate in the fight, my suit will fight on my behalf. Sylvia was stunned again, unable to resist asking, What do you mean by your suit? While the two were talking, the 4 elementals floating nearby were also confused. They couldn't figure out why Spider-Man suddenly managed to conjure a gust of wind and blow away their grand entrance. How did they not know Spider-Man had this trick? Was Hydra's intelligence system reliable or not? Alright, I actually know who you all are, but I still can't remember your names. Sandman, Hydroman, those are convenient. Peter didn't explain what suit fighting on his behalf meant to Sylvia. He just looked at the elementals and asked, do you want to surrender now? It'll be easier that way. Otherwise, if I catch you later, it'll be trouble. Caught by you. Hydroman, standing at the front, laughed at Spider-Man's audacity. Perhaps you found a way to deal with me, but can you catch us? You've never succeeded, Spider-Man, and you won't now. On the contrary, you'll die here. I've heard that so many times. Peter shook his head helplessly. Then, Sylvia saw Spider-Man cast another spell, clapping his hand onto his body. A spectral Spider-Man flew out from his body. I practiced for ages to make sure it was Spider-Man that flew out, not my true identity. Sylvia, the rest of the wild pack, and the elementals were all dumbfounded by Spider-Man's move. Peter, however, didn't seem concerned. The moment his physical body slumped, Venom took over, shifted into Venom form, and greeted Sylvia, hello, Mississippi. It took Sylvia a moment of willpower to resist raising her gun and shooting Venom. Venom, meanwhile, stretched and limbered up, then immediately charged toward the 4 elementals. The symbiote fears fire. Molten Man stepped forward first, sneering, and charged at Venom. I can handle him alone. Wait, we still don't know Spider-Man's. Hydroman couldn't finish his sentence because the spectral Spider-Man had already rushed in front of Molten Man, landing a punch before Venom could. Molten Man was dazed by the blow, momentarily unsure of what had happened, just as Venom hurled 2 liquid nitrogen bombs at him. Peter, in his astral form, naturally ignored the opponent's flames and scathed. He also parried the opponent's punch. Essentially, Peter was attacking the opponent's soul, therefore, if the opponent's soul retaliated with a punch, Peter would be hit, but he wouldn't be affected by their high temperature or super abilities, only by their soul's impact. If the opponent's soul was just that of an ordinary person, the damage from that punch would be negligible. As expected, the essence of your powers isn't the conversion of your body into a new substance, but rather the transformation of yourselves into elemental spirit beings controlling a substance. Peter took a deep breath. He had this suspicion before, and now it was confirmed. The elemental's essence was like the X-Men's rock slide. They hadn't elementalized their bodies, otherwise the body parts recovered by the wild pack should have reverted to flesh. Furthermore, they hadn't genuinely transformed into a certain element, or else events like Sandman being melted by high heat or Molten Man suffering from low temperature damage should have interfered with a portion of their physical structure. Therefore, they had transformed into non-corporeal spirit beings, needing to use the elements they controlled to form a new body in order to interact with matter. This was why Peter could parry their punches, because their essence was also spiritual, and that punch was actually spirit hitting spirit. If they had purely transformed their bodies into elements, Peter wouldn't have been able to hit them at all. At this moment, the charging Venom, utilizing the liquid nitrogen to cool Molten Man, slammed a punch into his body solidifying liquid metal. Molten Man, sent flying by the punch, desperately began repairing his body damaged by Venom, simultaneously yelling out. Careful. The Spider-Man that floated out of Spider-Man's body, he can hurt us. Speaking of which, I should thank you. If you hadn't turned yourselves into spirit beings, it would have been hard for me to deal with you in a wizardly way, you know, due to the rules of the magic world and all that. Peter's soul floated in midair, shrugging. So, I'll ask one last time, give me a straight answer, surrender or not. Take out his physical body. Whirlwind, who had been silent, roared, astral projection isn't without flaws. Kill his body, and let's see if he can still deal with us. Just then, a jeep made a dramatic, drifting entrance, crashing directly into the 4 elementals who were busy arguing. Black Cat executed a stylish superhero landing beside Sylvia. Looks like I didn't miss the show. That car you totaled cost $20,000, Sylvia coldly added. Felicia offered an awkward laugh. Cindy, also landing, sensed Peter's location, ultimately confirming one thing. She could sense both his soul and his physical body. Chapter 394, Great Battle Against the Elementals. Although the Elementals' fatal weakness had been discovered, they actually still held a few advantages. The first was their advantage in numbers. Even if their true form, spirit bodies, was discovered, the only one who could truly harm them was Spider-Man. Furthermore, their spiritual battle with Spider-Man didn't prevent them from controlling the elements in the physical world to attack the Wild Legion. The second was that, since it was a battle between spirit bodies, it wasn't a contest of real-world superpowers. Since they were all spirit bodies, shouldn't they be equally powerful? Just then, Molten Man's spirit body was stuck by a web shot out by Spider-Man's spirit body, and he was flung to the side. His body of high-temperature liquid metal was also slammed into the ground nearby. Molten Man stood up, utterly bewildered, and looked at the web Spider-Man had fired, roaring in confusion. How can your spirit body, how can it keep its abilities? Magic, buddy. Didn't you know there's a god behind the spiders, too? Peter rushed forward and landed another punch on Molten Man's spirit body. His hands were covered in a glow that came from the web of destiny itself. Although the web of destiny wasn't an independent dimension, it still possessed incredibly powerful force. As long as Peter used some magic, he could draw power from the web of destiny, allowing his spirit body to also possess spider abilities. In short, this was a tactic to make one's soul a Spider-Man as well. Attack Spider-Man. Save Molten Man. Hydra shouted, immediately charging forward, transforming himself into countless streams of water that rushed forward. Sylvia raised her gun and, along with the other members of the Wild Legion, began shooting at Hydra. However, Hydra seemed to have been guarding against this move already. He flexibly controlled the water, opening up countless small holes in his body to let the bullets pass through. This way, you can't shock me, right? Hydra was smug as he rushed towards Venom, grabbing him and completely encasing him in a mass of water, intending to permeate and kill him. But Venom, being a molecular-level organism, actually managed to forcefully isolate every single water molecule of Hydra on the outside of its body, similar to the effect of the Wild Legion's protective suits. But Hydra didn't give up and chose to switch tactics. He wrapped the lower half of his body around Venom, then extended a stream of water from Venom's waist, reforming it into the muscular upper half of his body, and began fiercely pounding on Venom. Venom absorbed the assault, but far from feeling any effect, he burst out laughing. You think you can beat me with that trick? Venom batted Hydra away, causing him to scatter, and then, watching Hydra recoalesce, Venom slammed another punch onto him. I know the villain usually says this, but I have to say it, you guys are overestimating yourselves. Hydra was scattered again and again without showing any reaction. Instead, after enduring the continuous attacks, he smiled, then turned into an entire puddle of water, dripping towards the ground. The water droplets of Hydra were swept up by Cyclone's wind. As the airflow spun and the mutant continuously lowered the temperature, Sandman infused his sand into it. Sharp throwing knives appeared in midair one after another. When countless throwing knives were aimed at everyone, Cyclone merely floated in midair and snapped his fingers. Immediately, the countless throwing knives hurtled towards the Wild Legion. Venom dashed forward, appearing in front of everyone, and symbiotic material surged from his hands. A gigantic symbiote shield instantly protected everyone, blocking all the flying blades. Piece of cake, haha. Molten Man. Stop worrying about Spider-Man. Create an opportunity for us. Hydra roared. If they couldn't deal with the symbiote, they would have no way to deal with Spider-Man. While roaring at Molten Man to stop counterattacking the soul damage caused by Spider-Man and instead decisively deal with Venom, he looked toward Sandman and Cyclone. They had to deal with Venom first. Countless grains of sand began to float in the air, accompanied by countless tiny breezes that whistled sharply. The interaction between the wind and the sand emitted a high-frequency sonic vibration that caused everyone discomfort. Venom, in particular, began to visibly dissipate. Peter saw this and instinctively muttered an "oh no," but still chose to keep pummeling Molten Man. Are you ready? Cindy hadn't made a move earlier, partly because she didn't have a specialized weapon, and partly because she needed to execute a combo move. She asked Black Cat, who had been busy tinkering inside a jeep, not the one that had been thrown earlier, but another one. Almost. Done. All right, Webs, throw this jeep towards those elementals without delay. Black Cat said, while climbing out of the car, carrying a bag of items, and smiling, I hope we don't need to use these things. These are the secret weapons Spider-Man prepared for them. If we have to use them here, doesn't it prove that the Europeans' technology is useless? Cindy nodded, then grabbed the $20,000 jeep and directly hurled it towards the three elementals in the air. Cyclone was the fastest to react, instantly conjuring a wind blade that sliced the jeep in two. But that was exactly the effect Black Cat wanted. An unprecedented explosion erupted instantly, not only silencing the noisy wind and sand in midair but also causing both Sandman and Hydra extreme pain, making them unable to maintain their forms. What did you do? Sylvia looked at Felicia in surprise. Felicia merely shrugged simply. I just borrowed a shell from your armory meant to deal with the elementals, and according to a certain high school boy, I modified it by connecting it to your jeep's battery. Sylvia looked at Felicia with a mix of exasperation and suspicion, while Cindy looked at Venom. Although Peter's physical body seemed fine, anyone could tell Venom was somewhat weakened. Whether it was because he hadn't fully recovered from the blast of the pumpkin bomb last time, or because the symbiote's weakness was too apparent, Venom was clearly being targeted. Although Venom's resistance had increased after consuming Grendel, the commotion this time was still too great. Molten Man, quickly. The frantic Cyclone cried out, continuously generating wind blades, attempting to weaken the enemy through physical attacks. Molten Man, on the other hand, began to radiate a brightness he had never displayed before. He was going to endure the pain in his soul and completely incinerate Spider-Man. Chapter 395, Chapter 395, Molten Man got dazed. Molten Man took another critical hit from Peter, and he felt a pain he hadn't experienced since his complete transformation. No, to be more accurate, Mark Raxton, the scientist, hadn't participated in combat much and hadn't felt much pain at all. But Spider-Man delivered it. After being continuously attacked, Molten Man realized something. He understood why Spider-Man chose him as the breakthrough point, because he wasn't a living person. His body was composed of high-temperature liquid metal. While capable of radiating intense heat, this also represented his limitations. The scarcity of that liquid metal itself, coupled with the characteristic that high-temperature metal cools and solidifies when encountering extreme cold, making movement difficult, made him theoretically the weakest and easiest to capture member of the elementals. In fact, the Savage Brigade had once captured a Molten Man's body, but the Molten Man's true essence, as a spiritual entity, escaped and thus was resurrected. But what about this time? Spider-Man's actions against Molten Man were different from the Savage Brigade's. The Savage Brigade targeted him because he was the easiest to capture, but Spider-Man's reason was entirely different. Because I am Molten Man, I am your greatest enemy, that's why you are targeting me like this. It must be. I'm not easy to deal with, Spider-Man. Molten Man said, taking another heavy punch. Then, enduring the pain of being beaten by Spider-Man, he began to rapidly increase his temperature. Under the flames, the surface of his black body began to crack, erupting with extreme heat. Silver Sable gave the order for emergency evacuation almost immediately, and everyone, including Venom and Cindy, started to flee with the people they were protecting. Molten Man tried to follow Venom but was grabbed by the spiritual Spider-Man and punched again. Molten Man was kept in place, but under his flames, his black liquid metal body was virtually invisible, all that remained was a burning, incandescent red. Peter realized things were going south, and immediately, in his spiritual form, he dragged Molten Man's spiritual form upwards toward the sky, soaring straight into the clouds. But even so, upon ascending to an altitude of nearly 2,000 meters, Molten Man achieved his goal. As the light refraction in the air changed due to the high temperature, another sun rose over Madrid, the capital of Spain. The countless water droplets in the air were instantly evaporated. The accumulating sand flow was melted into glass in an instant. The swirling cyclone was extinguished by the high temperature. A fiery red illuminated the entire sky. Molten Man wanted to laugh out loud, but his body had been completely destroyed. The immense high-temperature flames, in a single moment, completely cleared the clouds in the night sky. Countless starlight sprinkled through the firmament. The sky was clear, the starlight perfect. The intense heat still radiated back to the ground. On the site of the Royal Institute of Madrid, Spider-Man's body lay weakly on the ground. The symbiote had long since retreated into his body. Within several hundred meters around him, everything outside the institute, every plant and animal, had its moisture evaporated. Spider-Man didn't look like a dried corpse yet, but Molten Man felt it was close. The liquid metal molecules that had erupted with high temperature slowly condensed, reforming the Molten Man. The liquid metal on his body became almost viscous, turning into a black substance that radiated heat but was no longer so intensely hot, with only a slight flame burning around his body. Molten Man landed on the ground. He was absolutely certain that when he exploded, he saw Spider-Man flee back into his body. Undoubtedly, that was because the symbiote couldn't endure the high temperature. Spider-Man had to return if he didn't want to become a dried corpse. He looked at Spider-Man, walked up to him, and flashed a smug smile. In the end, I won, Spider-Man. Neither you nor the symbiote on you is a match for me, not a match for a new sun. Molten Man said, driving his hand to become incandescent red again, about to grab Spider-Man's head. But just before he struck, the opponent uttered a brief phrase. The crimson bands of Sidorak. Crimson chains shot out from Peter's body, instantly seizing Molten Man's spirit. Then, several symbiote tentacles emerged from behind Spider-Man, spraying cryogenic fluid onto Molten Man's body, giving him a physical cooldown. Peter stood up, brushed the dust off his suit, and looked at Molten Man. If I just researched your findings beforehand, I could calculate the range of an explosion caused by an equivalent volume of related heavy metals. The reason you exploded at that altitude wasn't because I could only fly that fast, but because I needed to fly that fast to make you believe you could defeat me, or come close to defeating me. Peter said, watching the liquid nitrogen spray, feeling the surrounding low temperature, and took a deep breath. Then he tugged at the chains in front of him, dragging out Molten Man's spiritual entity, a scientist who looked to be in his 40s and was slightly balding. Peter shrugged slightly. Also, I don't necessarily have to use my spiritual state to deal with you. Although I don't know many spells, I'm at least a novice sorcerer. I just needed you to have the impression that Spider-Man must remain in a spiritual state to hurt and attack the elementals, so you would let your guard down. Furthermore, you're right, you are indeed a major problem. High temperatures and sonic waves are things that can cause serious harm to the symbiote. Now, we've at least captured one of you. Welcome to prison, Mark Raxton. By the way, I'm quite sure all your teammates got away. Inside the Royal Institute of Madrid, Silver Sable looked doubtfully as Spider-Girl and Black Cat modified a mobile holding cell, and then she asked hesitantly, are you really sure this thing can hold Molten Man? If you're asking me, I don't know, but you have to trust Spider-Man. After all, he's a genuine sorcerer. Black Cat clapped her hands, signaling the job was done. It looks like we can safely tour Madrid for 3 days at least. The remaining elementals probably need to figure out a countermeasure before they dare to act again, right? Looking at the cage, Silver Sable frowned. She had never expected the 4 transformed members of the elementals to be magical creatures. Who exactly was the person capable of transforming people into magical beings? Perhaps only magic can defeat magic. Chapter 396, Relaxation Time. The second stop of the tour group, Madrid, was perhaps the most relaxing and thought-free part of the entire trip. The elementals were truly defeated this time, and there was no sign of their imminent return. So, the reason it was so bright last night was because you guys took down a giant fireman? Gwen asked while eating breakfast. The Spanish schedule seemed strange to normal people. Most European Union countries use Central European Time, which is UTC+1. Spain, however, also adopts a dual daylight saving time system, switching to UTC+2 from the last Sunday in March to the last Sunday in October. Geographically speaking, though, Spain's longitude is about the same or even further west than most of Europe. The UK uses Greenwich Mean Time, UTC-0. In other words, during wintertime, Spain's actual time is 1 hour slower than the clock, and during summertime, it's 2 hours slower. If you start work at 9 a.m. in February, it's actually 8 a.m. If you start work at 10 a.m. in May, it's actually 8 a.m. But this led to a problem. The students, whose time had been adjusted to the local Spanish time, woke up at 6 or 7, which was actually a little past 5 in the morning. Consequently, only travelers, especially these students, were found in the various shops. Peter, Gwen, and Cindy found a cafe for breakfast. They sat in a corner discussing what happened last night. Since there weren't many people around and music was playing, Gwen wasn't worried about others eavesdropping. Cindy just sat there drinking her coffee, silent as usual. Actually, that guy was called Molten Man. He was a mass of high-temperature liquid metal, capable of self-detonation in extreme circumstances. Peter shrugged. Gwen could only imagine last night's battle. The Elemental's large-scale AoE was very unfriendly to a stealth-style player like her. In fact, not only her, but even Black Cat and Cindy could only play a minimal role in the fight, as the opponent's abilities were theoretically very strong. Infinite regeneration, immunity to physical damage, matter manipulation, they had all sorts of means. If they had spotted Gwen, they might have considered taking a hostage, but without knowing she was there, their abilities were more likely to cause collateral damage. Gwen blew on the coffee cup she was holding, wondering what she was thinking. After a moment, she looked at Peter. What are you thinking about? I'm not thinking about anything. I'm looking at where we should go later. As a tourist city, Madrid naturally had no shortage of attractions, so Peter was looking for places where they could have a good time. However, Gwen interrupted him with a single sentence. Why don't we just wander around and play wherever we end up? Is there really a need to go to a specific attraction? Peter paused, then looked at Cindy. Somewhat unexpectedly, Cindy also nodded in agreement. So, Peter had no objection. It certainly looked like a very leisurely day. Rome, Italy. As an ancient capital that has persisted since the European classical era, Rome possesses numerous ancient underground sewers and catacombs. Hiding within them are not only the dead but also those who should have died but didn't. Amidst the rapid burst of an assault rifle, Steve Rogers, disguised as the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent Captain, dove behind a tomb. He then picked up a captured assault rifle and fired continuously. With a burst of shots, the sounds from the opposite side completely ceased. But the captain did not approach casually. He waited for the opportunity, and only after another scream came from the other side did he step out, watching Logan who was walking towards him, and reloaded his weapon. It really is troublesome without the shield. The captain thought to himself, then looked at Logan. Eye patch, what's ahead? No threat. I'm sure of it, Captain. Logan looked at the captain, not entirely sure why he chose the codename Captain. Although they were both wearing disguises that weren't their original faces, this choice made it very easy for people to think he was Captain America. Since there's none, let's move forward. We need to figure out who is behind the elementals and what exactly they are planning with all these actions. The captain said while leading the way, continuing to move forward. The two proceeded through the dim catacombs for a long time. Suddenly, Logan grabbed the captain. Something was wrong. The captain immediately raised his gun and went on alert. Is someone coming? I'm not exactly sure if it's a person, Logan said, looking ahead with heightened vigilance, holding 2 daggers. A figure appeared in the distance. In the dim light of the torches, it was impossible to see who it was, but one thing was certain, the person was not a friend. The captain watched from afar. The person in the dark tunnel began to emit light. No, rather, they were catching fire. Jim Hammond, it really is him. The captain tried his best to suppress his complicated feelings, looking at his old comrade in arms who had lost himself. He spoke in a calm tone. The last time he appeared was in Madrid with Mr. Sinister. It seems the intelligence was not wrong. His body was recovered by the people behind the Super Soldier Project and transformed into the human weapon he is now. There's nowhere to run now. Logan's casual remark exposed their dangerous predicament. The two immediately turned and fled in unison, wary of the original Human Torch who could catch up at any moment. But the opponent did not immediately pursue. Instead, he raised his hands and continuously unleashed raging flames forward. The fire instantly engulfed the entire catacomb. After burning for a period, all the flames in the catacomb, including the flames on Jim Hammond, dissipated. The original Human Torch was about to move forward and pursue when an electronic communication sounded in his mind. No need to pursue, Human Torch. The Spider-Man has captured an important asset of ours. Go deal with it. The enemy may still be alive. Even if they survive, the opponents are merely standard-level agents. No matter how elite, there's a limit. The voice in the earpiece said dismissively, leave it to the Winter Soldier. He will resolve everything. As for you, you should go confront Spider-Man. Understood, Dr. Zola. The Human Torch said, withdrawing from the tunnel. The captain, who had held his breath using Logan as a human shield, dragged the unconscious Logan, who had suffered from oxygen deprivation, out of the tunnel. He heard the Human Torch's communication in the distance and realized who the mastermind behind the weapon expansion plan was. Arnim Zola, he's alive too. Chapter 397, Arnim Zola. In the western Mediterranean Sea, between Spain and Sardinia, Italy, a cruise ship belonging to S.H.I.E.L.D. was navigating. Because it was a special cruise ship affiliated with S.H.I.E.L.D., any inquiry about its data, regardless of the source, would indicate that it did not exist. Even in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s own records, aside from the fact that it existed, all other intelligence suggested it was non-existent. Whirlwind, moving at his fastest speed, rushed into the cruise ship with the spirits of his two companions. Then, the substances within the 3 containment units reacted, and the 3 individuals emerged from the open containers. Welcome, gentlemen. The one who greeted the 3 members of the Elementals was a massive device, a towering 1 meter 20 centimeter tall main computer. A large display screen on its front side showed a 3D, modeled human face. This main computer had mechanically manufactured limbs but no head, its head was replaced by an oversized camera. Ah, welcome, everyone. It seems the outcome this time wasn't ideal either. The computer chuckled as it looked at the last containment unit. Just as the satellite showed, Molten Man was captured by Spider-Man, truly unexpected. Your intelligence has serious flaws, Zola. You never told me Spider-Man could use magic. Hydra, as the Elemental's leader, confronted the mainframe directly. Inside this mainframe was the chief scientist of Hydra during World War II, Arnim Zola. He was supposed to have died in the 1970s, but Hydra agents embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. uploaded his brain data into the colossal mechanical host. Since then, he has lived on as a digital life form. Spider-Man can use magic, that is indeed new data. It seems Project 7, conducted by Dr. Andrea Jensen and his student Morbius, has also been ruled out. How astonishing, I mean, regrettable. Arnim Zola said this while marveling at Spider-Man's formidable power. Spider-Man had already become the most challenging target in the weapon expansion program. Both Project 6 and Project 7, which involved magic, proved ineffective against him. Furthermore, he was the direct result of Project 2 and Project 5. Is it possible to apply other projects to him? It seems entirely possible. Though deep in thought, Arnim Zola didn't forget the other 3 individuals. As a data life form, he was capable of multi-threaded thinking and computation. While pondering, he reassured the remaining 3 elementals, don't worry, Spider-Man has only mastered methods to deal with you for now, but a real fight might not favor him. Besides, I specifically found a helper for you to fill the gap. A helper? The 3 looked over in confusion and saw a man walking out from the side. He appeared dazed and foolish. But as Zola snapped his fingers, the man quickly transformed into a burning figure. Hydraman's expression instantly turned serious. Are you planning to use him to replace Molten Man? No, no, no. Just a temporary fill-in to cover the vacancy and help you eliminate Spider-Man. I know him. Sandman looked surprised. That's Jim Hammond, the original Human Torch. Hydra can even control its past adversaries. Yes, the Elementals and other enemies were different, they were aware of Hydra's existence and served them. Hydraman and Whirlwind were initially criminals and easily recruited. Sandman was a mercenary who underwent modification for money, and Molten Man was simply a scientist who almost burned himself to death for cash. The moral standards of this group were generally low. Furthermore, their interactions led them to believe that Hydra wasn't actually propagating extreme ideologies, on the contrary, they seemed quite Americanized, which meant they had little resistance to joining. However, upon realizing that a World War II hero had been transformed by Hydra into their subordinate, they seemed to sense something different. Did we get on the wrong boat? Jim Hammond is inherently an android, a synthetic organism, not truly human. He's merely a Frankenstein, Zola said dismissively, showing no sign that he felt his actions were wrong. He's different from you. He cannot fully transform into an elemental. But this actually offers benefits. Firstly, he has no soul, so he naturally won't be attacked by Spider-Man using soul-based methods. Secondly, he can fill Molten Man's void and fight the symbiote. Thirdly, he is very obedient and won't suddenly lose control and seek a solo challenge. After exchanging glances, the three had no choice but to nod obediently. Arnim Zola watched them leave contentedly. After working in the lab for a while longer, he received a report from his informants. The two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were indeed still alive. They appeared to be severely wounded and slowly left the catacombs. Truly troublesome individuals. Yet, he had to admit that Nick Fury was a very capable and tenacious person. His intensity in investigating and clearing out S.H.I.E.L.D.'s interior had been frighteningly high this past year, forcing Hydra to withdraw many of its tendrils to maintain secrecy. Even organizations like the Serpent Society, which hadn't been exposed publicly, entered a state of silence. Dispatch the Winter Soldier to eliminate those two, and for safety, have Taskmaster accompany him. After issuing the orders, Zola initiated the Zola algorithm. Finding the success rate was only 70%, he added an extra layer of insurance and felt secure. However, before he could get back to work, a door behind him opened. A man wearing a purple mask walked out. The mask seemed to be fitted onto his face, moving with his breath. Baron Zemo. Zola bowed very respectfully, looking quite comical. Zemo adjusted his clothes. It seems your little toys aren't very effective, Zola. Actually, they aren't my little toys. I am merely coordinating the weapon expansion program, and this is only a small part of Hydra's grand blueprint, the super soldier section. Zola's large screen displayed a face with a flattering smile. He rubbed his hands and asked curiously, "How do you feel, Baron?" When I lost my own face, the feeling was very peculiar. I seemed to be able to become anyone. Zemo stroked his mask. In a flash, he transformed into someone Zola was very familiar with, the Red Skull. After another moment, he transformed into Captain America. It is absolutely perfect, Arnim. Now, I have found a path. The Avengers will not know that I am their friend. And the Captain will pay the price for splashing the X-Virus on my face and killing my father. Chapter 398, Nick Fury arrives. Of course, Peter didn't know what was happening in Rome. He didn't even know who Nick Fury had sent, only that Nick Fury definitely had someone on the job. And the one thing Spider-Man did most often in Madrid was still taking pictures. Madrid was surprisingly free of excessive criminal activity. Even when there were incidents, the local police were sufficient to handle them. If the police weren't enough, they could hire the Wild Pack. In short, for now, Madrid had no supervillains. It seemed those were a peculiar specialty of New York. This is definitely a problem. Harry, carrying large shopping bags, complained as he looked at Peter with a camera hanging around his neck. "Why do you get to walk around with a camera while I have to carry everyone's bags?" "It's very simple, Lyman. Parker is good at taking photos, and he's a skinny little guy," Flash said from the side, bumping Harry with his shoulder. The reason he bumped Harry with his shoulder was also simple. He was carrying bags too, and even more than Harry. Peter shrugged helplessly, indicating it had nothing to do with him. He was actually quite happy with the current state. After all, having fun together meant he didn't have to worry about other things. "So, you guys have been on dates, but you haven't made it official yet." On the girl's side, Mary Jane felt curious after hearing Gwen's words, because there are other girls who like him. "I feel like the problem is more on his end." "Maybe, but I don't want to pressure him." What if he ends up disliking me more because of it?" "Then you can ramp up the offense or something." "Tell me, who's your competition?" Gwen just glanced remotely at the person sharing photos with Peter, then shook her head helplessly. Gwen didn't want to put pressure on Peter, as time when Peter Parker could truly relax was rare. Take last night's fight, for example. Although Peter described it very casually, Gwen didn't believe it was that easy. He seemed to be deliberately downplaying the urgency of the battles he encountered. Peter seemed to notice something, glanced at Gwen, and raised his phone. Gwen picked up her phone and looked at the message Peter sent, then raised an eyebrow. Mary Jane curiously leaned over to peek and was surprised to find it was a text inviting Gwen to lunch. "So, do you mind bringing me along?" "Definitely, yes, we mind." MJ shrugged helplessly. "Fine, Liz and Harry are dating, Betty and Thompson are dating, and now you guys are almost there. Our band is going to fall apart in less than a month. If band members dating can cause a band to fall apart, then I need to consider whether our captain and lead singer has a massive problem," Gwen said, adjusting her bag. "You can use this time to write your articles while eating alone." Didn't the Daily Bugle give you a few reports to cover? That's so cruel. You all get to date, and I'm stuck writing articles. MJ gave a helpless and bored smile, waved goodbye to Gwen, and left. Gwen quickly jogged over to Peter. Peter looked at Gwen with a slight surprise. You didn't buy anything. You think just because my dad got promoted, I get more allowance? Not a chance. Well, I don't have that problem. I have 2 sets of internship salaries from Baxter Building and Oscorp, even though I don't think I've actually done any of the internship work. Gwen couldn't help but roll her eyes at Peter, then asked, what made you think of inviting me to lunch? There's nothing much going on, and I wanted to say thank you. Question mark. For the Earth-65 incident. No matter what, Gwen risked danger to look for him on Earth-65, and while there, Gwen did help the local Spider-Gwen quite a bit. Peter couldn't help Spider-Gwen personally without triggering the Web of Life and Destiny event, so Gwen used her own abilities to provide significant assistance. Good excuse. Gwen paused for 2 seconds after saying that. So, where are we eating? There's a Spanish seafood paella place down the street. Madrid is inland, though, not by the sea, so I'm not sure if it's really good. Spanish paella actually originated in Valencia. The good news is, after our trip in Madrid ends, we'll go to Valencia to take a boat to Naples, so maybe we can eat an even better one there. Gwen quietly listened to Peter's popular science lesson, then replied indifferently, I'm not sure I'll be able to taste the difference. Me neither. Let's go. Peter indeed chose a roadside restaurant. He had never been fond of high-end dining establishments. A small part of the reason was that he hadn't been to one, and the other part was his stereotype that those places purely used high consumption to create a sense of superiority, where it was easy to spend a lot of money and still not feel full, making it unnecessary to look for food there. Peter Parker's principle was to eat at the kind of local, home-style restaurants where the residents actually went. After the two ordered a seafood paella at the restaurant, Peter went to the restroom while waiting for lunch. After asking the owner if there was a restroom and where it was, he entered the restaurant's washroom. The moment he stepped in, Peter immediately realized something was wrong. For what was essentially a semi-public restroom, the smell was too neutral. He immediately turned around and heard the door click shut automatically. Then, the surrounding holographic projection retracted, revealing Nick Fury sitting on a chair with his legs propped up on a table, spinning a Rubik's Cube in his hand, as he asked, "How's the Europe trip, Spider-Man?" "Actually, I need to use the restroom, and this clearly isn't it." Nick Fury was silent for a few seconds, then sighed helplessly, "The restroom is next door. Go first. Don't even think about escaping. I just hope you don't waste too much of my time, Fury." Peter shrugged. He was just here to use the restroom. If Nick Fury wasted too much time, anyone would know something was up. Gwendolyn already knows your identity, so if you disappear, it's definitely related to Spider-Man. But don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. I just came to tell you a few things about the elementals. Chapter 399, Intelligence on Hydra. After Peter returned from the restroom next door, he asked Nick Fury a question that had been on his mind since he arrived. "I was wondering about something. Did you temporarily rent this place, or is this actually a S.H.I.E.L.D. outpost? Because, you know, this is just a very ordinary restaurant. Regrettably, this is genuinely a S.H.I.E.L.D. outpost. Our bases come in all shapes and sizes, barbershops, small restaurants, bookstores. You're lucky to have come directly, so I didn't have to message you to rush over." Fury continued to twirl the Rubik's Cube in his hand. "I didn't think it would be you in person. After all, S.H.I.E.L.D. should, theoretically, have a lot of work. Life Model Decoy, or LMD. You should be quite familiar with it. Some S.H.I.E.L.D. elite agents, for the safety of their families, apply to use LMDs to replace their relatives or even themselves to ensure their security. If you need it, I can also provide a similar device for your family, keeping them in your queen's home while your real family is hidden elsewhere, just like Agent Silk." This was the first time Peter had heard an update on Cindy's family. Before this, besides a family photo in the Christmas gift she sent him, he hadn't heard much about the Moon family. Now he realized the Moon family had been relocated, and probably, except for Cindy, only LMD replicas remained in their home. Doesn't that mean Cindy is living with a group of LMDs? Before Peter could dwell on it, Nick Fury interrupted him. "Next, regarding the elementals. Several well-trained S.H.I.E.L.D. agents infiltrated their vicinity and gathered relevant intelligence. We now know that the man behind the elementals is actually Arnim Zola. Are you familiar with him?" Peter nervously looked around, but then heard Fury's explanation. "Relax. The entire room is sealed. All electronic devices are non-functional, and signals cannot be transmitted out. Eavesdropping would require an actual person present, and I have Spider-Man." Peter breathed a sigh of relief but immediately thought of something. Fury had just mentioned LMDs, then said no electronic devices could function here. Doesn't that mean the Fury in New York and the Spider-Man in New York are actually LMDs? Is the Nick Fury in front of me the real one? I know. The famous Hydra scientist. He obtained US citizenship after the war through Operation Paperclip, avoiding the international tribunal. You've now found out he's back with Hydra. Yes, undoubtedly. It's clear that Operation Paperclip wasn't a good idea. Back then, to gain a technological edge in the post-war New World Order, the US used the Soviet ideology and American preferential policies to intimidate and attract a large number of Third Reich scientists, a considerable portion of whom were former Hydra members. But they never repented. Instead, they became a part of us. As Fury spoke, he placed the Rubik's Cube on the table and lowered his leg. Of course, perhaps the United States was never inherently good, and the two sides simply hit it off. Initially, S.H.I.E.L.D. was somewhat passive on this front, as its predecessor, the Strategic Scientific Reserve, was an organization specifically created to combat Hydra, already bringing together the Allied forces' top talent. We weren't particularly concerned about the average Hydra scientist. Average? I guess Arnim Zola isn't one of the average ones. Peter's observation was confirmed by Nick Fury. Compared to other Hydra scientists, Arnim Zola had two advantages. First, he had been captured quite early by the Allies and was highly cooperative, providing extensive intelligence on Hydra's military and technology, gradually earning the Allies' trust. Second, he was genuinely an outstanding scientist. A significant portion of Hydra's technology, including the research on the Tesseract, was led by Zola. Because of this, S.H.I.E.L.D., in its early days, considered Zola a reformed scientist and recruited him into the agency. They never expected that once Hydra, always Hydra. That old man truly taught Fury a lesson on what it meant to cut off one head, and two more shall take its place. I now suspect that the Third Reich was merely Hydra's previous host. When they encounter a powerful opponent, they choose to surrender, infiltrate the opponent's internal structure, and then ruthlessly exploit all their resources to grow and expand. The Third Reich was like this, the Soviet Union was like this, and the United States is the same. Hydra's existence may be even more ancient, even more terrifying. In terms of combat power, Hydra was never the most formidable adversary they faced. The Thanos and his Chitauri army introduced by the Guardians of the Galaxy, the Kree and Skrull empires mentioned by Captain Marvel, or even Thor's Asgard, each was far more powerful than Hydra. But Hydra's greatest danger lies in the fact that they are embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. and even the entire country. They are slowly corrupting this nation and trying to replace it, ultimately establishing their own Hydra-specific order. The unknown is what causes fear, and if everything you're familiar with is actually unknown, merely another entity wearing a disguise, the problem becomes even more frightening. Especially after Nick Fury discovered that Zola was still alive, he realized something was terribly wrong. Hydra had managed, as early as the 70s, to find a way to save Zola and ensure his continuous existence from within S.H.I.E.L.D. Does that mean virtually no one in S.H.I.E.L.D. can be trusted? Starting from the 70s, Fury began to scrutinize his superior, Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council. Could he also be Hydra? Peter nodded, then countered with a question, so, what do you want me to do? As always, draw attention. I'm quite certain Zola is researching how to deal with you, and subsequently, the elementals will also choose to target you. Be careful, they replaced Molten Men with Jim Hammond. The elementals are still 4 people. Peter frowned, feeling confused. Why would Zola target him? Shouldn't it theoretically be the other way around, with him helping the Wild Pack against the elementals? Nick Fury remained silent for a moment before finally giving Peter an answer. Because you are Richard Parker's son, Spider-Man. I don't know what Richard ultimately found in Europe, but undoubtedly, that discovery instilled fear in Hydra. Chapter 400, next stop, Taranto. When Peter returned, he tried his best to hide his absent-mindedness, but Gwen still noticed. Before he could even sit down and say anything, Gwen preemptively asked, "Did something happen?" "No, why?" "You're telling me nothing happened while wearing a 'don't let others worry' expression." Gwen's single sentence stopped Peter's planned explanation dead in its tracks. He scratched his head awkwardly before offering a new explanation. "All right, actually, someone found me. It was Cindy's superior." Gwen thought for a while before realizing he was referring to S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization that was publicly known but generally ignored. Unlike the FBI or CIA, S.H.I.E.L.D. was very uncommon for the average person, primarily because they rarely had any daily interaction with it. S.H.I.E.L.D. perfectly demonstrated what a truly mysterious organization looks like. It has its own official website, its duties and missions are publicly listed, and it even publicly releases its annual financial budget and year-end report. But because it lacks media coverage and is inaccessible to normal people, most citizens have no idea what S.H.I.E.L.D. is actually doing. As the saying goes, the best mysterious organization isn't one that's secretive, but one that's open and aboveboard, yet people aren't interested in it and don't know how to reach it. Did he give you a mission? Theoretically, the Avengers and S.H.I.E.L.D. are independent, but considering the things he asked me to do are quite important, I decided it was best to help out as much as possible. Peter still wasn't telling the whole truth. He was still thinking about what Nick Fury had told him about his parents. On one hand, this seemed like a completely different storyline. He remembered that in the Marvel setting, the Parker parents were CIA agents who were framed for treason. But Fury had told him early on that the Parkers were recruited not by the CIA, but by S.H.I.E.L.D. Furthermore, it seemed to be related to the supernatural. Richard Parker was an expert in genetic editing technology. On the other hand, although he had been reborn into this universe, he actually hadn't spent much time with his parents. Peter often didn't know what they were doing. They always sent him to Uncle Ben's house whenever something came up, and they never told him anything about their work. "Hey, Peter." Gwen's call brought Peter back to reality. Peter looked at Gwen, who shrugged helplessly. "You've been staring into space for 2 minutes and haven't eaten a bite of food." "Oh, sorry." Blame Nick Fury. The 3-day trip quickly came to an end. Peter remembered again what it was like to be an ordinary person instead of Spider-Man. Here, there was no need for Spider-Man to fight supercrime, and occasionally, when ordinary crimes occurred, Peter could secretly stop them without changing into his suit. Of course, this didn't mean Peter did nothing. On the very first night after Nick Fury spoke to him, he used the sling ring to open a portal, went home, and retrieved the notebook his father left behind. This was what Peter had found while cleaning the basement, and the formula for the original web fluid was inside. He suspected that other secrets left by his father were hidden inside, but he had flipped through the notebook countless times without finding anything else. Richard Parker's notebook was essentially work-related content, recording the synthesis method of the web fluid, how to create the web wings, the characteristics of web swinging, and the various structures of the silk. If I really had to describe it, this book is like a guide from a spider's perspective on how to be a Spider-Man. Peter lay on the hotel bed, reviewing the notebook once more and trying to find any hidden codes. He knew that the book was unlikely to be a code, as the Parkers left it before heading to Europe for their mission. It was improbable they would leave clues for something that hadn't happened yet. But what if? Peter finished reading the entire notebook once more. He was already intimately familiar with nearly every page. Richard Parker had chosen the perfect starting material for his genetically edited spider, the Taranto tarantula, or bird-eating spider. Taranto tarantulas are the general term for bird-eating spiders. When colonists arrived on the American and African continents, they found that these hairy spiders were similar to the Lycosa tarantula, wolf spider, of the European continent, so they used the same name. Before the 17th century, people generally believed that being bitten by a Taranto wolf spider would cause a condition called tarantism, where the patient would cry and jump before eventually breaking into a frantic dance. The bird-eating spiders collectively referred to as Taranto tarantulas are massive, growing up to about 20 centimeters in size. A sufficiently large body size can support adequate genetic modification. The venom of the Taranto tarantula is not very potent, and modifications can be attempted to use its venom injection as a method of DNA transcription. The notebook recorded this. Peter looked at the passage and considered it for a moment. He thought of something. Was that spider really that big? Peter had never actually seen the spider, as Kane placed it on his neck. After being bitten, he immediately slapped it away. Then the spider went straight to bite Cindy, but judging by the feel in his hand, it didn't seem that big. Thinking of this, Peter got up, opened a portal, and returned directly to the web base. Dr. Jonathan, who was busy cultivating spiders, saw Peter arrive but wasn't surprised. "Oh, Peter, you're here." "Dr. Jonathan, I want to ask a question. These you're cultivating should be Taranto tarantulas." Strictly speaking, the Taranto tarantula is a generic term for the tarantula family. They are huge, which makes them more convenient from a genetic modification standpoint. "I want to ask something. Was the genetically modified spider my father researched, the one displayed at the Oscorp tech exhibit, this kind of spider?" "No, that was a Taranto wolf spider. I mean, a true Lycosa tarantula. Unlike bird-eating spiders, they actually aren't venomous and don't spin webs, they prefer to chase and ambush their prey." Dr. Jonathan shrugged. "I don't know why your father chose the hard way, because the real Taranto wolf spider is smaller, about 10 centimeters, non-venomous, and doesn't spin webs, it opts to chase prey. To make it capable of venom injection, he even had to perform extra gene editing. Where did he acquire the experimental material?" "He didn't buy the experimental material." Dr. Jonathan continued. "He specifically took a trip to Taranto in southern Italy to get the original sample locally." Chapter 401, leaving mid-trip. Cindy. On the bus heading to Valencia, Peter proactively sat down next to Cindy and asked a crucial question. "Can you get in touch with Nick Fury?" "Yes." "Has something happened?" "No, not exactly an emergency, but I need to clear some things up." Logically speaking, Peter was certain there was no absolute link between seeking the Taranto wolf spiders and the murder of the Parkers. After all, there was a logical flaw. If it were related to the Taranto wolf spiders, Hydra certainly wouldn't have allowed him to bring those spiders back to the United States for experimentation. Furthermore, His father had left that notebook in Uncle Ben's basement before his final mission. It was impossible for him to foresee what secrets he would discover during that mission and intercept the information in advance. Unless my dad is Kang the Conqueror. Cindy didn't quite understand the context, but she nodded out of trust. Peter went a step further with his request, can he meet us on the ship to Naples? If so, I'll wait for him there. You seem a bit restless. Is there a problem? No, I'm fine. Peter let out a breath and settled into his seat on the bus. According to the plan, the group would arrive in Valencia around noon today. After a few hours of rest, the students would take a ship to Naples. However, Peter felt as if a dark cloud were hanging over his head, like something was entangling him. As it turned out, Nick Fury arrived faster than he had expected. After they disembarked in Valencia, Cindy slipped him a note with an address on it. Peter immediately rushed there and saw the black braised egg again. Fury sat on a chair looking bored, waiting for Peter Parker's questions. Where did my parents meet their end? On a plane. A crash. You should be well aware of that. Before that. Where? Hungary. They took off on a flight from Budapest and encountered an accident mid-route. Just like Walter Harder in 03, everyone investigating the super soldier program in Europe found their terminal station in Budapest. Fury looked at Peter with a look of genuine interest. Have you discovered something, Spider-Man? No. Though he had expected this, Peter felt a mix of relief and emptiness as he sat down on the chair upon hearing the news. I discovered that my father might have traveled to Europe even earlier for the Feral Force project. He went to Taranto, Italy. I know. He said he had some personal matters to handle. Some friends who helped him complete the project back then might be able to assist him. Regrettably, to this day, we still don't know who this friend was. After a momentary daze, Peter looked at Nick Fury in disbelief. You don't know. Policy doesn't allow it. The Super Soldier Project is the domain of the Pentagon. We cannot investigate any intelligence in that area as long as it doesn't involve terrorists or evil organizations. Do you think I sent your parents to Europe because I was bored? It was because a super soldier-like presence appeared among terrorists, and the agents tracing the source needed technical support. If it weren't for the appearance of super soldiers among hostile forces, Nick Fury would not have sought technical support. Since the Feral Force project was one of the few super soldier plans outsourced by the Pentagon, Nick Fury was able to establish contact with the Parkers. So, if the Pentagon said no, you just didn't investigate. Hardly. Nick Fury expressionlessly indicated that he had indeed done so. It's just that we still don't know who helped your father in Taranto. Theoretically, since your father chose to visit them in Taranto, that person should have been there. But whether it was our agents monitoring your father or us searching for a needle in a haystack in Taranto, there were no relevant leads. Peter felt utterly astonished. He hadn't expected Nick Fury to have found nothing at all, and theoretically, this matter shouldn't have been related to Hydra. Could it be that the person who helped my father was actually a Hydra agent? If they could pull off the entire super soldier project on their own, why would they choose to infiltrate us? Fury disagreed with Peter's viewpoint. There was a more critical issue. If the collaborator truly were Hydra, it would have been more advantageous to expose them to S.H.I.E.L.D. so they could succeed Richard Parker as the internal super soldier research expert. But in reality, that never happened. One must remember that at that time, Richard Parker was still alive, and Hydra's existence had not yet been exposed because of it. Peter and Nick Fury stared at each other, both stumped for the moment. So, this matter actually has nothing to do with what we're investigating. Maybe yes, maybe no. Regardless, we can't find any clues. Perhaps you can go take a look, that's what you were thinking, wasn't it? Fury stood up as he spoke. I can prepare another LMD for you to help Peter Parker complete his European tour. Meanwhile, Spider-Man can go to Taranto to see exactly what is there. What if the elementals show up? They'll surely adjust their tactics. If they attack my classmates while I'm gone, I'll handle that, Spider-Man. Nick Fury allowed a smile to show. You just focus on the investigation. Leave the rest to Nick Fury. Not S.H.I.E.L.D. Is S.H.I.E.L.D. still trustworthy? At this very moment in Valencia, Sylvia and the Wild Pack were receiving a group of unusual guests. Upon learning that the elementals were essentially spiritual entities requiring magic to combat, she decisively outsourced the job to another group. The Wild Pack, meanwhile, would accept Nick Fury's employment to handle other matters. Hello, Miss Sylvia. I am Captain Britain. You may also call me Captain Avalon. A man in a skin-tight suit that looked like he was wearing the Union Jack smiled at Sylvia. He was Captain Britain, leader of the British superhero team, Excalibur. The source of his power was the amulet of the Archmage Merlin, the one King Arthur famously did not choose. The other members included the telepath Psylocke, the Black Knight, a descendant of Arthurian knights wielding the magical, ebony blade, and the pixie princess, who could transform into various legendary creatures and summon elements. In simple terms, this was a superhero team composed of King Arthur's legacy and mutants. Unfortunately, Charlemagne had left no such legacy for France, so they did not yet have their own superhero team. They would be the ideal personnel to counter the elementals. Chapter 402, Arrival in Taranto. As the cargo ship from Valencia slowly sailed toward Naples, Peter and his group quietly departed. Instead of heading to Naples, they took a wild-packed transport plane directly to Taranto, a small city in southeastern Italy. Taranto was an inconspicuous town. For one, the economy in southern Italy was generally poorer than in the north, making southern towns appear more dilapidated. Additionally, Taranto was quite small. As a provincial capital and a significant port on the Adriatic Sea, its population was only about 200,000. The city was perhaps most famous for the 1940 Battle of Taranto, where the British Royal Navy launched a surprise raid on the harbor to seize control of the Mediterranean. Aside from that, the little city had almost nothing noteworthy to its name. I'm wondering, could the person who helped my father have been Madame Webb? After Peter posed the question, Cindy tilted her head. She had never actually met Madame Webb and had only heard of her, so she didn't know how to answer even if Peter discussed it with her. As for Felicia, the bad luck cat seemed to be hissing at Silver Sable. She didn't quite understand why this mission required bringing along a group of armed personnel. Obvious to anyone, the larger the target, the higher the risk of exposure. Consequently, she glared quite unpleasantly at Sylvija, who was clad in a combat suit. Sylvija, of course, was completely indifferent to the gaze, almost finding it amusing. As for Peter, he didn't actually mind Sylvija coming. In truth, he knew exactly what Nick Fury was up to, using Peter Parker's status as Richard Parker's son to draw Hydra's attention. As long as Peter went looking for traces of his father's past, Hydra would inevitably notice. Regarding who Fury had truly sent out to investigate or where they had gone, Peter didn't much care. We're about to reach Taranto. I don't know what you're looking for, and I won't interfere with your movements. However, since Fury requested that I stay close to you, I'll be nearby regardless of what you do. Call me if you need me. While Sylvija spoke, she directed the transport plane to land in the outskirts of Taranto, then tossed Peter a communicator. After catching it, Peter was the first to step off the plane. He turned back toward the aircraft and remarked, I bet she'll be watching us from somewhere close by. Yeah, just like Nick Fury's lapdog, Felicia grumbled. The one thing everyone had in common was that nobody liked Nick Fury. Felicia watched as the transport plane took off immediately with no intention of staying behind. Only then did she ask Peter a question she had been holding back. Do you think your parents died for the same reason my father did? That my father didn't die simply because of the super soldier serum, but because he discovered some even more terrifying secret. I think the fact that Walter Hardy discovered Hydra still existed was enough for them to take action, Peter thought. He didn't say it aloud, simply nodding absently before pulling out his notebook. In what had previously been a blank space, Peter had written down the address of the place his parents stayed in Taranto, as provided by Fury. It was just an ordinary hotel, showing no outward signs of anything special. He let out a long breath and began searching for the hotel. As it turned out, finding a specific location in a small city wasn't very difficult. Peter quickly located the hotel on his phone and pushed through the doors. The hotel receptionist was an elderly woman. Peter immediately felt that he might actually be able to learn something about the past here, so he walked up to the desk. Seeing the three young people approach, the old woman asked, How many rooms would you like to book? I'm looking for some information, ma'am. Do you remember a couple named Parker who booked a room here years ago? Worried she might not remember, Peter added, They came here looking for the local Taranto wolf spiders. Oh, I remember. A pair of scientists came looking for spiders. I even warned them to be careful of tarantism, but they just laughed and said there was no such thing. The old woman stared at Peter for a while, considering his age. You're their child, aren't you? Didn't they tell you anything about it? They passed away several years ago. I'm here to find a friend of theirs. Supposedly, he helped them find the right spiders. Do you know who that might be? The old woman muttered to herself. If it were a guest with a very memorable personality, she might know, but she really wasn't sure about the others. Consequently, a slightly disappointed Peter booked 3 rooms. Following a logical progression, the next step would be to do exactly what his parents did, search for the Taranto spiders and ask locals about them. Perhaps that would lead to contact with the mystery person. However, S.H.I.E.L.D. had surely tried this method already. Peter wasn't sure if he could make a breakthrough. Moreover, Hydra might have been here too. The last time we were in Italy, the situation was pretty much the same. On a mountain road in southern Italy, 2 motorcycles were speeding along. Captain America, riding his beloved Harley, asked Logan, Do you have any memory of it? Not a shred. Logan squinted his eyes against the wind pressure of the high-speed ride. If it weren't for the captain, he wouldn't even know his full name was James Logan Howlett. The name on his dog tags was just his middle name. He certainly wouldn't have known that, just like his old rival Sabretooth, he had lived from World War II, or even earlier, to the present. However, whenever the captain told stories of their World War II exploits, Logan couldn't help but see himself in them. He had an intuition that the captain was talking about him, not someone else. Where is this place we're going? Have we been there before? No, we never went to Taranto. Hydra didn't have any bases there. We fought our way north, we were clashing with Hydra in Italy all the way until Normandy. The captain steered his motorcycle. Suddenly, a message came through his earpiece. He relayed it to Logan. Fury says Spider-Man is in Taranto. He wants us to keep our identities hidden to avoid detection by the enemy. MHM. Chapter 403, The Men Searching for Spiders. After checking into the hotel, the three of them first went to buy some daily necessities. After all, theoretically, they were still part of the tour group, although the Peter Parker back there was an LMD. Peter hadn't told anyone about this except for Gwen. As for why he told Gwen, it was mainly out of concern that she would see through it immediately and worry about him. Peter was quite certain that Gwen could distinguish the difference between himself and an LMD. Then, Peter paid a visit to a local exotic pet shop to inquire about news regarding his father. In truth, Peter estimated that searching this way wouldn't yield much result. Throughout the entire process, the strangest point was actually this: why did Richard Parker specifically come to Italy to find the tarantula wolf spider? Did he know something, or learn of something, that made him certain this was what the Savage Strength Project needed most? If that partner wasn't someone Richard Parker met in Taranto but someone he had encountered back in the United States, then going on like this would just be looking for a needle in a haystack. But to his surprise, Peter actually managed to get news about his father at the pet shop. Professor Richard's son. I remember him. He bought tarantula wolf spiders from us, said he was going to do experiments. Not only did he buy quite a few at the start, but we also shipped them to the US several times afterward. However, he stopped ordering a few years ago. As the owner spoke, he pointed to several boxes on the side. They contained some tarantula wolf spiders, which were already considerably different from the modified spiders Jonathan was currently tending to. As Peter looked at the spiders, he asked, did he ever say why it had to be wolf spiders native to Taranto, rather than ones bred in America? The owner shook his head. He wasn't some inquisitive child who had to ask about everything. If a customer said they needed local wolf spiders, he sold them. What else was he supposed to do? Peter thought for a moment and asked the next question. Was there anyone else with him? No, besides your mother, no one else came along. The owner thought for a moment after speaking, maybe a driver. I saw that neither of them were the ones driving. Of course, I didn't see what the driver looked like. Peter furrowed his brow. Who exactly was this so-called partner, and why were they so mysterious? If you're looking for traces of your father, maybe you could check out the ancient Greek or Roman ruins in the old town or along the coastline. He asked us if the spiders were caught from those places. Perhaps he went there. Peter nodded somewhat confusedly and then left the pet shop. How was it? Same as expected, almost no useful information. If clues could be found this easily, S.H.I.E.L.D. wouldn't have ended up with nothing. Felicia was a bit disappointed to hear this answer, but she didn't say anything. Cindy, however, looked at Peter. No clues at all. It's not exactly a clue, but let's head to the old town and visit the ancient Greek ruins there. Peter sighed and shook his head helplessly. Felicia just shrugged. The three of them arrived in the city center with nothing better to do. In the old town, there were some ancient Greek-style buildings, but in reality, true ancient Greek ruins should be buried deep underground. Peter walked around with a sense of helplessness and disappointment, but suddenly, he froze. Peter looked toward Cindy. Felicia noticed the two of them dazing off and looked at them with slight dissatisfaction. What's wrong? Did you think of something again? Peter hadn't thought of anything. His spider sense was tingling. So he looked at Cindy, and Cindy looked at Felicia. We might have sensed something. Peter, could your father be? No, it's unlikely. It's improbable that he was a spider totem. I don't believe S.H.I.E.L.D. would fail at something like a blood test. Peter shook his head and then confirmed one thing, but if that's the case, then my father's so-called partner might have been a spider totem. Felicia was temporarily bewildered. After Peter and Cindy exchanged a glance, they reached a decision. We'll come back tonight. We'll change into our suits and find out exactly what is triggering the spider sense when no one is around. Peter was almost impatient. He wanted to know exactly what his father had discovered here. He waited with barely contained anticipation until nightfall, then donned his black suit under the cover of darkness. He then moved across the buildings to determine exactly where his spider sense was being agitated. After he and Cindy confirmed the intensity of the spider sense, they immediately located the target, pried open a nearby manhole cover, and jumped down. Felicia followed closely behind. They moved hunched over through the sewers until they reached a corner. Peter punched the sewer wall, then kicked away the bricks and crawled inside. Ahead was a tunnel with obvious signs of excavation. The moment he touched the tunnel, he understood why S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find this place. There's actually a magical barrier here, Peter muttered as he led the way in. They moved hunched through the tunnel until it finally opened up at the end, and the spider sense of the two spider totems went silent at that moment. Light appeared inexplicably in the surrounding dark space, illuminating these ancient Roman ruins that had been buried underground for over 1,000 years. Felicia felt a shiver of dread because there were dense clusters of spiders everywhere. These tarantula wolf spiders, about 10 centimeters in length, didn't spin webs but were huddled together in massive numbers, retreating like a tide upon the appearance of light. Even though I'm Spider-Man, I have to say, this is pretty creepy. As Peter spoke, he looked deep into the space. Two statues stood there. One was a young woman in ancient Egyptian attire. Peter had seen her while studying magic. This was Neith, the goddess of weaving. He looked at a line of words glowing beneath the divine statue and involuntarily read out the script he didn't recognize, the weaver of the web of destiny. Her mother misappropriated her name and became the mother of the Nile gods. It meant that the mother of gods, Neith, in Egyptian mythology was actually Gia. That made sense. The Gia of the Marvel Universe was basically the mother of gods in all mythologies, possessing a vast number of aliases. The other divine statue was a burly man in West African attire. Coincidentally, Peter had seen him too, and had even given him a beating. The first spider totem, the god of lies and stories, he spread the knowledge of the spider totem across the entire web of destiny. Peter took a step back. He understood what this place was. This is a temple where spider totems worship Neith and Anansi. Chapter 404, Chapter 404, One path departs, one path arrives. The result is that we didn't get any answers. Instead, we reaped even more questions, Peter said as he pushed open the manhole cover and jumped out. He then reached down to pull Cindy up, continuing his thought. We roughly know that the reason my father was able to develop the genetically modified spiders was likely due to obtaining some kind of spider totem, I mean, help from a spider-powered individual. But that has nothing to do with what we're investigating. He looked at Felicia, who was bringing up the rear, and extended his hand to pull her up. As Felicia climbed out, she replied, "Unless Hydra is just like your father." Peter froze. "What did you say?" "I mean, unless Hydra is like your father. Their source of power isn't some Third Reich ideology or heaven-defying technology, but rather like your spider abilities, coming from a group of gods or something similar, and your father discovered it." After Felicia finished, she noticed Peter standing dazed in place and realized something. "Wait, you don't actually think that's the case, do you?" "It's not entirely impossible. Whether in the Marvel Cinematic Universe or the comic universe, the force behind Hydra was never quite that simple. In the MCU, Hydra's origin was the Inhuman Hive. After Hive led the Inhumans to overthrow Kree rule, he was exiled by his own kind due to his excessive cruelty, and his followers founded the earliest iteration of Hydra. The comics were even more complex. The origin of Hydra was a divine artifact belonging to the great hero Imhotep, the Spear of Imhotep. This weapon of faith began to birth the prototype of Hydra after becoming corrupted, and it was eventually obtained by Hydra's founder, Baron Strucker, during World War II. However, this universe was clearly different. First of all, whether in historical records or the captain's own memories, the Hydra of Earth 616 developed from a branch of the Third Reich's SS, founded to pursue the Führer's bizarre obsession with supernatural and anachronistic technology. As for what was hidden behind that, it remained unknown for the time being. But there was no doubt that, based on current performance, Hydra's origins were far older than the Third Reich. It wasn't impossible that something else existed behind them. It was also possible that Richard Parker discovered some divine power lurking behind Hydra through his research, leading to his silencing by the organization. Damn it, why does everything in Marvel always involve these ghosts, gods, and supernatural messes? Peter sighed helplessly. In any case, his business in Taranto was mostly finished. They would rest here for the night and return directly to the main group the next day to continue their tour and deal with the elementals. Furthermore, even if he told Nick Fury about this hypothesis, it wouldn't be of much use. Unless this intel could be dug deep enough to directly dismantle Hydra, it was useless information for now. But what Peter didn't know was that shortly after he left the temple, the spiders swarmed back over the statue. Simultaneously, a figure appeared and restored the sewer wall he had broken to its original state. He knew even less that a few hours after he departed Taranto on the Wild Pack's transport plane the next day, the captain and Logan arrived. After the two reached Taranto on their motorcycles, the captain received news of Spider-Man's departure and encountered an enemy. The good news is we don't have to worry about the kid, he's already gone. The bad news is it looks like the guests we've been waiting for have arrived. You smell them? No. The shieldless captain pulled out his loyal combat knife and 9mm handgun, swiftly leaping from the bike to hide in the nearby brush. I just feel like I'm back on the battlefield. Logan didn't react in time. A shot hit his motorcycle's fuel tank, and he was engulfed in flames as he rolled to the side. The captain counted a few seconds in his head and suddenly felt something was wrong. After a roll, a man wearing a skull-like mask and a white cloak nearly impaled him with a sword. Anthony Masters. I know you. Taskmaster. The captain dodged and looked at the man holding a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. You're a former SHIELD instructor. Why are you working for SHIELD's enemies now? And the men behind you, that's the legendary Winter Soldier, isn't it? In the distance, a figure could be seen. Dressed in all black, he was hard to make out clearly, but the captain felt instinctively that it was Bucky. How interesting. I don't remember you. It seems you're not an agent I originally trained. Fury is really dreaming if he thinks you rookies can make a difference. Perhaps. The captain rapidly fired at Taskmaster while lunging toward him. Taskmaster timed his move, preparing to deliver a kick, but he hadn't expected the man charging at him to be a super soldier. The speed was far greater than he anticipated, and the captain grabbed the shield in his hand directly. In the distance, the Winter Soldier, holding a grenade launcher, was steadily approaching. He had originally aimed at the captain, but something else burning nearby caught his attention. Only then did he realize that the man who should have been dead was standing up, his body still wreathed in flames. The Winter Soldier fired several grenades in succession at him almost instantly. I see. An enhanced individual. Seeing this, Taskmaster seemed to realize something and let out a cold laugh. Regrettably, power alone doesn't win a fight. Let me teach you what combat skill really is. The captain watched as the Taskmaster in front of him sheathed his sword, slung his shield onto his back, and mimicked the captain by pulling out a combat knife and a handgun. He let out a slightly helpless sigh. Are you serious? Ignoring the constantly regenerating Logan, the captain immediately rushed up to trade blows with Taskmaster, seizing opportunities to fire at him. Taskmaster rapidly grasped the characteristics of the captain's fighting style, learning his combat techniques as the two became entangled in a high-speed skirmish. Only then did Taskmaster realize something was wrong. The man before him wasn't just an enhanced individual, his combat skills were exceptional. Where did Fury find a person like this? But it ended here. He had already analyzed this man's physical data and all of his combat techniques. Now, every one of the opponent's moves was within his calculations. He didn't need any extra means to settle this. He saw the men before him sidestep and dodge. Then, a burning man appeared in front of him. Like we said before, I'll take the Winter Soldier. The captain looked at Logan, who had regained his mobility, leaving only that sentence behind. Taskmaster stood ready, prepared to once again copy the fighting style of the men before him. Then he saw the claws extending from the man's hands. Crap. Chapter 405, Forget Spider-Man, Captain America just broke into the house. Taskmaster never expected that the one he had to deal with would be Wolverine. As a genius possessing photographic reflexes, Anthony Masters had the ability to perfectly and precisely replicate the physical movements of any target. This ability made him one of the rare level 7 field agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Through video recordings, he had studied the combat capabilities of many superheroes, including Captain America, Daredevil, Iron Fist, and the Wolverine currently standing before him. In a typical scenario, Taskmaster had the leeway to maneuver against average superpowered individuals, or even a hero like Spider-Man who held back to avoid killing. He could even find opportunities to defeat or toy with them. But dealing with Wolverine was truly nauseating. Wolverine possessed superhuman strength, but that was manageable. Taskmaster dealt with superhuman daily and had learned to use technique against brute force. Wolverine had superhuman speed, which was also fine. Taskmaster's reflexes and body were trained to the point where he could intercept the other's attacks. Wolverine's adamantium skeleton and beast-like combat skills were also solvable. For the former, he just needed the right weapons. For the latter, he had long ago memorized the patterns and could predict them with precision. However, Wolverine's style of trading 1,000 points of health to deal 12,000 points of damage was very difficult to handle. I can regenerate indefinitely anyway, so do whatever you want. If only this were an ambush. I didn't bring any adamantium weapons or capture nets. Seeing Logan crouched on the ground like an animal, Taskmaster cursed inwardly. He nimbly dodged Logan's pounce and raised his hand, firing his 9mm pistol continuously. He tucked his combat knife away and emptied his magazine, but none of it stopped the Wolverine from turning back and lunging at him once again. Maybe you can try this. Taskmaster swiftly pulled a folding bow and arrow from his waist and fired an arrow straight at Logan's forehead. He knew exactly what Wolverine's next move would be. Wolverine had a certain feral instinct. While not as supernatural as Spider-Man's, it was enough to let him dodge or block threats by intuition. So, will you choose to block or dodge? In reality, it made no difference. The shot arrow immediately exploded, transforming into a bolus with spheres at both ends. Sensing Logan, the bolus suctioned onto his legs. Logan realized this in time, so the moment he found he couldn't shake them off, he would attempt to cut the cords. Meanwhile, Taskmaster had already stuck several poisoned darts into Logan's body. A sedative strong enough to knock out a lion. Of course, considering your metabolic rate, it might only make you dazed for a few dozen seconds, Taskmaster said, delivering a fierce kick to Logan's abdomen. But that's enough to give me the advantage. Maybe it's not that easy, pal. Logan grabbed Taskmaster's leg and grinned. Taskmaster's expression tightened, he wrapped both arms around Logan's waist and threw himself backward with force. Your actions were already within my predictions. Taskmaster performed a suplex, slamming the 500 to 600 pound Wolverine into the ground, then drew the long sword from his waist. Encountering you in a chance skirmish is indeed troublesome, Wolverine, but I know everything about you by heart. I can perform all the relevant counters in the most rapid manner. Is that so? Logan, knocked to the ground, kicked out with both legs, but Taskmaster predicted the move and dodged with a backflip. Logan flipped back to his feet and looked at Taskmaster with a smug grin. Did you calculate this as well? Taskmaster saw the alloy shield Logan was holding. He felt his own back and suddenly realized things had gone horribly wrong. Did Wolverine use a shield? Unquestionably, no. Then who was he holding that shield for? As Logan swung the shield in a full arc and sent it flying with all his might, the shield agent, who had been prone by the roadside in a fierce shootout with the Winter Soldier, suddenly erupted. He caught the shield, his style shifting completely from the man hiding in the grass moments ago, as he charged headlong toward the Winter Soldier. Even though it wasn't the same shield, the moment he saw that posture of running with the shield, Taskmaster realized the gravity of the situation. Oh no. That's Steve Rogers. Hey, bonehead, I think you've got the order of operations wrong. Logan's claws slashed across Taskmaster's face. His mask was sliced open and fell away, revealing a face of Middle Eastern descent beneath. Taskmaster then gripped his long sword with both hands. Well, the situation had changed now. The person monitoring the battle also seemed surprised and tense, immediately issuing an order to Taskmaster. Retreat immediately. While I completely agree, why? Taskmaster asked rhetorically while raising his sword to block a slash from Wolverine, then glanced toward the other side. By now, the captain had torn off his own mask. Waiting for the Winter Soldier to fire a grenade, he skillfully used the shield to catch the projectile, threw the shield out to let it explode with the grenade in midair, and then caught the shield as it fell back down, arriving right in front of the Winter Soldier. Bucky. It's me. Steve. Charging forward, the captain saw the masked Winter Soldier slam his grenade launcher onto the shield without a hint of mercy or recognition. Steve ducked into a sweep kick to trip him, but the Winter Soldier remained motionless after being hit. The captain looked at the Winter Soldier, who slammed a fist into the alloy shield. The metal arm struck with a violent clang. Gritting his teeth, the captain pushed back hard, shoving the Winter Soldier away. The latter merely took a step back before drawing a knife and walking toward the captain. Stop. Bucky. Blocking the knife with his shield, the captain moved in close to the Winter Soldier's body to prevent the left hand from striking his abdomen, while hooking his leg to keep him from moving. The Winter Soldier grabbed the shield with his mechanical left arm, attempting to limit the captain's arm by twisting the shield, while the knife in his right hand prepared to stab. The captain delivered an unexpected headbutt to the Winter Soldier's forehead, finally forcing the latter to loosen his grip. Following up with a spinning kick to the head, the captain knocked off the other's mask and looked at the face beneath. It was indeed Bucky Barnes. You are James Buchanan Barnes, born March 10, 1917. You are the oldest of 4 brothers. Your family lived in Hell's Kitchen, remember? When you were 13, you saw a kid a year younger than you being beaten by a bully from his orphanage in the alley behind a theater. You stepped in to help him. The Winter Soldier seemed to daze for a moment before throwing the knife at the captain. Steve blocked it with his shield and continued, before you came of age, you won the YMCA middleweight boxing championship 3 times, remember? That little kid went to cheer for you every single time. He gripped both edges of the shield and slammed it into the Winter Soldier's face. You enlisted after Pearl Harbor in 1941 and were assigned to the 107th Infantry in 1943, remember? You were in the same unit as that kid's father. The repelled Winter Soldier looked at the men before him and finally asked a question in confusion. Who are you? The captain was about to continue when a burst of machine gun fire forced him to dive to the side. A Quinjet of unknown allegiance appeared, and several special operations soldiers descended, blocking the way to the Winter Soldier and hooking him onto a cable dangling from the aircraft. For perhaps only the second time since his awakening, the captain uttered a curse. To hell with you. Chapter 406, Chapter 406, Excalibur vs. The New Elementals. While Peter and his companions were en route to Naples to rejoin the main group, the Excalibur organization was finally met with the long-awaited attack from the Elementals. To be fair, while the United Kingdom wasn't as large as the United States and Londoners weren't quite as prone to pulling elaborate stunts as New Yorkers, crime in Britain was still rampant. However, the team had essentially set aside their domestic issues to deal with the elementals first, as this group of European criminals was proving to be a massive headache. The elementals are ethereal beings, perhaps that's why they haven't chosen to attack London yet, they know we have the means to deal with them. Brian Braddock, also known as Captain Britain, was still just a university student. However, as the leader of Excalibur, he had to devise a strategy to counter the enemy. Who are they missing? The one representing the fire element was captured by Spider-Man. In other words, we only have to deal with 3 of them. That works out. Since Dane can't act as a primary combatant in this fight, 3-on-3 makes it a fair match. For some reason, S.H.I.E.L.D. had not informed them of Jim Hammond's existence. The Dane he mentioned was Dane Whitman, the Black Knight of the Excalibur squad. He possessed no innate superpowers, relying instead on his masterful swordsmanship and superb horsemanship. However, the Black Knight possessed the Ebony Blade, a cursed sword said to be the counterpart to King Arthur's Excalibur. This powerful magical blade was indestructible and capable of deflecting almost any magical attack. Furthermore, Merlin, the blade's creator, had enchanted the Ebony Blade to ensure that no matter how severe the wielder's injuries were, they would not die. While the elementals were best fought with magic, the Black Knight himself was not a sorcerer, he merely possessed vast magical knowledge and a magical sword. Since the elementals essentially fought by controlling the physical elements, the Black Knight's direct combat style was clearly a poor fit for this encounter. Betsy Braddock, known as Psylocke, was a telepath and one of the most suitable superhumans for dealing with the elementals. She would be the primary force tasked with arresting, or, if necessary, killing, the elementals. Captain Britain would rely on his godlike strength, coordinating with their shape-shifting teammate, Megan, to keep the elementals' physical avatars occupied. As for the Black Knight, his job was to protect the students. Once the assignments were finalized, the Excalibur squad hid in the shadows, waiting for the enemy. Sure enough, it wasn't long before Psylocke sensed the approaching foes. In the city of Naples, the students once again witnessed the arrival of their old friend. The massive sandstorm they had first encountered in Lisbon swept in once more, blotting out the sky. As with their previous appearances, the elementals always made a grand, theatrical entrance. But it was all for show. Gwen looked at the Peter LMD, life model decoy, beside her with a mix of worry and irritation. She was annoyed because he was a bionic robot, meaning she obviously couldn't date him. The problem, however, was that Cindy in the group was also an LMD now. 2 bionic robots could certainly date each other. And everyone else surely thought those were the real Peter and Cindy. Whatever. Gwen sighed helplessly, once again feeling the frustration of having superpowers without superhuman-level physical stamina. She obediently found a place to hide, looking toward the 2 LMDs with concern, not out of affection, but out of fear that if the robots were attacked, their exposure would cause a massive disaster. Fortunately, the elementals weren't after Spider-Man this time. The Wild Pack made the first move. To confuse their opponents, they didn't retreat immediately. In the streets and alleys of Naples, a large number of well-prepared, fully armed Wild Pack soldiers appeared. They aimed at their targets and began firing artificial rain shells. As dark clouds gathered, rain began to pour. However, not a single drop fell into the sandstorm. Instead, the water coalesced into a massive water giant standing within the swirling sands. The Wild Pack then fired vibration bullets at the water giant, but the projectiles were swept away by fierce gusts of wind. Soon, a giant composed of a rotating tornado stood within the sandstorm alongside the water entity. Then, a man covered in flames entered the battlefield, hovering between the 2 giants and the massive face formed in the sandstorm. I thought there were only 3 of them left, so where did the 4th one come from? Captain Britain muttered helplessly. He took a deep breath and called out to his teammates, Dane, protect the students. Megan, come with me to deal with those guys. Betsy, find the right moment to strike one of their minds. All right, everyone, let's go. The elementals were still waiting for Spider-Man to show up, only to see a man wearing the Union Jack charge out instead. After a moment of confusion, Sandman condensed into a humanoid form and approached the man. Are you ever going to quit? Captain Britain was stunned. Excuse me. Wearing the Union Jack last time was bad enough, but now you aren't even wearing a helmet. Because the British spider suit Peter had used as a disguise previously was so similar to Captain Britain's uniform, the 3 elementals assumed Spider-Man was just pulling another stunt. Confused, Captain Britain retorted, enough. I don't know who you're mistaking me for, villain, but you are facing Captain Britain. Fine, you want to play. Let's play. Fury rose in Sandman's heart as he manifested a massive fist and swung it at Captain Britain. Brian took a deep breath and punched the giant sand fist. Accompanied by the high-speed vibration of his arm, Sandman's limb crumbled instantly. Then, Brian launched himself like a cannonball toward Hydra. Startled, Hydra-man manipulated the water, turning it into spinning blades in midair to shred Captain Britain. However, Brian's indestructible body smashed right through the rotating water blades. He slammed directly into the center of Hydra-man's body, causing the entity to explode from within. He then watched as the water in the air began to reform into a human shape. This guy isn't Spider-Man. Hydra-man was the first to realize this. He stared at his opponent and remarked, "He's protected by an invisible force field. I can't get the water to permeate his surroundings. Sand can't get near him either," Sandman added. He was now certain that the man before them was the actual Captain Britain, not Spider-Man. So, where was Spider-Man? At this very moment, Peter had not yet reached Naples. According to the plan, they were currently docked on a wild pack freighter in the Mediterranean, the same location where Molten Man was being held. Coincidentally, a Hydra infiltration team had just begun their attempt to rescue Molten Man. Chapter 407, Chapter 407, Operation Rescue Molten Man. The battle between Excalibur and the Elementals continued. After Captain Britain made his move, another member of the team, Megan, transformed herself into sentient water and began wrestling with Hydra-man for control over the water body. The battle instantly fell into a stalemate. Meanwhile, the students who had arrived in Naples were treated to a direct view of a clash between local European superheroes and supervillains. If one counted the British as European, that is. Spider-Man, while keeping an eye on the battle, followed the prearranged plan and arrived at the Wild Pack's temporary base. He took out his custom velocity suit and put it on. Since he had dealt with Molten Man last time, he planned to face Cyclone this time. Just as Peter was donning his gear, his spider sense suddenly flared. He looked around, pulled off the velocity suit, walked out, and found Sylvia, who was taking a coffee break. "What is it?" "Ready to head out." "No, quite the opposite. There's something happening on your ship. There might be trouble with Molten Man." Spider-Man's words put Sylvia on high alert. She immediately led Spider-Man toward the room where Molten Man was being held, while simultaneously calling for all Wild Pack personnel to go on alert and notifying Silk and Black Cat. Then, she looked at Spider-Man. "Thanks for the tip. Honestly, you're trusting us a bit too much." "I'm not trusting you, Spider-Man. Besides, even if nothing happens in the end, it's just a bit of extra work for everyone. The important thing is ensuring the prisoner remains secure." At that moment, Molten Man, confined within the cell, was contemplating his life. This magically reinforced cage kept his spiritual form in a translucent, visible state. Every day, members of the Wild Pack would come to interrogate him for intelligence, but no matter what they asked, he wouldn't say a word. Now Sylvia knew why Molten Man remained silent. He must have had some sort of silent agreement with the mastermind to ensure he would be safely rescued. Thinking of this, Sylvia raised her guard to the maximum. At the same time, Felicia, who had received the message and was heading toward the hold where the cage was located, suddenly heard a very ominous sound coming from the side of the hull. She immediately leaped back to dodge, watching as the cabin wall was punched through by a fist and then ripped open. A muscular man in a blue and black skin-tight suit stepped inside. As Felicia stared at the others following him in, she was surprised to see a familiar face. Sidewinder. Serpent Solutions. "I thought you guys were in the legitimate security business." As Felicia spoke, she slid off to the side. She knew she couldn't guarantee a victory against this group alone, so her priority was to slip away, regroup, and tell Spider-Man that the attackers were the Serpent Society. Of course, there was no real need for words. Simultaneously, a large number of the Serpent Society's augmented humans had entered the ship from various corners using their respective methods. Sylvia soon received notifications and intel. However, an even bigger problem stood right before them. Accompanied by a burst of green smoke, a group appeared in front of Sylvia and Peter. Peter was quite surprised to see the newcomer, though in hindsight, it felt perfectly logical. "Madam Hydra. I didn't expect you to be involved in this. Long time no see, Spider-Man. Our company closed a deal. After all, to deal with a security company of extraordinary combat capability, one must hire another security company." Madam Hydra flashed a smile. "I'm truly sorry, but many people are eyeing the Super Soldier project. You know that better than anyone, don't you?" Even now, the Serpent Society had no intention of revealing themselves as the front for Hydra, even though their involvement in illegal human experimentation had basically been confirmed during the previous Super Soldier Serum incident. But that was a matter for the Pentagon. As long as they wore the veneer of the US government, they could package themselves accordingly. This time was likely the same. "So this is just a case of Americans fighting amongst themselves?" Sylvia added a comment after hearing the explanation, aiming her gun at the woman in front of her and the 7 or 8 grotesque augmented humans behind her. "I hope Nick Fury can reimburse us for the repairs to this ship. Serpent Society, rescue our client." Madam Hydra snapped her whip against the floor. Immediately, the group from the Serpent Society charged. Only a few Wild Pack soldiers and Spider-Man were there to defend. Peter lunged forward first, coming face to face with an old rival. Oh, hey, I remember you. You're called. I forgot. Looking at the woman with metal blades installed on her hands, Peter stuck a glob of webbing onto her face, yanked her up, and slammed her into another Serpent Society member. Then, a member he had never seen before rushed forward. He began to enlarge himself like Ant-Man, growing from nearly 2 meters to about 3 meters, before swinging a fist at Peter. Peter leaped back and used a web line to stick to the opponent's body. The man's fist slammed into the floor, leaving a fist print in the steel hull, while corrosive gas was released from around his body. Face me, Spider-Man. I am Puff Adder. What? Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Bioelectricity surged through the webbing attached to Puff Adder, releasing a massive amount of current that knocked him unconscious instantly. Your mic is peaking, pal. Next time, try an effect with a better current. Stop her from releasing Molten Men. Sylvia made a split-second decision. As she spoke, she moved toward Madame Hydra, who was heading to release Molten Men. The woman was carrying a metal case. It wasn't hard to guess it contained the liquid metal used to reshape Molten Man's body. She could not be allowed to succeed. Molten Man's threat was greater than all these augmented humans combined. However, a Serpent Society member whose legs had been modified into a snake tail coiled around Sylvia like a serpent. Hello there, gorgeous. You plan to, yeah. The Wild Pack's armor released a high-intensity electric shock, leaving the snake slumped on the ground. Sylvia looked toward Madame Hydra without ceremony. Ma'am, I suggest you stop immediately. Otherwise, you won't get anything you want. Is that so? Madame Hydra turned to Sylvia with great interest, green magical energy appearing in her hands. And how do you plan to stop me, little girl? Sylvia raised her gun, aimed it at Madame Hydra, and pulled the trigger. The gun didn't fire, but Molten Man's cage emitted a brilliant radiance. Then, Molten Man let out a harrowing wail. Madame Hydra looked at Sylvia in surprise, but her hand didn't stop. She placed it directly on the cage door and swung it open. Sylvia was faster than her. The radiance had already completely eradicated Molten Man's spiritual form. You're more decisive than I thought, little girl. Madame Hydra pulled back her hand, which was severely burned, and flashed a smile. I'll remember you. Chapter 408, Go Catch Another One. Peter, of course, knew that the cage holding Molten Man was equipped with a device capable of completely erasing spiritual bodies. He was, in fact, the one who designed it. From the very beginning, he and Silver Sable had anticipated that the opposition might attempt a prison break, so they had installed this as a failsafe. However, in Peter's plan, the device was intended more as a deterrent than a functional tool. Its primary purpose was to intimidate enemies and warn them against attempting a rescue. Of course, if a situation truly became untenable, Silver Sable would naturally press that button. It was just that neither Peter nor Silver Sable had expected Madame Hydra to be so decisive. She had chosen to open the door directly. And then she had fled. Looks like I missed a good show. Black Cat arrived on the scene, raising an eyebrow at the members of the Serpent Society scattered across the ground. Madame Hydra's teleportation spell seemed to have limitations. Only those who remained conscious had been whisked away. The others still lay there, motionless. Peter didn't recall Madame Hydra being capable of magic in the comics. She had indeed gained longevity from Thawne, but she wasn't supposed to be a sorceress. It seemed the settings of this universe had been tweaked once again. Felicia then looked toward the open cage. That person was. Emergency situation. I had to prevent the prisoner from being rescued, so I neutralized the convict in advance, Silver Sable stated coldly. Felicia twitched an eyebrow. The Wild Pack truly lived up to its origins as a Russian-born military force. Their logic was consistent. If you kill the prisoner before the enemy can rescue them, you ensure the jailbreak is a failure. Silver Sable ignored Felicia. Instead, she received good news through her earpiece. Silk had helped the Wild Pack soldiers take down 3 more members of the Serpent Society. This raid had cost the Society 7 or 8 members in total. These counted as extra income. Selling them to S.H.I.E.L.D. later would bring in a substantial sum of money. Regardless, the problem here is over for now. We'll take charge of these cyborgs. The hull is leaking, but not to the point of capsizing. Now is the perfect opportunity. Those pests won't be back to interfere. As she spoke, Silver Sable used her rifle but to deliver a sharp blow to the head of a Serpent Society member on the ground. She then looked at Spider-Man. Go do what you need to do, Spider-Man. As it happens, we're short 1 prisoner for interrogation. I'll have a new cage prepared for you. Peter stared silently at the cage, then let out a helpless sigh. All right. I just hope the Serpent Society and whoever is behind them learn their lesson. I doubt it. Since they show no mercy even toward their own comrades, you can't expect them to hold back next time. Silver Sable clarified the reality. We need to be prepared. They'll do this again. In fact, it's highly likely they came here with the sole purpose of silencing him. Peter looked up. Outside, Excalibur was locked in a fierce battle with the elementals. Then I'm afraid we can't just deal with the elementals. We have to drag the enemy behind them out into the light. Look at me, villain. Captain Britain slammed a fist into Jim Hammond, sending the flaming human torch flying. Simultaneously, Megan transformed into a fire elemental, crystallizing the dust controlled by Sandman. In the shadows, Psylocke, Elizabeth Braddock, was constantly attempting to read the thoughts of the four enemies, ready to launch a psychic assault at any moment. However, as a telepath, she didn't possess the raw power of Professor X or the White Queen. Since three of the elementals were spiritual entities with strong telepathic abilities themselves, she had to wait for the perfect opening to deal a devastating blow. As for the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, he was a bioorganic android. Following his modern upgrades by Hydra, his brain was essentially a computer, making him immune to mind reading. As they spoke, Captain Britain dispersed Hydramen once again. However, the enemy's immunity to physical damage remained an unsolved problem, and powerful tornadoes frequently interfered with his movements. I found his weakness. Cyclone shouted in triumph, conjuring small tornadoes one after another around Captain Britain. This guy's weakness is that he still needs air to breathe. Almost all attacks are blocked by his force field, but air circulation isn't. Watch me blow away all the oxygen he needs to breathe. Hydroman looked at his teammate's moronic maneuver in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Does he think the guy can't hold his breath? Did you not see his Superman-like abilities? Can he not just fly away, take a breath, and come back to kill us? Naturally, Cyclone wasn't that stupid. In reality, what he shouted was a lie. The actual situation was far more sinister. Captain Britain received a message from his sister via telepathy and immediately looked horrified. He held his breath and charged toward Cyclone. At that moment, clouds of yellow gas began to appear on the ground, biochemical toxins. Cyclone's plan was simple: use the gas canisters left in the sea by the retreating Serpent Society to engulf all of Naples. If Captain Britain and his team intended to help, they would be forced to dive into the gas to save ordinary citizens. Once you are deep in the toxin, since your magical force field can't filter the air, you'll be a dead man walking. Thinking of this, Cyclone couldn't help but burst into laughter, commanding his teammates to stall the Pixie Princess, who might turn into a wind elemental to stop him. Unlike the elementals, the Pixie Princess's power came from a mutant ability. Megan herself was still a living being invulnerable to physical harm. This time, the elementals had won. Hello there, friends. I heard there was a party going on over here, why wasn't I invited? A familiar voice rang in the elementals' ears, sounding as if the speaker was standing right beside them. The figure rushed toward the toxin clouds before they could fully disperse, spinning around the gas with incredible speed. A moment later, he emerged, and the gas had completely vanished. Spider-Man, wearing his velocity suit, held a device resembling a vacuum cleaner with a filter bag strapped to his back. Naturally, the entire modified vacuum was sealed tight, no toxic gas could leak out. So, who forgot to read the chemistry lab manual and caused a toxic gas leak? Chapter 409, what do you mean the mission changed to saving the elementals? Cyclone was dead. This outcome was far beyond Peter's expectations. He could be certain of one thing: Madame Hydra was behind this. He had seen this magic, characterized by lingering green mists, used by Madame Hydra less than an hour ago during Molten Man's prison break. In just 1 hour, 2 members of the elementals had died completely. But why? Why had Hydra begun killing these people? Was it simply because he had the ability to capture them? That didn't make sense. Peter scratched his head, perplexed. Black Knight, who had been slacking off during the battle, walked over. As a member of a noble house dating back to the era of King Arthur, although he knew no magic himself, he possessed a wealth of theoretical knowledge. Observing the scene, he looked at Spider-Man with a serious expression. This is dark magic. We've seen this before while fighting demons and Morgan Le Fay. Morgan Le Fay. Peter recalled the name. You mean King Arthur's half-sister, the Dark Sorceress? Yes. Excalibur's greatest enemy is Morgan Le Fay, along with her wicked son Mordred and the demons associated with them. Captain Britain walked over, using the briefest language possible to introduce the biggest difference between British superheroes and the Avengers. Old London was a place heavy with magical atmosphere, to the point where the supervillains they fought daily were mostly magic-based. However, a thought occurred to Peter. Doesn't the British Sanctum come to help you? The sorcerers of Camartage provide us with support, but we rely more on Merlin. Furthermore, the Sorcerer Supreme and Merlin seem to have an agreement: he doesn't interfere too much in the affairs of London's magical community. Captain Britain offered a brief explanation of the situation, then looked toward the spot where Cyclone's spiritual form had existed moments before. His spirit was planted with a curse. Judging by the timing of the curse, it hasn't been there long, it might have been set just recently. Set just recently, but why? Peter was still scratching his head when he suddenly received a text from Cindy. She said a guest had arrived on the Wild Pack's freighter. Gentlemen, Nick Fury is here and wants to see everyone. Are you interested? Minutes later, aboard the Wild Pack's battleship docked at the port of Naples, which was currently undergoing repairs for multiple leaks. Nick Fury stood before a cage. Not long ago, molten men had been imprisoned here, now, it was empty. While the Serpent Society thugs were also enhanced humans, Fury clearly had no interest in them. I heard molten men died, so I rushed over. Coincidentally, I just saw that Cyclone is dead too. Fury sighed helplessly and looked at Peter, then at the members of the British organization Excalibur behind him. I heard these people were killed by magic. I don't know much about magic, do you experts have any insights? A temporary curse. To execute such a curse, the caster pays a significant price. In other words, the opponent was willing to pay a heavy cost just to completely eliminate Cyclone, Black Knight explained. This is illogical. It requires a thorough investigation. Nick Fury remained silent. He actually knew exactly why this was happening, but he had no intention of telling the members of Excalibur. Instead, he changed his tone. My apologies, everyone. S.H.I.E.L.D. is not yet clear on these matters, leave them to us for the time being. I need you all to help me investigate how to prevent and break this kind of curse. After all, I don't have magic experts on my side, and I can't always just shoot the enemies, I need intelligence. Then the elementals. We will temporarily stop them rather than attempting to arrest them. Of course, the enemy might go into hiding because of this. Fury indicated that this matter no longer concerned them, they had been invited by the Wild Pack anyway. The members of Excalibur glanced at each other and nodded. Once we return to Britain, we will immediately launch a relevant investigation and provide a solution as quickly as possible. I fear a very evil conspiracy lurks behind the elementals. We will do our part for this cause. Fury nodded. After watching them leave, he sighed helplessly. Neither Silver Sable, Black Cat, nor even Silk was present, for the moment, it was just him and Peter. He pulled back his trench coat, hands on his hips, and stared at the cage, lowering his voice to explain why this was happening. You should know that you were just a distraction. In reality, I sent others to investigate Hydra, right? Right. What about it? The people I sent went to Taranto. Peter looked at Fury in great surprise. I've been to Taranto. There was no intelligence regarding Hydra there. That is the strangest part. If there was no Hydra intelligence there, why would Hydra send the most terrifying assassin I know and the most skilled mercenary I've ever met to silence the mercenaries I sent out? I can only confirm the Winter Soldier's appearance twice, once when he blinded my eye, and once when your parents had their accident. He was at the scene. Peter understood immediately. The helpers Fury found had gone to Taranto and were intercepted by the Winter Soldier. Undoubtedly, other things had happened as well, which made Fury realize that things had taken a turn for the worse. Disaster had likely struck. Peter suddenly realized two things. He asked the first, wait, who did you send? Steve Rogers and Logan. They were in disguise, but the ones sent to assassinate them were the Winter Soldier and Taskmaster. They had no choice but to reveal their identities to fight them. Peter understood why Hydra had begun assassinating the captured members of the Elementals. Captain America had discovered that the Winter Soldier was James Barnes. Since the Winter Soldier was nominally a Soviet-enhanced human, it would inevitably trigger an investigation by both the US and Russia into the incident. At that point, it would be inevitable for Hydra to surface. To prevent Hydra's intelligence from leaking, Hydra would undoubtedly carry out a massive contraction and a house cleaning. We've startled the snake. This proves your line of reasoning was correct, our line of reasoning was correct. But it also shows just how cautious those bastards are. Damn it, I can already guess how many people are going to die in accidents. These guys will all be purged by Hydra, they are going to go back into hibernation. Peter looked at Nick Fury and asked the second question, you have a second team, don't you? Cap and Logan were your second distraction, and you arranged a second investigation team, the real investigation team, to look into all of this. Nick Fury smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 410, Someone is Angry. Amadeus played a card, summarizing the parts of what Peter had told them that were actually allowed to be shared. So, that was actually a biorobotic android, meant to act as a cover while you went off to perform a secret mission. Since both Spider-Man and Peter Parker had appeared at the same time, Peter had no choice but to explain what had happened to Harry and Amadeus in his room. The three of them were playing Uno, chatting as they played. Yeah, secrecy was the priority. Sorry. No worries, man. It actually helps you deal with a lot of problems. For instance, Flash definitely won't think Spider-Man is Peter Parker anymore. Harry laughed, then suddenly thought of something and asked back, wait, did you not tell anyone at all? No, I told Gwen. Amadeus paused, then asked, why? Shouldn't it have been kept secret? Because he didn't want Gwen going on a date with his android. What's so hard to understand about that? Uno. Harry, having played his card, laughed and teased Amadeus, if you had a girlfriend, Amadeus, you'd understand. Amadeus confusedly played a draw 4. Peter followed up with another draw 4. Harry's smile froze as he silently drew 8 cards, while Peter let out a sigh. He realized Harry was right. The real reason Peter had told Gwen was that he was worried she might not notice the difference and end up on a date with an LMD. Of course, he kept reassuring himself that Gwen would surely be able to tell him apart from an android, so telling her beforehand shouldn't have mattered much anyway. Amadeus continued to play cards, feeling a bit lost, but then he remembered that the android Peter had gone on a date with Cindy yesterday. Wait. Was that classmate Cindy yesterday an android too? Yeah, they were both SHIELD LMDs. Why? Peter replied casually. Cindy and I went on a mission together, so they arranged LMDs for both of us. Is there a problem? No. Amadeus felt like something was strange. You go on a mission with one girl, but you're worried about your android replacement dating the other girl, so you tell her it's a fake. Well, maybe it wasn't that strange after all. So, are you guys still, triple dating? Amadeus wasn't sure how to describe this bizarre atmosphere, so he made up a term. Fortunately, Harry cleared things up. No, a triple date would be Peter alone dating 2 girls at once. Actually, right now it's more like dating them on alternating days. Guys, can we change the subject? If you want to avoid the topic, man, you'd better find a solution. For example, choose one girl to just be your friend, or, for example, trick them both into being your girlfriends at the same time. I'm just saying. After making the suggestion, Harry shrugged. Of course, if you think you can manage to coax 2 girls into accepting that they share the same boyfriend, I've got no problem with it. I'm just worried you won't be able to get past your own conscience. Peter sighed helplessly, played a card, and called Uno. Harry grumbled a bit about the game, and then Amadeus threw down another draw 4. Both Peter and Harry stared at Amadeus. I just happen to have these cards in my hand, okay. No, it's nothing. Peter sighed and shrugged. There shouldn't be any large-scale attacks for the next few days. I got some good news, the elementals won't be actively attacking us anymore. Instead, we'll probably have to wait for clues and take the initiative ourselves, but that's a matter for later. So, that means. Harry thought for a moment. We'll be safe for the next 5 days in Rome. Whoa, wait. We're staying in Rome for 5 days. Peter only just realized it. That long. Yeah. 1 day in Lisbon, 3 days in Madrid, 2 days each in Naples and Venice, and 5 days in Rome. The trip is about half over, and roughly half a month has passed. Peter rubbed his head helplessly, waiting for the next morning when everyone would take the train directly from Naples to Rome. On the train, Gwen gave Harry a very pleasant look that signaled him to go sit with his girlfriend, Liz. She then took the seat next to Peter Parker. Peter was looking at his laptop, and when he saw Gwen sit down beside him, he let out a soft, "Oh," and closed the computer. He looked at the scenery rushing past the window and tried to find a topic of conversation. Speaking of which, Mount Vesuvius is right between Naples and Rome. Maybe we'll see it from the train. It's a magnificent sight. It's a shame our itinerary didn't include Vesuvius. It's right near Naples, but it wasn't on the way. Peter took a deep breath, then sighed. Okay, look, I think I know why you're angry. So. Let me explain. This time, Gwen didn't even give him an MHM. Because I went on a date with Cindy. That wasn't you, and it's not like you two haven't dated before. But everyone thinks we dated. Actually, this was where Gwen felt both angry and helpless. After all, the ones who had really dated were 2 androids just following a set program. If the real Peter had dated Cindy, Gwen wouldn't even be angry, she would just arrange another date herself. The problem was this feeling of having lost out even though she hadn't technically lost anything, which made Gwen a bit moody. Peter also knew how to solve this problem. The good news was that they would be in Rome for about 5 days, and during this time, the elementals were unlikely to cause trouble. The bad news was that he also had to get through those 5 days. Alright, as compensation, how about we go on a date in Rome for a day? Then what about Cindy? Gwen asked suddenly, which actually stumped Peter. You two didn't actually date. If we go on a date, are you going to have to date her for a day too? Wouldn't that trap the problem in an endless loop? Leaving aside whether the problem was a loop or not, Peter's brain was definitely starting to loop. After thinking for quite a while, they both decided to stop thinking about it for now. Whatever happens, let's just enjoy ourselves in Rome for 2 days first, okay? I have no objections to that. Sounds good. Chapter 411, The Shadow of Hydra. Budapest outskirts, Hungary. An ancient medieval castle sat perched here. During World War II, it had served as one of the Nazi strongholds, but it had been thoroughly purged following the war's end. Of course, that didn't stop Hydra agents who had infiltrated the Eastern European bloc from re-establishing a presence here, eventually turning it into the headquarters for the Neo-Hydra, for it held the truth regarding Hydra's origins. In fact, Peter's suspicions were correct. Richard Parker had indeed discovered a similar structure in Budapest based on his research in Taranto, ultimately uncovering Hydra's greatest secret. It seems Nick Fury has managed to stretch his tentacles all the way here. The master of this castle was an elderly, bald man sitting in the courtyard sipping tea. He looked unremarkable at a glance, wearing an elegant monocle and an aged black military greatcoat. However, the right hand he used to lift the teacup was highly peculiar. It was a deep crimson, appearing to be a prosthetic limb with visible metallic structures. It seems Arnhem failed your expectations, Zemo. Shouldn't it be that you failed to hide your tail, Strucker, thereby drawing Fury's pursuit? Facing the men across from him, Baron Strucker, the supreme commander of Hydra, flashed a smile. While many believed Baron Zemo was the supreme leader of Hydra, it was actually Strucker who had been responsible for handling the organization's affairs all these years. Viper, Strucker, and Zemo, these three were the current supreme leaders of Hydra. Their status was even higher than that of Alexander Pierce, who wielded immense power in the United States. Strucker stood up, still smiling. So, Richard Parker's son and our old rival, Captain America, are both on their way. Old rival. You were barely a boy when the captain died, Strucker. Zemo stood up as well. We need time to relocate the temple. This plan should have been initiated back when I eliminated Richard Parker. Strucker arched an eyebrow. Back then, the assassination of the Parkers could have been left entirely to the Winter Soldier. But for some reason, Zemo didn't trust the Winter Soldier, so in the end, the two of them hijacked the plane together. The Winter Soldier killed the flight crew, while Zemo personally ended the lives of the Parkers. Of course, Fury knew none of this. He only knew the Winter Soldier was here. Everything has been ready for a long time, Zemo. We were merely waiting for the moment when relocation became necessary. Strucker also stood up. Come, let us take one last look at our temple. The two old men stepped into the castle's ancient elevator, descending over 700 meters deep into the earth. Here lay Hydra's deepest secret, its true origin. When they arrived at the bottom of the temple, they saw the skeletal remains of Hydra predecessors. Ignoring them entirely, they walked forward until they reached an ancient idol. The statue appeared to depict a monster. It had the body of a serpent, and from its midsection, 8 serpent heads branched out, surrounding a humanoid upper body. Ultimately, with the human head in the center, it formed a 9-headed deity. The idol radiated a strange aura. Every person who came into contact with it could feel the power it emitted and the meaning it represented. Its name was Set, also known as Tiamat, the Apocalypse, Leviathan. His existence had been erased by Gaia and replaced by local deities, substituting the image of the 9-headed Hydra with that of a 7-headed sea serpent. He was an entity on par with Gaia, Ashtar, and Thon. It is said that during the age of the Elder Gods, Set first devoured his own kind, thereby becoming the world's first demon lord and attaining supreme power. Hydra draws directly from his power and philosophy. We seize power from the hands of ignorant mortals and then use them to rule over those very same mortals. Strucker gazed at the idol of Set with admiration. The ignorant do not realize what terrifying power they possess. Some know, yet believe they can guide it to deal with their enemies, never realizing how pathetic and laughable they are. It's truly fascinating. Stop your pointless jokes, Strucker. I've long since grown tired of hearing about myths. Hydra's philosophy is simple: plunder the strength of others, master the powers that others do not realize they possess, make them believe they are helpless mortals, and establish absolute order. Zemo interrupted Strucker impatiently. Red Skull once tried to conquer the world entirely, which proved to be a delusion. Zola planned to use his algorithm to control and guide the world, but look at this world now, it's long since gone mad beyond recognition. And isn't that exactly our opportunity? Look at how dangerous this world is, how much humanity suffers. Strucker smiled. The Avengers, or whatever else, one day, people will realize how weak their protective heroes are, how helpless they are to save them. Therefore, what we must do is very simple. Hydra would protect humanity, and the price would be humanity voluntarily surrendering its freedom. As supervillains, alien threats, mutants, and all these chaotic dangers grew more severe, a day would come when Captain America and his friends could no longer protect the entire world. When that time came, the world would tie itself to the chariot. People would pursue a greater power to protect themselves from destruction. They would establish a powerful institution of force, one that would protect humanity and be granted unprecedented authority. Unrestrained power brings unrestrained authority. All Hydra needs to do is give a little push, bring fear to everyone, let them naturally abandon their freedom to become slaves of Hydra, and we shall become the set of the new world. Strucker gazed obsessed at the statue, but Zemo merely turned to leave, tossing back a single sentence. Do as you wish. But before that, I will first kill Captain America with my own hands and dismantle everything he defends. I want to personally tell the captain that the freedom he guards is worthless. Reaching the elevator, Zemo looked back at Strucker and stated his demand. I don't care about anything else, but I need Jim Hammond. I want to prepare a surprise for the captain. He will undoubtedly be very pleased to see another comrade in arms besides Bucky Barnes. Chapter 412, Roman Holiday. Finally, we arrived in Rome. Rome, the city of 7 hills, the city of all cities, the eternal city, and the capital of ancient Rome. Its status in Europe is peerless, though if Istanbul were still in the hands of the Greeks, it might have had a rival. But in any case, this was a place filled with historical and cultural atmosphere, as well as a location shrouded in many beautiful filters. Generally speaking, filters are meant to be broken. For instance, Peter and Gwen had already encountered pickpockets 3 times while waiting in line to enter the Colosseum. There wasn't much they could do about it, the police were far away, so they could only scare the thieves off once they were caught in the act. That wasn't the only place where the filter was shattered. The 2 of them had purchased top-tier tickets, so they took the elevator directly to the highest level of the Colosseum. Perhaps because the tickets were more expensive, there weren't many tourists on the top floor. However, looking down from above, they still encountered the one problem unavoidable at any major tourist attraction: people were everywhere. A literal sea of humanity. It felt less like sightseeing and more like people watching. It was entirely different from the Colosseum seen in documentaries or photographs. Wow, it really feels like. Gwen scratched her head, looking at the massive Roman Colosseum with a mix of awe and confusion. She wanted to say something complimentary, but in reality, the place was quite dilapidated. Coupled with the swarms of tourists, she had the strange illusion that it was the tourists themselves who were destroying the monument. The floor of the arena had long been destroyed, revealing the rooms below where gladiators once rested or wild beasts were caged. The various stone pillars and walls down there were heavily weathered. Only a small portion of the floor had been reconstructed to provide a place for tourists to stand. The biggest feeling is just, it's a pity. I can't help but imagine the spectacle this place used to be. Seeing it in person makes it feel even more ruined than in photos or on TV. Gwen leaned on the railing, watching the arena and the crowds below. Peter stood beside her, taking a photo of her first before speaking to her about the history of the Colosseum's destruction. After the collapse of the Western Roman Empire, the Colosseum spent years without maintenance. It essentially became a stone quarry for the Italians. Many churches, in particular, use stone taken from here, which is why the damage is so severe. It wasn't until the 17th century that the papacy declared it a sacred site and placed it under protection. Gwen tilted her head, watching the crowds below. I'm really curious sometimes. You have to go to school, be Spider-Man, and keep up the act of doing an internship. Where exactly do you find the time to learn all this random stuff? I don't know. Maybe I just see it and it sticks. Peter spoke half-jokingly, then took another photo of Gwen. Gwen felt the breeze as she watched the crowds below, then suddenly uttered an apology. Question mark. I mean about yesterday. Actually, I didn't have any reason to be moody. After all, I know you're doing important work, and that wasn't really you anyway. Gwen tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. I realized that I just felt like I couldn't help at all. I remember we discussed this topic already. Gwen looked around, there was no one nearby. Yeah, we discussed it. But reaching a conclusion after a discussion doesn't mean it just goes away. You're fighting almost every day. Every day you put on your suit and go to battle against people using superpowers to commit crimes. Gwen spoke with a sense of helplessness. Do you know what the hardest part is? You never tell the truth. You never say how dangerous an operation is, or what kind of terrifying enemies you're facing. I don't even know if you'll die in your next battle. And I can't help. I can't even stay by your side because that might get in your way. This was the real source of Gwen's frustration. It wasn't because an LMD Peter and an LMD Cindy were on a date for everyone to see, it was because she was powerless. The Korvac incident had granted Gwen a superpower, but it was one that could be described as utterly useless. She was still an ordinary person, possessing 0 defensive capabilities against terrifying superhumans like the Elementals. Gwen felt even worse because she realized she still couldn't contribute. If only she had received Carol Danvers' power, at least then she could be of some help. If you really could help, I'd probably be even more worried. Worried that you'd get dragged into something dangerous. You wouldn't hesitate to come save me regardless of how powerful the enemy was. In many ways, Gwen, we think exactly alike. Gwen interrupted him. Then what about Cindy? Don't you worry about her. Actually. I haven't called her for many of the most dangerous battles. She doesn't even know about them. Gwen opened her mouth to speak, but finally let out a helpless laugh. She brushed her hair aside, suddenly thinking of a question. You've been to quite a few parallel universes, right? Aside from the one where I was the one bitten by the spider, what are we like in the other universes? Peter opened his mouth, suddenly feeling that this wasn't a great topic. But Gwen kept her eyes on him, and finally, he gave a helpless shrug. From what I know, in most worlds, we become a couple, and then you die. Gwen's jaw dropped. She seemed to understand why Peter had been trying so hard to keep her from helping. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "All right, so, how does Gwen Stacy die?" The Green Goblin didn't know you were Spider-Man's girlfriend. In some universes, you didn't even know I was Spider-Man yourself. He kidnapped you and threw you off a bridge, and then, well. Peter didn't know how to describe it. In truth, to this day, it remained a matter of debate whether Spider-Man's improper use of webbing snapped Gwen Stacy's neck, or if she was already dead before that. I promise that won't happen to you. Because the Green Goblin is dead. Peter nodded. He wasn't entirely sure if the Green Goblin was truly gone. After the whole incident ended, the White Queen had scanned Norman's brain and concluded that the Goblin had vanished completely. However, she also mentioned that the Goblin was inherently terrifying, and she couldn't rule out the possibility that he was simply hiding. But at least for now, Norman's mental state was very stable, and the AI Green Goblin had indeed been destroyed. Gwen was safe, at least for the time being. Alright, let's skip this topic. I feel like you're getting all depressed. Gwen smiled, turning around to lean against the railing. Take a few more photos for me. Chapter 413, Roman Holiday, 2. During the Roman holiday, if the others weren't out sightseeing, they were on dates. Some students even attempted to use these 5 days to pick up Italian girls in Rome. Mary Jane Watson, wearing her glasses, sat in the hotel cafe. She ordered a cup of coffee, donned her spectacles, and began typing on her laptop. Normally, she wouldn't have any relevant assignments. After all, she was just a high school intern. No matter how one looked at it, she wasn't senior enough for serious work, and this was a school-funded trip to boot. Jonah Jameson was an excellent boss. Though he had a venomous tongue, he truly looked after his subordinates. Once he realized that Phil Urich wasn't actually a bad person or a mole, he had personally apologized to Phil in the hospital and even covered his medical expenses. Furthermore, Mr. Ned's funeral costs were borne by the Daily Bugle. He highly approved of Mary Jane's desire to join the tour group. Students, he believed, benefited from traveling abroad. At most, he simply gave Mary Jane a few completely unimportant human interest stories to practice her craft and draft some copy. Everything changed when Spider-Man appeared in Naples. As the Daily Bugle's only reporter in Naples, Mary Jane was granted supreme authority by Jameson to conduct a comprehensive follow-up and report on exactly why Spider-Man was appearing in Italy. One had to consider that the Avengers hadn't mentioned any emergency missions in Europe, so did Spider-Man's presence in Italy suggest something else was afoot? Is that cursed menace planning to play the hero again, solve something on his own, and then leave acting like he saved the world? I'm going to expose his true colors. Watson, find him and keep your eyes glued to Spider-Man. At the time, Mary Jane had to pull the phone away from her ear to avoid Jonah's vocal onslaught. She was still suffering from the tortures of jet lag, and now she had been burdened with a heavy responsibility. Why would Spider-Man be in Europe? According to the news from New York, Spider-Man has actually been seen in the US as well. Either he can create duplicates, or he flew here on an emergency basis. While typing, Mary Jane gathered various news reports to summarize intelligence. She pushed up her glasses and began to reflect on the events related to Spider-Man's enemies along this journey. First, in Lisbon, the students were attacked by a sandstorm as soon as they came ashore. A face had appeared within the sandstorm, and that same face had appeared in the battle in Naples as well. In other words, these enemies had been present since the students landed in Lisbon. Then there was the battle in Naples. If one also accounted for that night of inexplicable blinding light in Madrid, it seemed this group of enemies was hunting their group of students. Why? Did they have someone important among them? A chaperone? Or a specific student? Mary Jane tugged at her hair, feeling the investigation had hit a bottleneck. She began to ponder why this was happening. If only Peter Parker were here. That boy was not only willing to help but also very bright. As a member of the detective club, he should be able to provide some good leads, just like when they investigated the bombings. While Mary Jane was fretting, she heard a loud thud. Startled, she stood up immediately and found a girl had collapsed onto the floor. She hurried over to help her up, only to realize the student seemed to be from her own school. No, more than that, this senior was the president of the detective club. Mary Jane's eyes lit up. She helped the girl to the seat opposite her and asked with concern, "Are you all right, senpai?" "I'm okay, my strength just suddenly failed me." "Oh, I remember you. You're the lead singer and guitarist for the Mary Jane's band, right? Mary Jane looked at Jessica in surprise and nodded. Yes, Jessica-senpai. You know me. I'm a friend of Peter Parker. We know each other, and I've heard of you. Mary Jane sat back in her own seat and asked Jessica, how do you know about me, senpai? By memory. I've basically memorized information on all the students. As long as it's public info, I just commit it to memory and organize it. For example, I also know you're an intern reporter for the Daily Bugle because the school posted a notice. And right now, you should be writing a report on Spider-Man. Since you're a Bugle intern. After taking her seat, Jessica asked the server for a cup of coffee and then asked curiously, what's wrong? Writer's block. Yeah. I don't know who these people are or what they're doing. I'm just guessing that they're likely following our movements, but I don't know why. Jessica arched an eyebrow. She actually had a fair idea why. Because one person among the students was their target, and that person was almost certainly Spider-Man. Just like the Scorpion years ago, Jessica, or indeed anyone investigating and following Spider-Man, could easily discover the patterns in his active hours. The only people who fit those hours were high school or college students. By cross-referencing with class schedules and adding the fact that Spider-Man wasn't particularly tall, one could basically confirm he was a high schooler. However, Jessica couldn't proceed any further than that. She wasn't the Scorpion, after all, and she didn't have the Kingpin backing her up, so she had no way to investigate further. But she did know other details. For instance, her father provided technical support for Spider-Man at Oscorp, and Spider-Man was a member of the Avengers. Therefore, as long as one could get the roster and compare the interns at Oscorp and Stark Industries, one could theoretically find out exactly who Spider-Man was. But Jessica couldn't get her hands on those lists. More importantly, there were two other matters. One was what her father had told her, don't bother Spider-Man. From the news, one could see how many enemies Spider-Man dealt with and how busy he was. Interference would truly cause him trouble. The other point was that her own illness was likely more troublesome. Although her father kept saying he was researching a miracle cure, Jessica didn't actually hold much hope. And if she were to become completely paralyzed, finding Spider-Man might just be an added burden for him. So, Jessica chose to investigate in secret. Once she could no longer move, she would simply end it there. Except now, she had a new lead. Spider-Man was definitely a student at her school, and those four monsters were chasing Spider-Man. So, who could he be? As Jessica thought, she looked at Mary Jane and smiled. Then, how about I give you a hand? Is that really okay? Thank you so much. It's nothing, really. Jessica smiled, intending to lead the Daily Bugle down the wrong path. Chapter 414, Roman Holiday. The next day, Peter and Cindy visited another landmark in Rome, the Pantheon. It wasn't for a date, but for official business, though the danger level was relatively low. The current Pantheon was rebuilt by the Roman Emperor Hadrian around 125 AD. Because it was converted into the Church of St. Mary and the Martyrs in the 7th century, it escaped the destruction of the Middle Ages. Unlike the neighboring Colosseum, which suffered severe damage, the Pantheon received regular maintenance and has been preserved to this day. However, as a temple once dedicated to the Roman gods during the Empire, the statues of the Roman Pantheon were essentially gone, replaced by statues of Christian saints. Rome had a tradition of integrating the myths of conquered regions into its own mythic system to fill in the blanks. Therefore, in theory, Egyptian gods could have been worshipped here. Peter explained this to Cindy, who nodded in understanding. She was aware of this historical context, and it was precisely why they had come, to investigate whether there were hidden temples dedicated to Neith or Anansi beneath the surface. As it turned out, the answer was both yes and no. Their spider senses did indeed pick up on something, but the sensation wasn't particularly intense. After a moment of thought, Peter used an astral projection to scout below. He quickly found his destination. Beneath the Pantheon, there was indeed another Pantheon. It wasn't guarded by magic. Furthermore, Peter spotted some modern equipment, seemingly left behind by Hydra, or perhaps the Third Reich. However, the contents had been severely vandalized, and the passages were blocked by rubble. It was clear that Hydra had gone to great lengths to cover something up. But it didn't matter. Since the main structure of the lower Pantheon hadn't been filled in, Peter could use his sling ring to open a portal. At most, he just had to send people through. The biggest issue was oxygen, but that wasn't much of a problem either. He could simply leave a portal open for ventilation or arrange for oxygen tanks. And then there was nothing left for them to do. Peter and Cindy had to wait for Captain America and Logan to arrive before they could explore the origins of Hydra together. The remaining time was for rest. So, is there anywhere else you're planning to go? Cindy took out her Pantheon ticket. Let's finish looking at the Pantheon first. After all, we paid for it. Oh, okay. The two of them walked through the ancient Pantheon, looking up at the architectural marvel from over 1,000 years ago. The Pantheon featured a circular dome over 40 meters in diameter, with an open oculus at the top. On the summer solstice, sunlight streams through this skylight to hit the center of the floor, symbolizing the apotheosis of the Roman emperor. Have you ever heard people claim that Roman history is a forgery? That it was made up to give Western civilization a longer history? Cindy looked up at the dome and suddenly posed the question. Peter scratched his head and replied, "Are you talking about the kind of history where Napoleon was in Egypt for 3 years and, while fighting a war, managed to build dozens of pyramids and the entire Valley of the Kings, yet as Emperor of France for over a decade, he couldn't even finish the Arc de Triomphe before he died?" Cindy couldn't help but laugh and shook her head, bringing up another point. Actually, 6 years after Napoleon died, someone published a book titled Napoleon Did Not Exist, arguing that his existence was a myth fabricated by the Orleans dynasty. Do you know that book? Peter was genuinely shocked. That actually exists. Yeah, the title is Historic Doubts Relative to Napoleon Bonaparte. You should check it out, it's quite funny. The two observed the interior furnishings of the Pantheon. As mentioned earlier, while this was the Roman Pantheon, the traces of the old gods were long gone. All that remained were Christian icons and the tombs of Italian luminaries. Raphael was buried here. The two stopped by his tomb for a look before leaving. Cindy looked up at the sky, seemingly lost in thought. I was thinking, if it weren't for that spider, maybe we never would have met. She looked at Peter and spoke what she felt was the truth. I never knew what to do, or how to do it. Maybe it's the same even now. I just follow orders, doing what everyone asks of me. Maybe I think that's actually fine. Cindy didn't have a people-pleasing personality. She was expressing something similar to what Gwen had told Peter at the Colosseum, something she had mentioned before as well. Cindy simply didn't know what her purpose was. She had never had a goal or a plan, and even now, she truly didn't know what she ought to be doing. So, Cindy decided to ask Peter the question again. So, now that so many days have passed, has your answer changed? An answer regarding what? Why you are Spider-Man. Is it still just because you want to, and because you can, so you do? Peter thought for a moment. He wasn't entirely sure what his answer had been the last time Cindy asked, so he simply chose to counter with a question. When you are Silk, do you ever feel happy or fulfilled? Cindy tilted her head, and Peter shrugged. It can be any time. For example, when you save someone, when you help others, or when you strike back at crime and feel like you've made a contribution, it all counts. When I'm with you. Oh, well, okay, but that might not help with your question. Peter scratched his head, flustered. What I mean is, no matter what you do, if you want to keep doing it, you have to feel something. You don't necessarily have to set a goal from the very beginning, like, I'm going to be a superhero, but you can find something in the process, whether this path suits you, or whether you need to give it up. Cindy looked at Peter with some surprise. Give it up. If you decide you're not suited for this, you can choose to stop. No one is forcing you to do any of this, Cindy. Everyone is free, Peter replied. So, I can't give you an answer. All I can do is stay by your side and accompany you as you search for that answer. Beyond that, there's nothing else I can do. No, thank you. Cindy smiled and looked at Peter. Those words are enough. Thank you for staying by my side. Chapter 415, Roman Holiday. The greatest advantage of being a thief is that, firstly, you won't get stolen from, and secondly, you can steal from others. Undoubtedly, Felicia belonged to the type whose hands weren't exactly clean. She had not only prevented her own wallet from being swiped but had also pocketed quite a bit of pocket change from the pockets of other thieves. Naturally, she had no intention of returning the money. Of course, being a thief had its downsides, namely being watched. At this very moment, Silver Sable was watching her from not far away. You're wearing a trench coat over your combat suit. Do you really not feel hot? Felicia completely ignored Sable's presence, first picking out gifts in a souvenir shop to see if there was anything worth bringing back. Or do you actually have no private life? Are you immersed in training and combat 24 hours a day? My power comes from training, not a simple little vial. Therefore, I don't have as much free time for entertainment as you people do. Though Sable was wearing her suit under the coat, she at least looked like an ordinary girl. When the gap between you and your enemies widens, you realize the level you need to reach, and you seize every moment to improve yourself. For instance, if you had actually undergone specialized combat training, you wouldn't have failed to take down even a single member of the Serpent Society on the ship. Felicia merely smiled, picking up a black cat pendant and examining it. Or perhaps, my duty isn't combat. No one says a technician needs to fight, right? Then what was your purpose for injecting the super soldier serum? Sable arched an eyebrow, looking at Felicia. If it were truly as Felicia said, shouldn't Black Cat have no need for any enhancement? After all, superheroes only need to fight, while super thieves have far more things to consider. Felicia raised her eyebrows and declined to answer the question. The two of them were hardly acquaintances. There was no need for Felicia to tell Sable that she had injected the super soldier serum for the sake of revenge. No matter who did it, once she found that person, she would kill them without a moment's hesitation. It seems you really don't have much of a private life, putting everything into fighting and training. Why do you work so hard? To make money. Having paid for and taken the black cat pendant, Felicia asked back with a smile. Sable's response caught her off guard. For revenge. Felicia froze for a moment. When I was 15 years old, my mother was assassinated. Because my father was in Europe executing a project to crack down on superhuman crime, unknown enemies were selling superhuman prisoners to terrorists as weapons. They were purged by the wild pack led by my father. In retaliation, this group attacked my home, intending to kill me and my mother. I was lucky and escaped the ordeal. As Sable spoke, she tugged at her silver hair. Before that day, my hair was still light blonde. Since then, it turned silver. It's not dyed. So. Felicia roughly pieced it together. After that, you didn't go to school but became a mercenary instead. I demanded that my father train me, because I knew that an incompetent daughter would become his burden again. As long as I lacked the ability to protect myself, I might be attacked again. To protect me, my father would have to be distracted. Sable looked at Felicia. So I chose to become a soldier specifically dedicated to countering superhumans. This is also why I haven't injected myself with any of the various superhuman products we've seized. I will not become the kind of person who killed my mother. I don't object to you superhumans doing some good, whether it's for money, pro bono, for fame, or just out of a simple desire to do something right. But please remember, I will always be watching you. The Wild Pack was established for one purpose and one purpose only. We will act as ordinary people to formulate countermeasures against superhumans. So you really have no private life at all. Felicia forced a smile and skipped over the topic, then asked about something else. Then what about after you complete your revenge? Of course, even if you finish your revenge, you'll still have things to do, but you must have some thoughts of your own, right? Sable was silent for only a moment before giving her answer. I plan to go to university. Felicia was stunned again. She turned to look at Sable, unsure whether the other woman had seen through something or was simply being earnest enough to answer any question. While she was still puzzled, Sable asked back, what about you? Once you've completed your revenge, what do you plan to do? I never said I wanted revenge. Then why did you inject the super soldier serum? Felicia was stumped by the question and simply chose not to answer. After the two had walked another distance, Felicia still couldn't help asking, why have you been following me all this time? To ensure you don't see things you shouldn't. The people Nick Fury sent have arrived, and he doesn't seem to trust you very much, so he had me keep an eye on you. Hearing this, Felicia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Fine, Nick Fury again. It seemed the big shots always thought they could keep everything hidden. She glanced at Sable and couldn't help but ask, what about you? Don't you think this whole thing is strange? Maybe we should go see what Nick Fury and his Boy Scouts are actually up to. Don't underestimate Nick Fury. Although I don't think he's a particularly good person, one thing is for sure, Nick Fury is definitely not an easy man to deal with. Does that even need to be said? Felicia rolled her eyes internally, but she was already calculating how to shake Sable off. She probed once more, what if? What if the matter they are investigating is related to your mother's death? You can't be sure there's a connection. Maybe I can. Felicia's expression turned serious. My father was killed while investigating the whereabouts of the super soldier serum in Europe. I came here to investigate the cause of his death as well. And coincidentally, I know some things behind the scenes. So, perhaps we could go together. As Felicia spoke, she held out the black cat pendant in front of Sable. Interested in an adventure? Chapter 416, Chapter 416, The Ancient Pantheon. Good evening, Peter. Good evening, Captain. Looking at the captain, who had changed into his stealth suit from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, and Logan, who was wearing a grayish-black X-Men uniform, Peter felt a tangible atmosphere of Hydra closing in. I heard you've already met with the Winter Soldier. Yes, I can confirm that it was Bucky. The captain's emotions were complex. On one hand, it was a genuine reunion with an old friend. Among his comrades from back then, besides Logan and the reconstructed Jim Hammond, Bucky was actually still alive. On the other hand, as the Winter Soldier, Bucky had committed a staggering amount of killing over the years. Even if it wasn't Bucky's intent, this issue could not be avoided. I will ensure this ends in a just manner, son. If necessary, after he regains his sanity, I will persuade him to face a court, the captain said to Peter after a moment of silence. I believe if Bucky truly regains his mind, he will choose to bear this burden, perhaps even far more than the portion he is responsible for. In fact, another Winter Soldier existed in the Wasteland universe. Currently undergoing secondary modification by the Red Skull, he was becoming one of the key combat forces for the Red Skull's resistance against the new Avengers of the Wasteland. It was precisely from the Wasteland universe that the captain first learned the Winter Soldier might be his brother-in-arms, Bucky. And now, that fact was simply confirmed. Let's skip this topic for now, Captain. We have more important matters to attend to. Peter decided to move on. I've had the portal open for a while now. The underground pantheon shouldn't have an oxygen deficiency problem anymore. Let's go. After Peter led the captain and Logan into the portal, Silver Sable, waiting behind, asked Black Cat, "Now what? Do you have a way in?" "No, now I'm even more certain about what they are looking for. Some things don't require a personal look, you just need to understand what they are doing." Felicia smiled and pulled back. "All right, whatever you want to know, I can tell you now, so you know exactly what you're up against." Meanwhile, as Peter led the captain and Logan into the Roman underground, Peter asked the captain a question. "Have you ever been to Rome before, Captain?" "Once, during the liberation of Rome. It was June 4, 1944. I fought Hydra special forces here and helped the Allied forces enter the city." The captain looked around with a touch of nostalgia. "I had no idea there was a place like this beneath Rome. This is the pantheon of the ancient Romans, not the fake one up there. This is the real pantheon. Cindy and I checked it out, it's arranged with statues of almost every legendary deity on Earth. It wasn't just the Roman-absorbed Greek pantheon, the Egyptian pantheon, and other small Mediterranean faiths. There were even more striking inclusions: Sumerian mythology, African mythology, regions the Romans hadn't even ruled yet. Peter and Cindy had even seen a statue of Thor, as well as statues of Eastern deities, Japanese Shinto gods, and deities from Central and South American mythologies like the Aztecs and Incas. It could be said that a true universal pantheon existed here. The captain looked around. Cindy had laid out many light strips inside, so by the time they entered, there was ample illumination. At that moment, the captain pointed to the very center, surrounded by the various divine pantheons. "What about here? What was originally in the middle?" Undoubtedly, something else had stood in the center of the gods, but Hydra had taken it away. The elder gods who existed before these deities. It should have been Gia, Oshter, Thon, and Set. They are far older than the gods of Earth. In fact, some of those gods are their offspring. Peter introduced the status of the gods, then added, "But Hydra took their statues, and it seems they took a few other things as well." In the spider temple dedicated to Neith and Anansi, Peter and Cindy had seen statues capable of conveying meaning directly, bypassing written language. But there were none here. Combined with the fact that his spider sense was significantly weaker than it had been in Taranto, Peter was certain that Hydra had taken the statues of the four primordial gods. But why? What was the necessity? That remained unknown. The captain nodded. He didn't find it particularly strange. Hitler himself was a believer in supernatural powers and superhumans, otherwise, Hydra wouldn't have been established so easily within the Third Reich. And Hydra's direct leader, the Red Skull, was someone truly investigating these powers. The Tesseract was related to Norse mythology. Given that, it wasn't surprising that Hydra would explore other related entities. I suspect Hydra's secret is related to these statues. From Thor, we know that the gods of Earth truly exist. Among the four elder gods, Oshter represents white magic, and Gia is the mother goddess who protects the order of Earth. But the other two? Thon is the god of black magic, and Set was the first being to kill and devour other elder gods. He fell because of it and is known as a demon. If Hydra was truly backed by the agent of an evil elder god, then the war against Hydra would be far more than just eliminating an extremist terrorist organization. It could eventually trigger a massive catastrophe. What was Hydra's ultimate goal? To release their master? You seem to know a lot about these things, kid. Logan looked at Peter with curiosity. Where did you learn all this? Part of it from Strange. I studied some magic with him. The other part is from one of my enemies. Peter pointed to Anansi among the gods. That is Anansi, the West African god of stories and lies, the spider god. I encountered him while on a mission in the multiverse. The captain and Logan exchanged a look, then seemed to reach a conclusion. As it stands, all intelligence points to Budapest. If we can find a similar temple in Budapest, then everything will become clear. The captain nodded and then said, "We'll head to Budapest first, Spider-Man. You just continue following the plan. We'll regroup in Budapest then. You don't need me to go along and help." "No need. Fury seems very confident that the elementals will come looking for trouble with you again." Chapter 417, Departure, Venice. So our route is to go to Venice first, then take a boat from Venice to Athens, and finally fly from Athens to land in Budapest. Felicia looked over a book as she complained helplessly, "What kind of garbage route is this? Can't we just skip Athens and go straight to Budapest?" "There's no other way, this is the route the school arranged." Jessica sat opposite Felicia, both of them watching the scenery outside the train. The school travel group had finally reached the halfway point of their journey. During this time, Spider-Man and his amazing friends had managed to deal with half of their enemies. Both Molten Man and Cyclone had been completely defeated, one could even say they had been dissipated. Watching the landscape zip by, Jessica suddenly looked at Felicia and asked, "What are you reading?" "A travel guide. Just having a look. I can't play on my phone or read a narrative book on the train, it makes me a bit nauseous." Jessica nodded, then suddenly asked again, "Do you really know Spider-Man?" Felicia looked at Jessica with a strange expression. "Why are you still on this topic? I thought we moved past this. I'm asking you seriously. Based on my current deduction, there is a high probability that Spider-Man is a student, specifically, a student from our school who is part of this travel group. Combining that with the fact that he's male, as long as I can confirm his height and build, I can basically pin down who he is." After a momentary daze, Felicia asked curiously, "How did you reach that conclusion?" Jessica laid out her entire reasoning process, covering everything from Spider-Man's active hours and height to the various elemental attacks during this trip. Hearing this, Felicia felt a bit of a headache coming on. She finally understood why Nick Fury had demanded Spider-Man wear a suit that looked completely different from his previous one, but saying anything now was useless. Spider-Man appearing in Europe was already news. Of course, Spider-Man had soon reappeared back in New York, claiming he had gone to Europe for a mission. This was a perfect excuse to use as a cover. Felicia naturally used this logic to counter Jessica, but Jessica looked at Felicia as if she were being eccentric. "He's an Avenger, Felicia. It would be incredibly easy for him to ask Iron Man to make a robotic body double or something. You don't honestly think I'm as gullible as that freshman Flash, do you?" Jessica looked at Felicia speechlessly before offering a warning, "If you really do know Spider-Man, tell him to be careful. It's not just me, an intern from the Daily Bugle named Mary Jane has noticed this too. If he isn't careful, Spider-Man's secret identity is going to be exposed." Felicia had a headache, but she maintained her facade, claiming she didn't know Spider-Man at all. She decided she would find an opportunity to notify him later. Jessica, meanwhile, continued to observe Felicia. She was essentially certain of one thing: Felicia knew exactly who Spider-Man was. The problem now was how to get Felicia to spill the secret. Or, she could find out for herself, but did she really want to unmask Spider-Man? Would it just cause him more trouble? At that moment, Peter was looking at his phone alone. Since Cyclone's defeat, the elementals seemed to have vanished into thin air, never appearing again. Of course, this wasn't over. Nick Fury guaranteed that the elementals would come looking for Peter. Peter didn't know where that confidence came from. Even with Cyclone and Molten Man dead, they still had the original Human Torch to fill the gap. The more troublesome part was that the enemy clearly realized they were no match for Spider-Man. If they showed up and couldn't be captured, they would simply be killed by the curse. Did they really dare to come back and seek death? Peter had intended to contact Strange, but the latter was unavailable. Now he could only see if Captain Britain had any way to resolve this messy issue. If the elementals still plan to ambush me, then Venice is undoubtedly a prime location. There is an abundance of water there. Hydra would be nearly invincible in a place like that. As long as I can't catch his spirit body, he remains a threat. Furthermore, Peter thought of another problem. The Wild Pack and the elementals had clashed so many times. Did the elementals, or rather, the Hydra behind them, really have no countermeasures at all? Perfect, Mr. Morris Bench. Hydra was undergoing a transformation. This modification wasn't targeted at his spirit body, but rather at the water he controlled. Arnim Zola had specifically created a specialized type of water for him, designed to counter the Wild Pack's vibration weapons. Hydra asked Zola in confusion, "That's it? Is this water really that magical? If you don't believe me, feel free to test it." "That's not what I'm worried about." Hydra shook his head, voicing his concern, "There's so little of it. You have to realize that if I go up against Spider-Man, there's a high probability I'll summon a massive water giant. How is this tiny amount of water going to be enough?" Arnim Zola sighed helplessly, finding it impossible to communicate with the uneducated. "Mr. Morris, do you know that if a cup of water is poured into the ocean, given enough time, any cup of water you scoop from any corner of that ocean will contain atoms from that original cup? You can accelerate this process, rapidly dispersing every particle evenly throughout the water body you control." Hydra nodded, only half understanding. He looked at himself and sighed. The physical defenses were sorted, but what about the spiritual ones? Spider-Man knew magic, after all. Madam Hydra will prepare mental protection spells for you. Spider-Man won't notice for at least 1 or 2 encounters. Of course, if you engage him more frequently, there might be issues, but I trust you can handle Spider-Man on your own, right? Right. Hydra gave a dry laugh and shook his head helplessly. He thought these people were insane. He had originally signed up for the money, but looking at it now, no matter how much they paid him, he wouldn't be alive to spend it. No, he had to find a way to escape. He had to save himself. Even being a prisoner of S.H.I.E.L.D. sounded better than being here. He looked toward his old friend, Sandman, who was undergoing a transformation on the other side. He felt that if he were to make a run for it, he'd have a better chance of survival if he brought his old buddy along. Chapter 418, let's take a photo. Venice sits upon shallow coastal mudflats 4 kilometers from the mainland, formed by 118 small islands connected by 401 bridges. Interlaced with 177 canals, boats have become the city's primary mode of transportation and, naturally, its signature tourist attraction. Today, Venice remains an important Italian port city, though it has long since lost the global influence held by the Republic of Venice during the Middle Ages. With a permanent population of only about 60,000, the city has evolved into a massive tourist destination, hosting over 3 million visitors annually. Essentially, the vast majority of people you see in Venice are tourists, locals are few and far between. Peter arrived at Venice's St. Mark's Square, where he began taking photos for Gwen and Cindy. This area is the heart of Venice, home to nearly all the city's most significant landmarks, as well as its political and economic history, including St. Mark's Basilica and the Doge's Palace. Of course, for tourists, the greater draw consists of tens of thousands of pigeons, the various bands playing at every turn, the occasional costumed street performer, and visitors dressed in Renaissance attire. For a photography enthusiast, this place was a paradise on earth. "I thought you'd be on the boat with Jessica," Peter said as he snapped a photo of Cindy. She was sitting on a chair outside a plaza cafe with several pigeons foraging at her feet. One pigeon was just spreading its wings to flutter past her, a moment Peter captured perfectly with an excellent angle. "It sounds a bit strange, but I actually get seasick, so I'm staying out here to keep an eye on her," Felicia said, sounding somewhat helpless. Her energy has been boundless these past few days. It feels like she wants to go everywhere and get involved in everything. I can't keep up with her antics indefinitely. Peter knew what Felicia meant when she said Jessica wanted to go everywhere. If she didn't visit certain places and run around now, she might never get another chance. However, Peter wasn't worried, because the name Jessica Drew carried its own destiny. Dr. Jonathan Drew would eventually invent the spider serum and inject it into his daughter, and she would become Spider-Woman. So, Peter never panicked, he knew she would ultimately be fine. Felicia, however, didn't have that foresight. Knowing nothing of the sort, she was deeply worried about her close friend. As for why Peter didn't tell Felicia, he simply felt it was better to let her worry about one of her few friends for a while. It served as a healthy distraction from her singular obsession with revenge. Also, Jessica discovered that Spider-Man is a student at our school and is part of this tour group. More importantly, a girl named Mary Jane is investigating you. She's an intern reporter for the Daily Bugle. You really should have used a different identity for this trip. As it stands, the risk of exposure is too high. Jessica fed her some fake information to throw her off, so remember to say thank you. That was indeed a problem, but Peter was currently learning a spell that could make people forget the connection between a specific event and himself. It wasn't as reality-bending as the spell from Spider-Man, No Way Home, and the side effects were much smaller. It simply made people subconsciously fail to remember the detail. For example, the fact that Spider-Man fought the elementals in Europe would still exist in the public consciousness, but people would treat it as a piece of very trivial news and wouldn't think to bring it up. Therefore, Peter wasn't worried at all. Speaking of which, I still don't know why you and Jessica are so close. You looked quite panicked when you saw Dr. Jonathan's genetically modified spider therapy project. Peter asked the question with an air of casual indifference. It doesn't quite seem like a typical classmate or friendship bond. It's nothing. Peter nodded and continued taking photos. He didn't just photograph Cindy or Gwen, he captured anything he found aesthetically pleasing. Many tourists dressed as medieval or Renaissance residents were more than happy to be photographed. Felicia, however, felt a wave of frustration stifle her chest. Peter Parker had asked a question that was very important to her, yet he didn't even seem curious enough to follow up or press for an answer. "Aren't you curious?" "I am curious, but if you don't want to talk, I can't exactly force you," Peter said honestly, looking at the photos on his camera display. Felicia rolled her eyes at him, exasperated, before giving in and beginning her story. "Fine. Back then, around freshman year, my father had been dead for a long time. I had just started at Midtown High. It's a public school, so the tuition was lower. At the time, I didn't know how my father died. I had just discovered his gear, and back then, I thought certain things were cool." Peter seemed to realize where this was going. "Theft?" "Not exactly. I hadn't been specifically trained yet, nor had I been injected with any super soldier serum. I did steal some money from people to buy alcohol, though, yeah, back then I thought drinking was cool." Peter looked at Felicia with a bit of amusement. To be honest, Felicia looked like someone who could hold her liquor. Felicia herself didn't want to think that way and simply continued with her past. Then, when the semester started and the school clubs were recruiting, Jessica was signing up at the detective club booth. She pointed at me and laid out a whole chain of reasoning to prove I had been drinking the night before school started. Her emotional intelligence is a bit low, isn't it? You think so too, right? I mean, we were high schoolers. Sneaking a drink or a smoke seemed normal enough. I was furious at the time, but then I realized something. If she could figure out I'd been drinking, could she also figure out I'd been stealing money? That possibility terrified the Felicia of that time. She was very worried about her mother finding out she was stealing. Curious about how Jessica had done it, she joined the detective club as well to learn about deductive reasoning. By extension, she could use that knowledge in reverse to learn how to hide her tracks. It was during that time that Felicia discovered some very strange items left behind by her father. Using what she learned in the detective club, she began to search for the truth of what had happened to him. So now I think, if I hadn't met Jessica, I might never have discovered any of this. I would have gone on believing my father was just a man who abandoned his wife and daughter. I have to thank her. As she finished, Felicia broke into a smile. She heard the click of the shutter, followed by Peter's own smile. That's a great smile. And a great photo. Chapter 419, Attack of the Hydra. While Peter and Felicia were chatting, Jessica and their other classmates were on a boat in Venice, admiring the ancient buildings on either side. For various reasons, the structures in Venice had not been renovated for a long time, but they still appeared cleaner than the old city districts of Lisbon, giving off a very refreshing vibe. Jessica felt a bit more relaxed. Her muscle atrophy seemed to be getting more serious lately. Occasionally, she experienced mobility issues or would trip over thin air. Generally speaking, however, it hadn't impacted her daily life yet, which was why she intended to hide away and travel for a while to see if she could enjoy life a bit more. Now, looking at the surrounding scenery, she couldn't help but take commemorative photos. However, she was only using her phone, and her technique was far from professional. After snapping a few shots, Jessica looked through her photos and suddenly felt something was off. In some of the pictures, white water trails appeared on the canal. She scanned the surroundings and confirmed that those white trails actually existed, so she turned to ask the gondolier operating the boat from the rear. "Excuse me, sir, what are those white streaks?" "Probably fish. You see them sometimes," the gondolier said absent-mindedly. But as Jessica watched the white trails appearing around them, she realized their movement speed was absurdly fast. "No, those aren't fish. Stop. No, don't stop. Quickly, turn the boat around and get to the shore." Jessica shouted with sudden agitation, startling her classmates on the boat. She kept yelling, "Turn the boat around, quickly. There's something under the water." At that moment, the impossible happened. As the white trails from all directions converged, a massive giant made of water rose up. It looked around, letting out a thunderous roar, "Spider-Man!" and began swinging its fists at the nearby civilians. Peter and Felicia, who were in the middle of taking photos, naturally noticed this immediately. However, the spider sense didn't tingle, which meant the attack was designed to lure Spider-Man over rather than ambush him. Jessica is still out on the canal. I'll go find the senior and save the others. Peter looked at the distant Hydraman and then at the surroundings. There were no overwhelming sandstorms or flying humanoid torches. Only a single Hydraman had appeared. This felt off, something was likely wrong with this situation. "Go and get the bombs I brought ready. They're in my room, you should know where." Watching Peter prepare to take off, Felicia asked helplessly, "I don't have the key to your room." "You don't need a key." After Peter left, Felicia couldn't help but roll her eyes at his back before departing reluctantly. Meanwhile, Peter found an opportunity to push through the panicked crowd, ducked into a secluded spot, and quickly stripped off his civilian clothes, webbing them to a rooftop. Venom was still not in good shape. After suffering the attack from Molten Men, he hadn't had enough time to recover, so Peter had temporarily left him in the hotel room. Consequently, Peter had to face the enemy alone once again. Looks like the old guy won't be in top form for a while. I need to find a place where he can truly rest. Peter took a deep breath, donned the stealth suit he had brought, and leapt toward the canal. He moved swiftly through the river, rescuing tourists who had fallen into the water, pulling them to the embankments, or using his webbing to secure overturned boats and drag them to safety. Hydraman clearly noticed Spider-Man and was rapidly restructuring himself to face his foe. But Peter didn't give him the chance, constantly circling and keeping the giant disoriented. "Good morning, Hydraman. What brings you to Venice for a visit? I would have thought a man of water wouldn't like a city full of water, since, you know, you're basically a giant puddle." After swinging near Hydraman's head to drop a taunt, Peter immediately used his webs to dodge a punch. Simultaneously, he spotted his classmates who had fallen into the water after their boat capsized, waiting for rescue, and immediately swung toward them. As for Hydra-Man, there was no need to worry just yet. An attack helicopter from the Wild Pack flew directly in front of the water giant. Silver Sablinova, piloting the craft, took a deep breath and stared at the enemy with a grim expression. Come on. Whether we capture it or destroy it, we must take down another elemental today. Meanwhile, Spider-Man had swung to the sides of the canal, firing web after web to snag the people in the water. He hauled them out one by one and dropped them onto the pavement. Some were quite dissatisfied with Spider-Man's rough handling and began grumbling or cursing. Peter, of course, ignored them. He didn't have the luxury of time to handle everyone with kid gloves. The last person in the water happened to be Jessica. She seemingly couldn't swim and was flailing in the water, reaching out toward the Spider-Man swinging her way. Peter dove straight into the water, grabbed her by the waist, and pulled her out. Spider-Man. I thought you'd grab my hand. Your arm might have snapped if I did that, miss. Peter landed quickly on a nearby bridge and set Jessica down. Remember to pay attention in swimming class, miss. It can save your life sometimes. I'm a great swimmer. It's just I couldn't find any strength just now, Jessica panted, defending herself. Then she noticed Peter's high-tech, all-black suit. Oh, did you get a new uniform? On a business trip to Europe, had to gear up with some new equipment. Peter helped Jessica to her feet. Can you walk on your own? I have a big guy to deal with. Oh, yes. Almost as soon as the words left her mouth, she watched Spider-Man swing away. She only had time to shout a quick thank you before leaning against the bridge railing for support. The specialized bullets are useless, Spider-Man. My shots are having almost no effect on him. As Peter swung back toward the fight, he heard Silver's report. At this moment, her attack helicopter was pulling back to maintain distance from Hydra-Man to avoid being swatted out of the sky. She had no desire to fall from grace, even if the person that phrase originally alluded to was still alive and well this year. All those in the water have been rescued. Cindy's words were as concise as ever. She landed on the roof of a clock tower, and Peter dropped down beside her. He looked at the massive Hydra-Man and narrowed his eyes. All right. Let's have ourselves a proper water fight with Hydra-Man. Chapter 420, Scientific Ninjutsu, Explosive Electrolysis. In the hotel where the students were staying, Felicia was rummaging through Spider-Man's suitcase. Since he had mentioned preparing bombs for Hydra-Man, they had to be hidden here. But the problem was, Felicia stared at two tubular objects that looked almost identical. She was fairly certain these were the bombs, but which one was for Hydra-Man? Or was there equipment for dealing with someone else in there as well? Couldn't he have put a label on these? Fortunately, Felicia found a little helper. All right, your name is Venom, right? Opening a third tube containing a black, gelatinous substance, Felicia asked earnestly, which one is the bomb for Hydra-Man? Venom extended a small tentacle and pointed at both tubes. Both of them. The little tentacle formed an okay sign. Felicia prepared to seal Venom back up and leave, but Venom made a piteous request. It wanted to help. Sorry, pal. Against a water elemental, you probably won't be much help. Maybe next time. Felicia decisively sealed Venom back in, packed Peter's suitcase, tucked the two tubes into her pocket, and left the room. She hadn't expected to run into several schoolmates when she opened the door. She wasn't sure if they had seen her, but in any case, she accelerated her departure. Meanwhile, on the canals of Venice, Spider-Man and Silk were fighting in coordination with several armed helicopters from the Wild Pack. After confirming that high-frequency vibration was useless against Hydra-Man, they had adopted a brand new tactic. The Wild Pack fired cryogenic bombs at Hydra-Man, freezing his conjured body into blocks of ice. However, it was futile. Hydra-Man's water body drew from the canals of Venice, which were directly connected to the sea. No matter how many missiles the Wild Pack fired, it was completely painless for Hydra-Man. He could rapidly replenish his body using the inexhaustible water source. Moreover, Silver Sable noticed that even when Hydra-Man formed a new body, there was no way to collapse it like they usually did. What exactly had the opponent done? There's something wrong with the water in Venice, or rather, Hydra-Man scattered something in the waterways beforehand. A kind of dust. With a gelling effect. Very clever. Almost too clever for Hydra-Man to have thought of it himself. Peter slung a web at Hydra-Man carrying his bioelectricity. The web instantly transformed into a 5-hit lightning whip, lashing against Hydra-Man's body. However, it didn't seem able to resolve the gel. Haha. I lack for nothing now, Spider-Man. I can finally destroy you. Hydra-Man made himself gargantuan and swung a fist at Peter. Peter dodged instantly, snagging an unmanned small boat mid-air and smashing it into Hydra-Man, triggering a massive splash. Hydra-Man noticed something. Spider-Man wasn't wearing his symbiote suit. Although the black stealth suit looked very similar to the symbiote, same color, there was a distinct difference in texture. What is Spider-Man doing? Hydra didn't have time to think further, because Peter's counterattack was about to begin. Black Cat arrived at the battlefield with the bombs Peter had prepared. After tossing the 2 tubes to him, she asked, "How do you use these?" "I don't see a pull ring or a button." "I'll handle it in a moment." "Don't worry, I have a way." Peter took a deep breath, allowed a smile to surface, and then sent a transmission to Silver Sable, "Please have the Wild Pack cease their attack. I'm moving in." "Are you sure, Spider-Man?" "The liquid nitrogen bombs can still keep him pinned down somewhat, but if you charge in now, you might not be his match." "Don't worry, I've prepared for this." Peter turned his gaze to Cindy at last. "Silk, remember to pull me out." Cindy was slightly confused by Peter's command, but she quickly nodded and prepared to act. As for Spider-Man himself, he used his webbing to stretch a net between the streets on both sides of the waterway, then launched himself like a slingshot toward the Hydraman before him. Clad in his stealth suit, Spider-Man dove headfirst into Hydraman's watery torso. He crushed the 2 tubes in his hands, and the liquid inside immediately spilled out, diffusing through Hydraman's body as Peter's bioelectricity began to surge outward. Hydraman immediately churned a portion of his internal body, casting that water out, and let out a roar from his exterior at the Spider-Man within. "You think you can deal with me with these things? These things are enough to deal with you." The telepathic communication struck Hydraman's spiritual core directly. Then, Hydraman heard a familiar phrase, "Do you know that if you pour a cup of water into the ocean, given enough time, every cup of water you scoop up afterward will contain molecules from that original cup? And I happen to know a few ways to use an electric current to make molecules diffuse rapidly." As white lightning erupted from Spider-Man's obsidian suit, the entirety of Hydraman's massive water body began to emit a violent glare. The current emitted by Spider-Man reacted rapidly with the bombs he had prepared for Hydraman. In that split second, Peter took advantage of Hydraman's waning control over the water to punch through to the surface, revealing his head. Cindy hurriedly used her silk to pull Peter out. To accurately judge his position and pull him out in time, this was a feat only Cindy could achieve through her sensory connection to him. Felicia watched the glowing Hydraman in astonishment and asked curiously, "What did you do to him?" "Nothing much, just electrolysis. Those were high-energy materials I found at the Baxter building. With the stimulation of energy, they can release high-intensity current strong enough to decompose water into hydrogen and oxygen." Bubbles of steam appeared one after another within the water body. Then, as the hydrogen came into contact with the high-temperature current, a series of explosions erupted, shattering the entire water body controlled by Hydraman into spray. Silver Sable was about to step forward to continue the attack, but Peter stopped her. "No need. We've already won." "Already won? But the opponent hasn't." "No, we've already won." Peter finally understood where Nick Fury's confidence came from. It came from his analysis of the enemy. Near the site of Hydraman's explosion, Peter saw a message carved into a wooden board with high-pressure water jets. Hydraman and Sandman intended to surrender, provided their safety could be guaranteed. Chapter 421, Who Surrenders Without Conditions. Hydraman and Sandman intended to surrender. It sounded somewhat bizarre, but it was actually perfectly logical. Hydra's attitude toward Molten Men and Cyclone was by no means focused on an active rescue, but rather active elimination. The moment they were at risk of being captured by Spider-Man or S.H.I.E.L.D., they would be liquidated immediately. Conversely, they could only stay alive as long as they could guarantee they would survive to execute the next mission, which, of course, was a redundant point. In short, these two intended to defect, but only on the condition that S.H.I.E.L.D. could guarantee their survival against Hydra's damned curse. That was the most fundamental requirement. I'm basically certain that scumbags like these never have good intentions. They'll definitely demand extradition to the United States or a trial in a Western or Northern European country, using what little non-core intelligence they have to bargain for a plea deal and immunity. Silver Sable spoke to Spider-Man and the others inside her small base. Her wild pack had captured plenty of such low-life criminals. Often, to maintain the objective neutrality of the wild pack, they would hand particularly vicious supervillains over to local governments. Essentially, in Europe where the anti-death penalty movement was rampant, these guys wouldn't even face an execution. They'd just find a place to continue living in leisure. The elementals were even more of a headache. They were spiritual life forms, which meant that once captured, if they managed to escape even once, the police would find it nearly impossible to catch them again. Furthermore, they were extremely dangerous. Each one could easily cause massive destruction in a city of hundreds of thousands. Hearing this, Felicia asked with a hint of curiosity and a touch of defiance, "Then what do you think should be done?" "Interrogate them as they should be interrogated, question them as they should be questioned, and once you're done, find a spot to shoot them, dig a hole, and bury them, though these guys don't even have bodies, so you wouldn't even need to bury them." Silver Sable immediately voiced her radical opinion. "If you think that's not enough procedural justice, you can find a group of victims or their families and hold a public trial. Let everyone cast a vote for the death penalty. That logic probably wouldn't fly in a society ruled by law. Yeah, that's why my top recommendation is still to shoot them during the enforcement process, unless they have intelligence we need, like these guys. Silver Sable pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She still didn't understand how Black Cat knew what Spider-Man was up to the moment he opened a portal, but Black Cat had indeed introduced her to a lot of things. Although those things were about Black Cat's father, the Walter Hardy, for some reason Silver Sable felt that the culprit who killed Felicia's father and the one who killed her own mother undoubtedly came from the same organization. Namely, Hydra. The mere thought of facing an evil organization that had penetrated the administrative agencies of various countries and was present everywhere sent a shiver down Silver Sable's spine. More terrifyingly, she couldn't actually guarantee that the Wild Pack was pure enough to be free of Hydra plants. After all, most members of the Wild Pack didn't share the deep-seated hatred for terrorist organizations that Silver Sable and her father did. Most were retired special forces from various countries who came here just to earn a living, purely attracted by the high pay. Therefore, the probability of Hydra infiltration was high. All clues now pointed in one direction. Regardless, this isn't a problem we need to consider. We just need to hand it over to Fury. Before Peter could finish, Silver Sable's expression shifted. She looked at Spider-Man with a strange look. Peter froze for a moment before realizing, Nick Fury isn't here, is he? You guessed right, Spider-Man, Fury is indeed here. If I'm not mistaken, it's regarding the surrender of the elementals. Since Nick Fury had anticipated that Hydra-Man would surrender, he undoubtedly should have been prepared to negotiate. The group waited for Nick Fury's arrival. When he entered, they all stared at him. The old salted egg lit a cigarette for himself, then stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at this group of young heroes, the oldest of whom was not yet 20. What? Looking at me like I'm going to give you the answers to your final exams. Wait, can you tell us? If you wanted to, you could skip grades and go straight to university, Spider-Man. You could apply for grad school within 2 years. Don't tell me you still need exam answers. After rolling his eyes at Peter, Fury first told them some good news. First of all, your travel plans will be adjusted slightly. You'll soon receive news that something happened in Athens. Then, your tour group will cancel the trip to Athens and take you directly to Budapest. Peter was stunned for a moment, then realized Nick Fury was starting to mess with Hydra. This sudden arrangement would certainly disrupt Hydra's plans and allow Fury to discover more of their outposts. Of course, that still wasn't the main point. The point was to catch Hydra off guard. In Hydra's view, since Spider-Man was the smokescreen for the entire plan, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s movements would certainly follow this smokescreen. Even if the timing was intentionally offset, the itinerary would serve as a reference. But Fury decided to go with a surprise attack. Regardless of how effective it would be, it was better than nothing. And let me tell you, we've secured some leads now. We can basically guarantee they'll stay alive, but we still need some time. Of course, we need to know roughly how much intel they possess. You don't need to tell us the details, just give us a general scope. Nick Fury finished his cigarette quickly and blew out a smoke ring that made everyone feel uncomfortable. By the way, Spider-Man, you're going to do the negotiating. Me. Why? Because of trust. The Elemental's target is you, so if you negotiate, you're the most likely to gain their trust. Tell them that limited immunity, plea deals, and turning state's witness are all on the table. As long as they're willing to tell us something of sufficient value. We need to make them feel that they are valuable enough for us to negotiate. Peter looked at Nick Fury and seemed to understand something. The Elementals, or at least Hydra-Man, believed they had enough leverage for S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect them. Meanwhile, what S.H.I.E.L.D., specifically Nick Fury, needed to do was make Hydra-Man believe that S.H.I.E.L.D. believed he had those conditions. Only if S.H.I.E.L.D. offered Hydra-Man enough leverage would he consider surrendering. But judging from Nick Fury's attitude, it seemed S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't actually care about the leverage Hydra-Man held. The negotiation with Hydra-Man is also a smokescreen. You don't believe his surrender will be successful. Don't make everything so obvious, Spider-Man. Nick Fury smiled. You have to maintain some sense of mystery. Chapter 422, if you surrender to S.H.I.E.L.D., the benefits are immense. Hydra-Man returned to the base. Nominally, he had completed an escape, successfully slipping away from Spider-Man and gathering more intel. In reality, however, Hydra-Man knew that Spider-Man had seen his subtle hint, and they would soon have their next contact. He secretly found his only remaining teammate, Sandman Flint Marco. The two had previously discussed the idea of surrendering, and Marco agreed with Hydra-Man's plan. After all, Cyclone's death had been far too decisive, leaving no room for maneuver. He had been discarded just like that. Anyone witnessing that would feel a chill in their heart. But can this really work? Marco couldn't help but ask. You have to know, since you and I both know we aren't that loyal to Hydra, the Hydra people must know it too. They'll definitely be on guard against us. I know that, of course. That's why we absolutely won't defect until S.H.I.E.L.D. proactively offers us asylum and helps us resist the curse. We have to put our own lives first. Hydra spoke without reservation. We have to protect ourselves. What are we out here for? To conquer the world for Hydra. What a joke. We're here to make money. Even accepting the modification was just to make more money, bigger money. Sandman didn't think money was life's only ideal, but he was close enough. He just wanted to make a fortune to do bigger things. The only reason he joined Hydra was because only an organization as utterly devoid of morality as Hydra would be willing to conduct human experimentation on them and transform them into superhumans. Without superpowers, they were nothing. But now, if they were expected to risk their lives, sorry, they couldn't do it. Sandman's worry was that Hydra had surely detected these little thoughts. If they actually went through with it, Hydra might just physically eliminate them both. Their core demand was not to die, so they were politely declining any form of death if they could help it. After further secret deliberations, the two made a decision. They would quietly leave a message for Spider-Man the next day to see if he could find it, and then arrange a meeting to negotiate. Is it true? When that giant water golem appeared, you ran out of someone's bedroom. Jessica was quietly teasing Felicia about a topic that made Felicia want to bury her head in the table. Felicia was currently drowning in regret, immense regret. Why had she taken the front door just for convenience? Why hadn't she just jumped out of the window? That was a misunderstanding. I went into the wrong room. Why is everyone always so interested in this kind of news? Felicia, on the verge of a breakdown, fabricated an excuse. Jessica clearly didn't believe it. How did you get in without that room's key card? His door was unlocked. Fine, then. Seeing that Felicia clearly had no intention of dwelling on the subject, Jessica simply pursed her lips and dropped the investigation. Felicia, helpless, brushed her hair back. I heard you were saved by Spider-Man yesterday. Yes, that's right. And I've roughly figured out his height. If I'm given enough time, I'll be able to find him. But I've thought about it, and what my father said makes sense. I've already said thank you to him, maybe there's no need to find out who Spider-Man really is. Felicia sighed and looked out the window, noticing some shimmering air. No, the air wasn't shimmering, rather, tiny water droplets were floating in the air, distorting the refraction of light. This was the signal from Hydra, delivered with extreme caution. I wonder if that kid can find it. Peter had, of course, noticed. Wearing his stealth suit, he appeared on the rooftop, having arrived while invisible. After waiting a moment, he used to write on the floor of the terrace. As he finished a line, the water on the ground quickly began to move, forming a new line of text. Hydra had begun to communicate with him. Essentially, Hydra was asking one question: could S.H.I.E.L.D. guarantee the safety of the two of them, and when could they guarantee it? Peter, naturally, couldn't give a definitive answer. He could only say they were working on it and told them to wait, stay calm at the Hydra base, avoid causing serious damage, and wait for further notice. Then, Peter began to ask what kind of intel Hydra had. It didn't need to be too detailed, just a general scope would do. Hydra understood. This was the bargaining stage. He needed to prove to S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers that he was valuable. Thus, the two began a sharp negotiation. Hydraman's bottom line was to guarantee his and Sandman's lives and exchange limited guilt for limited immunity. Of course, he initially made various demands, including things like becoming a star witness in exchange for a full pardon. As for Spider-Man's side, Peter had no bottom line at all, because Fury didn't believe Hydra would actually surrender. He was entirely focused on preventing Hydra from realizing S.H.I.E.L.D. was playing him. Therefore, the bargaining was purely to project an attitude of, we are indeed considering your proposal. So, two people who weren't particularly good at negotiating had an awkward chat on the rooftop, one invisible, and one who wasn't even there physically, conducting an extremely inefficient exchange. Hydra felt like a master negotiator. Many of Spider-Man's originally harsh conditions were struck down bit by bit using the intel he held. This made him realize one thing: S.H.I.E.L.D. actually knew very little about their enemy. They didn't even know Hydra was behind it, they only knew a transnational criminal organization was pushing illegal human experiments for weapons expansion. That meant he had plenty of chips on his side. By revealing just a tiny bit of inside info, without even leaking the name of Hydra, Hydra gained massive concessions and finally finalized the agreement. Both sides were very satisfied and headed home. Hydraman's consciousness left after receiving confirmed news near the Hydra stronghold. Upon returning to the base, however, he unexpectedly received a peculiar piece of news. Spider-Man and the others suddenly adjusted their itinerary. They aren't going to Athens, they're going straight to Budapest. Hydraman was surprised. He looked toward Dr. Arnim Zola. Then are we going to Budapest? No, there is no need. Budapest is not a place for Hydra agents of your level to access. Arnim Zola chuckled. Besides, we have some other matters to attend to, Mr. Morris Bench. Chapter 423, you traitor. Mr. Morris Bench, I have essentially determined why Spider-Man was able to defeat you. He released a type of high-energy particle into the water body you controlled. These particles spread rapidly through the water, causing it to undergo continuous electrolysis and explosions. It was a brilliant strategy. I wonder if it was Spider-Man's own idea or if someone assisted him. Arnim Zola let out a raspy, eerie laugh. Hearing this, Hydroman actually felt a wave of relief. It turned out his secret dealings with Spider-Man hadn't been exposed after all. Thank goodness. He followed Zola's lead and continued the conversation. So, is there a solution? Mr. Zola. Yes, solving this problem is actually quite simple. One merely needs to stop using water. After all, the prerequisite for electrolyzing water is the presence of water itself. If you don't use water, you can avoid all of this. Hydroman was slightly confused by Zola's words. He asked, if I don't use water, then what do I use? The answer is that you are no longer needed, Mr. Morris Bench. The giant face on Zola's mechanical torso broke into a thoroughly satisfied smile. Did you think I was unaware of your little maneuvers? We at Hydra can monitor all humidity changes in the areas near Spider-Man. Did you think we wouldn't notice those atmospheric anomalies? Mr. Morris, your every move has been under Hydra surveillance. Wait, I can explain. Hydroman spoke in a panic, but Zola remained silent. Hydroman thought rapidly, trying to organize his speech. Spider-Man and the S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers behind him believe I truly want to defect. This could be an opportunity. Dr. Zola, this might be a chance to deal with Spider-Man and the others. You know we aren't just facing Spider-Man, we're up against the Avengers as well. If. Hydroman trailed off because he realized Zola was staring at him with a mocking gaze, as if watching a clown perform. He felt a surge of terror. Though he had long since lost his physical body, at this moment, he felt as if he were breaking out in a cold sweat. He wanted to swallow, but he had no saliva. Mr. Morris, I am very satisfied with the service you previously provided us, and I am quite regretful that our cooperation has come to an end. On the large screen of Zola's body, a face of regret appeared, followed by a helpless shake of the head. Originally, in Hydra's future blueprint, you might have secured a minor but beneficial position. Unfortunately, that is no longer possible. To tell you the truth, Hydra is far more powerful than you imagine. We have seen the future through the multiverse. Hydra will be victorious. We will eliminate all heroes and, along with those who were willing to help us, divide the entire world. Zola let out a regretful sigh. But sadly, there is no longer a place in it for you. No. Hydroman howled in agony as his spiritual form was engulfed in surging green flames. He began to burn relentlessly. Sandman witnessed the entire process. At this moment, he watched as the spiritual form Hydra had told them was invulnerable burned away completely, leaving not even a trace of ash behind. Hydroman was dead, leaving nothing behind. Sandman watched this in silence. He hadn't chosen to inform on his partner, nor had he leaked the information about the conspiracy between Hydroman and Spider-Man. However, seeing Hydroman die brought him a sense of relief. He saw Arnim Zola turn around to look at him. Mr. Flint Marco, or perhaps I should call you Mr. William Baker. Zola easily revealed the true identity Sandman had been hiding and offered a kind smile. What I want to tell you is that Hydra never mistreats its friends, but it certainly never treats its enemies well. Regrettably, Mr. Morris chose not to be our friend, so we had to treat him as an enemy. So, here is the question, do you wish to be our enemy, or our friend? After a long silence, Sandman asked cautiously, what do you need me to do? Go to London, Zola answered. If Spider-Man manages to reach London alive, you will be responsible for killing him. Meanwhile, having finished the negotiations, Peter was waiting for Fury. As usual, Fury was playing with a Rubik's Cube while explaining how the situation would develop. There are 3 possible scenarios. First, Hydra doesn't care or hasn't noticed Hydroman's issues. In that case, we can simply bring Hydroman and Sandman back. Worst case, we keep them locked up. Their existence is evidence, living witnesses that Hydra truly exists. Even the Winter Soldier couldn't prove Hydra's existence. In terms of official records, the Winter Soldier was a modified Soviet assassin, not a Hydra operative. This illustrated the true nature of Hydra. They were a group of costume players. For every action and identity, they wore a mask and slapped on a label that said, I am not Hydra. Therefore, the existence of Hydroman and Sandman would indeed be perfect witnesses. Second, Hydra uses them as bait. This situation is the simplest. Since we aren't truly planning to accept their surrender and our side is faking it, they will ultimately gain nothing, and we can launch a counter-ambush. Peter understood what the third scenario was. The final possibility is that Hydra discovered Hydraman was in contact with us and eliminated him directly, right? Fury was very satisfied with Spider-Man's reaction and reasoning. He nodded. Exactly. As long as Hydraman doesn't contact you again, he has essentially been sentenced to death. At this point, Fury felt a bit reflective. He didn't particularly want Hydraman to die, because that would signify one thing. After weighing the pros and cons, Hydra would rather sacrifice a portion of itself to survive, burying the unexposed parts even deeper rather than trying to preserve the whole. This proved a more troublesome point. Hydra was not merely hiding by sheer momentum, it possessed a core leadership capable of rivaling the Red Skull. Ultimately, the results prove Fury's most troublesome suspicion true. Hydraman never contacted Spider-Man again. And so, the journey pushed toward its climax, the place where all clues converged, Budapest. Chapter 424, its name is Budapest. Budapest, a city of ancient history. In the past, Buda and Pest were two entirely distinct cities on opposite banks of the Danube. With the continuous expansion of the urban landscape, they eventually merged into Budapest. Many things have transpired here. For instance, when the Soviet army liberated the city, they confiscated a vast amount of Hydra equipment and took custody of numerous Hydra members. Then there was the Budapest incident, a few years ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. discovered the Red Room here, one of the weapon expansion programs. On the surface, it trained sparrows for Russia, female agents of exceptional beauty. In reality, it was manufacturing a chemical agent used for absolute obedience. Through physical modification in the Red Room followed by the administration of this drug, the subjects would become soldiers of absolute compliance. It was here that Hawkeye, Clint Barton, accidentally discovered the existence of the Red Room and rescued one of its members, Natasha Romanoff. The two fought side by side and ultimately dismantled the evil Red Room organization. At least, in the eyes of S.H.I.E.L.D., the Red Room was likely, perhaps, destroyed. So, this place had Nazi remnants from the very beginning. I thought that was a situation unique to the Western Bloc. The captain looked at the report and let out a helpless sigh, reminiscing about his own glory days. I don't have many memories of the Soviets, but in my impression, they possessed a firm conviction, even a fanatical faith. They were like crusaders, but they didn't believe in God or heaven, they believed in their own country, their own ideals. They believed their struggles and sacrifices would bring about a better world. However, the Soviet Union collapsed faster than the captain had anticipated. When the giant began to rot from within, it fell far more rapidly than the backward capitalism it spoke of. Once it lost its faith, the speed at which it was infiltrated by Hydra far exceeded that of its seemingly weaker and more easily influenced rivals. A nation founded on faith, forged by faith, collapsed with a thunderous crash once that faith vanished, becoming a breeding ground for the parasitic Hydra. The captain sighed over this, while Logan felt nothing toward these non-existent memories. The two had been in Budapest for several days, and they could feel that their investigation was not going smoothly. In fact, they could sense the malice the entire city held toward them. Hydra was trying every possible means to monitor them from every angle. This entire city had already been permeated by Hydra. The fall of the Red Room years ago had changed nothing. And the captain and his companion planned to change things. Their intelligence had come from Kraven the Hunter, who was currently in New York preparing to return to his home country. This super soldier from the Ministry of Internal Affairs had found Hydra-related outposts in Budapest gathered by the KGB years ago. There was no other way, it wasn't the Americans who liberated Budapest back then, so S.H.I.E.L.D. had no intelligence in their hands. Furthermore, the captain clearly lacked any affection for the U.S. military. Considering they were capable of sending Jim Hammond to burn Hitler to death just so the U.S. Army could occupy Berlin first, which led to Jim being captured and modified by Hydra, the captain wished he could personally smash the officer who issued that order. The credibility of their own intelligence was even more of a question mark. As the captain lamented, he examined the past Hydra-related locations specified in the intelligence. There were 3 or 4 research bases alone. The Hydra outposts in Budapest aren't quite right. With his extensive experience fighting Hydra, the captain saw at a glance that there was a problem with the outposts Hydra had set up in Budapest during World War II. The layout of these places is very strange. No one would choose to place firepower here, unless... The captain trailed off and marked a spot on the map. Unless this isn't a distribution map of outposts, but a garrison map. They are protecting somewhere not marked on the map. Very quickly, the captain marked this location and then asked the question Nick Fury was most concerned about. When do we move? The captain was getting a bit impatient. On one hand, as Hydra's strictest father, he really wanted to give these Hydra goons a few heavy slaps. On the other hand, he wanted to rescue Bucky as quickly as possible. But Nick Fury was in no hurry. We need the help of Spider-Man and Black Cat. We can't act rashly for the time being. With a few light words, Fury told the captain not to engage in a passionate confrontation with Hydra just yet, waiting for the moment to align with his own timing. As for Spider-Man's side, Fury had actually arranged for him to act autonomously. Where Spider-Man investigated and what he looked into was entirely up to Spider-Man himself. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Budapest, the Wild Pack was conducting another day of combat training. These soldiers had only entered Hungary in the last 2 days. They didn't know who they were going to face, they only knew they were preparing to deal with an unprecedented enemy. You haven't heard? They say that Little Mustache was resurrected by an evil sorcerer, and we're going to take him down again. Within the Wild Pack, many bizarre rumors began to circulate like this, but Silver Sable offered no explanation or restraint. She simply waited quietly for the rumors to ferment naturally. Aside from this, Peter and Silver Sable did nothing else. Soon, the person Peter was waiting for appeared in the Wild Pack's training base. A mercenary from the Wild Pack stealthily chose to sneak into the armory after training ended and began to sabotage the equipment to a certain degree. Peter saw it all. He didn't move to capture the mole, but instead began to wait quietly. Peter hoped this mole would lead him to the secret base where Hydra had been hiding. The target cut off the tracking signal on the Pack's uniform, but I can confirm we haven't been exposed yet. Silver Sable confirmed the location where the target's signal last appeared and then looked at Spider-Man. Peter had already changed into his pure black stealth suit, the spider emblem and eyepieces of the suit emitted a red glow. Copy that. I've confirmed the radio bands and signals, should be no problem. After Peter confirmed, he entered a state of invisibility. This time, his cloaking was not just visual, it was effective against infrared detection as well. Now then, let's see exactly what Hydra has been hiding. Chapter 425, The Underground Town. Relying on the stealth suit's ability to mask his heat signature, Peter followed the individual sabotaging the Wild Pack. He intended to see exactly what Hydra was plotting in Budapest. The Wild Pack member drove away after completing the sabotage. Shortly after, his face shifted into that of another person. Peter was immediately reminded of Chameleon. Did this person have similar equipment, or had he simply taken Chameleon's face? Peter followed the vehicle onto a Hungarian highway until it pulled into a roadside gas station. Watching the men enter the convenience store, Peter quietly shadowed him from the outside, observing his movements. Was he here just for gas? Or was this gas station another Hydra outpost? Peter watched the men go inside and sit down to eat. Checking the time, Peter felt it was an odd hour for a meal. He first used infrared vision to confirm the man's physical presence. Then, he circled around to the kitchen's back door. After detecting no electronic devices on the door and confirming his spider sense was quiet, he had Venom pick the lock. I'm really glad this stealth suit is made of polymer materials. I don't have to worry about grease stains at all, otherwise, I'd seriously have to figure out how to do laundry, Peter muttered, smelling the heavy fumes of the kitchen. When he reached the dining area, he found the place pitch black and completely empty, a total contrast to what he had seen from the outside. It dawned on him instantly, the entire scene was a layer of holographic imagery designed to conceal the reality within. Naturally, the man was gone. Peter used his tactical goggles to scout the area and located a passage hidden beneath the floorboards. Using Venom's molecular state ability, he seeped through to the other side of the passage before reforming. Alright, I should use that move less often. It makes me a little nauseous, Peter grumbled as he descended, dodging the sensors and surveillance equipment scattered throughout the elevator shaft. Upon reaching the bottom, he cut off all network signals connecting the suit to the outside to prevent Hydra technology from detecting him. Once on the ground, he realized this place was different from the secret lab at the bottom of the Hudson River. There, everything had been high-tech and sleek. Here, not only were there no advanced white metal walls, but there wasn't even sufficient lighting. Water dripped everywhere against stone walls carved directly from the bedrock, with only a few LED strips plugged into the stone. Peter moved forward slowly, calculating his approximate position. As he advanced, the light sources in the distance became more prominent. Eventually, he emerged from the long passage into a vast, open space. Wow, Peter thought. He didn't dare speak aloud, the space was so cavernous that any sound would produce a glaring echo. At least I can crawl on walls. No need to make a sound with footsteps. With that thought, Peter quickly climbed to the ceiling of the massive chamber and surveyed the area. He discovered that this was still just the entrance to an even larger facility. It looked like a parking lot or staging area, with several vehicles parked on a central stone platform. Peter muttered to himself as he lowered himself on a web line, searching the surroundings for an entrance. He soon found what he needed. After slipping through in his molecular state once more, Peter finally arrived at a brand new location. He saw the moon. The moon? Why would there be a moon? Weren't they underground? Peter moved forward cautiously while pondering this. He realized he was looking at a small-scale city, seemingly capable of supporting 10 to 20,000 people. If the large door he'd seen earlier opened, vehicles could drive down directly to the town's entrance. Does Hydra have many cities like this, allowing their people to live here? Beautiful pedestrian walkways were built on both sides of the roads, allowing people to weave through landscaped greenery. A few cars were driving about. As one followed the vehicles deeper into the city, they would see a massive Hydra emblem and a giant statue. It was the likeness of a bald man, one hand behind his back and the other thrust forward in a clenched fist, resembling a determined leader. Peter thought for a moment. He knew the only figure who fit that image was Hydra's Baron Strucker. He continued forward to see what else this Hydra stronghold was hiding. He had a premonition that this town might only be a tiny, insignificant part of some massive apparatus. For instance, it was unlikely that this giant underground sky canopy was developed solely for a town of 20,000 people. He soon noticed something strange about the town. Although it was nighttime, not a single house had its lights turned off, yet there were no people in sight. This was not normal. Wait. His spider sense blared. Peter instantly dove for cover. A moment later, a squad of robotic soldiers marched out of the houses and began patrolling. Simultaneously, from the top of the sky canopy, a large group of Hydra soldiers fast-roped down and began engaging the robots. Peter noticed that the robotic soldiers were equipped with what appeared to be the U.S. military's most advanced gear, yet their combat proficiency far exceeded that of the actual U.S. Army. As the two sides exchanged heavy fire, the Hydra soldiers pulled out weapons far superior to American hardware and began to steamroll their opponents. In just a few minutes, thousands of American robots were wiped out by the Hydra contingent. Simulation over. Fall in. A Hydra soldier dressed as an officer gathered the troops. Your time improved by 4 seconds. Excellent. But remember, you are dealing with living people. That means we might win faster, but we might not be able to achieve a total wipeout. Our goal is to kill every single enemy. Now, let's do it again. A large door opened, and the soldiers filed out. Peter seized the opportunity, slipping in behind the line. He leapt to the ceiling and followed them out of the simulation town. Finally, he reached the inner sanctum of the Hydra base. He had finally caught a glimpse of the tip of the iceberg of the entire massive Hydra complex. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place. What kind of secret base qualifies as massive? Peter Parker previously had no concept of the scale involved. He had been to the Triskelion once, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., which featured an office tower over 200 meters tall. So, what would you think if you saw a giant statue that was clearly a parody of the Statue of Liberty, standing atop of Mount Rushmore featuring the faces of the Red Skull, Zemo, and Baron Strucker? What if the entire structure was nearly as tall as the Triskelion, yet still didn't touch the ceiling of the cavern it occupied? Hydra clearly didn't care about space efficiency. 700 meters beneath Budapest, they had hollowed out a gargantuan space nearly 300 meters high and dozens of kilometers in diameter. One could almost say they had excavated the entire underworld beneath the city of Budapest. Hydra soldiers patrolled everywhere, and everything was in perfect order. It looked as though they were preparing for an apocalypse, like a villainous organization planning to let the world perish so they could emerge from here to establish a new order. Perhaps it wasn't just a resemblance. Peter took a deep breath. This place was no longer something he could investigate thoroughly on his own in a short amount of time. What baffled him was how S.H.I.E.L.D. and other organizations' detection equipment had failed to find such a massive underground void. No. Wait. There was a place where underground space also remained undetected, the hidden Spider Temple. If the statues of the 4 ancient gods in the Roman pantheon disappeared, does that mean Hydra took them to create a similar barrier? Doesn't that mean there are at least 4 of these superbases globally? Peter felt a headache coming on from this underground space that defied the laws of physics. With a helpless sigh and a shrug, he simply walked toward the most prominent facility in the city. The layout of the entire Hydra underground base followed a Neo-Third Reich classical style, favoring Roman architectural aesthetics and the big is good, bigger is better philosophy. He only needed to find the largest structure located on the central axis of symmetry. Come on, let's see what you're hiding. Wait, isn't this the Pantheon? It's almost identical. Peter muttered as he approached the Pantheon. The great doors here were open. Several divine statues stood inside, surrounded by statues of various historical Hydra leaders. They seemed to be imitating ancient Roman emperors, attempting to deify themselves. After whispering to himself for a moment, Peter looked at the central statue. He finally found an answer to one of his many questions. Its name is Set, also known as Tiamat, the Beast of Revelation, and Leviathan. His existence was erased by Gaia and replaced by gods of various lands, substituting the image of the Hydra with a 7-headed sea serpent. This sentence, which one didn't need to read the text beneath the statue to understand, surfaced in Peter's mind. In an instant, Peter grasped everything. The image and origin of Hydra stemmed from the demon god Set, a being of the same caliber as Thon. This terrifying deity was right here. But a sudden force slammed toward Peter almost instantly. The force was so abrupt that even his spider sense couldn't react in time. The statue of Set before him seemed to come alive for a split second, erupting with a powerful energy attack. Peter barely managed to dodge. Of course, it wasn't without a price, he was exposed. Spider-Man, I was wondering if Captain America would be the first to arrive here, but you've given me a surprise. A raspy voice drifted over. Peter turned to see a bald, elderly man leaning on a cane appearing at the temple's entrance. He looked at Spider-Man with a jovial smile. We haven't had a guest here since Richard Parker. I suppose this is fate. A full squad of Hydra soldiers rushed to the temple entrance, raising their weapons and aiming them at Peter. Just then, one sling ring portal after another opened. Whether it was Captain America and Logan in Budapest or Tony and the others in New York, they all arrived at the scene. Tony looked at his screen and couldn't help but complain, my data shows we are over 700 meters underground. Well, that explains slightly why we've never found Hydra's secret bases. Wolfgang von Strucker. The captain raised his shield and looked at the senile man before him. Spanning 70 years of time, he still recognized his enemy. I didn't expect you to be alive. You must be nearly 100 years old. How did you escape the post-war trials? It is a pleasure to be reunited with you, Captain. I didn't expect to see an old friend either. Baron Strucker smiled and gestured for the Hydra soldiers to stand before him. At that moment, a soldier knelt voluntarily. Strucker pressed his bionic prosthetic hand onto the man's head. Within seconds, the soldier turned into a shriveled corpse. Strucker, meanwhile, transformed into a middle-aged man in the prime of his life. To welcome you, Captain, I specifically chose an elite Hydra warrior to sacrifice his life for our reunion. Strucker laughed with satisfaction. Come, Captain. Let me use the destruction of the Avengers to bring about the rebirth of Hydra. Your plan won't work. I witnessed the destruction of the Red Skull back then, and today will be the same for you, the captain shouted. Avengers. Assemble. Actually, we're all already here, and one Wolverine doesn't count as an Avenger, Tony couldn't help but quip. We need to find the main control center first, guys. We have to ensure Hydra hasn't set any self-destruct protocols. If this place blows, Budapest will effectively suffer a magnitude 7 earthquake, or worse, the ground will sink 700 meters in an instant. Self-destruct sequence initiated. Countdown, 10 minutes. The loud electronic prompt caused a brief silence among the group. Then, with the captain's command of Avengers, attack, both sides immediately engaged in battle. Tony, along with Pym and the accompanying Ultron robots, immediately broke through the encirclement. They needed to stop the self-destruct sequence. And we need to wait for reinforcements. The captain slung his shield at Baron Strucker, who threw a Hydra soldier in the way to block it before making his own escape. Peter was surprised to hear this, reinforcements. Who did you call, Captain? Not a person, but an army. You've been fighting alongside them these past few days. The Wild Pack is arriving on the battlefield. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, this is not a battle, this is war. Perhaps Hydra themselves never expected that Steve Rogers would deduce a problem with Strucker's castle based solely on a World War II-era Hydra deployment map. The castle's location was missing from that map entirely. Theoretically, if one wanted to seize all the strongholds marked on that document, Strucker's castle would have been the logical breakthrough point. History reflected this. With intelligence support, Soviet forces were the first to capture the castle, using it as a breach to collapse all other Hydra fortresses. Because it served as a Soviet logistics hub for so long and later became a KGB outpost in Hungary after the war, the Soviets never suspected a massive subterranean city lay beneath their feet. Furthermore, the Soviets did not believe in the existence of gods, so why would they ever consider that Hydra was under divine protection? In the wake of the Soviet Union's collapse, Russia still hadn't fully catalogued the leftover documents, so Hydra initially assumed the Russians would never find them. Even if they could, the current Russia lacked the energy to oppose Hydra. Who could have predicted they would actually find such data and forward it to S.H.I.E.L.D.? We have reached the target. Assault teams, deploy drones for the initial breach. Once retaliation is confirmed, launch missiles immediately to level the entire fortress, Silver Sable ordered decisively. We don't need prisoners. Everyone on the other side is a Hydra bastard, it's better if they all rot in hell. Silver Sable was as abrasive as ever. Soon, accompanied by a flurry of gunfire, the entire castle was reduced to ruins by continuous rocket fire from dozens of attack helicopters. After a final round of bombardment, the helicopters began spraying water to cool the area. Silver Sable, equipped with a jetpack, then moved to the edge of the pitch-black, bottomless elevator shaft. The Wild Pack had dispatched approximately 300 personnel for this battle. While they couldn't be certain if there were Hydra moles among them, there was no time to worry about that now. Agent Silk had already descended to scout the path. Silver Sable looked at Felicia, who was also strapping on a jetpack. You don't exactly count as a combatant. I know, but I have things to do. I need revenge. You don't even know which Hydra member killed your father. Felicia hesitated for a moment, then nodded. She truly didn't know. But that didn't stop her from wanting to take down every Hydra agent she saw, just like Silver Sable. The Avengers overwhelmed the Hydra forces in an instant. Setting aside the fact that these Hydra grunts were merely trained soldiers, with Thor and the Hulk present, almost no one could stand against them. Thor, clear a path for Tony and Pym so they can disable the self-destruct system. We have to ensure Budapest's safety. After Captain America took out several Hydra soldiers with a single shield toss, he spotted Baron Strucker making a composed retreat. Everyone else, move out. Stay sharp and protect Tony and Pym. With that, the captain caught his shield and broke into a full sprint toward Strucker. He had to capture Strucker to find Bucky. As for Strucker, he seemed to have anticipated this. Upon leaving the temple, he boarded a hovering car and sped away. Catching sight of the captain sprinting after him in the rearview mirror, he couldn't help but curl his lip. He truly hadn't expected Captain America to actually catch up to a hovering vehicle on foot. With a sudden leap, the captain landed on the trunk, pulling himself up onto the open-topped Hydra hover car. Captain, I truly admire your tenacity, but you must realize that your failure was sealed the moment you stepped inside this place. Strucker smiled as he engaged the autopilot and stood up to face the captain, revealing his mechanical prosthetic arm. This is a trap. From the moment you began investigating Hydra, this place became your grave. Whether it is Tony Stark or Hank Pym, I can guarantee they will never crack Hydra's programming. I have faith in my comrades. I have faith in the Avengers. The captain threw a punch at Strucker. After lightly dodging the blow, Strucker gave the captain a mocking look. You are too outdated, Captain. You think you can solve the problem of Hydra? You are wrong. You think the Red Skull was everything to Hydra, just as the little mustache was everything to the Third Reich, that we would collapse entirely without him. Hydra is a concept, an ideology. We hold the absolute truth, free will only brings chaos and disorder, yet you persist in resisting it. Then that only proves my war isn't over. There's a reason I was brought into this era. Gripping the edge of the trunk, the captain kicked Strucker hard in the chest. And you people are that reason. So it is fate, then. Captain America versus Hydra, regardless of who Hydra is, even if it is your own former comrades or something else. Strucker mocked as he was kicked into the front seat. Hearing this, the captain lunged forward, his hands gripping Strucker's throat. What did you do to Bucky and Jim? The usual. We helped them realize that order is a far more vital thing than free will. Even with his throat gripped, Strucker used his prosthetic arm to seize the captain's neck. Theoretically, his strength was inferior to the captain's, but he had one advantage: his prosthetic could drain life force. The captain felt his vitality rapidly slipping away. This is your weakness, Captain, humanity. You get emotional over your past feelings. Now, the Erskine serum in your body is mine. Then, just as Strucker felt he had absorbed a massive amount of power from Captain America, he was sent flying by a punch from the captain. He tumbled across the ground several times. The moment he tried to stand up, his prosthetic arm was severed by the captain's shield, and the life drain stopped instantly. The captain felt his strength return, while Strucker reverted back into a frail old man. I'm not taking your bait, Strucker. I'm simply ensuring you don't escape like the Red Skull. I know one thing better than anyone else: the fight against Hydra has never been a superhero vigilante operation. It is the extermination of fascists like you. For people like you, there is no need to talk about human rights. Chapter 428, coming out in full force. Don't you find yourself contradictory, Captain? You are a product of war, a perfect soldier. You were born in the furnace of order. Strucker displayed an extreme level of fanaticism. Mechanical tentacles extended from his prosthetic limb, linking with his arm. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally at the captain. And yet, you defend freedom. You defend something that you don't even belong to. Humans are born free, but the extreme freedom of the individual brings conflict between men. Because our pursuits and our ways of life differ, we fight one another. The captain slammed his shield into Strucker's arm before a sweeping kick knocked the man down. Order exists precisely to avoid such strife. Every individual renounces the freedom that would harm others, setting the order of society to safeguard their true liberty. True freedom, is it absolute freedom? Never. If it were, Steve Rogers would never have joined the military, he would have joined an anarchist organization. True freedom is when every individual, out of their own will, proactively gives up the infinite freedoms that would harm others, following a path of ordered liberty. People will give up their freedom. When the enemy's humanity faces become more and more terrifying, they will proactively surrender their liberty in pursuit of security. Strucker rolled to dodge the captain's shield strike, then used his hands to catch the shield as the captain swung it down with both arms. Strucker's left fist smashed into the captain's face. When their thirst for security outweighs their longing for freedom, they will abandon it themselves, Captain. You cannot stop this. Is that so? The captain punched his own shield, the sharp vibration forcing Strucker to instinctively release his grip. Immediately, the captain slammed the edge of the shield hard into Strucker's head. If people must give up their freedom to pursue so-called security, it never proves that they need to lose their freedom. It only proves that the warriors willing to defend them aren't strong enough yet, that we still need to grow. You Hydra lot are no different from the Third Reich. You think yourselves a step ahead, superior. You think so-called freedom is harmful. Let me tell you, no matter what you do, you cannot change one thing. A soldier who voluntarily enlists in war will always have more conviction and a better chance of winning than the draftees forced in by your propaganda and coercion. His mouth covered in blood and several teeth missing from the impact, Strucker began to laugh. No, that's not necessarily true, is it, Captain? When your friend forgets who he is, can you really bring yourself to deal the killing blow? The captain felt a blistering heat. He turned around to see a burning Jim Hammond slowly descending. The captain fell silent. He threw his shield, knocking Strucker unconscious, and caught it on the return. He looked up at his old friend as he touched the ground. Are you still in there, Jim? Before the mission began, the captain had told everyone, including Peter, one thing. I know that none of you have experienced a real war. Many of you might still think this is just like a normal police action to stop a criminal. But I need to tell you that when fighting Hydra, you absolutely cannot harbor such thoughts. You think you are stopping a crime, but the enemy isn't thinking about stealing more money or killing a specific person. They only think about one thing, executing the orders they have received. For a soldier, executing orders is the only thing that needs to be done. The military is a melting pot that forges everyone into the same thing. What kind of military it becomes depends entirely on what kind of soldier that furnace intends to forge. The furnace of Hydra undoubtedly forged fanatical warriors. They firmly believed the orders they executed were correct, because the military is the kind of place that tells you the superior is always right. You cannot think, and you should not think, unless your military itself allows you to think. We don't have time to turn the enemy before the battle, nor should you think about trying to persuade them in the heat of combat. All education, judgment, and ideological work are saved for after the war. During the battle, do not hold back. You are facing a war, and you will all become soldiers in the fight against Hydra. Soldiers are meant to kill. Captain is going after Strucker. Peter shouted to the team as he flung a Hydra soldier into the air. Someone follow him. Logan didn't say a word, but he immediately gave chase. His adamantium claws easily shredded the soldier's ballistic armor as he cut his way out with frightening speed. Hulk, meanwhile, was having a grand time smashing things in place. Wasp had originally intended to follow the captain but stopped to scan their surroundings. With the others gone, only Peter, Wasp, Black Panther, and Hulk remained to face several thousand Hydra soldiers. Wasp shrugged. Well, I guess we'll just keep holding back these thousands of men. Hulk didn't care. He simply grabbed a Hydra soldier in each hand and roared at the thousands before him, completely disregarding the fodder. Or maybe Hulk can handle it alone. Just as Wasp finished speaking with a smile, a commotion echoed from afar. A massive skull-headed robot stood up, sporting 8 terrifying mechanical tentacles. After the giant mechanical head looked toward the Pantheon, it launched 4 massive spheres toward their position. The spheres quickly transformed into 4 dark green robots, nearly as tall as Hulk, emblazoned with the Hydra insignia. Wasp realized she might have spoken too soon. Perhaps we won't have to fight alone. Reinforcements have arrived. Black Panther threw 2 vibranium daggers and straightened his posture. Above them, wave after wave of Wild Pack Special Forces personnel, equipped with rocket packs, completed their decelerated descent. They swept through the enemies around them with their weapons while still in midair. Silver Sable and Felicia landed quickly nearby. Peter looked at Felicia in surprise. You came down too. I have things I need to do. Fine. Take Venom with you. Peter sighed, separating Venom and handing the symbiote to Felicia. You haven't had combat training, you need it more than anyone here. Felicia looked at Silver Sable, who replied expressionlessly, why are you looking at me? I don't use any supernatural powers, and I have received combat training. By the way, where's Cindy? Peter looked around and realized Cindy was gone. Silver Sable shook her head. Silk had said the area below was safe and then vanished. At that moment, Peter felt it, a violent jolt of his spider sense. Somewhere in this place, something was calling to him. What was it? Chapter 429, All-Out Assault. Just as the soldiers of the Wild Pack were arriving one after another, the Hulk launched his own attack on his enemies. Since Thor had gone to protect Iron Man and the others, the colossal Hydra robot naturally became his toy. Peter, meanwhile, departed the scene rapidly, following the insistent call of his spider sense. The entire battlefield was partitioned with orderly precision, as every member of the team had their own objective to pursue. Logan, for instance, was tracking the scent and trail of Strucker and Captain America. He followed the path, sensing them drawing closer. Since the two were undoubtedly engaged in combat, their movement speed wouldn't be very fast. As for whether they would remain fighting atop a vehicle, Logan knew the captain well enough to know they wouldn't. However, he did not expect to come face to face with an entirely new enemy. Hey, Sinister. I don't even know if encountering you here is something I should be surprised about. Don't say that, Logan. I was quite looking forward to your surprise. Appearing before Logan once again was Mr. Sinister, or rather, yet another of his clones. You should know that a long time ago, your genetic material was a vital component of the Weapon X program. Unfortunately, your DNA was damaged, which is why I have been pursuing you ever since. Hey, couldn't you find someone else? I've searched for many. For example, Deadpool, who was transplanted with your healing factor back then, or perhaps your son Dakin, or your old rival Sabretooth. Regrettably, none of them possessed a genetic stability comparable to yours. Later, I began to wonder exactly what I was missing, and now, I understand. Sinister stopped mid-sentence, but Logan remained alert to his surroundings. The sense in the air told him that someone else was nearby, someone who might be the killing blow Sinister had prepared. On a related note, are you familiar with the Red Room? Most of their research is quite tedious, tracking chips, false memory implants. But one thing they developed is remarkably effective, a spray that, when combined with false memory programming, can create soldiers who follow orders with absolute obedience. As Sinister spoke, he shook a bottle in his hand and opened it. A cloud of red mist drifted through the area. Then, Sinister pushed a young girl, no more than 11 or 12 years old, out from behind him. Resting his hand on her shoulder, he smiled at Logan. Logan, the reason my experiments failed before was because I underestimated your potential. Your healing ability far exceeded my imagination, it was the adamantium that suppressed your healing factor. So, I now have a new Wolverine. She doesn't have a full adamantium skeleton, it has only been implanted into her claws. Sinister patted the girl's face. She wore wind-resistant goggles, and her face was covered by a mask similar to the one worn by the Winter Soldier. She stood before Logan, and under his gaze, which hinted that he had guessed the truth but dared not admit it, two steel claws extended from the backs of her hands. Eliminate him, X-23. This is your mission. A child must always step out from her father's shadow, mustn't she? While Logan encountered his daughter X-23 for the first time, Peter followed the echoes of his spider sense to a specific location. There, he saw Cindy fighting Hydra soldiers. He immediately moved to assist, and together they quickly cleared the area. Did you feel it too? It's magic. Cindy's answer caught Peter by surprise. He looked at her in astonishment. What? The source calling to us, it's related to magic. Magic, gods, things like that probably. I can't quite put it into words. Cindy didn't know how she was perceiving it, but her spider sense seemed to consistently produce peculiar effects. The two entered the building before them warily. It appeared to be a warehouse filled with various items, and Peter and Cindy's spider sense never ceased tingling from start to finish. They came to a halt before a specific object. It was an ancient golden totem pole, carved with the image of a spider. Peter thought it looked familiar, and then he remembered, this object looked exactly like the idol that gave Spider-Man more his powers. In certain parallel universes, Peter Parker lived during the Great Depression on the eve of World War II. He was bitten by a spider from an ancient European spider idol, subsequently had a dream about a spider god, and became the Spider-Man of that universe. Peter had originally assumed this object didn't exist in the 616 universe, he hadn't expected it to actually be here. Wait, did that mean Hydra also had a spider? Ah, Spider-Man, Agent Silk. Welcome, welcome. An unfamiliar voice echoed around them as the totem was showcased to the two of them. You can sense the incredibly powerful energy emanating from it, can't you? I've heard that those with spider powers can all sense it. If not for this object, perhaps we wouldn't have had our trail discovered by Richard Parker, and we wouldn't have been exposed. Richard Parker was a spider sense user. No, but a companion he knew was, a rather decadent man. We are currently searching for his whereabouts, but unfortunately, we do not know who he is either. At this point, the voice seemed to recall something. Ah, allow me to introduce myself. I am the global artificial intelligence of Hydra, Arnim Zola. Perhaps you have heard my name, perhaps not, but it doesn't matter now. In reality, our weapon expansion programs are all researched and developed based on precedents that exist in reality. For example, the Savage Force program. As early as the 1950s, we obtained intelligence about a woman who possessed abilities similar to a spider. We located her immediately and spent a vast sum of money to purchase this totem from her hands. This totem has a very special effect. As long as you keep Italian tarantulas inside it, these spiders can grant others the opportunity to acquire spider powers through their bite. Of course, most people simply die of a non-existent disease called tarantism. Because of this, Hydra had failed to produce a successful spider-powered individual for decades. Thus, they took an alternative path, choosing to use science to replicate those results. The final outcome of that was, naturally, Richard Parker and his research into genetically modified spiders. And now, while this object had largely lost its original purpose, it still served one very useful function. And that is, no matter where a spider-powered person is or what they are doing, they almost never refuse such an energy fluctuation and will actively seek it out. Furthermore, this thing can interfere with your spider sense. It can at least keep your head ringing incessantly, making you think it's just this device's fault while you overlook the bombs planted here. Arnim Zola laughed and pressed the detonation button. Farewell, Spider-Man. Chapter 430, let's get this straight, my salary is really high. As the violent explosion subsided, Peter, who had propped up a magical shield amidst the ruins, moved the giant boulders pinning them down. Cindy emerged holding the totem pole in her hand. Perhaps due to the frequent use of magic lately, Peter felt his mental energy was somewhat flagging. He reached out a hand to Cindy. Are you all right? I'm fine. Cindy shook her head, dislodging a few small pebbles from her hair. After surveying their surroundings, she looked down at the totem pole in her hand. This was the object that had been interfering with their spider senses. Peter let out a sigh. The pieces of the puzzle were finally falling into place. Years ago, when Richard Parker was researching the Savage Strength Project, a mysterious figure with spider-like abilities appeared. He persuaded Richard to use spiders as the primary subject for the project and showed him something that convinced Richard to go to Taranto for a field study on the Taranto wolf spider. Later, after S.H.I.E.L.D. hired the Parkers to investigate unknown super soldiers in Europe, Richard sought out his old friend, that same mysterious individual. Attracted by the pull of this totem pole, the two of them together discovered the Hydra organization in Budapest. They believed they had slipped away unnoticed, but Hydra eventually found them. Even in the end, Hydra never discovered the identity of the mysterious person, so they settled for eliminating the Parkers, who had come to investigate. But the question remained. Since Nick Fury knew the enemy was Hydra through the death of the Parkers, he must have received some form of intelligence. What exactly was the intel that made him so certain of Hydra's existence, and why was Hydra so certain that Richard Parker's information would expose them? Peter was momentarily stumped. It was much like how he didn't know the identity of the woman who sold the spider totem to Hydra. It couldn't possibly be Madame Web, could it? Let's move. As long as we're carrying this thing, our spider senses won't be much help along the way. Peter pulled Cindy out. The battle is still raging nearby. The two left the warehouse, which had been reduced to nothing but rubble and broken tiles. Peter looked around, it seemed nothing useful was left. Almost the moment they climbed out, their spider senses, now amplified by the totem, screamed in warning. Simultaneously performing backflips, the two performed a superhero landing. Surrounding them were dozens of Hydra soldiers blocking their path, along with a massive Hydra robot. Leading them was Taskmaster. If you know me, then you should know that every move you make is within my predictions. Unless you're that lunatic Wade Wilson, it's impossible for you to act outside my expectations. As Taskmaster spoke, he drew his sword and shield. Furthermore, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Peter and Cindy stood ready, eyes alert. The salary Hydra pays me is really, really high. Surrounded by heavy troops, Cindy couldn't help but tilt her head in confusion. What do you mean, your salary is really high? Peter struck first, firing a strand of webbing. Taskmaster, however, had anticipated it. He raised his sword at the exact moment Peter moved, flames flickered along the blade, burning the webbing into charred protein. Only then did Taskmaster repeat himself, it means my salary is truly high. If the money isn't enough, who would risk their life against a bunch of superpowered freaks like you? I have a question. Aren't you supposed to be a former S.H.I.E.L.D. instructor? Peter chose not to rush in for a fistfight. Instead, he leaped into the air, firing web grenades in every direction, plastering the meddling Hydra soldiers against nearby walls or the ground. Didn't S.H.I.E.L.D. pay enough? Of course the salary Nick Fury gave wasn't enough. I was just an instructor at S.H.I.E.L.D. An instructor? Where was I supposed to get that kind of money? Amidst the overwhelming barrage of web grenades, Taskmaster forced a path through with his footwork and swordplay, ensuring not even his cape was grazed. After landing, Peter looked at the remaining enemies, only Taskmaster and the robot, and asked curiously, then why didn't you go on missions or something to make the big bucks? Because Nick Fury couldn't trust me. He thought I'd sell out mission intel for a higher profit. Of course, I wouldn't do that proactively, unless the other side approached me and offered far too much money. After all, I have to maintain my professional reputation. Peter was stunned for a moment before looking at Taskmaster. So Nick Fury wasn't actually wrong about you. Why don't you try defecting to our side? Hydra's intel might fetch a good price too. Budapest will be your grave, Spider-Man. I'm not talking tough, it's a fact. Ever since Hydra realized they might be exposed, this place has been prepared as a graveyard for you. Even if you escape, Budapest will fall. They will cut all ties in time and pull out. Since cutting off one head causes two to grow back, Hydra won't mind proactively cutting one off to preserve the other two. Peter felt something was off. Taskmaster didn't look like he was there to stop them, he seemed more like he was, bargaining. Even the Hydra robot beside him remained motionless. No, perhaps Taskmaster really was here to bargain. He wanted to see if the Avengers had a way to solve the current crisis. If they did, then naturally, he could negotiate, he could turn against Hydra. Iron Man and Ant-Man have already gone to stop the self-destruct sequence. They aren't enough. Arnim Zola has turned himself into a stream of data, he is a ghost living in the network. Tony Stark's little helper is no match for him. Didn't you know? Dr. Pym developed a new artificial intelligence called Ultron, and he brought it along. This AI was developed based on his own brainwaves, possessing the same intellectual capacity as him. Taskmaster lowered his head in thought. A second later, the Hydra robot beside him exploded. He threw down his weapons and announced his surrender. Peter asked the question he had been wanting to ask. You're surrendering just like that? Aren't you afraid of them settling the score later? Hydra has surely hidden what needed to be hidden by now, and I can handle whatever measures they have against me. Taskmaster revealed a truth Peter hadn't known. The reason Hydraman died in Venice wasn't because he wanted to surrender, but because he surrendered too early. After today, the whole world will know that Hydra has not been destroyed. This is exactly what Hydra needs. Chapter 431, Grim Reaper. The mop-up operation against Hydra in the Budapest Undercity continued. Despite the 10-minute death countdown, combat raged unabated in every sector. The Hulk was busy tearing apart massive Hydra robots with his bare hands, Captain America was locked in a duel with his old teammate, the original Human Torch, and Wolverine was dealing with his daughter gestated from his own stolen genetic material. Chaos seemed to reign everywhere. However, the scales were tipping steadily toward the Avengers and the Wild Pack. Clad in the Venom symbiote, Felicia relentlessly tore through Hydra soldiers. She did not know exactly who had murdered her father, but she was certain that given his skills, ordinary Hydra soldiers would have been no match for him even if he had been discovered. The killer had to be a very specific, high-level combatant among this group. As long as she kept killing her way through, she was bound to find them. All of you. Get back. Countless symbiotic spikes erupted simultaneously, impaling the surrounding Hydra soldiers and flinging their corpses across the ground. The Avengers and Silver Sable watched this scene with profound shock. The Wasp, feeling a bit unnerved, flew over to Black Panther and whispered, "Was that thing that brutal when it was on Spider-Man?" The symbiote itself polarizes the host's emotions. Spider-Man relied on his own character to make it seem less threatening. As Black Panther spoke, he used his claws to slice through a Hydra soldier's weapon. He watched Black Cat as she slaughtered her way into the distance and shook his head helplessly. But it is true, not everyone is suited to wield a symbiote. Perhaps she just has a lot on her mind, Silver Sable thought with a sigh. She handed battlefield command over to her adjutant and gave chase, armed and ready. She couldn't outrun Felicia, who was boosted by both the super soldier serum and venom, but there were plenty of Hydra vehicles lying around. She simply took a car. Felicia essentially spent the entire trek hunting down Hydra soldiers, killing them one by one while demanding an answer to the same question. Where is the killer who took out Walter Hardy? The Hydra soldiers barely had time to react before being skewered by the symbiote. Following in her hovercar, Silver Sable saw nothing but gruesome tableaus, bodies strewn across the floor or pinned to the wreckage of buildings. Ahead, the monster swinging like a spider was carving a bloody path forward. It was a truly eerie sight. As Felicia pressed on, she eventually arrived at the location where Captain America and Jim Hammond were fighting. Jim Hammond, thoroughly remodeled and stripped of his free will, was relentlessly attacking his old comrade in arms. Faced with the original Human Torch, Cap had no easy solution, the gap in their raw power was simply too great. Consequently, Cap had chosen to fight Jim while hauling an unconscious Baron Strucker. Whenever the Human Torch attacked, he risked incinerating Strucker, which forced the Torch to hesitate and gave Cap an opening to strike. However, Cap still had few ways to actually damage his opponent, limited mostly to throwing his shield or firing bullets. It was at this moment that another interloper arrived. A cloaked Hydra agent lunged at Cap from behind. Cap dodged instinctively. The agent's right arm, much like Strucker's, had been replaced with a prosthetic, but this one was fashioned into a razor-sharp scythe. He swung at Cap, clearly indifferent to whether Strucker lived or died. "Hello, Captain America. You should know that ever since you woke up last year, all of Hydra has been waiting to kill you. I am honored to have the privilege." The Grim Reaper smiled faintly and charged. Cap hurriedly raised Strucker to defend himself, the sharp scythe pierced directly through Strucker's aging body, narrowly missing Cap's head. Cold sweat broke out on Cap's brow. Strucker, jolted awake by the searing pain, let out a tortured howl and immediately tried to use his prosthetic arm to drain Cap's life force. Cap had no choice but to kick Strucker away and dive into nearby cover to avoid the Human Torch's flames. My deepest apologies, my lord. I had no choice at the time. After pulling out a healing spray and applying it to Strucker's wounds, the Grim Reaper helped him to his feet. We don't have much time. The self-destruct sequence will trigger soon. We need to evacuate immediately, my lord. Retreat quickly. Blow up the whole base. I want the Avengers to die here. Before the two could finish speaking, a massive, chaotic mass of symbiote crashed into the battlefield, pouncing directly onto the Human Torch. After sinking its teeth into his shoulder, it was scorched by the torch's flames and fell to the ground. Venom, having only just recovered, felt like he had been doing nothing but getting hurt lately. In reality, the symbiote couldn't fully override the host unless the host lacked any strong personal desires. Given Felicia's current obsession with revenge, Venom couldn't stop her, resulting in her reckless collision with the Human Torch. The symbiote almost wondered if Peter had forgotten that he amplified emotions. I know your goal was to protect the girl, but could you please show a little respect for my biological settings? Can we sober up a little now? The pain fed back by the scorched symbiote allowed Felicia to regain a modicum of clarity. The expanding, pulsating mass began to slowly retract. She looked at the descending Human Torch with a slight daze, finally realizing what she had just done. Right then, a rocket slammed into Jim Hammond. Perched on her hovercar, Silver Sable had fired a specialized projectile at the original Human Torch. She took in the sight of a slightly more rational Black Cat and Captain America, who was peeking out from behind his shield. I'll hold off the torch. Ladies, don't let Strucker escape. Silver Sable and Black Cat simultaneously locked their sights on Strucker, who was being supported by the Grim Reaper. Seeing this, the Reaper let go of Strucker and turned to face the two women. Baron, I will hold them off. The Grim Reaper bared his scythe, took a deep breath, and smirked. Just a couple of little girls. Go on ahead, I'll bring you their heads along with Captain America's as a gift. Chapter 437, Hydra is destroyed, but not entirely. Peter had indeed chosen not to stop Felicia's revenge, he was merely preventing Felicia from hurting herself. Thus, when Felicia's sanity returned, he told her how to deal with the Human Torch, whether it was the original Jim Hammond or the second-generation Johnny Storm, they both required oxygen to sustain their flames. Johnny had been humiliated by Mysterio using this very trick, and it was the same for Felicia, she only needed to use Venom to suck all the air away from Jim Hammond's vicinity. Once everything was over, the severely injured Venom acted as a living cage, possessing Jim Hammond's lifeless body. Looking at the body that remained motionless even after being possessed by the symbiote, Peter turned to the silent Captain. Captain, he has been dead for a very long time. If it were a living being, the symbiote could host normally. I know. The Captain was not surprised by this outcome. From the moment the Allies, driven by the elusive goal of capturing Berlin first, sent Jim to Berlin to kill Hitler, it meant that the true killers of Jim Hammond were the Western Allies, most likely the US military itself. The Captain didn't find this conclusion surprising, in fact, he was somewhat numb to it. How are things elsewhere, Spider-Man? We caught Taskmaster. Or rather, he surrendered voluntarily, Peter explained the situation. Cindy is guarding him, I came ahead. Accompanied by a rumble of thunder and Hulk's roar, the massive Hydra robot crashed to the ground. Then, a peculiar sound echoed through the sky, as if some background noise had paused for a moment. This sound was the result of Tony and the others' work. A few minutes ago, with Thor carving a path of divine destruction, they had reached Hydra's central hub in one go and began cracking the self-destruct sequence. Regrettably, it is fundamentally impossible for you to crack my program, for it is a creation derived from the patterns of the human brain. The Zola algorithm has surpassed your limits, Tony Stark. Arnim Zola's giant head appeared on the screen, mocking Tony and Pym as they tried to halt the self-destruct. I was the first to upload my consciousness to a computer. I have transcended ordinary programming, you cannot defeat a soul within the network. Actually, we're just pressing for time to crack and download Hydra's existing data, Tony smiled. And your information is a bit outdated. We've already taken down a digital ghost before, called the Green Goblin, I believe. You dare compare that thing to me? The point is, we weren't even the ones who took him down, were we? Tony looked at the data treasure trove with a satisfied smile. Haven't you noticed that you are losing control over the system? Meet Ultron. What? Arnim Zola didn't react at first, but as Ultron entered the network, a war between a digital ghost and a super AI began. As a digital ghost, Zola did have his advantages, normal AI could not comprehend human thought patterns. However, Ultron himself possessed human thinking models combined with the learning and evolution speed of an AI, and he quickly began to overwhelm Zola. The self-destruct sequence for the entire base was rapidly deactivated, and the crisis in Budapest was essentially resolved. Tony casually browsed through the files in the Hydra database when his expression suddenly turned solemn. He saw the record of Howard Stark's death and immediately clicked on it. Winter Soldier, James Buchanan Barnes. Executed the mission to eliminate Howard Stark on December 16, 1991. Tony, what's wrong? Pym, who was surveying the battlefield and preparing to disarm Hydra, asked Tony, who seemed to be dazed. Tony forced a smile. Nothing. Let's keep going. Control of the Budapest base has been seized. Good job, Ultron. Pym looked gratified. I'll have to give you a checkup when we get back to make sure you weren't contaminated by Hydra's crooked ways. By the way, what happened to Arnim Zola? Escaped into a local area network, signal lost. Good news from the captain's side, they've captured Taskmaster, a Reaper, and the modified original Little Torch. Oh, and Hydra's leader, Baron Strucker. It's quite a haul. As Tony spoke, he checked the Hydra roster and found that almost every high-profile figure had been apprehended. It seemed nothing had been missed. It was almost suspiciously smooth. Of course, not every front went perfectly. For instance, with Wolverine, Logan failed to capture X-23. Instead, after being pummeled by his own daughter, he watched her retreat. Whether Logan held back was hard to say. But all in all, with Strucker captured, the giant Hydra robot downed, and the self-destruct sequence neutralized, the Avengers had successfully triumphed over the enemy. Peter looked at Felicia. She was merely staring silently at Jim Hammond, who lay on the ground covered by venom, without saying a word. Peter wasn't sure how Felicia was feeling right now. The murderer of her father, whom she had searched for so long, was actually a corpse that had been dead for decades, puppeted by Hydra. Perhaps from another perspective, the entirety of Hydra was responsible for Walter Hardy's death, but the one who physically did the deed was the original Human Torch before her. But he was already dead. How does it feel? Not great, right? It's like you've had your revenge, but you don't feel anything at all. Silver Sable chose this an opportune moment to twist the knife. You're lucky. At least you aren't a pathetic soul with nothing left but vengeance. I've seen many people whose lives were nothing but revenge. Once they completed it, they simply became new demons. You say that as if you've actually been through it. Felicia's words didn't sound like a simple retort, they were laced with anger. Silver Sable arched an eyebrow, extinguishing Felicia's fury with a single sentence. Of course I've been through it. I killed the murderer of my mother years ago. So I know exactly how it feels after revenge is over, and that is, it feels like nothing. The satisfaction, the rage, the release of suppression you expected, none of it happened. Revenge will ruin a person, child. When you have completed your revenge, you must ponder an even more critical question. The captain walked over and said to Felicia, besides revenge, what do you have left? Because the things you have left are the only things you truly possess. You have finished your revenge. Do not keep anger and hatred in your heart anymore. Chapter 432, Chapter 432, The Fall of the Human Torch. Make sure Jim Hammond doesn't get close to you. He can burn you to a crisp. As the captain spoke, he hurled his shield, striking the leg of the fleeing Strucker to prevent his escape as much as possible. He then charged forward, dodging a strike from the Grim Reaper before landing a punch squarely on the villain's face. The captain felt immediately that his strike had little effect. Is this guy a super soldier? The Grim Reaper smiled and swung his scythe at the captain. Cap dodged with a short backstep, catching his shield as it flew back to him. Venom Black Cat immediately took over the fight, extending symbiote claws to slash at the Grim Reaper. However, the Grim Reaper seemed to know exactly how to handle a symbiote. The scythe on his right arm emitted a sharp, high-pitched noise, causing the venom on Felicia's body to begin to boil and churn. Sylvia fired a continuous stream of bullets that struck the Grim Reaper's scythe. Meanwhile, the captain stood behind Black Cat, raising his shield to block the flames of the original Human Torch before throwing the shield at him. The metal was now so hot it was almost impossible to hold. Ignoring Black Cat, who was nearly incapacitated by the sonic waves, the Grim Reaper lunged toward Silver Sable, who was charging forward while firing. After depleting her magazine, Silver Sable drew a dagger strapped to her thigh and used it to parry the scythe. Simultaneously, she pressed her left hand against the pistol at her waist, firing it without drawing it. Noticing her movement, the Grim Reaper hurriedly leaped back to evade. Then, he was snatched up by a massive monster. Who killed the cat burglar? The giant beast before him bared its fangs and roared at the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper froze for a moment, suddenly realizing something, and let out a raspy laugh. Ah, I remember. That thief, right? You're his daughter. How old were you 10 years ago? 7 or 8? It's impressive you remembered this until now. You never saw your father's body, did you? I did. He sure could run, even I couldn't catch him. But so what? In the end, he became a piece of charcoal that no one cared about, easily smashed into, ARGH. The Grim Reaper's mechanical prosthetic limb was torn off. He shrieked in panic. It was the torch who did it. He's flying right there. The towering venom black cat cast the Grim Reaper aside. Glaring at the Human Torch in the sky, she hoisted a nearby car and hurled it at him. Then, she let out a primal roar. Watching this, Sylvia let out a helpless sigh. She picked up her rifle, reloaded, and walked over to Baron Strucker, who was clutching his wound and trying to crawl away. She leveled her gun at him. "You're under arrest, Strucker. You can choose to resist. I don't mind gunning down a Hydra leader." "You wouldn't dare," Strucker said raspily, suddenly lunging toward Sylvia with his Satan claw. "Because my brain contains things you need. Just as I need your life." Sylvia pulled the trigger without a moment's hesitation. The bullet shattered Strucker's leg. Without turning her head, she reloaded and looked toward Black Cat, who was still battling the original Human Torch. A severely damaged symbiote against the ancient Human Torch, the battle was almost entirely one-sided in the latter's favor. The torch continuously dodged the objects thrown by Venom Black Cat and the captain's flying shield. Finally, seizing an opening, he dived straight toward Black Cat. The massive venom form was slammed by the Human Torch. She wrapped her arms around him, enduring the scorching heat, and pulled out the specialized rocket Sylvia had brought, stabbing it violently into the Human Torch. The intense heat instantly melted the rocket's casing, but the liquid nitrogen inside immediately spilled out, beginning to cool him down. The expressionless torch continued to strike at the Venom Black Cat before him. Even though his temperature had dropped and his size was smaller than the giant monster, it didn't stop him from landing one flaming punch after another on her body. Peter, arriving on the scene, never expected to witness this. He immediately attached a web line to Venom Black Cat and pulled her back. "Stop charging in. You're only hurting yourself doing this." But clearly, looking at the way the symbiote was roiling over Felicia's body, she likely couldn't understand his words. As for the original Human Torch, Jim Hammond, he didn't look like he was merely brainwashed. As an android, he had likely been completely rebuilt into a weapon. The Venom Felicia simply severed the webbing on her body, intending to charge forward again. But Peter held her back with raw strength, letting the captain and Sylvia move to intercept the torch first. "Stop it, Felicia. Whatever you want to do, don't do it in a way that hurts you like this." Peter, still holding Felicia back, channeled bioelectricity into his fist and punched the Venom face, trying to snap Felicia out of it. He soon heard her voice, a roar layered with the symbiote's growl. "What would you do if that were your enemy? What if the person standing there wasn't the original Human Torch, but the Winter Soldier? What if the opponent bragged to you about how they killed your loved ones, describing their final moments with contempt and mockery? How would you stay rational? If that time ever comes, I'll have to count on you guys." Peter looked at Felicia and said softly, "At that time, perhaps you will do what I am doing now, stopping my friend from hurting herself. Because I know that besides revenge, she still has many things to do." Peter reached out toward the massive symbiote, making a downward-pressing gesture. "No one is going to stop your revenge, Felicia, but don't hurt yourself. Trust me. Calm down. I'm not here to stop you, I'm on your side." Peter watched as the massive symbiote gradually shrank and receded, finally turning back into a layer of symbiote clothing over Felicia's suit. "Captain. Sylvia. Make some room. We need to finish that guy off. Do you have a way, Spider-Man?" "Of course, Captain. We're relying on Venom." Peter looked at Felicia, who had just come to her senses. "As a master thief, can you use the symbiote to steal the air?" Hearing this, Felicia looked at Peter, thought for a moment, and nodded. "Action." With Peter's command, the captain was the first to strike, drawing the enemy's fire and using his shield to block the torch's flames. Sylvia shouldered the discarded launcher and fired a cryo-rocket at the torch, reducing the risk of his high temperatures. In silence, Felicia released the symbiote from her hands, enveloping the space around Jim Hammond. Utilizing the symbiote's properties as a molecular organism, she forcibly expelled all the air within that space. The flames were completely extinguished. Chapter 433, Hydra is destroyed, but not entirely. Peter had indeed chosen not to stop Felicia's revenge, he was merely preventing Felicia from hurting herself. Thus, when Felicia's sanity returned, he told her how to deal with the Human Torch, whether it was the original Jim Hammond or the second-generation Johnny Storm, they both required oxygen to sustain their flames. Johnny had been humiliated by Mysterio using this very trick, and it was the same for Felicia, she only needed to use Venom to suck all the air away from Jim Hammond's vicinity. Once everything was over, the severely injured Venom acted as a living cage, possessing Jim Hammond's lifeless body. Looking at the body that remained motionless even after being possessed by the symbiote, Peter turned to the silent captain. "Captain, he has been dead for a very long time. If it were a living being, the symbiote could host normally." I know. The captain was not surprised by this outcome. From the moment the Allies, driven by the elusive goal of capturing Berlin first, sent Jim to Berlin to kill Hitler, it meant that the true killers of Jim Hammond were the Western Allies, most likely the US military itself. The captain didn't find this conclusion surprising. In fact, he was somewhat numb to it. How are things elsewhere, Spider-Man? We caught Taskmaster. Or rather, he surrendered voluntarily, Peter explained the situation. Cindy is guarding him, I came ahead. Accompanied by a rumble of thunder and Hulk's roar, the massive Hydra robot crashed to the ground. Then, a peculiar sound echoed through the sky, as if some background noise had paused for a moment. This sound was the result of Tony and the others' work. A few minutes ago, with Thor carving a path of divine destruction, they had reached Hydra's central hub in one go and began cracking the self-destruct sequence. Regrettably, it is fundamentally impossible for you to crack my program, for it is a creation derived from the patterns of the human brain. The Zola algorithm has surpassed your limits, Tony Stark. Arnim Zola's giant head appeared on the screen, mocking Tony and Pym as they tried to halt the self-destruct. I was the first to upload my consciousness to a computer. I have transcended ordinary programming, you cannot defeat a soul within the network. Actually, we're just pressing for time to crack and download Hydra's existing data, Tony smiled. And your information is a bit outdated. We've already taken down a digital ghost before, called the Green Goblin, I believe. You dare compare that thing to me? The point is, we weren't even the ones who took him down, were we? Tony looked at the data treasure trove with a satisfied smile. Haven't you noticed that you are losing control over the system? Meet Ultron. What? Arnim Zola didn't react at first, but as Ultron entered the network, a war between a digital ghost and a super AI began. As a digital ghost, Zola did have his advantages. Normal AI could not comprehend human thought patterns. However, Ultron himself possessed human thinking models combined with the learning and evolution speed of an AI, and he quickly began to overwhelm Zola. The self-destruct sequence for the entire base was rapidly deactivated, and the crisis in Budapest was essentially resolved. Tony casually browsed through the files in the Hydra database when his expression suddenly turned solemn. He saw the record of Howard Stark's death and immediately clicked on it. Winter Soldier, James Buchanan Barnes. Executed the mission to eliminate Howard Stark on December 16, 1991. Tony, what's wrong? Pym, who was surveying the battlefield and preparing to disarm Hydra, asked Tony, who seemed to be dazed. Tony forced a smile. Nothing. Let's keep going. Control of the Budapest base has been seized. Good job, Ultron. Pym looked gratified. I'll have to give you a checkup when we get back to make sure you weren't contaminated by Hydra's crooked ways. By the way, what happened to Arnim Zola? Escaped into a local area network, signal lost. Good news from the captain's side, they've captured Taskmaster, a Reaper, and the modified original Little Torch. Oh, and Hydra's leader, Baron Strucker. It's quite a haul. As Tony spoke, he checked the Hydra roster and found that almost every high-profile figure had been apprehended. It seemed nothing had been missed. It was almost suspiciously smooth. Of course, not every front went perfectly. For instance, with Wolverine, Logan failed to capture X-23, instead, after being pummeled by his own daughter, he watched her retreat. Whether Logan held back was hard to say. But all in all, with Strucker captured, the giant Hydra robot downed, and the self-destruct sequence neutralized, the Avengers had successfully triumphed over the enemy. Peter looked at Felicia. She was merely staring silently at Jim Hammond, who lay on the ground covered by venom, without saying a word. Peter wasn't sure how Felicia was feeling right now. The murderer of her father, whom she had searched for so long, was actually a corpse that had been dead for decades, puppeted by Hydra. Perhaps from another perspective, the entirety of Hydra was responsible for Walter Hardy's death, but the one who physically did the deed was the original Human Torch before her. But he was already dead. How does it feel? Not great, right? It's like you've had your revenge, but you don't feel anything at all. Silver Sable chose this an opportune moment to twist the knife. You're lucky. At least you aren't a pathetic soul with nothing left but vengeance. I've seen many people whose lives were nothing but revenge. Once they completed it, they simply became new demons. You say that as if you've actually been through it. Felicia's words didn't sound like a simple retort, they were laced with anger. Silver Sable arched an eyebrow, extinguishing Felicia's fury with a single sentence. Of course I've been through it. I killed the murderer of my mother years ago. So I know exactly how it feels after revenge is over, and that is, it feels like nothing. The satisfaction, the rage, the release of suppression you expected, none of it happened. Revenge will ruin a person, child. When you have completed your revenge, you must ponder an even more critical question. The captain walked over and said to Felicia, besides revenge, what do you have left? Because the things you have left are the only things you truly possess. You have finished your revenge. Do not keep anger and hatred in your heart anymore. Chapter 434, Hydra's Tactical Retreat. At the summit of a hill on the outskirts of Budapest, Captain America and Tony Stark stood side by side, gazing into the distance at the ruins of Baron Strucker's castle, which had been bombed into rubble. Tony was still trying to maintain a lighthearted front. "We did it." Cap Hank plans to use PIM particles combined with some other agents to fill in the entire underground city. It'll prevent Budapest from sinking in the future. A massive number of Hydra high-rankers have been arrested, and Ultron has pulled a mountain of data from their computers. We just have to follow the list and pick them up. This certainly isn't all of them, Tony. Steve looked at the distant ruins, feeling an inexplicable sense of irritability rising within him. One could even say Hydra hasn't lost at all. They've simply discarded what was expendable to make us believe we've won. We all know Hydra hasn't been completely rounded up. Arnim Zola escaped, and the Serpent Society is in the wind. Their weapon expansion projects and modified assassins were taken with them. Tony looked at the captain. But their secrets have been laid bare. Their origin, Thor says it's some forgotten ancient god, their intelligence, they have no secrets left to keep from Ultron, their bases of operation, every single one of their strongholds has been exposed. Without question, victory is ours. We captured Hydra's supreme leader, Strucker. A terrifying Hydra officer born in 1922 who has been active since your era. Their time is running out. The captain looked at the castle ruins in the distance and eventually shook his head. Give it a week at most, Tony, and you'll realize the war isn't over. We've merely exposed the enemy to the sunlight and sounded the bugle. But remember, the end of a war is never decided by just one side. In a chain of islands in the Pacific, there was an island that did not exist on any map. Ships sailing nearby would involuntarily veer away, whether in memory or in digital data, the island remained unrecorded. This island was the true headquarters of Hydra. Good evening, Gorgon, or perhaps good afternoon. Baron Zemo arrived at the Hydra Island docks and saw the men waiting there, clad in Japanese Sengoku period samurai armor. How is your hand performing? Operating normally. Ever since Wilson Fisk went to prison, the hand has been gradually infiltrating New York. We have already clashed with that group of clowns calling themselves the Defenders. Their leader is an excellent martial artist, but not enough. He will become the leader of the hand, he will become the Black Sky. Zemo was in no mood for a long-winded lecture on the hand. During World War II, due to the German-Japanese alliance, Hydra had made contact in Japan with an organization then known as Snakeroot, which worshipped a certain evil elder god. Out of a desire to expand influence in Japan, Zemo had gone there, defeated the leader of Snakeroot, and merged the entire organization into Hydra. After Japan's defeat, this organization existed as a Yakuza syndicate while secretly training its own armed forces, which later became the Hand. They had always yearned for their master to descend upon the world and create a Shadowland. Truthfully, Zemo didn't know what that was, but if it was useful, he would use it. Very well. What is the status of Hydra in Japan? There is a young man named Kenichiro Harada whom I find quite interesting. His father is a Japanese crime lord of significant strength. Kenichiro is his father's only son, yet because he is a mutant, he is despised by his father. His ignorant father believes himself a samurai and views his son's superpowers as impure. Foolish, truly. Zemo listened to Gorgon's rambling until he finally reached the conclusion: if Hydra is willing to help him seize control of his family and imprison his father, he is willing to pledge his loyalty to Hydra. We don't need just any random stray. What is his ability? He generates an energy similar to tachyon particles. It can easily destroy the interatomic forces between atoms, causing material structures to disintegrate. This allows him to destroy any metal product. Any metal. We tested it with adamantium and vibranium. All of them. Zemo finally broke into a smile. Excellent. Keep an eye on him. After all, Hydra is about to receive a flood of bad news very soon. Only those willing to join at a time like this are worth evaluating. Gorgon nodded and followed. Zemo walked all the way toward the central Great Hall. That idiot Strucker has been captured. I have my own plans. Have you all decided who is in charge? Gorgon froze for a moment. Hydra adopted a decentralized management style to ensure that if one head died, someone could immediately take over. This multi-hub approach allowed Hydra to cut off one head so two more could grow, but it also created conflict. Which head do you listen to? But Zemo had no desire to deal with these people. He was currently only focused on how to kill Captain America and eliminate his colorful friends. As for Hydra, he wished them well. Regarding that, the High Council has already convened. Regardless of your stance, please listen to our report this time before deciding. I'm listening. Zemo pushed open the castle doors. The Lord's throne in the center of the hall was empty. Below it sat a massive round table designed in the shape of the Hydra emblem. Zemo brushed a microscopic parasite off his shoulder and sat upon the throne, looking down at the members of the Hydra High Council. Zola, report the losses. Dr. Faustus, can the multinational corporations controlled by Hydra remain unaffected? Hive, I want you to expand Hydra's intelligence resources again using your specialty, parasitism. Start immediately in the NATO countries where Hydra was supposedly uprooted. Nick Fury will no longer trust S.H.I.E.L.D., this is our opportunity. Gorgon, you remain in charge of Japan. Kraken, you take charge of the NGOs, we need some leverage in public opinion. Alexander Pierce will handle the various governments and the World Security Council. If you haven't selected a leader yet, Madam Hydra, you take the seat. Zemo looked finally at this group of troublesome individuals. As long as you preside over the affairs of Hydra Island, no one will feel slighted. Everyone looked at Zemo in surprise. Madam Hydra asked bluntly, then what are you going to do? I'm going to settle things with the Avengers. There is no need to memorize all these names, just remember that Hydra still has many people left. Chapter 435, Night in Budapest. On this night, some were destined to find no sleep. Felicia sat on the hotel rooftop, gazing blankly at the moon. In truth, she wasn't thinking about anything at all, nor did she know what she should be thinking. She just sat there, unable to sleep. So, I figured you wouldn't be able to sleep, so I brought you some coffee. Sounds pretty strange, right? Like I'm trying to keep someone awake on purpose. Peter came up the stairs to the rooftop, tossing a can of coffee toward Felicia. What's on your mind? Thinking about when a little brat who just started high school would start pretending to be mature enough to come up here and comfort people. Peter, who had just twisted his coffee open, nearly choked on his first sip. Felicia seemed to smile with satisfaction. All right, actually, I wasn't thinking about anything. By the way, how's Venom? Fighting alongside me seemed to put quite a strain on him. His condition isn't bad, but it isn't great either. A lot of chocolate and some rest should fix him up. Venom's current situation was a bit tricky. Even though he had increased his resistance by devouring Grendel, his weaknesses still existed. It was just that in most cases, Peter and Venom could finish off an opponent before taking serious damage. However, once they encountered a situation like the one when Venom possessed Felicia, it caused the symbiote itself to become unstable and more prone to collapse. Even more troublesome was that everyone now knew Spider-Man used a symbiote to fight. Consequently, anyone who understood symbiote traits would specifically develop and research ways to counter them. Venom could greatly enhance Peter's basic abilities, but he also provided Peter with an obvious weakness. Simply put, Venom himself was starting to have trouble keeping up with Peter. Furthermore, there were currently no evil symbiotes on Earth powerful enough for Venom to devour and upgrade. According to Venom himself, unless he could return to his home planet, Clintar, this problem was somewhat unsolvable. Peter didn't have any good solutions for the moment, because Felicia's situation had proven another, more troublesome fact: if it wasn't Peter using Venom, the probability of others losing control was very high. Of course, this wasn't an absolute. If the symbiote stayed bonded to a host for more than 48 hours, then the Venom influenced by Peter could, in turn, influence the other person. However, regarding the issue with Venom, Peter truly didn't have any good ideas for the time being. Looks like you're doing all right. I'll be going then. So, that's it. You let a girl wait for you on a rooftop all night, shivering in the wind, only to show up, glance at her, toss a can of coffee, and head back. Why did that sound so strange? Peter stopped in his tracks and shrugged. Though it sounded odd, the way Felicia spoke suggested her mental state was actually quite good. To be honest, you guys worry about me a bit too much. I was a little heated back then, but actually, I've thought about these things for a long time. You know, the biggest advantage of planning these things alone is that you have plenty of boring time to think about what to do after you succeed. My dad told me a story when I was a kid. He said that in the Old West, a man's wife and daughter were killed by a gang of cowboys. To get revenge, he hunted the cowboy for 30 years. When he finally found him, the cowboy was already a bedridden cripple, and the man himself was old. Whenever Felicia thought about revenge, she thought of that story. She still remembered the conversation she had with her father as a child. She felt that man was too pitiful at the end. She believed he could have found a new life during the process of revenge and then continued that life after fulfilling it. But in reality, Felicia found that this was nearly impossible. Just investigating the cause of her father's death and chasing Hydra was a task that consumed almost all her energy. In fact, if she hadn't encountered that situation with Luke Cage, perhaps the entire matter would have seen no progress at all. So, I'm lucky. Although I haven't thought about what I'll do after I succeed, I have enough time to think. I'm only 17. As Felicia spoke, she patted her pants and stood up. Oh, maybe I need to wait a bit longer. After all, I still have one more thing to do. A young boy asked me to make sure he doesn't lose his mind when he seeks revenge. I promised him. Did you promise? Maybe not then, but I'm promising now. Felicia smiled and walked over to Peter's side. She thought for a moment and then looked at him. Speaking of which, I've always had a question. What? Why do you feel that helping others is something that needs to be done? Like right now, no one asked you to, and there's no necessity, yet you still came up to see if I was okay. You should know, in this world, not every good deed you do brings a benefit. If I did good deeds for benefits, I'd be a millionaire by now, at the very least. Peter shrugged. No real reason. There are many things that don't need a reason, because it's the right thing to do, you do it. Most of the time, it's because people are always thinking about what benefit they can get that more and more bad people appear. If everyone thought about helping others, maybe the world wouldn't be so bad. Peter thought of many people, they weren't bad or irredeemable at first. Like the Joker from next door said, sometimes it only takes one bad day to kill a man. In that case, reducing every bad day was a good thing. But not everyone can be a good person. At the very least, while others are getting benefits, you're losing out. You could even say most people won't do that. There has never been a rule that says, it's right because it's always been this way, Felicia. Just like, everyone else is doing bad things, so I'm an outcast if I don't, doing the right thing never needs a reason. Felicia couldn't help but laugh. You don't understand what I mean. Peter looked at her, confused. My meaning is, someone like you gets no reward while those people take the benefits. It's pitiful. She spoke as she walked past Peter, but she stopped halfway. She gave him a light, fleeting kiss on the cheek. Don't get the wrong idea. This is just a reward. I don't like boys younger than me. Felicia stepped away, turning back to smile at Peter. Have a pleasant journey for the rest of the trip, Spider-Man. Peter stared blankly as Felicia left and closed the rooftop door. It was only then that he remembered Venom was resting, leaving him without even someone to tease him. He could only mutter to himself. All right, have a pleasant journey for the rest of the trip, Spider-Man. Chapter 436, Madame Web reappears. Inside the Musikverein in Vienna, the students of Midtown High were listening to classical music that was making them drowsy. Mozart's music was passionate, but compared to 21st century pop music, it didn't quite hit the mark. Everyone had heard louder and more frenetic things. Moreover, asking Americans, high schoolers, no less, to appreciate classical music was a tall order. It was a bit like trying to force a square peg into a round hole. Peter simply wasn't in the mood for music. Within this magnificent and elegant architecture of the Golden Hall, he was checking the news. Recently, the entire world had been reporting on the Avengers smashing Hydra, the Avengers dealing a heavy blow to Hydra, or the Avengers eliminating Hydra altogether. In the media's narrative, Hydra had been reduced to a pathetic organization. It seemed that as soon as the Avengers lifted a finger, Hydra would crumble. The general consensus had shifted toward a one-sided trend: Hydra is trash. They plotted and hid for 70 years only to be effortlessly crushed by the Avengers. Losers. This might have been exactly what Hydra wanted, to portray themselves as weaklings and convince the public that they had been completely wiped out. In reality, the only people capable of concluding that Hydra's strength remains undiminished were Captain America and Nick Fury. But neither the Captain nor Fury could provide hard evidence. They simply believed, based on pure intuition, that Hydra was cutting off its own tail to survive. Peter felt the same way. After all, the Winter Soldier was still alive, the Serpent Society was still active, and Hydra still possessed significant combat power. The intelligence Ultron brought out of the Hydra underground city had indeed triggered a massive manhunt, but that didn't mean it represented the entirety of Hydra's secrets. Peter was almost certain that Hydra had hidden much more. Why have you been staring at your phone? Gwen asked in a low whisper. Peter glanced at her. What else was he supposed to do? Wouldn't it be even more agonizing if he wasn't looking at his phone? After all, he wasn't like Cindy. That girl didn't just love reading books, she was also deeply invested in this classical music. Gwen tilted her head. She didn't really have an ear for classical music either, but since this was the Golden Hall, she listened attentively if only for the sake of having something to brag to her dad about later. Of course, how much she actually processed was another matter. After everyone finished listening to the concert, they began to leave in small groups. The students were discussing where they should go to have fun next, while only Peter remained concerned with work-related matters. The problems he encountered on this trip were becoming more numerous and complex. Regarding the temple beneath Taranto, who had told his father about it? And who was the woman who sold the statue? Was it Madame Web? Peter sighed, unsure of what to do, when he felt a tug on his arm. He turned around to see Cindy and felt a vibration from his spider sense. Did you bring that totem with you? Cindy nodded as a matter of course. Over there. There's someone. Peter looked over. Red hair, sunglasses, and a red coat. It was undoubtedly Madame Web, Julia Carpenter. It's been a long time since she last appeared. It was about time. As Peter spoke, he led Cindy over to the cafe where Madame Web was drinking coffee. The two sat down opposite her. Seeing Cindy for the first time, Julia smiled warmly. "Hello, Cindy Moon. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Julia Carpenter, though you may call me Madame Web. I happen to have a lot of things to ask you. I'm afraid I cannot give you many answers, Spider-Man." Madame Web seemed to know what Peter was going to ask and cut him off directly. Unlike other matters, if a spider totem becomes powerful enough, they can interfere with the web of destiny in a limited capacity. Whether it was the men who led your father to the temple or the woman who sold the statue, it's all the same. Especially regarding the latter, I can perceive no information at all. So, you know about the former. Peter looked at Madame Web and inquired, "Who is he? Why did he take my father to Taranto?" "For the sake of destiny. Our world has deviated from its track. As you may know, all the spider totems were born 3 years ahead of schedule. Some spider totems became aware of this earlier, such as a man named Ezekiel Sims. Through a ritual, he obtained power from Anansi and became a spider totem, realizing what our kind would have to face. To fight our natural enemies, he needed the web of destiny to create a fated warrior." Ezekiel Sims. Peter pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing who that was. In the comics, this man was a pivotal character who expanded Spider-Man's origins from a radioactive spider to a spider totem. He was the one who told Spider-Man about Morland's existence and hid Cindy Moon for 10 years to ensure Morland wouldn't sense the unique totem known as the Bride. He was also the antagonist in the epic cinematic masterpiece, Madame Web. By now, Peter didn't even need to ask why the men had taken his father to Taranto. Because of destiny. Destiny required a Spider-Man to exist in Universe 616, and specifically for Peter Parker to become Spider-Man. Peter held his head in his hands, feeling somewhat helpless. He wasn't sure if the web of destiny knew about his status as a transmigrator or if the web itself had arranged his transmigration, but it was certain that he had become Peter Parker and had become Spider-Man. However, this kind of fatalism made him feel confused and even a bit repulsed. It felt as though something was truly manipulating his life. "Why?" he asked Madame Web. "Why me? I don't know. To fight the inheritors? Or to fight Shafra?" Julia shook her head. "If you want the answer, perhaps you have to wait for him to arrive. You can only ask him once you find him." "Then why have you come now?" "I have seen destiny, Spider-Man. Thus, I have come once again to tell you the revelation of the web of destiny. Spider-Man shall die, and then Spider-Man shall be reborn." Peter looked at Julia Carpenter, bewildered. These two sentences were simultaneously too clear and too vague. What, was he finally going to go through the classic Marvel trope of dying and coming back to life? And then what? "And then, remember, you will be erased from history by the Master of Time, for you are the greatest uncertainty in his plan. When that time comes, you must find a way back yourself. You cannot escape all this by fleeing from this world, you must find a way on your own. If things go well, you will figure it out." That's basically saying nothing at all, but thank you. I think I have a general idea of who I'll be facing. Peter stood up after speaking. "Have a wonderful day, madam." Chapter 437, The Appointed Time. You look like you're in a bad mood. If you realized your destiny and life were likely being manipulated by someone else, you probably wouldn't be in a great mood either. Though, I do know exactly what I need to do now. Cindy looked at Peter with concern. That prophecy the woman just spoke of. I don't know how to solve the first part yet, but the second part can be inferred. The Master of Time likely refers to Kang. Remember Korvac? He was a cosmic cube project researched by Kang. The cosmic cube has the power to rewrite reality. So, I suspect Kang plans to use a cosmic cube to erase me for the sake of his plan, and I need to figure out a solution. The best, and only, viable path Peter could think of was magic. The ceiling for magic in the Marvel Universe was incredibly high. If he learned it well enough, protecting himself shouldn't be an issue. The only question was exactly when Kang intended to strike and whether Peter could sense it coming. Another option was to seek protection from a powerful entity. The best candidate was Doctor Strange on the mystic side. Strange might have a way. Beyond that, what else? Ask Thor. Odin probably didn't even know who he was. Find Wanda. Did Wanda even know she could rewrite reality yet? The main issue was that Madame Web had explicitly stated he couldn't use his multiverse traversing abilities to leave Earth 616 to hide from Kang's erasure. Doing so would cause him to be lost forever. Otherwise, he could have just bolted to the Wasteland universe, where Kang's reality warping would be useless. After mulling it over for a while, Peter shook his head dismissively. Forget it, there's no point in worrying about it now if there's no solution. Since she said I'll handle everything before Kang acts, I'll just wait. And didn't she also say, I have to die once and then be resurrected before I can embrace this destiny? Sometimes, knowing a fixed future wasn't necessarily a bad thing. For instance, if you knew exactly when you were going to die, you were essentially invincible until that day arrived. With that settled, Peter stopped agonizing over it. The European cultural tour still had a long way to go. After Vienna, they were headed to Berlin, then Cologne, Amsterdam, Paris, and finally London before returning home. Speaking of which, wasn't there a Sandman in the Elementals? Peter recalled a seemingly forgotten character. I wonder if he's still working for Hydra. Half a month passed in a flash. In that time, even the discussions surrounding Hydra had nearly vanished. Aside from reports of high-ranking officials in various countries being arrested, there was no news related to Hydra. As time went on, almost everyone became convinced of one thing: Hydra was just a stray dog, completely outmatched by the Avengers and crushed into the dirt. Captain America was very dissatisfied with this kind of news reporting and the resulting public sentiment, but there was nothing he could do. People are free to say what they want, and Cap had no way to stop them. Fury, on the other hand, was quite pleased. S.H.I.E.L.D. not only welcomed this viewpoint but was even stoking the flames. Was it because of pressure from above to close the case quickly, or were they trying to lull the enemy into a false sense of security? Peter didn't know for sure yet. But all in all, he truly spent the last 2 weeks enjoying a pleasant vacation. By the time they reached London, Peter finally made his way to his long-awaited destination, 221B Baker Street, the Sherlock Holmes Museum. To put it simply, most people would be very disappointed because it's nothing like what they imagined. But for us, it's exactly the same. Jessica said excitedly. The biggest discrepancy between 221B Baker Street and what many people expected was the size. As a Victorian-era apartment building, the interior space was by no means comfortable, leading many to think it was nothing special. But for a Holmes fan like Peter, it was different. This apartment captured every detail from the novels and the furnishings from the most classic generations of Sherlock Holmes films and television shows. It was a perfect reconstruction of the 221B Baker Street that every true fan had deduced and envisioned, except for the price of the ticket. However, after finishing the tour, Peter felt a sense of melancholy. Not because he was dissatisfied, but because he felt as though he had completed a very important life task that he could never experience for the first time again. The last time I felt like this was when I played Outer Wilds. Wait, it's 2013, Outer Wilds doesn't exist yet. Peter muttered as he left the museum, listening to Jessica and Felicia chatting away. Just then, his phone rang. He opened it to see a text from Sylvia. This surprised Peter. It had been quite a while, and she was only just contacting him now. To be honest, since Sandman hadn't appeared in the last half-month, Peter had assumed Sylvia had packed up and gone home. He hadn't expected her to still be here. He tucked his phone away, glanced at his surroundings, stepped out of the crowd, and jogged to a nearby spot to turn invisible. Swinging on his webs, he arrived at the location Sylvia had specified and deactivated his invisibility. The meeting place was the famous Scotland Yard. After entering in his uniform, he found not only Sylvia but the rest of Excalibur there as well. "All right, Lestrade, I hope you have some clues for us." Hearing this, Psylocke burst out laughing, leaving Sylvia looking at them with confusion. Psylocke turned to Sylvia with curiosity. "Don't you know? The detective from Sherlock Holmes. I only remember Holmes and Watson." Sylvia sighed, and Peter got down to business. "So, since everyone is here, is it because you found Sandman?" "Yes, and no. We found a way to lift Sandman's curse. To be precise, we received help from Merlin. Merlin said that you, Spider-Man, are also a mage, so you'll be able to learn this spell. I'll fill you in on the details in a moment." Captain Britain said, scratching his head. "Lately, we fought him every time we spotted him, but the problem is, he seems to have truly vanished. No matter what we do, we can't find him." "Could he have run off with Hydra?" Peter asked curiously, but he received a surprising denial from Captain Britain. "Unlikely. We received a prophecy from Merlin. Sandman is in London, and he is preparing to kill you." "How come Merlin's prophecies are so clear?" "Madam Webb, did you mess up your play this time?" Peter sighed helplessly, then a thought occurred to him. "If he intends to kill me, there might be one place that would be the best for him to strike." Chapter 438, Sandman Strikes Again. At this stage, if Sandman wanted to completely and most safely eliminate Spider-Man, there was only one way left. In the air. While the plane is in flight, he could use his ability to directly destroy the engines with sand or tear the aircraft apart. It's the simplest method with the highest success rate. If I were Sandman, I would definitely choose this approach. Hearing Peter's analysis, both the members of Excalibur and Silver Sable expressed their agreement. Captain Britain scratched his head, finding the situation troublesome. "If he just ruins the engines with sand, it's fine, I can use my force field to support the plane and guide it to the ground. But if he chooses to shred the aircraft..." Even the incredibly powerful Captain Britain found this tricky. Unless he could guarantee the precise neutralization of every single grain of sand, there really wasn't a particularly good counter-strategy for that move. So, our best bet is to deal with him in advance. Even if we're prepared, the cabin is too cramped, we wouldn't be able to fight at full strength. That would certainly put us at a disadvantage. Psylocke could sense his presence through telepathy, and Megan could transform into the corresponding elements to eliminate him. But no matter how great their advantage, fighting an enemy on a plane would be a nightmare due to the terrain. Since they had determined ahead of time where the opponent was most likely to strike, Peter's plan was naturally to catch Sandman before the plane took off, avoiding any potential catastrophe. It was almost certain that Sandman would enter the plane during the boarding process. That would be their best, and perhaps only, opportunity to capture him. However, considering the immunity Hydraman had shown against the Wild Pack's specialized equipment, Peter had reason to suspect that Sandman had also been buffed by Arnim Zola, rendering their previous specialized gear ineffective. That is very likely. After all, our enemies won't just sit around and wait for death. But it's too late now to manufacture a batch of emergency equipment. Silver Sable agreed with Peter's viewpoint and then asked, "So, do you have any other ideas?" You might not believe it, but I actually do. Back in New York, I was brainstorming how to deal with the elementals. Besides confirming they were spiritual entities, I also prepared methods for handling them in physical form. Peter looked at everyone and shrugged. So, the current situation is, how do we deal with Sandman? It's best if Excalibur doesn't show up. I only need Psylocke to report Sandman's position to me. If Excalibur appears, Sandman might be too scared to approach, and then he'd be an even bigger threat later. We can't gamble on whether he can wait for us mid-air or if his flight speed is slower than a plane. Peter thought through the feasibility of the entire plan. So, it's best if I handle Sandman alone. After a moment of silence, the others exchanged glances. A few days later, as this month-long journey essentially drew to a close, the students from New York began their trip back home. Almost everyone was chatting and laughing about the events of the trip. Peter walked near the very back of the group, wearing headphones and listening to the reconnaissance results from Excalibur. Psylocke's telepathy had already located Sandman. He was hiding inside the plane, preparing to take off with the aircraft. Alright, time for Spider-Man to move out. Sandman, William Baker, was hiding inside the plane, waiting for the final result. He was currently filled with regret, immense regret. He hadn't expected to end up on a suicide path, either be killed by Hydra's curse or kill Spider-Man. But looking at the previous encounters, killing Spider-Man seemed unlikely. Spider-Man knew magic. Even if his physical body died, his soul would probably live on. Would he even survive this? William Baker sighed. He hadn't expected Hydra's collapse. As a former soldier of the French Foreign Legion, he had come into contact with Hydra during a mission. At the time, Hydra seemed like an incredibly powerful organization that had even heavily infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. And the result? It had vanished in an instant. What was even more infuriating was, why could Taskmaster surrender but I can't? Did Taskmaster really know less than I did? The more Sandman thought about it, the angrier and more aggrieved he became, until his fury reached a boiling point. He couldn't completely defy Hydra's orders to surrender or run away, but he didn't have to follow them to the letter. Hydra wanted him to destroy the plane mid-air. He refused. What would acting mid-air achieve? Just charging up Spider-Man's rage meter. Thus, the students waiting in the terminal witnessed a terrifying scene. Flash was the first to notice. He was buying a drink at a vending machine when he suddenly saw a massive sandstorm rising in the distance. The scene felt incredibly familiar. He twisted open his drink, took a sip, and remarked that having an ice-cold beverage on a March day was indeed satisfying. Guys, that Sandman guy is back. I bet Spidey is going to finish this punk for good this time. I'd appreciate it if you guys had a little more of a sense of crisis, Peter muttered under his breath. Standing on the roof of the terminal, looking at his classmates pressed against the glass watching the giant sand titan, Peter couldn't help but complain. In front of the terminal, the massive Sandman had appeared, which was sooner than Peter expected. Though surprising, it made his movements easier. Peter narrowed his eyes, leaped off, and deployed the wings of his stealth suit, gliding toward Sandman. Seeing Spider-Man charging toward Sandman, Flash Thompson shouted excitedly, "Look! It's Spider-Man!" Jessica, sitting in a chair and unable to move easily, watched the scene and became even more certain that Spider-Man was a student in this travel group. But who was it? Should she start investigating Felicia's social circle? Or should she stop looking? But she was truly curious. Spider-Man glided toward the massive Sandman, who raised his fist to crush him. In an instant, a flash of powerful white electricity signaled the start of the battle. The massive sand giant was struck directly by a powerful bolt of lightning, causing a large amount of quicksand to scatter across the ground. At the moment of impact, Peter reversed the magnetic field, dispersing fine iron filings he had brought along into the area controlled by Sandman. Coupled with the electric current, he unleashed a magnetic rotation. The sand grains inside Sandman's body began to tear at each other due to the external force, and he quickly reached a state of near collapse. After that, the formal battle between the two began. As for the outcome of this battle, it seemed to have been decided the moment Sandman chose to fight. Chapter 439, Chapter 439, Welcome to the Raft. The Atlantic Ocean, the Raft. As the mobile prison belonging exclusively to the United Nations drifted near the port of London, the recently captured and lightning-fast sentenced supercriminal Sandman, William Baker, was ushered inside along with several other supervillains arrested in Britain. Although Sandman was, to an extent, a magical prisoner, he had not been taken in by camouflage. Instead, he ended up here at the Raft. Currently, he was subjected to a materialization spell, transforming him from a spiritual entity back into a physical form composed of sand. After being fitted with power-dampening shackles, he was incarcerated in a specially designed cage. The entire cell contained nothing but the sand that made up William's body. Oh, looks like we have another newcomer. A very young-looking man in an orange prison jumpsuit walked over, accompanied by 2 Ultron sentries. After looking William up and down, the man asked curiously, "And which one sent you in here?" "Spider-Man." "You too?" "Figures. Quite a few people here were sent in by Spider-Man. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Bentley Whitman, though friends who know me well call me the Wizard. Flint Marco. Sandman. That's what they call me." Neither man revealed his true identity. Otto Octavius glanced at his new cellmate before being escorted back to his own cell by the Ultron guards. Over the past few days, the Raft had received a significant influx of powerful characters, the most high-profile among them being Baron Strucker. Strucker was considered the most dangerous individual in the entire Raft, confined to the most secure area of the facility. Even the other prisoners had no idea where exactly he was being held. On his way back to his cell, Otto saw Ant-Man, Hank Pym, arriving at the prison. As usual, Pym was there to pursue his naive ideas, attempting to rehabilitate the inmates. Well, he might succeed once or twice, but he would soon realize the magnitude of the mistake he was making. Otto returned leisurely to his room. Each prisoner's room appeared sealed and independent, but Otto knew better. Tony Stark did not share Pym's humanitarian views in the slightest. The Raft not only had its own self-destruct protocol, but every single cell was under omnidirectional surveillance. Some tried to escape, but they always failed. "Good morning, Mr. Whitman." "Good morning, Dr. Pym." As Otto was leaving, he suddenly asked Pym with a hint of curiosity, "Are you here for counseling today as well?" "Indeed. Crimes of passion like yours aside, many people here suffer from genuine psychological issues. We are working to soothe them. Take Moleman, for instance, his turn to supervillainy was heavily linked to his mental health." Pym spoke as he walked away. Otto returned to his cell, and once the door slid shut, he picked up a book and began to read. He certainly hadn't given up on the chance to leave, but he was acutely aware that Spider-Man was growing increasingly powerful. Without absolute certainty and a flawless plan, he could not defeat him. Prison was a good place for now. It gave him ample time to reflect on how to conquer Spider-Man and how to perfect the genetic flaws inherent in his cloned body. In the afternoon, the prisoners were granted recreation time. As long as they weren't classified as special inmates, they could move freely under the supervision of Ultron guards. Special inmates generally referred to those like Rhino or Sandman, prisoners whose inherent nature made it impossible to restrict their destructive power without total containment. Of course, if an inmate was willing, they could approach these special cells for a chat. So, our Spider-Man has sent in yet another fellow. He's likely sent in the most people by now, hasn't he? Otto walked into the prison courtyard. From this area, one could see the sky, though it was merely a false sky. Otto was certain that this space, less than 200 meters in length and width, featured only a projected sky. Prisoners here only had the right to walk. Word was that the fool Pym intended to add some sports equipment for the inmates, but it was ultimately cancelled for security reasons. Stupid man. And they call him one of the smartest people on Earth. Shocker, Herman Schultz, who was chatting with Mysterio, Quentin Beck, glanced at Otto. To this day, he hadn't recognized that the young man before him was Dr. Octopus. He simply frowned before looking back at Quentin. Who knows? Why? Are you back to preaching your Spider-Man is the root of all evil theory again? I am merely summarizing the lessons of our failures, why we were caught by Spider-Man. Take you, for example, Herman. Your equipment was far from perfect. If it hadn't exploded, you could have kept fighting. And your armor has heat dissipation issues. Spider-Man knows this too, otherwise, why would he specifically try to calm you down every time he visits? Otto chuckled softly. Because he knows you haven't realized your full potential. And Mysterio. Your surrender was absurd. You actually gave up just because Spider-Man took off his mask. You didn't even see his face. What if he hadn't actually taken it off? What if he was just bluffing? I don't know. Quentin shook his head, asking uncertainly, surely not. Spider-Man is a terrifying enemy, otherwise, how could he have caught so many? He must be a master psychologist who studies his enemies' minds. Your illusions are almost invincible, Quentin, but Spider-Man seized upon your psychological weakness and defeated you instantly. He is truly frightening. There is one benefit to attaining enlightenment. In prison, you have many comrades who share similar experiences. The more people Spider-Man sent in, the more Dr. Octopus learned about him, and the more he marveled at what a troublesome opponent he was. A pity, really. Spider-Man was destined to be the stumbling block in his quest for revenge against Osborn. Their conflict had only deepened after Otto discovered that the genetically modified spiders from Oscorp could potentially cure ALS. So, no matter how terrifying he was, Otto had to find a way to defeat him. Just as Otto was thinking this, a barrage of angry curses erupted. They all turned their heads in unison to see Scorpion, Mac Gargan, being pushed along in a wheelchair by an Ultron sentry, swearing and ranting the whole way. Otto added a snide remark. Poor Mac. Because he found a lead on Spider-Man's true identity, his spine was ripped out and his brain was turned to mush by a telepath. He's little more than a vegetable now. Chapter 440, Safe and Sound New York City. New York in April was breezy and sunny, and everything seemed so tranquil. For the rest of the world, last month's so-called Hydra conspiracy didn't amount to much. It was like watching a TV drama titled The Great Conspiracy only to find out it was actually about two villages fighting over a trivial dispute. However, there was good news for Peter Parker. For one, he had possessed his spider abilities for a year now. Calculating from the time he defeated Shocker in September, half a year had passed. It felt like an eternity, as if he had read through a novel with over 400 chapters. The thought that he would have to wait until 2024 to confront Shothra left Peter feeling momentarily disheartened. He let out a helpless sigh and rolled over on his bed. That's right, Spider-Man had taken the day off. Because no news had come through the police scanners for a while, it was as if the entire world had entered an era of total peace following the collapse of Hydra. Peter actually had time to spare to learn a bit of magic or play some video games, titles like Skyrim or Fallout, New Vegas. Anyway, there wasn't much going on. Of course, Spider-Man wasn't truly idle. Even though things had been quiet for nearly a month, Peter still had things to do. Chief among them was investigating leads on a man named Ezekiel Sims. Unexpectedly, yet perhaps not entirely surprising, there was no trace of this man to be found anywhere. It was as if he didn't exist. Neither the Avengers, S.H.I.E.L.D., nor the Hydra database obtained by Ultron contained a single shred of information on the guy. It was truly bizarre that even Hydra couldn't find this man. On another front, the Avengers attended the funeral of Jim Hammond. This World War II superhero had been transformed into a fascist weapon of war due to the outrageous operations of high-ranking U.S. military officials. His brain had been completely hollowed out into a shell, containing only a computer and no soul of his own. The tricky part was that Jim Hammond couldn't be cremated, he'd revive as soon as he caught fire. So, the final solution was to place him in a concrete sarcophagus filled with an airtight gel, eventually interring him beneath Avengers Tower. But honestly, no one was particularly grief-stricken, they were mostly just comforting the captain. Hardly anyone had a tangible emotional connection to Jim Hammond's passing. Then there was the battle of wits against the Daily Bugle. It seemed that because Jessica had provided Mary Jane with a plethora of contradictory leads, MJ had actually started believing the theory that Spider-Man might be a role played by multiple people. This wasn't exactly a good thing, as JJJ had found a new angle to attack Spider-Man. If Spider-Man can appear in Europe and the Americas simultaneously, does that prove the so-called Spider-Man is nothing but a fraud? Sometimes I really feel like JJJ has infinite creativity when it comes to slandering Spider-Man. Wait, the alarm's going off. Fire reported in Hell's Kitchen, fire department arriving in 15 minutes. Ever since Tony Stark began funding the damage control department and the New York Fire Department, even the fire trucks had become faster. Peter opened his computer while thinking, scanning the news first. In early April, Kraven had finally left New York to return to Russia. Simultaneously, Russia's own Avengers team, the Winter Guard, was officially established. The members included the previous century Soviet super soldier, Red Guardian, Crimson Dynamo, powered by Anton Vanko's previous generation arc reactor, Purin, the storm god of Slavic mythology, the mutant, Ursa Major, who could transform from a human into a super giant bear, Kraven the Hunter, a master of all weaponry, and Red Widow, a super spy out of the Red Room. The intent was obvious, who they were meant to counter and how they intended to compete. Surprisingly, this team's popularity had already surpassed that of the American Avengers. It was clear the Pentagon had truly bungled some obvious matters. Everyone was busy debating who was stronger between the Avengers and the Winter Guard. What? The US Avengers? No one cared about the US Avengers. Well, nothing big in the news, and nothing suspicious on social media. Looks like today is another peaceful day in New York. Strucker's interrogation is still going nowhere. If we could just find a lead on the Winter Soldier, I'm almost certain Cap would have Strucker shot immediately. As Peter spoke, he did one final check to ensure there were no urgent matters before he began practicing magic. When Strange heard that Peter wanted to learn magic to avoid being erased by powerful reality-warping forces, his expression had been quite complicated. Fortunately, the Vishanti did indeed have a similar spell, though the cost was astronomical. You'd better find another way, Spider-Man. The dangers of using such an incantation arbitrarily are immense. If possible, you should find an unclaimed dimension and become its sorcerer supreme. That way, you could significantly reduce the mana consumption. That was easy to say, but where would he find one? The only dimension Peter knew of was Limbo, and that had already been claimed by Illyana. Thus, Peter could only study magic while pondering how to solve the problem. He let his body rest while projecting his astral form, using a sling ring to reach the library of the Sanctum Sanctorum. After greeting Wong, he began browsing the Sanctum's books, looking for other ways to avoid being erased by a cosmic cube. As he was reading, his body back at home suddenly triggered his spider sense, transmitting the alert to his astral form. Peter was taken aback. The sense wasn't very violent, meaning there wasn't an immediate danger. What triggered my spider sense? Please don't tell me Felicia snuck into my house in the middle of the afternoon. Hardly anyone else triggers it. A puzzled Peter steered his astral self back into his body and opened his eyes. As soon as he looked up, he saw Kitty Pryde, Shadowcat, phasing through the wall into his room. Seeing Peter Parker sitting up on the bed, she gave an awkward little wave. Hi. Why you? And how do you know where I live? Even Cyclops and the others don't know, right? Peter, I need your help. Did I ever tell you my secret identity? Peter was thoroughly spooked by her words, but Kitty's next sentence was even more terrifying. No, the reason I know who you are, is because I swapped consciousness with my future self. No, wait, I received memories from the future. We need to reverse the future. Chapter 441, Days of Future Past, Part 1. Within the multiverse, there exists a special kind of cosmic correspondence known as a potential future. For instance, the Wasteland universe and Earth 2099 are both potential futures of Earth 616. As long as the decisive event that branches the universe has not yet occurred, these universes remain connected along the timeline. Of course, they still possess differences. For example, the unique spider totem is a multiversal singularity. Consequently, in these potential futures, it exists in a superposition state of being both present and absent. This is also one of the peculiarities of the 616 universe. It possesses the highest number of potential futures. As long as these universes remain potential futures of 616, it is theoretically possible to use a time machine to travel from these worlds back to the 616 Earth. Take, for example, the task at hand for Kitty Pryde of Earth 811. She needs to return to the past, specifically, to the year 2013, which Earth 811 and Earth 616 currently share. In the year 2029, superheroes no longer exist, nor do nations or governments. The masters of the world are no longer biological beings, but sentinels. To be precise, the world is ruled by a super sentinel robot named Nimrod. Kitty emerged from the ruins of the Baxter building, carrying a bag of parts that might still be useful. She phased through layer after layer of walls, carefully evading the sentinel robots that could appear at any moment. The Nimrod Sentinel, the ultimate form of the Sentinel, was capable of self-repair and self-replication. It possessed the terrifying ability to instantly replicate all X-gene powers. Other survivors had appeared in the distance. They seemed to be ordinary humans, currently fleeing an attack by Nimrod. Greetings, citizen. Please halt immediately for inspection. Compared to the earlier iron husks, the Nimrod stood only a little over 2 meters tall. It descended beside the survivors, scanned them, and then raised its hand. Your genetic sequence does not contain the X gene. However, your DNA possesses a 0.00127% probability of undergoing mutation today to become a neo-mutant. This data has exceeded the threshold. Kitty held her breath, hiding herself inside the concrete. It was a small trick that allowed Nimrod to overlook her. However, she couldn't stay like that for long. After all, she still needed to breathe. After a long silence, Kitty descended into the sewers of New York. This place contained various facilities left behind by survivors and the resistance. The sewers, layered over 400 years from the New Amsterdam era to the present, had perhaps made the New York Underground the safest place in the city. Or perhaps, that was merely a self-deceiving excuse. Illyana, I'm back. Seeing her companion, who had risked staying here, safe and sound, Kitty was overjoyed. However, the commotion above told them that something was wrong. Illyana immediately pulled Kitty to her side and raised the Soul's Word in her hand. In an instant, a portal enveloped the two of them. By the time the Nimrod Sentinel dug into the sewer, it scanned only the dissipating heat. Kitty and Ileana returned to the Resistance, or rather, the survivors' stronghold. Located in Siberia, it was a former secret Hydra base. They had been here for half a month. So far, it was their safest base. Returning home, Kitty breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing her lover coming to check on the noise, she was overcome with joy and threw herself into his arms. Peter. I'm fine, Kitty. Did you bring back the items? I got them. As Kitty spoke, she set down her backpack and pulled out a battered robot. It was Herbie, the Fantastic Four's robotic assistant. Kitty didn't know why Peter needed it, but Peter had made it very clear, it was for Hope. I've made contact with some other survivors. Don't look at me like that, Ileana. I know it's dangerous, but compared to what we're about to do, any risk is worth it. If you're talking about that stupid idea of traveling back in time to reverse the future, I suggest you forget it. Ileana sighed. Remember? Cyclops and his old son who traveled back from 2059. My brother and the others planned to return to 2013, and in the end, they all died. I didn't even have time to pull them away. Theoretically, Bishop succeeded. He made it back to the past. Then why are we still in this hellhole? Ileana's question left Peter speechless. Finally, he let out a helpless sigh. Then we have to try anyway. We speculated before that physical time travel requires too much energy. We need to change our approach. As Peter spoke, he began to dismantle Herbie. He felt a pang of nostalgia for his days interning at the Baxter Building, sometimes adventuring with the Fantastic Four, sometimes fighting crime as Spider-Man. Now, all of that was gone. Even the people he once wanted to protect and love had vanished. Now, only the three of them remained of their squad. His spider sense had long since lost its traditional utility. It wasn't that it stopped buzzing, it was that as soon as they left the unpopulated zones, the spider sense would blare from almost every direction, making it impossible to determine where the danger was coming from. Conversely, in deep forests like this, the spider sense became a very useful alarm system. There's movement outside. Peter's spider sense buzzed right on cue. He shook his head helplessly and looked at Ileana. Ileana shook her head with some frustration. They had only lived in this spot for half a month. Where are we going? To regroup first. Kitty looked at Peter in confusion and asked, doesn't that make us a bigger target? Won't we be easier to expose? But we need to talk face to face. Or rather, we need to actually organize a meeting. Time is running out. Ileana, now. A red beam of light descended from the sky, blanketed the entire secret outpost, and vaporized a crater over 10 meters deep. Nothing was left inside. Meanwhile, in the heart of the American mainland, within the Nevada desert, three figures phased into a U.S. military bunker. Seeing who had arrived, the survivor waiting there flashed a satisfied smile. Look who's here. The Spider Boy with a girl on each arm. I hope you've brought some good news. Logan spoke with a smirk. Peter simply asked Logan, is he here? I need his help. I have always been here, child. An old man walked over, leaning on mechanical prosthetic limbs. His bald head shone brightly, and he looked toward Peter with a gaze that still held onto hope. Mr. Charles Xavier, if given a suitable medium, would you be able to project a person's consciousness back into the past? Chapter 442, Days of Future Past. Where did the collapse begin? Peter couldn't say for sure. Broadly speaking, around 2013, Senator Kelly of the GOP delivered a speech demanding that Congress legislate the Mutant Registration Act, requiring all mutants to be registered. This bill naturally met with fierce opposition from mutants. In response, the Brotherhood of Mutants, led by Mystique, carried out an assassination plot against Senator Kelly. It was later proven that the senator might have been Magneto's Black Glove operative. However, the death of a single senator failed to rapidly advance the agenda. That changed when terrorists known as the Ten Rings kidnapped and murdered the President of the United States, killing Tony Stark, Iron Man, in the process. Afterward, the Vice President, who temporarily succeeded Matthew Ellis, opted for a radically different strategy, launching a massive war on terror against all terrorist organizations across America. The Brotherhood of Mutants was naturally included in this. Under the guise of counterterrorism, the U.S. government quickly passed a slew of bills, effectively establishing surveillance over superpowered individuals. They swiftly announced that the mastermind supporting the Brotherhood of Mutants was Magneto and his nation, Genosha. Magneto was waiting for humanity to take the initiative and attack Genosha. They did, but the outcome was not what he had hoped for. With the support of the new president, AIM expanded its business operations in all directions. Leveraging a perfectly timed series of terrorist attacks and the war on terror, their weaponry became the primary choice for the U.S. military. Subsequently, AIM acquired Trask Industries, the original manufacturer of the Sentinel robots. Utilizing a brand new super AI hub built by AIM. For the next generation of Sentinels, and using the Super Adaptoid robot as a template, they created a new generation of Sentinels, Nimrod. Then came the Genosha massacre. Just 3 of these new Sentinels wiped out the entirety of Genosha. Over 15 million mutants perished. The magnetic power Magneto took such pride in was pathetic before Nimrod. Before he could attempt to reverse the Earth's magnetic field, the Sentinels, completely unrestrained by magnetism, thoroughly annihilated him and completed the near-total erasure of the island of Genosha. Kitty was there that day. The X-Men tried to help mutants escape Nimrod's assault, but they accomplished nothing besides adding to the death toll. Then, as expected, Nimrod spiraled out of control. It turned out humanity's control over a super AI was premature. Nimrod's objective quickly shifted to the destruction and internment of all mutants and potential mutants worldwide. A small portion of ordinary humans were transformed into mechanical lifeforms to serve as guards for the mutant concentration camps. Even more ordinary humans were liquidated directly due to the mutagenic potential of the X gene. Conversely, mutants who had already awakened their abilities or established superpowered individuals were more likely to be thrown into prisons. The Avengers, the X-Men, and the Fantastic Four all attempted to resist Nimrod. They established a defensive line in New York. Just 3 minutes after the battle began, Nimrod launched a nuclear strike on New York, the city with the highest concentration of superpowered beings. Thor, utterly disillusioned with humanity, left Earth. Hulk had his gamma energy absorbed by Sentinel robots. Once he reverted to Bruce Banner, he was annihilated by a ray. The X-Men suffered catastrophic casualties, and the mansion was almost entirely destroyed. Cyclops lost an eye and only managed to escape under the cover of the White Queen's sacrifice. As for the younger generation, Captain America chose not to involve them in the frontline combat, which is why they survived. 16 years have passed since then, and we've lost many more people. It wasn't until a few months ago that I woke up in the underground facilities beneath the ruins of the Academy and learned all of this. Charles Xavier had no idea what had happened to the world. He only knew that after being dead for over 20 years, he woke up from a state of suspended animation to find this reality. He tried to use telepathy to find his students, but instead triggered Nimrod's sensors. Fortunately, Logan, the legendary king of survival, found him first and got him out in time. Nimrod seemed deeply interested in telepaths, to the point of issuing orders to capture them alive rather than kill them. This was the only reason the two had a chance to escape. "So, what is your plan, kid?" I asked Kitty to recover a data storage drive from the ruins of the Baxter building. It contains the Fantastic Four's data on time travel. That's what we need. So your plan is to pull up one eye move. Get us all killed for a gamble on a fixed past. Logan clearly didn't approve of Peter's plan. While living now was arguably worse than being dead, one should at least pick a better way to go than suicide. No, I've discovered something new. Actually, since Cyclops' failed attempt at time travel, I noticed the intensity of the Sentinels' pursuit has dropped significantly. It takes them longer to find our new hiding spots, and their reactions have worsened. I wondered why, and eventually, I found only one answer. Peter handed a stack of documents, which Logan couldn't make heads or tails of, to the professor. After flipping through them, Xavier's expression turned to one of shock. "You mean Nimrod, like the person Scott and the others sent back, has transmitted itself to the past?" "Not just that. Nimrod didn't just copy its program and send it back, it is directly controlling its past self from the present. The computational power required is massive, which is why this opening exists." Why did Nimrod send itself back to 2013? To ensure history proceeded correctly and the world was destroyed as scheduled, of course. Xavier looked grave at this news and then turned back to Peter. "And then? What is your thought?" "In the past, back in 2013 when Tony Stark was still alive, we were far stronger than we are now. Nimrod, meanwhile, was weaker. We don't need to physically travel back, we just need to transmit a person's consciousness, or even just their memories, into their past self. That way, we can ensure we are fighting a severely weakened Nimrod across 2 timelines simultaneously." Peter grew more excited as he spoke. This Spider-Man, now over 30 and sporting a scruffy beard, finally presented his solution. If we can gather all the survivors and attack simultaneously from both 2013 and 2029, hitting Nimrod while its processing power is split between 2 eras. We could not only save our past, but potentially save our present as well. That way, even if we change history, the universe that diverged and was destroyed by Nimrod could still be saved. But the risk is immense. If we fail, there will be no chance left to fight. You're being too optimistic, Chuck. We didn't have the ability to fight to begin with, this kid just gave us a chance. Logan looked at the 5 people in the room. In all likelihood, they were the only ones left to face Nimrod in 2029. So, whose memories are we sending back? Actually, there's only one person who fits the criteria. Peter finished and looked at Kitty. Only Kitty acts as the perfect medium when she uses her phasing ability. Chapter 443, Chapter 443, is this how the script is written? After listening to Kitty's entire explanation, Peter felt completely bewildered. He was, of course, familiar with the story of Days of Future Past. It was an essential plotline that the X-Men franchise simply couldn't avoid. The death of a specific character triggers a wave of panic and fury toward mutants throughout society, pushing the US government to move forward with the Sentinel program. Eventually, the Sentinels spiral out of control and lead to the destruction of the world. That was the gist of it. The only difference across various continuities was who actually died. In the earliest comic version, the Brotherhood of Mutants assassinated both Senator Kelly and Professor Charles Xavier. Charles's death meant there was no one to lead the moderate mutants to reach an agreement with the government, thereby accelerating the implementation of the Mutant Registration Act and the Sentinel program. In the Days of Future Past movie, the person who died was Bolivar Trask, the head and developer of the Sentinel project. However, in the information Kitty had received from the future, this key role had changed again, and it had become incredibly crowded and chaotic. There was Senator Kelly, assassinated by the Brotherhood of Mutants. There was Tony Stark, who theoretically should have successfully saved the president during the events of Iron Man 3, and President Matthew Ellis himself, who should have been rescued. There was Aldrich Killian, the leader of AIM, who should have been eliminated, along with the vice president who was conspiring with him. And then there was Magneto, who supported the Brotherhood of Mutants. Basically, as long as a single one of these elements didn't go wrong, the Days of Future Past timeline wouldn't occur. Yet, in this version, everything had gone wrong simultaneously. Wait, there's a problem here. What about Ultron? Peter asked, confused. Was there no Ultron in that timeline? Didn't Ultron give Nimrod a serious reality check? They're all super AIs, why would Nimrod be able to outmaneuver Ultron? Actually, the Avengers did indeed use Ultron to combat Nimrod. While I am not entirely clear on the details, even now, Ultron remains the final insurance policy for the survivors against Nimrod. But that was not enough to defeat him. Nimrod's uniqueness lies in the fact that it is not merely an artificial intelligence, it has a physical form. Every Nimrod Sentinel is an extension of Nimrod's physical self. These entities can replicate X-gene abilities. They destroyed Genosha and copied the X-genes of 15 million mutants. Peter was stunned, not just by the voice appearing in his head, but by Nimrod's capabilities. Is Nimrod really that ridiculous? Isn't that a bit too unfair? Oh, first time meeting you. A pleasure to meet you, Spider-Man. I am Charles Xavier. I originally intended to notify Scott first, but Kitty convinced me that you might be a more suitable candidate. You can notify the Avengers, and you've made a good impression on Eric. Perhaps it would be best if you handled things on the Genosha side as well. Alright, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure how all this happened, but I'll go notify the Avengers. Peter rubbed the bridge of his nose. What about you? I need to gather my X-Men. Then, I'll be going now. After seeing Peter, Kitty waved with a smile and prepared to leave, then ran a hand through her hair somewhat helplessly. The memories the professor had transmitted from the future had caught her off guard. In that apocalyptic future, she and the person in front of her had become lovers, and she suddenly felt a strange sense of familiarity with him. Even though they had known each other before, they weren't this close. This sudden intimacy made it difficult for Kitty to navigate the atmosphere between them, and she had come over on a sudden impulse. Fortunately, the professor hadn't blamed her. Bidding Kitty farewell and watching her phase through the walls of his room to leave, Peter thought for a moment before quickly finding his uniform and putting it on. He then called Captain America, who was on duty at Avengers Tower. Cap, can you gather everyone? That's right, something big has happened. No, it's not urgent in terms of time yet, I'll be there soon. About half an hour later, at Avengers Tower. All 8 members of the Avengers were assembled. After listening to Peter's narration of the situation, Tony brought up the bizarre explosion cases he had recently been investigating. These explosions left no trace of conventional explosives. According to his reconstruction and analysis of the scenes, there was only one possibility: the bombs were human bodies. The ones behind these explosions are the so-called 10 Rings. Their leader is called the Mandarin, a radical fanatic who wants to rebuild the Mongol Empire in the 21st century. The Mongol Empire? Cap looked at Tony, confused. The Mongol Empire has been dead for nearly 800 years. What's his deal? Well, his father was a British diplomat in Mongolia, and his mother was a local, service industry worker. So, he's an illegitimate son. According to himself, he possesses 10 rings that make him omnipotent, and he claims to be a direct descendant of Genghis Khan with a claim to the Great Mongol state. Tony sipped some green vegetable juice while reciting the intel Jarvis had helped him dig up, then shrugged helplessly. It hasn't been very useful. I've been investigating and fighting them for 2 years, but I can never catch the guy. It's like he's vanished. He's probably somewhere in Central Asia. After all, it's the Mongol Empire. Eastern counterterrorism forces have also mobilized to clear them out. And according to the information Spider-Man brought from the future, AIM is actually behind the 10 rings. They are currently undertaking a new super soldier program and a new weapons development project. Furthermore, they are the equipment maintenance contractors for the American Avengers. Chala analyzed the portion regarding AIM from that extreme future. Once the 10 rings carry out a terrorist action against the US president on American soil, the United States will be forced to launch a new round of large-scale counterterrorism wars, the likes of which haven't been seen since 9/11. Since the vice president has a cooperative relationship with AIM will become the government's most favored weapons developer in this new war. A single US president dies, and someone becomes the largest arms dealer in America during the age of superpowers. What a perfect plan. Since it would be a war on terror, radical mutant terrorist organizations would also be targets for the US government. To face this new trouble, AIM would choose to acquire Trask Industries and contract the production of Sentinels. Tony fell silent. From the current perspective, opposing AIM might not be just his personal problem anymore, it might require the entire Avengers to mobilize. However, before that, there was one more thing he could do. Let's get a little creative, guys. It just so happens I've been thinking about what we'd do if we lacked firepower during the next extraterrestrial invasion. Although I've always looked down on giant robots, since things have come to this. Tony set down his glass of vegetable juice and looked at everyone. Stark Industries will move first and acquire Trask Industries. The Sentinel production lines and equipment will be used to manufacture a brand new Iron Legion, rather than mutant slaughtering machines. Chapter 444, X-Men Assemble. Inside the headmaster's office at Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters, Cyclops, Scott Summers, was submerged in a literal sea of paperwork. Wearing his ruby quartz sunglasses, he sighed as he reviewed documents, while simultaneously issuing an eviction notice to the uninvited guest in the room. I've said it many times, Logan. I don't agree. You can't just walk away like this. You don't call the shots, One Eye. I'm definitely leaving. Cyclops couldn't help but roll his eyes behind his shades. Ever since they returned from Budapest, Logan had indeed been hellbent on leaving the academy to find the daughter he hadn't even known existed, the one currently being trained into a killing machine by Mr. Sinister. He already had one rebellious son, he didn't want a disobedient daughter to match. The problem was, Logan wasn't alone. He was the school's physical education and history teacher, despite having absolutely no memories prior to the 1980s, and he had many students to care for. In many ways, this place was his home. He was torn between both sides. That was why Cyclops rolled his eyes. Given Logan's personality, if he had truly decided to leave, he would have been gone long ago. Instead, he was hesitating and looking for Scott's support. Cyclops dearly wished he could support Logan, but the issue was that there were simply too few veteran mutants left at the academy. Most experienced mutants had migrated to Genosha, losing even one would be a massive blow to the school. So, Cyclops kicked the ball back into Logan's court, letting him decide for himself. Headmaster Summers. Just as the two were locked in a silent standoff, Shadowcat, Kitty Pryde, phased through the office door without bothering to open it, shouting as she entered. Cyclops sighed helplessly at the sight. Miss Pryde, no matter what has happened, please don't be so dramatic. Scott, I need you to gather everyone you can find right now and bring them to me. Cyclops jumped out of his chair in shock, nearly landing on top of his desk. Professor. Cyclops, Wolverine, Beast, Iceman, Colossus, Nightcrawler, and Storm, who had remained in the US following a visit with her husband, as well as Angel, who had retired from the X-Men but still provided support, and the White Queen, whom the professor deemed trustworthy. Every member of the X-Men's main team had gathered in a room deep beneath the academy, adjacent to the Cerebro chamber. The professor's comatose body lay there, and in this place, Kitty could clearly sense an intensification of his brain activity. I am glad to see you, my children. Despite the absence of a few familiar faces, the professor looked upon his students with great relief. Their actions proved that his choice had not been wrong. Even after his death, they continued to carry on his mission. Cyclops stood there grinning foolishly for a moment before urgently asking, Professor, when will you be able to wake up? Regrettably, I have tried, but I am currently unable to awaken the version of myself belonging to this era. It may truly be that I cannot wake up until 2029. The professor first dampened their spirits with this cold reality before moving on to serious business. However, here, my abilities can be amplified through my brain, allowing me to communicate with you directly. I am sending you the most dire of warnings from the future. My X-Men, you must stand united if you are to have any hope of opposing the unprecedented enemy we are about to face. Then, terrifying visions appeared in everyone's minds. They all saw the horrific scenes from the future. The Sentinels had divided humanity into 3 classes and imprisoned them in different concentration camps. Humans deemed to have no potential for mutation were allowed to breed within the camps. Those considered to possess the X gene or the potential for mutation were forbidden from reproducing and were instead converted into small, half-man, half-machine Sentinels. Finally, there were the mutants. They were thrown into the most horrific concentration camps, subjected to various inhumane experiments, and ultimately exterminated. The Avengers, the Fantastic Four, and the X-Men had all fought back, but they had failed. The professor extracted combat footage from the minds of the 2029 versions of Peter and Logan. They watched with grim expressions as the Sentinels killed them as easily as if they were crushing toys. The Sentinels had even thwarted the X-Men's attempts to reverse the future. Bishop, the X-Man sent back to the present, was the proof. His mind had been sealed by Cyclops at the request of the newly awakened professor, specifically to prevent the telepathic Nimrod from discovering their entire plan. Who would have thought that Bishop would end up unconscious for nearly 2 months after being sent back? After our discussion concludes, please bring him to me. He may be of help. After finishing his explanation, the professor looked at everyone. Having seen the entirety of history, Cyclops briefly summarized their next steps. We need to protect Senator Kelly, right? Ideally, we should also persuade him to abandon the Mutant Registration Act, and we must watch out for the Brotherhood of Mutants led by Mystique. Yes, Scott. That is what the X-Men must do for now. The Avengers will assist us from other angles. I will have Kitty take Spider-Man to Genosha to speak with Eric in person. I hope we can reach an agreement with him there. Magneto was a necessary party to negotiate with. After all, what Magneto wanted most right now was a war between humans and mutants to showcase his power to the world. But the problem was that Magneto never considered the possibility that he might lose, one of the complications that led to that extreme future. Beyond that, you must be especially wary of Nimrod, who has come from the future. He will certainly not sit idly by while you attempt to change the timeline. You must stay vigilant. He is more terrifying than you can imagine. Emma is a partner we can trust, Scott. You will need to grant her access to Cerebro. We need more help, as many capable allies as possible. The professor finally relayed this to Cyclops, who let out a sigh. After a brief pause, Scott led the group away. However, the professor's consciousness did not leave Cyclops' mind, for he knew exactly what Scott intended to ask. Professor. Jean, is Jean still alive? After a long silence, the professor gave Cyclops the news that was anything but good. I am not certain, Scott. But what I can tell you is that Jean was consumed by her own flames in order to protect us. It may be that she is truly gone. Chapter 445, heading to Genosha again. Heading to Genosha Island once more didn't feel particularly special to Peter. He sent messages to Gwen, Cindy, and Felicia, telling them not to worry about Spider-Man disappearing from New York for a few days. He was just going on a business trip. Thinking about how he had to go on business trips every day at such a young age, Peter couldn't help but let out a chuckle, not one of joy, of course, but of sheer speechlessness. Soon after, he and Kitty boarded a Shield Quinjet bound for Genosha. Because of the gravity of the situation, Fury chose to bypass the United States government's diplomatic bans, which were little more than scrap paper to him, to get the two of them there quickly. If it weren't for the fact that, for unknown reasons, the sling ring couldn't open a portal, Peter would have just walked there himself. However, sitting on the plane, Peter was currently obsessed with one question he couldn't quite solve. According to the description provided by Charles Xavier from 2029, one of the possible reasons for the extreme future where Sentinels ruled the world was that Tony Stark had been killed by AIM. This was almost the most unbelievable and unacceptable part of the entire ordeal for Peter. After all, in the Iron Man 3 movie, Tony had nearly soloed all of AIM while wearing the anti-Tony 42 Malawian Quatch's armor. There was even a long stretch in the film where he didn't wear armor at all, relying on gear cobbled together from hardware store sundries to beat the pulp out of the Ten Rings thugs. Of course, AIM was certainly much stronger here than in the movie. Even setting aside the American Avengers, AIM possessed combat capabilities far beyond their cinematic counterparts. But by the same token, the Avengers of Universe 616 didn't have MCU actor scheduling conflicts or filming cycle issues. If they needed to deal with AIM, Tony could absolutely call upon the entire team. So how did Tony lose? It couldn't have been because he was being reckless, right? Or were the Avengers distracted by something else? Peter frowned. He intended to ask Kitty for some details regarding Tony Stark's death, but he saw Kitty staring absent-mindedly out the window, her chin resting in her hand. Are you okay? Peter asked with concern. You seem a bit out of it. Haha, I'm fine. Kitty nervously tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and took a deep breath. Of course she was out of it. It wasn't so much that she was receiving memories as it was that she was synchronizing with her future self's memories. The professor's brain and the future Kitty's brain were in a constant state of connection, allowing for bidirectional influence. It seemed that only Kitty Pryde's ability could achieve this. Therefore, the reason she was out of it was entirely the professor's fault. Why transmit all of her future self's memories? Wouldn't just the important bits suffice? If possible, Peter said, could you ask how Tony Stark actually died and why the Avengers didn't intervene? I really can't imagine a scenario where Tony Stark gets killed by AIM. Oh, okay. Kitty sighed and looked out the window, speechless. It seemed Peter Parker only ever talked about business. Helplessly, Kitty connected to the information, then looked at Peter with a confused expression before asking back, the professor, oh, the future you, says the Avengers were fighting Kang the Conqueror at the time, so they didn't intervene in the AIM matter and left everything to Tony Stark. Kang. Meanwhile, in Genosha, Quicksilver was tidying up the gardens of Magneto's palace. Magneto had, of course, received the message from Nick Fury. However, the message Fury sent was far too brief, basically consisting of a single sentence: the X-Men need Magneto to step up and save mutant kind. Fine, the X-Men needing Magneto was something Magneto himself had never doubted. However, when he discovered that the people arriving were only a young mutant and Spider-Man, who wasn't a mutant at all, Magneto was a bit displeased. So, he told his son to clean up and wait for the S.H.I.E.L.D. plane. He'd let his son and daughter receive these youngsters, and if there was anything important, they could bring them to see him. He preferred to spend his time with his youngest daughter, Lorna. Do you think we should throw a celebration or something, sis? Pietro asked while arranging things. Wanda shook her head helplessly. It was obvious they were coming for serious business. Who had the time to chatter with him about nonsense? You'd better hurry up and clear the open space. Don't let the S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet ruin Father's garden, or you'll be the one cleaning it up. That's not fair at all, Pietro grumbled. You guys shouldn't treat me like manual labor just because I'm fast at everything. Oh, they're here. A S.H.I.E.L.D. Quinjet appeared in the sky above the palace. After deactivating its optical camouflage, it slowly descended vertically. As the rear hatch opened, Spider-Man and Shadowcat, both in uniform, stepped out. Quicksilver glanced at Shadowcat's yellow and black New Mutants uniform and muttered a few words, clearly critiquing the X-Men's terrible fashion sense. After Peter stepped down, before he even had a chance to say hello, Quicksilver rushed in front of him and gave him a bear hug. Hey, Spidey. My good pal. You saw me just now, didn't you? I saw you move to dodge, your eyes were tracking me. It just means you weren't running at full speed, Pietro. This is Kitty, Shadowcat of the New Mutants. Kitty, these two are Wanda and Pietro, Magneto's children. We collaborated once before when dealing with Electro. Yeah, we beat that guy until he was crying for his mama. Pietro laughed heartily and looked at Peter, but Peter wasn't much in the mood for reminiscing, at least not right now. Where is your father? We have something extremely important to discuss with him. Father is waiting for you in the study. I'll go tell him you're here right now. In a flash, Quicksilver turned into a silver blur and vanished from the spot, proving that Magneto hadn't actually been waiting for them in the study at all. Peter and Kitty exchanged a glance, then followed Wanda to the palace study. There, Magneto, Eric Lenscher, was waiting for them. Welcome back to Genosha, Spider-Man, and Shadowcat. I wonder what kind of help you've come to Genosha seeking. In truth, Magneto had no recollection of Kitty at all, but that didn't stop him from speaking. As soon as he finished, a familiar voice echoed in his mind. We need your help, Eric. Charles. Chapter 446, Intelligence on the Brotherhood of Mutants. Whether it was Wanda or Pietro present, both were extremely surprised upon hearing that name. They knew who their father was referring to, his most respected rival, Charles Xavier. But hadn't Professor Xavier died 6 years ago in the struggle against Stryker? Why was the old man calling out his name? Magneto remained silent, engaging in a mental exchange with the professor. Joining this discussion were not only the professor but also the resistance groups from the year 2029. In Earth 811, within an abandoned army bunker in the Mojave Desert, the professor was using telepathy to patch the consciousness of the 2013 Magneto into this small network. Peter and Ileana had gone out and found new survivors willing to join the resistance. The two of them had raided a squad of standard sentinels and successfully rescued several people, including a mutant named Sunspot. His ability involved absorbing solar energy to gain super strength, super speed, flight, and the capacity to release energy blasts. It must be said, this power set is quite common. Moreover, he had previously been a member of Cyclops' team and had finally joined the organization. The group only wanted to ask Magneto one thing. Can you stop Raven from assassinating Senator Kelly, Eric? After showing Magneto this pathetic, extreme future, the professor asked urgently, if we can persuade Senator Kelly, perhaps he won't co-sponsor the Mutant Registration Act. We can prevent all of this. Persuade. You still refuse to admit that they were the ones who viewed mutants as outcasts first, Magneto sighed helplessly. It wasn't mutants who saw humans as the enemy, but the other way around. Humans fear and dread mutants. They worship or even admire superhumans because they know their abilities weren't innate or uncontrollable. But they fear the children born to mutants because they have no way of knowing if the next mutant born will be a terrible disaster capable of destroying the world or a freak to be mocked at will. They don't fear superhumans, Charles, they fear the uncertainty of mutants, the uncontrollable nature of mutant abilities. Whether Magneto's argument held merit aside, the professor was currently concerned with another matter. Then you should at least admit that once Nimrod is born, the entirety of Genosha will be destroyed, right? We must prevent Nimrod's birth. First of all, I don't see any inevitable link between the death of an American senator and the birth of Nimrod. If you ask me, perhaps we should take the initiative to destroy AIM and stop Nimrod's birth. Second, while I haven't opposed Mystique's actions, I must say that the Brotherhood of Mutants is not currently under my control. Magneto spoke very seriously to the professor. Genosha is a nation that is more inclusive and seeks fairness. We cannot allow extremist ideologies to spread here. Though it may seem strange coming from me to some, the fact remains, to ensure the peace and stability of Genosha, the Brotherhood of Mutants and mutant extremists will not exist within Genosha. With the exception of Magneto himself. So, conversely, you provided those guys with a source of soldiers, right? Wolverine couldn't help but ask. Facing this question, Magneto essentially offered a denial. After all, he hadn't ordered those extremists to join the Brotherhood of Mutants. However, if those individuals were recruited by Mystique, Magneto had no reason to stop them. Furthermore, Magneto actually wanted the humans to take the initiative and attack Genosha. Why would he stop these mutant terrorists who were carrying out attacks? So, he simply denied it. Of course, he also understood the intentions of the professor and the others, so he told Xavier, I can give the X-Men intelligence regarding the Brotherhood of Mutants, but the prerequisite is that they must have the ability to protect that senator and successfully persuade him. I have a better way. I will have Kitty rescue Senator Kelly, thereby establishing a mental connection with him to show him what happens in the future. Perhaps he will only think it's mutant witchcraft. Or perhaps I will persuade him that it is the truth. Magneto wasn't surprised. The professor wasn't a stubborn old fool. If faced with special circumstances, he would certainly take special actions. He usually just restrained himself. But as I said, the life or death of one senator cannot determine the outcome. I will prepare to act ahead of time and nip Nimrod's birth in the bud. Preventing the modern Nimrod was easy enough. There was actually a long period between AIM's acquisition of Trask Industries and the development of Nimrod. It wasn't as if Nimrod would rule the world the moment Kelly and President Ellis died in 2013. It was just that the starting point of everything occurred in 2013. However, the people of Earth 616 had to face a brand new problem, the Earth 811 Nimrod that had traveled back, or at least one Nimrod Sentinel under its control. That thing was a much more troublesome and primary opponent. While he was deep in thought, Magneto suddenly sensed something and returned to his own consciousness. He watched Peter Parker let out an exclamation after answering a communication, his face turning pale with shock. Magneto immediately asked the superhero who had helped Genosha in a gentle tone, Spider-Man, has something happened? An accident just occurred at the raft prison. All data streams have stopped transmitting. The only ones inside are Ant-Man, who was providing psychological counseling to the inmates, and the Wasp, who was accompanying him. Peter realized that things might be going south. Something might have happened to the raft, but an incident at the raft was highly improbable. What exactly had broken through the defenses of the raft and Ultron? AIM headquarters. Having learned that Tony Stark was analyzing the recent bombings in his West Coast mansion, Killian walked leisurely to the console and spoke into the microphone. All right, guys, get ready. Everything is about to begin. Has Mr. Max Dillon been notified? Electro has already begun his move, boss. Very good. Remember to have him say hello to Dr. Otto Octavius for me. Killian chuckled. Almost simultaneously, an attack helicopter rose into the air, preparing to bomb Tony Stark's mansion, ideally killing him instantly. Then, through the helicopter's camera, he saw that instead of running away, Tony Stark walked out in his bathrobe to soak up some sun, while a force field barrier blocked the missiles and autocannon fire. Thank the future, and thank the multiverse. Tony sipped his green juice, sat down on a beach chair, and looked at the bewildered attack helicopter. Jarvis, get ready to receive our guests. Sir, the raft prison has ceased all data transmissions. Then prepare the new suit. It's time to let people see the all-new, all-different Iron Man. Chapter 447, Chapter 447, Prisons are made to be broken. As the humanitarian among the Avengers, Hank Pym would periodically visit the raft to provide psychological counseling for the inmates. Today was no exception. He was currently conducting a session with a supervillain known as the Red Ghost. The Red Ghost was a man plagued by delusions. After witnessing the success of the Fantastic Four, he inexplicably claimed that Reed Richards had plagiarized his research and that he was the one destined to become Mr. Fantastic. Consequently, he designed a very crude, orc-style spacecraft and took 3 monkeys into space. As it turned out, he and his monkeys actually gained superpowers due to cosmic rays. He then launched a campaign of revenge against the Fantastic Four. Naturally, they failed and were sent here by the team. Well, Mr. Red Ghost, I've noticed that your scientific and cultural knowledge has shown a significant decline. Pym looked at the tests Ultron had administered to the Red Ghost and asked curiously, can you tell us why? No reason, Pym. Ha ha ha. Pym sighed helplessly and left the red ghost cell. He had noticed that lately, many of the prisoners had become restless. Drawing upon Ultron's data, he quickly found the root of it all, the wizard, Bentley Whitman. Mr. Whitman, we need to talk. Whitman was using a piece of chalk to calculate something on the wall. Hearing Pym's voice, he asked without a hint of surprise, "Has something happened, Dr. Pym? I'm curious as to why you've been communicating constantly with the other inmates and spreading erroneous ideas among them." Pym frowned at the men before him. "Don't you realize the ultimate goal of this prison is to enable your return to society?" "Return to society?" Whitman flashed a mocking smile. "That is your first mistake. Among these people, how many are truly capable of returning to a normal life?" Dr. Pym, you have erroneously overestimated human nature. It makes me doubt if you are as brilliant as the rumors say, especially since I arrived at this prison." "What do you mean by that?" "You trap the world's most dangerous prisoners together and believe a vessel sailing freely on the Atlantic is the ideal cage. Perhaps it is, in a sense. We have no path to the heavens and no door to the earth. But any design can collapse. There will come a day when it can no longer withstand the limit. Are you planning a prison break?" "That's impossible. You can't do it." "We don't need to do it, Dr. Pym. We only need to wait." Whitman turned around to look at Pym. It was at this moment that Pym finally saw what Whitman had written. Today is the day. In a single instant, the entire raft was plunged into darkness. The one responsible for this was Max Dillon, also known as Electro. A supervillain whom everyone believed had died due to energy dissipation and collapse. He was, in fact, not dead. He had been revived through a device by Dr. Otto Octavius, Dr. Octopus, and had been recuperating ever since. Otto hadn't saved Electro out of the goodness of his heart. On one hand, Electro had been taken down by Spider-Man before he could reach his ultimate potential. Conversely, Spider-Man's victory didn't necessarily prove Electro was weak. Therefore, considering his raw power, Otto chose Electro to join his Sinister Six. On the other hand, a successful jailbreak from the raft required Electro's involvement. Only his virtually limitless capacity for electrical absorption and control could ensure the plan proceeded smoothly and unchecked. Electro was grateful to Dr. Otto Octavius for granting him the ability to absorb electricity without restriction. Combined with his deep-seated hatred for Spider-Man, he agreed to the request, raiding the raft at the appointed time and siphoning off all the prison's power. In an instant, the energy cages Tony Stark took such pride in were deactivated due to the power loss, and the emergency braking metal doors failed to drop without electricity. Furthermore, nearly all the Ultron sentries lost power and stood motionless. Only Ant-Man reacted immediately. The moment the darkness fell, he used Pym particles to shrink rapidly and lunged at Otto Octavius, intending to knock him unconscious first. However, the current surging throughout the entire cell block blasted Pym to the ground and illuminated the room. "Dr. Pym, I hope you understand that you are not facing just a few inmates or superpowered thugs. You are facing almost all of them." Pym glanced at Otto and immediately slipped away. Otto looked toward Electro indifferently. "Where is my gear?" "Right here, Doctor." Electro brought over Otto's equipment and fitted it onto him. Otto felt a rare sense of familiarity as the familiar metal arms, accompanied by the mindless symbiote he had created, helped him regain mastery over his gradually collapsing body. As the mechanical claws reconnected to his spinal nerves, Dr. Octopus finally officially announced his return. "Steer the raft to the nearest land, Electro. We need to release everyone. Only then will the Avengers be too distracted to focus on us." As Otto spoke, he took several other items Electro had brought. "And remember to keep the lights on. I need to find a few other friends." With the power system failing, all the prisoners were released in a state of confusion. As Otto walked toward his target cells, he demonstrated to the inmates that they had gained temporary freedom. He first arrived at the Scorpion's room and fitted the man-made spinal column he had prepared onto the man's back. The Scorpion let out a cry of agony, then scrambled to his feet. "Dr. Octavius, long time no see." "Long time no see, Gargan. To be honest, if you hadn't undergone the transformation into the Scorpion, the spider's natural predator, capable of physiologically suppressing his special senses, I wouldn't have bothered to let you out." "Ah, Spider-Man. I've missed him so much." The Scorpion bared his teeth in a savage grin. "He let that damn witch mess with my head and then ruined me." Dr. Octopus smiled. "Spider-Man is an enemy to us all. That is why I have gathered everyone together. We need to work as one to defeat him." As the Scorpion reattached his tail, he asked curiously, "We? Who else is there?" "You will find out soon enough. Welcome to the Sinister Six." Chapter 448, Chapter 448, Witness the Sinister Six. The next person Dr. Octopus sought out was Rhino. Unlike Scorpion and Electro, Rhino didn't harbor a deep-seated hatred for Spider-Man. In fact, the two had barely even clashed. Therefore, Otto needed a new reason to persuade him to join the team. Alexei, it's been a long time. When Otto appeared before Rhino, the honest man sitting motionless in his cell stared at Otto for a long while before it finally clicked. Dr. Octavius. They said you were dead. Yes, and so I have been reborn, more energetic and younger than ever. Otto smiled. I have a plan, and I need your help. I intend to take my revenge on Norman Osborn and crush anyone who stands in my way. The greatest threat is Spider-Man. Rhino said nothing, clearly uninterested. That is why I am here to hire you, Alexei. During this time, I have been contemplating your wife's illness, and I have found a way to save her. Not only that, but I can guarantee that when this is all over, I can remove that bionic skin from your body, something even the Avengers couldn't achieve. Dr. Octopus spoke persuasively to Rhino. If you don't believe me, then once we are out, I will cure your wife first. You can pay me my commission after that. How does that sound? Rhino looked up at Dr. Octopus. Is it a deal? It is a deal, Alexei. Rhino required no additional equipment. His bionic metal skin was irremovable, which was why he was forced into a high-security cell. Of course, now those security measures made little difference. Dr. Octopus led them to the next cell. This one was even more peculiar, featuring heavy-duty isolation facilities. At Otto's signal, Rhino smashed through the enclosure, and they watched as a pile of sand flowed out. Soon, Sandman coalesced into human form. Mr. Flint. Otto extended an invitation. Your talents are very unique and creative. Have you considered helping us defeat Spider-Man? Why should I help you deal with Spider-Man? Sandman voiced a fundamental doubt. He helped me break my curse so I wouldn't be killed by Hydra. I have no reason to fight him. True, but because of that, you can only survive in this cage for the rest of your life. Imagine, would people ever trust a criminal member of Hydra? Even if you got out, could you do any job other than crime? Would others accept you? Not to mention, I can lead you to make a fortune. A vast amount of money. Sandman fell silent for a moment and then narrowed his eyes. Minutes later, Dr. Octopus led the group to the cell holding Mysterio. To their surprise, a fight was already in progress. The prisoners hadn't even escaped yet and were already fighting among themselves. Among them, shocker, Herman Schultz had been quite resourceful. He had found a fallen Ultron drone that had been torn apart by angry inmates and used the repulsor transmitter parts inside to cobble together a temporary shock gauntlet. He had come to rescue his cellmate, Mysterio. Instead, he ran right into Dr. Octopus and the others. Octavius. I heard you were dead. I am very much alive. Prepare to run for your life, Herman, that opportunity is coming soon, Otto said as he walked toward Mysterio. At that instant, Shocker raised his shock gauntlet and aimed it at Otto. Before he could say a word, he was swatted away by one of Otto's mechanical tentacles. Otto sighed helplessly. It was truly tedious that someone actually believed Pym's nonsense. Quentin Beck was clearly terrified, huddled in his corner, clutching his head and afraid to speak. Otto had Sandman pry Quentin's hands open, then smiling, he placed a newly crafted light particle controller onto Quentin's head. Like I said, Quentin, Spider-Man didn't actually remove his mask. He was just using psychology to deceive you. Perhaps you're right, Dr. Octopus. A non-existent suit appeared on Quentin's body. His helmet filled with white mist, and green smoke swirled around him. Then, Mysterio's confident and majestic voice replaced Quentin Beck's cowardly one. And this time, Mysterio will not be deceived by Spider-Man. After Peter rapidly contacted the Avengers, he encountered a most troublesome situation. By analyzing recent AIM data, Ultron determined that the equipment of most of the American Avengers was controlled by AIM. Today, the American Avengers were scheduled to protect the President at an event before departing. The reason the American Avengers were sent to protect the President was due to intelligence suggesting that terrorists from the Ten Rings would attack him. This was clearly a rigged performance. Consequently, Captain America took the remaining members of the Avengers to stop AIM, while news broke that Tony Stark's West Coast mansion was being attacked by terrorists. Almost simultaneously, the X-Men found Senator Kelly and discovered the Brotherhood of Mutants attempting to attack him during his speech. It was also at this time that the data transmission from the raft prison vanished. No matter how one looked at it, something had gone wrong. Peter contacted the Fantastic Four, asking them to rush over. Then, he used a sling ring to open a portal, bringing Wanda and Pietro to the raft. Kitty was responsible for persuading Senator Kelly, so Peter sent her back to New York via portal. As for Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch, Magneto had given special permission for them to help, provided they stayed safe. Then, the moment they emerged, they saw prisoners running rampant everywhere. Remember to stay safe. Peter hadn't even finished his sentence before Quicksilver sped away. Peter sighed helplessly and looked at Wanda. Stay safe, Wanda. Also, if you can, please find Ant-Man and the Wasp. You be careful too, Spider-Man. After watching Wanda leave, Peter moved forward. He cast a spell on himself to enhance his spider sense, but after walking for a short while, the sense began to blare. Spider sense was ringing. Why wasn't he seeing short fragments of the future? Besides, there was clearly nothing around. Feeling the air pressure, Peter immediately raised his arms to block. He was then sent flying by a massive force. Peter landed gracefully, his hands surging with electricity, and then the electricity vanished. 3 people who had attacked him emerged from a void, Mysterio wearing his helmet, Scorpion with a newly attached tail and artificial spine, and Electro. How are you alive, Max? Surprised I survived, are you? It's fine, Spider-Man, you're in for even more surprises. Spider-Sense was screaming, but there was no way to feel where the threat was coming from because threats were everywhere. Peter intended to move away, only to find his feet pinned by sand that had appeared out of nowhere. Sandman. I'm so disappointed. I remember I was the one who broke your curse. Sandman emerged behind him, using sand to solidify his limbs. Sorry, Spider-Man, but I thought about it carefully, and maybe I'm just not suited for a normal life. So, my apologies. Rhino charged out from nowhere and smashed through Sandman. Peter nimbly latched onto Rhino's neck. Because his bioelectricity had been absorbed by Electro, he had temporarily lost his wall-crawling ability and was forced to hang onto someone else's neck. Hello. Alexei, why are you mixed up in this too? Kicking Rhino in the stomach, Peter performed a backflip and landed. What is this, a losers alliance? Who's the leader? If I'd known you guys formed a team, I would have brought my symbiote along. You really should have brought your symbiote, Spider-Man. Accompanied by a laugh that was both familiar and strange, Peter saw the techno-wizard walking over. No, seeing the glasses, the new hairstyle, and the mechanical tentacles, Peter recognized who it was. Dr. Otto Octavius. You're actually alive. Chapter 449, First Battle Against the Sinister Six. Dr. Octopus had picked the Sinister Six for his own specific reasons and standards, without a doubt. Electro, when fully charged, he possessed the highest stats of the entire team. Furthermore, he could absorb electricity on a massive scale. Spider-Man's wall-crawling and bioelectric abilities were rooted in bioelectricity. As long as Electro was present, it effectively meant Spider-Man lost every ability related to bioelectricity. Scorpion, though he wasn't inherently strong, he possessed a unique advantage. Relying on the natural instinct of scorpions to prey on spiders, his presence could, to a certain extent, suppress Spider-Man's spider sense. However, Spider-Man seemed to have found a way to strengthen his spider sense, resulting in Scorpion's presence merely weakening the sense back to its original, base version. Mysterio, once Scorpion and Electro had sealed away 2 of Spider-Man's abilities, Mysterio could further manipulate Spider-Man's senses. He could make it impossible for Spider-Man to make accurate visual judgments, thereby further diminishing his combat effectiveness. And this wasn't even the strongest form Otto had prepared for Mysterio. The next was Sandman, following the same logic. Sandman's greatest advantage was his ability to turn into sand, allowing him to physically lock Spider-Man down and prevent him from escaping. As long as Sandman trapped him, Spider-Man was doomed. Finally, Rhino, he served as the finisher. His role was to use his unstoppable momentum to utterly kill Spider-Man. If once wasn't enough, he would simply do it again. Then there was Dr. Octopus himself, acting as the leader. Thus, a Sinister Six specifically designed to counter Spider-Man was established: Dr. Octopus, Electro, Scorpion, Rhino, Mysterio, and Sandman. Together, they formed a Sinister Six specifically to take down the Wallcrawler. Individually, perhaps none of them could defeat Spider-Man, but combined, they could maximize the suppression of his powers to thoroughly defeat him. One could even say that until just a moment ago, the plan was flawless. Every link was accounted for. Yet, even with the advantage of a surprise attack, they had failed to deal a heavy blow to Spider-Man. It was, frankly, a bit embarrassing. However, in Peter's eyes, these 6 were viewed differently. First were Electro and Scorpion. Peter evaluated them as pure villains. Otto was someone forced into being a villain, but he was a villain nonetheless. Sandman was a mercenary with no morals who returned kindness with enmity, a villain. Mysterio had psychological issues, mainly caused by his helmet. Finally, there was Rhino. Peter didn't know why he was helping Otto. If he pulled Mysterio's helmet off, the men might return to normal. Rhino might be reasoned with. As for the other 4, there was no need to hold back. So, is it Halloween today? I'm seeing 2 guys who should have died long ago appearing right in front of me perfectly fine. Peter spoke while dodging Rhino's attacks. So, Otto, you chose to switch to a new body. The cloning route. It seems your contact with Osborn has indeed taught you a lot, Spider-Man. However, that is still not enough to save you. Dr. Octopus smiled as he directed the Sinister Six into their formations. You are dead, Spider-Man. We will bury you here. Thanks for the offer, but I don't plan on dying at the hands of a bunch of losers I've already beaten. Peter continued to weave through their attacks. Although they had indeed used various means to limit his power, Otto was looking further ahead. He realized that even so, it was still not enough to allow them to defeat a Spider-Man like this. With just one incantation, Spider-Man's body was covered in a runic shield that sand could not penetrate. With another incantation, he could see right through Mysterio's illusions. This was too absurd. Not only that, but Sandman immediately let out a howl of pain. While dodging Scorpion's strikes, Peter quipped, "You know, Flint, you're a mercenary working for Hydra. Did you really think they wouldn't put you in shackles until you proved you could behave? And you, Gargan, your stats are outdated." Even without Venom, with his bioelectricity disabled and his spider sense weakened, Peter still bypassed Mysterio's illusions and Sandman's restraints. He landed a punch squarely on Scorpion's face, then spun around to grab Mysterio's helmet. "Take it off, Quentin." "No. I won't let you lie to me again." Peter was baffled by Mysterio's roar. "Lie to you about what?" Dr. Octopus, who had been hanging back and observing the battle, narrowed his eyes. "My previous reasoning was correct. Spider-Man is growing too fast. The Sinister Six equipment isn't enough to defeat him, they still need upgrades. Or I need to find another way to weaken him, the current Sinister Six isn't enough." Of course, in this battle, Spider-Man had one opponent he couldn't easily deal with. Haha. "Spider-Man, how are you going to teach me a lesson?" Electro instantly enveloped Peter in a powerful current. Spider-Man collapsed to his knees, but before anything else could happen, a distorted sound suddenly rang out. Then, countless structures surged from various corners, directly piercing through the raft prison itself. The entire raft began to stall, losing its ability to move. "What's happening, Dylan? Why has the ship stopped? Move it. Dylan. Move." Dr. Octopus let out a helpless and angry roar. Seeing this, Dylan quickly checked the equipment and spoke with a tone of confusion and frustration. "That's not right. Every system is showing normal. I can't see where the problem is." "You mean there's no problem? Then what the hell is this?" Peter knew exactly what was happening. In fact, within the raft, there was a prison within the prison. The Mansion Prison. This prison had been shrunk using PIM particles and placed in the raft's vault. The mansion was specifically used to house the most dangerous prisoners, such as Baron Strucker. Of course, Strucker was mainly there because of his importance. After removing his Satan's Claw prosthetic, Strucker, who had had his legs broken by Silver Sable for trying to escape, could hardly be called a threat. The mansion's second purpose was to prevent a jailbreak. If someone truly managed to completely breach the raft and the Avengers were unable or too late to stop it, the mansion would immediately restore to its original size, destroying the raft from the inside out. When that happened, no one would be able to run. The raft would lose all possibility of movement, becoming a complete island stranded in the Atlantic. Chapter 450, what do you think the on my head stands for? As the raft prison lay paralyzed in the Atlantic Ocean, a flash of light erupted from Tony Stark's mansion on the west coast. After a few brief words to Pepper, Tony took to the skies in a brand new suit of armor. Watching through the cameras, Killian stared at the new suit, feeling a vague, inexplicable sense of dread. It was a red suit in the classic color scheme, with certain sections sprayed in traditional gold. However, the most distinctive features were the brand new hexagonal arc reactor on the chest and the sleek, streamlined contours that mimicked human musculature, moving away from a heavy mechanical aesthetic. Shoot him down. Killian made a snap decision. This attack helicopter was destined to return empty-handed, but that didn't stop him from wanting to see what kind of trick Tony Stark had pulled out of his sleeve. Tony didn't go easy on him either. He directly caught the air-to-air missile fired at him and hurled it back at the helicopter, ending the transmission. "Sir, the fuse indicates it didn't meet the trigger requirements," an analyst reported, looking as if he had seen a ghost while reading the missile's data. "The tracking radar didn't detect any heat source at all." Killian frowned and then decided instantly, no matter what trouble he brings, leave it all to the super adaptoid. "Notify the Mandarin, tell him to get ready to move. Jarvis, report status." Spider-Man has sent word, he has headed to the raft. However, the specific situation at the prison is currently unclear, and no data has been transmitted back from Ultron's side. "Alright, let's see what we can do." A message from the captain. Tony was surprised to see Steve's message. Apparently, the president's public appearance was under threat from the Mandarin's terrorist activities. Furthermore, the president, for some unknown reason, had actually been successfully persuaded by a close aide to let the US Avengers protect him against the evil Ten Rings terrorists. It was a move to prove to the world that the US government and the president did not fear any enemy. "How about we let this guy get kidnapped first?" Tony asked the captain in all seriousness. I feel like our Lord President won't make any progress unless he suffers a little. Tony, we can't do that. What's wrong? Captain America has to protect the American president. It feels weird regardless of whether the answer is yes or no. Naturally, Steve didn't feel responsible for protecting the president just because of the on his head, but rather because of that extreme future. If Matthew Ellis dies, it will likely accelerate the birth of the Nimrod Sentinels. Perhaps, but it's more likely because I die. When can you get here? The captain was finally left speechless. We are arriving at the venue now. When can you make it? Probably faster than you guys. What about the raft? Spider-Man notified the Fantastic Four. They will help us investigate the situation there. Leading the remaining 3 members of the Avengers, Hulk, Thor, and Black Panther, the captain arrived at the Pittsburgh area via Quinjet. The president was currently giving a speech there, and it was the location where they received reports that the Mandarin planned to launch a terrorist attack. When the captain and his team arrived at the venue, they were decisively intercepted by the US Avengers. War Machine, as the team leader, quickly moved in front of the Avengers, raising a hand in a stopping gesture. Sorry, Captain, but you can't pass. We have very important matters to report to the President, Colonel Rhodes. The captain tried his best not to arouse suspicion, though the Avengers' sudden arrival was suspicious enough. However, considering the proximity between the US Avengers and the President, if they acted now, they would not only lose the PR battle due to a lack of evidence but would also make it easier for the enemy to seize the President. So, the captain's plan was to first pretend the Avengers were concerned about the situation, suggesting that the Avengers and the US Avengers worked together to safeguard President Ellis. But the War Machine before him was undeniably uncompromising, simply blocking them repeatedly. Sorry, Captain, we are responsible for the President's safety. The Avengers are not permitted entry. The captain sighed helplessly. Are you implying the Avengers are a security risk, or do you believe the Avengers lack the ability to assist in the President's defense? I'm a soldier, Colonel Rhodes. We heard the news and came specifically to protect the President. The US Avengers are sufficient to protect the President. And if they aren't? You are doubting the capabilities of the US Avengers. I am ensuring there are no mistakes. The captain suppressed his anger as much as possible. You should be aware that if something happens to the President right after the 10 Rings issued an attack warning, it's all over. We will ensure everything is foolproof. Is that so? The speech is about to begin. Are your reconnaissance outposts in place? How many suspicious individuals have you identified? Have agents and security lookouts been stationed at the surrounding high points? The captain scanned the perimeter and reached an obvious conclusion: they hadn't done any of it. He looked at War Machine, who still stiffly replied, the US Avengers will be responsible for this. Can you take responsibility if something actually happens? You bunch of rookies can't even handle basic perimeter security, yet you're standing here making vows. You haven't caught a single dangerous individual, everyone attending the speech is entering without any inspection, and your only action since arriving here has been to stop the Avengers. The captain roared at War Machine, pointing to the large letter on his helmet, look at my head. What do you think the on my head stands for? France. War Machine seemed startled by the roar. Seeing the captain's fury, he obediently moved aside to clear the way. The Avengers will participate in this mission alongside the US Avengers, but it needs to be arranged properly. Thank you, Colonel. Tony, who had been listening via comms, couldn't help but laugh. Only after the captain led the Avengers inside did Tony tease him over the link, Captain America's roar, you know, if someone filmed that, those old white men would be absolutely thrilled. I don't care about that, Tony. You need to get here fast. Ultron's intel was correct. There is something wrong with the US Avengers. At the very least, there is something wrong with War Machine. Tony looked at the images Jarvis provided of black smoke rising from the raft, then looked at Ms. Marvel flying in the sky on guard. That might be a bit of a problem, Cap. I'll get there as soon as I can. Chapter 451, Chapter 466, The Truth About Nimrod, Liquid Metal. In that case, let us temporarily set aside the first question. At Avengers Tower, the discussion continued. After Tony tossed the issue of the X gene to the X-Men, he moved on to the second question: where does Nimrod's magic resistance come from? We all know that Nimrod originates from the superadaptoid. However, the superadaptoid has zero magic resistance. 1 second, it was being pummeled by Spidey, Thor, or that little witch; the next, after evolving into Nimrod, it became almost entirely immune to magic. Tony articulated the crux of the second problem. Of course, we know there was an upgrade involved, but what kind of upgrade could produce such an effect? So, the magic-related members of our team took this question to the magic experts. Tony was naturally referring to Peter and Thor. They had taken Wanda with them to the Sanctum Sanctorum. The roof, which had been smashed open by Null half a year ago, was finally repaired. However, that didn't stop Strange from placing a rattan chair on the rooftop of the sanctum to soak up the sun. I knew you were coming when you were still a kilometer away. Strange opened a portal to step from the balcony into the hall, clutching a cup of coffee. He looked at Wanda, observing her closely for several seconds before offering a note of admiration. Did you know, young lady? For a long time, the magical community believed chaos magic didn't exist, that it was merely an error in the Darkhold's records regarding black magic. Your existence proves that chaos magic is indeed real. Thank you. Do you have a mentor, miss? Wanda paused for a moment and then nodded. Yes, my father knows a witch. Her name is Agatha Agnes. Peter saw a look of clear distaste flicker across Strange's face. Right, Agatha Agnes. A survivor of the Salem trials. I must remind you, young lady, that witchcraft is not the same as magic. Witches believe magical power stems from their own bloodline. They proudly think their lineage contains endless magical energy, which they can manifest using rituals, gestures, symbols, and incantations. But in reality, their bloodlines usually hide the power of some demon or elder god. They don't know the true purpose of magic. In short, you will likely learn how to use the power within you, but you won't know where it truly comes from. For some reason, Peter felt that Strange's deep aversion wasn't just for Agatha, but for witches in general. He asked tentatively, is it like the difference between a wizard and a sorcerer in D&D? Reality isn't D&D, but you're right. It's roughly like that. Strange decided to skip that discussion and asked about the purpose of their visit. If you aren't here to find a magic mentor for this lady, then the Avengers have come because a magical problem has arisen. One that even the heir of Asgard and the emissary of the Web of Destiny cannot handle. Yes, sorcerer. We've encountered a strange scientific creation with powerful magic resistance. We need your help. Strange was instantly intrigued. He opened a portal and led the three of them to a place resembling an alchemy laboratory. Thor dropped the bundle he had been carrying onto the alchemy table and unwrapped it. Strange examined the contents carefully, then frowned. He spoke to a novice mage who wasn't physically present. Magic. Is something wrong with Limbo? A second later, Peter saw Ileana teleport into the lab. The next time you use that mouth to notify me, Strange. That is exactly how the magic mouth spell is intended to be used, Strange interrupted Ileana's complaint. He looked at the lab table, cast a spell, and revitalized the liquid metal, which had turned into a stagnant puddle. Feel this carefully. Is there promethium in this stuff? Promethium. It sounded familiar, but Peter was only familiar with DC's promethium. He hadn't known Marvel had it as well. Ileana muttered with her arms crossed. After staring at the liquid metal for a few seconds, she nodded decisively. Yes, it's promethium. How did it end up here? Peter reacted immediately. Wait, so this stuff comes from Limbo? Yes, promethium belongs only to Limbo. It's usually found deep in certain caves. Before it's mined, it looks like the heart of a giant animal. Ileana shrugged. Anyway, since Belasco was kicked out, no promethium has gone missing. How can you be sure no one has been mining it illegally? Because promethium leaving Limbo causes a part of Limbo to disappear forever, Spider-Man. Neither the Master of Limbo nor the Sorcerer Supreme could fail to notice that. Strange roughly understood what the substance was. Limbo represents a dark dimension. Among the countless dimensions, it's one of those closest to the living abyss. Therefore, promethium exhibits characteristics similar to symbiotes. Though, of course, they lack life and consciousness. In other words, this is a type of magical metal similar to a product of the living abyss, Thor gradually pieced it together. That explains why, after a certain degree of modification, it possesses magic resistance. Furthermore, a structure similar to the living abyss grants it extreme plasticity. Wait. Peter suddenly thought of a problem. He explained the situation regarding the future and Nimrod to Strange, then raised his own doubt. If that's the case, it means that in the future, Nimrod found a way to travel to Limbo and then mined a vast amount of promethium to manufacture Nimrod Sentinels. But isn't Limbo an extra-dimensional realm? Why wouldn't Ileana sense it? While time in Limbo is not rigid, many points of its past and future are connected by naturally occurring time rifts, it is still subject to linear time, and its present depends on its master. In other words, if there exists a possible future where Ileana is the Sorcerer Supreme of Limbo, then two temporal states of the same Limbo can exist. Peter didn't quite follow. Does that mean something like a Limbo version of the multiverse? No. Strange corrected him this time. It's in scientific terms, a quantum superposition. Until it is confirmed whether that days of future past is indeed our future, this future version of Limbo both exists and does not exist. But regardless, you have indeed found the point of origin for this fellow called Nimrod. A Limbo existing within a possible future. Chapter 452, Chapter 467, The Truth About Nimrod, Kang. Marvel's Promethium metal differs from the various mystical metals of the DC universe. Rather than a standard solid alloy, it acts more like a sentient liquid metal, similar to a symbiote. This fluid metal possesses potent anti-magic properties and can be shaped at will or even bonded with biological organisms. And this was the raw material required for every single Nimrod Sentinel. This is also why the Nimrod Sentinel cannot teleport its physical body here. From a temporal perspective, Limbo has not yet been mined on a large scale in the present. Since only one Limbo can exist at a single point in time, it means the Promethium within Nimrod's body would conflict with the unmined Promethium currently in Limbo. Strange provided a technical briefing to Peter and the others, explaining why Nimrod hadn't sent a fully formed Sentinel over like a Terminator. It simply couldn't be done. Nimrod could only transmit a portion of its program or send out ordinary Sentinels. However, sending ordinary Sentinels was essentially a death wish. Ileana asked a fundamental question, then how did this thing get into Limbo in the first place? She then saw Peter looking at her. She frowned and shot back, what? The Nimrod Sentinels of the future can replicate the X gene of any mutant they come into contact with. Ileana suddenly realized. It was because of her. So, the reason Nimrod can be mass-produced in the future is because they controlled Limbo in that timeline. Ignoring the bewildered, little snowflake beside him, Peter summarized, but Ileana hasn't felt any changes in Limbo, which means this Promethium was actually taken much earlier, during Belasco's era. There is another possibility, Strange added. If I remember correctly, Doom also took a portion of Promethium. Peter shook his head. He didn't think Doom was behind this. To put it bluntly, Doom had no reason and no need to do so. AIM, or rather Hydra, couldn't offer anything Doom actually wanted. If Hydra planned to rule the world, Doom might even stand in opposition to them. If it was Belasco, why would he give this stuff to Hydra and AIM? The question raised by Thor plunged everyone into silence. After all, while it seemed plausible for a demon like Belasco to strike a deal with Hydra, it felt strange. If AIM had never been to Limbo, how did they know the properties of this metal? Without scientists, how would Belasco know that Hydra and AIM needed it? It's as if there is a middleman who knows Hydra exists to bridge the gap, and also knows the properties of Promethium. This person must have been to Limbo. Peter tapped his head and began using the process of elimination to identify the culprit. It certainly isn't the X-Men. It's not the remaining residents of Limbo. It's not Doom. Belasco doesn't understand science. The only one left. Wait. I remember now. I saw Kang the Conqueror in Limbo. Peter suddenly reacted. That guy called himself Immortus and was collaborating with Belasco. He was the one responsible for freezing the X-Men in time back then. Now everything was connected. Did Kang know about the existence of Hydra and AIM? It was hard to say for sure, but the probability was high. He was the most likely person to tie all of this together. There was still no answer as to how Bishop from Earth 811 traveled through time, nor how Nimrod arrived at Earth 616, a past that existed as a possibility. When it came to time travel, Peter only knew one person who could toy with time so effortlessly. Only Kang. Furthermore, why did Kang appear last time? It was to create a super artificial intelligence. First, he guided the creation of the Green Goblin AI, then, after finding that the Green Goblin AI did not meet expectations, he guided Pym to upgrade Ultron. This situation with Nimrod was the same. The Nimrod of Earth 616 had not yet been born, so Kang brought over the Nimrod that had already destroyed the world on Earth 811. He must be planning something, but we know nothing. Peter frowned in deep thought. And we don't even know if he has achieved his goal yet. What we should consider now is how much Promethium Kang took and how many Nimrod Sentinels can be manufactured with it. If the quantity is limited, we have enough time to completely defeat Nimrod in our own timeline. So, the next question is exactly how much of this metal is still available to be used for manufacturing Nimrod Sentinels. Tony wrote down the third key point on the glass. If we can figure this out, we can probably figure out the urgency of Nimrod's plan, as well as how it intends to act and where it will go. I have been closely monitoring the lab where Molten Men researched those liquid metals. Unfortunately, a manager named Mr. Griffin sold off all the related products. It is temporarily confirmed that Mr. Griffin's buyer was Hydra, so... Tony paused and looked at his teammates. The only people who might know the answer are Hydra. We can't exactly expect Hydra to just tell us the answer, Wasp interjected instinctively after hearing Tony's account. Then, seeing Tony's expression, she asked with surprise, wait, we're not actually planning to ask Hydra, are we? We captured the former Supreme Commander of Hydra, Janet, and we need answers. As Tony spoke, he looked toward the mansion prison sitting on the table. At that moment, inside the mansion prison, Cap and Black Panther arrived outside Baron Strucker's cell. The Baron, who was reading a book, smiled and closed it. What is it, Captain? Has my death warrant arrived? It will arrive soon enough, Strucker. But before that, we need to know one thing. You know the rules of Hydra, Captain. This has nothing to do with Hydra. Cap looked at Strucker, whose legs had been severed, inside the cell. The liquid metal that Molten Man used to control his body, where did Hydra store it? Chala took a step forward and looked at Strucker. We are dealing with a brand new enemy, an enemy of all mankind, Strucker. An artificial intelligence has accomplished a task even Hydra couldn't, the enslavement and destruction of all humanity. And Hydra happens to have a chance to prevent an AI from finishing the job in Hydra's stead. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, The Current State of the Raft. The perspective returns to the raft. At this moment, with the total release of the big house prison, billowing black smoke had already begun to rise across the entire raft facility. Amidst the black smoke, Janet Van Dyne was searching for Hank Pym. She knew that Hank would never use this move unless the situation was at its most critical and irreversible. Conversely, once the raft and the big house collided, it would be the most dangerous moment for Hank Pym. Thus, she was flying everywhere within the prison, searching for any sign of Pym. Hank? Can you hear me? Are you still there? Where are you? Janet spoke into her communicator, but a recent surge of electricity had fried all the electronics. She had no way of knowing if Hank could hear her and could only pray as hard as she could that nothing had happened to him. However, whether as an Avenger or simply as someone seeking a way out of this place, Janet inevitably encountered those damned supervillains. She soon ran into an old friend in the middle of a prison break, Ulysses Clow, the vibranium thief known as Claw. Unfortunately for him, the raft did not have a habit of locking a supercriminal's equipment in the same cell as the criminal themselves. Consequently, this fellow was currently just an ordinary man with one hand missing. Hey, Claw. I know you probably think you can run for it. Give it up. The Wasp flew in front of Claw and delivered a stern warning. We are in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. Unless you wait for the Avengers or S.H.I.E.L.D. to arrive, any prison break is just a plan to go feed the fish. Claw seemed startled, but Janet felt something was not quite right and immediately flew behind him. Sure enough, a massive, thick green hand lunged at the spot where the Wasp had just been hovering. It was Abomination, Emil Blonsky, Hulk's old rival. Janet didn't think she was a match for Abomination, but she had a good idea. She flew in front of Abomination. Listen up, big guy. Surrender now, and at least you'll still have coffee to drink every day. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Abomination paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Sorry, lady, but you don't seem to grasp the current situation, Abomination said with a laugh, only for his eyes to be struck by the Wasp's bioelectric sting. Enraged, Abomination chose to follow immediately, intent on using his fists to prove his enemy wrong. He slammed a heavy punch forward, but the Wasp dodged it with ease. As she evaded, she lured Abomination into chasing her. She even hid among the ruins of the buildings, guiding Abomination to attack the structures and essentially forcing him to do her heavy lifting. In other words, the Wasp had provoked him specifically so Abomination would clear a path. Abomination fell for it, smashing through everything in her way. Then, the Wasp encountered a new supervillain, the Absorbing Man. A girl she didn't recognize was fighting him. Scarlet energy radiated around the girl, preventing the Absorbing Man from getting close. She forced the Absorbing Man to be encased in this power, making it difficult for him to even touch other materials, thereby hindering his ability to transform. After all, the Absorbing Man could not absorb pure chaos magic. Could there really be a universe where an Absorbing Man could absorb chaos magic and even use that power to kill Thor? Surely not, right? Watch out. Janet cried out. Upon hearing the warning, Wanda quickly dodged. Seeing Abomination, who had been lured there by Janet, Wanda released her control and watched as Abomination and the Absorbing Man slammed into each other. It's good to see a friendly face in this place, even if we haven't really met, Janet said, introducing herself as Abomination, and the Absorbing Man tumbled over one another. I'm Janet. You can call me Jan or the Wasp. The other party quickly introduced herself as well. My name is Wanda Maximoff. Ms. Van Dyne, I know you, actually. Seeing the girl's hesitant expression, Janet was curious, but she set it aside for now. I suggest we leave quickly. Obviously, these two won't stay down for long. Looking at the state of the Absorbing Man and Abomination, Wanda agreed that leaving was a good idea, and the two departed together. Along the way, Janet finally learned of Wanda's origins. The girl was actually the little princess of Genosha. This made her think of Spider-Man, who had gone to Genosha, and she couldn't help but ask, did Spider-Man come as well? Yes, we split up to stop the criminals, but there are far too many escaping prisoners, and our communications are heavily disrupted. As they were talking, a whirlwind swept past, and Quicksilver appeared before them. Seeing Janet, he turned to his sister. I did a sweep and knocked out everyone I could. I can't do much about the ones that are left for now. Do you want to go help? This is my useless older brother, Wanda sighed helplessly. A mutant whose biggest function is running fast, and that's it. Actually, it's running very fast, Pietro said with a slight smile. I can check this entire prison in a few minutes, even in this mess. The wasp's mouth hung open, and then she suddenly realized a very important matter. She pleaded with the young man before her, "Can you help me find Hank Pym? He might be the same size as me right now, wearing a red suit and an ant-shaped helmet. If he's lying on the ground, remember not to step on him." Quicksilver's expression briefly turned very strange before he sped away. Before Janet and Wanda had even rested for 3 minutes, Quicksilver returned with news that wasn't exactly good. "Some bad news, the little spider is in a bloody fight with the enemy. If you can, I hope you two can go help." Quicksilver added, "Also, I didn't see the person you mentioned. Of course, it's possible I didn't look closely enough, so I don't know if he's there or not." Quicksilver sped off again. After his departure, Janet and Wanda continued forward while taking down the remaining supervillains. By the time they reached the main gate of the raft, a series of booming sounds echoed from the entrance. The reinforced gates began to deform rapidly, announcing the terrifying strength of whatever was behind them. Then, the gates were burst open. "It's clobberant time." The thing smashed through the door and stepped inside. The Fantastic Four had arrived from afar, adding a new possibility to this state of emergency. But at the same time, Peter, with a significant portion of his ability suppressed, was still battling the Sinister Six. Chapter 454, 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, each showing their divine powers. Exactly how many and which prisoners were held in the raft? The numbers were likely staggering. The raft had been operational for about half a year, and the count of supercriminals deemed by various national courts to require special containment had already reached over 500. This served as a testament to the extent to which superhuman and high-tech crime had escalated globally following the Battle of New York. Of course, the vast majority were prisoners from European and American countries. After all, in these nations, it was difficult to sentence supercriminals to death. Had they been in other countries, they would likely have already gone to see God, or the King of Hell. Currently, faced with the paralysis of the raft and the fact that the Avengers had yet to arrive for support, leaving only a few heroes to handle the crisis, the prisoners began to harbor their own little schemes, looking for ways to escape. Most of them would eventually realize they had no way out and would be forced to remain on this broken ship. However, a few exceptional individuals were seriously considering how to make a run for it. Abomination was one of them. He smashed through a marble wall with a single punch. He had no idea where this marble structure had come from or how it had ended up inside the raft, but he didn't care. Instead, he went straight to find what he needed. Anything that could float would do. As for the absorbing man, that fellow had already bolted. The moment a hole was punched through the prison wall, that son of a bitch had transformed into a stream of water and beat a hasty retreat without wasting a second. His speed of escape was such that even Abomination marveled at it, leaving one to wonder how he had ever been caught in the first place. "You lot just keep making your noise. How long do you think you can keep this up?" Abomination picked up a bathtub he had ripped out of some unknown room, leaped into the air, and, relying on his formidable physical prowess, cleared several kilometers in a single bound before plunging into the sea with the tub held high. Next, Abomination intended to use his super strength to race against time, sitting in the bathtub and paddling with his hands until he reached land. My God, is that green-assed big guy planning to paddle all the way to shore with his hands? An unclothed Deadpool watched the soaring Abomination while pulling on his pants. He glanced at Sabretooth, who had just stepped out of a cell after ripping off his mutant power suppression collar, and flashed a crisp grin. "Shall we swim for it, boys?" The 5 members of the Weapon X squad, including Lady Deathstrike, possessed powerful self-healing abilities. They could simply dive straight into the Atlantic and swim to the coast. It wouldn't even matter if they ran out of energy halfway and drowned. As long as someone fished them out onto a shore or a boat, they would be up and bouncing again within minutes. One could say they were the group with the lowest cost of escape. And that is exactly what they did. Almost the entire Weapon X squad immediately jumped into the ocean, except for Deadpool. As the only moral mercenary, who had been temporarily released twice to help superheroes solve problems and hadn't run off even after obtaining a teleportation belt, Deadpool did not flee. Not only did Deadpool not flee, he even began to stroll leisurely through the raft. But before he could take 2 steps, a silver flash pushed him back into an anonymous cage, and the cell door was promptly blocked by a massive pile of furniture. Deadpool was dumbfounded. Though he was handsome and dashing, he actually didn't have super strength. He couldn't move this furniture. Deadpool wasn't the only prisoner being rounded up. Shocker, who had just been swatted aside by Dr. Octopus despite his well-intentioned attempt to help, was also kicked back into a cell by Quicksilver, who then blocked the door. Although Quicksilver saw that Spider-Man was in danger, he trusted Peter's abilities on one hand and had to consider the severity of the overall situation on the other. In short, Quicksilver moved with near maximum speed to neutralize most of the supercriminals whose equipment or abilities had not yet fully recovered, tossing them all back into cages. Up to this point, very few prisoners had successfully escaped. Then, he discovered Ant-Man being trampled underfoot. Pushing away the one-armed man who was stepping on Dr. Pym, careful not to kill the man in the process, he helped the scientist up. "Hello, Dr. Pym. I'm Pietro. You might know me, I've helped the Avengers before." Quicksilver helped Pym stand and asked about his condition. "Are you alright?" "Not great. The big house section houses the most dangerous supercriminals, those who have no hope of reform. You must be careful." "We'll see about that, Dr. Pym. First, let me get you out of here." Quicksilver quickly moved Pym out, just in time to see the Fantastic Four entering. After setting Pym aside, he stretched his joints and explained the situation to the four. Spider-Man is currently engaged with the enemy, fighting several at once. I suggest you go help him quickly." The Human Torch looked at Quicksilver with a strange expression. "Why aren't you helping?" "I'm busy locking the prisoners back up. Unless you can run as fast as I can." With that, Quicksilver vanished in a blur. Johnny Storm merely shrugged, then ignited his flames and blasted forward. He had heard recently that Spider-Man and the Captain had dealt with a modified original Human Torch. This was a perfect chance to ask which of them was actually stronger. "Wait a minute." Pym hurriedly stopped the others who were about to follow the Human Torch. He stood up with Janet's support. "You must be careful. At the very bottom of the big house, there is a terrifying enemy that even the full roster of the Avengers wouldn't be certain of defeating." Meanwhile, as Peter was dealing with the Sinister Six, the situation shifted. "Octavius, the Fantastic Four are here." It wasn't just the group that had witnessed the Fantastic Four's entry. Electro had also learned of it immediately through his control of the raft's remaining systems. Electro had been giving Spider-Man electrotherapy to create an opening for Rhino, but he turned pale with shock upon seeing this. The six of them combined hadn't managed to take down Spider-Man yet. If the Fantastic Four arrived, what hope would they have? Otto used his mechanical tentacles to brutally tear open the outer wall of the raft, creating an exit for everyone, and then roared at Electro, "Dylan! Discharge all your current. Paralyze the raft one more time. All of it. All of it." Realizing they intended to flee, Peter hurriedly began to cast a spell. However, as the electrical current surged rapidly, a powerful shockwave accompanied by an intense surge of electricity knocked him back. Then, to Peter's astonished gaze, the Sinister Six actually transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Chapter 455, Chapter 454, 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, each showing their divine powers. Exactly how many and which prisoners were held in the raft? The numbers were likely staggering. The raft had been operational for about half a year, and the count of supercriminals deemed by various national courts to require special containment had already reached over 500. This served as a testament to the extent to which superhuman and high-tech crime had escalated globally following the Battle of New York. Of course, the vast majority were prisoners from European and American countries. After all, in these nations, it was difficult to sentence supercriminals to death. Had they been in other countries, they would likely have already gone to see God, or the King of Hell. Currently, faced with the paralysis of the raft and the fact that the Avengers had yet to arrive for support, leaving only a few heroes to handle the crisis, the prisoners began to harbor their own little schemes, looking for ways to escape. Most of them would eventually realize they had no way out and would be forced to remain on this broken ship. However, a few exceptional individuals were seriously considering how to make a run for it. Abomination was one of them. He smashed through a marble wall with a single punch. He had no idea where this marble structure had come from or how it had ended up inside the raft, but he didn't care. Instead, he went straight to find what he needed. Anything that could float would do. As for the absorbing man, that fellow had already bolted. The moment a hole was punched through the prison wall, that son of a bitch had transformed into a stream of water and beat a hasty retreat without wasting a second. His speed of escape was such that even Abomination marveled at it, leaving one to wonder how he had ever been caught in the first place. "You lot just keep making your noise. How long do you think you can keep this up?" Abomination picked up a bathtub he had ripped out of some unknown room, leaped into the air, and, relying on his formidable physical prowess, cleared several kilometers in a single bound before plunging into the sea with the tub held high. Next, Abomination intended to use his super strength to race against time, sitting in the bathtub and paddling with his hands until he reached land. My God, is that green-assed big guy planning to paddle all the way to shore with his hands? An unclothed Deadpool watched the soaring Abomination while pulling on his pants. He glanced at Sabretooth, who had just stepped out of a cell after ripping off his mutant power suppression collar, and flashed a crisp grin. "Shall we swim for it, boys?" The 5 members of the Weapon X squad, including Lady Deathstrike, possessed powerful self-healing abilities. They could simply dive straight into the Atlantic and swim to the coast. It wouldn't even matter if they ran out of energy halfway and drowned. As long as someone fished them out onto a shore or a boat, they would be up and bouncing again within minutes. One could say they were the group with the lowest cost of escape. And that is exactly what they did. Almost the entire Weapon X squad immediately jumped into the ocean, except for Deadpool. As the only moral mercenary who had been temporarily released twice to help superheroes solve problems and hadn't run off even after obtaining a teleportation belt, Deadpool did not flee. Not only did Deadpool not flee, he even began to stroll leisurely through the raft. But before he could take 2 steps, a silver flash pushed him back into an anonymous cage, and the cell door was promptly blocked by a massive pile of furniture. Deadpool was dumbfounded. Though he was handsome and dashing, he actually didn't have super strength. He couldn't move this furniture. Deadpool wasn't the only prisoner being rounded up. Shocker, who had just been swatted aside by Dr. Octopus despite his well-intentioned attempt to help, was also kicked back into a cell by Quicksilver, who then blocked the door. Although Quicksilver saw that Spider-Man was in danger, he trusted Peter's abilities on one hand and had to consider the severity of the overall situation on the other. In short, Quicksilver moved with near maximum speed to neutralize most of the supercriminals whose equipment or abilities had not yet fully recovered, tossing them all back into cages. Up to this point, very few prisoners had successfully escaped. Then, he discovered Ant-Man being trampled underfoot. Pushing away the one-armed man who was stepping on Dr. Pym, careful not to kill the man in the process, he helped the scientist up. "Hello, Dr. Pym. I'm Pietro. You might know me, I've helped the Avengers before." Quicksilver helped Pym stand and asked about his condition. "Are you alright?" "Not great. The big house section houses the most dangerous supercriminals, those who have no hope of reform. You must be careful." "We'll see about that, Dr. Pym. First, let me get you out of here." Quicksilver quickly moved Pym out, just in time to see the Fantastic Four entering. After setting Pym aside, he stretched his joints and explained the situation to the four. Spider-Man is currently engaged with the enemy, fighting several at once. I suggest you go help him quickly." The Human Torch looked at Quicksilver with a strange expression. "Why aren't you helping?" "I'm busy locking the prisoners back up. Unless you can run as fast as I can." With that, Quicksilver vanished in a blur. Johnny Storm merely shrugged, then ignited his flames and blasted forward. He had heard recently that Spider-Man and the Captain had dealt with a modified original Human Torch. This was a perfect chance to ask which of them was actually stronger. "Wait a minute." Pym hurriedly stopped the others who were about to follow the Human Torch. He stood up with Janet's support. "You must be careful. At the very bottom of the big house, there is a terrifying enemy that even the full roster of the Avengers wouldn't be certain of defeating." Meanwhile, as Peter was dealing with the Sinister Six, the situation shifted. "Octavius, the Fantastic Four are here." It wasn't just the group that had witnessed the Fantastic Four's entry, Electro had also learned of it immediately through his control of the raft's remaining systems. Electro had been giving Spider-Man electrotherapy to create an opening for Rhino, but he turned pale with shock upon seeing this. The 6 of them combined hadn't managed to take down Spider-Man yet. If the Fantastic Four arrived, what hope would they have? Otto used his mechanical tentacles to brutally tear open the outer wall of the raft, creating an exit for everyone, and then roared at Electro, "Dylan! Discharge all your current. Paralyze the raft one more time. All of it. All of it." Realizing they intended to flee, Peter hurriedly began to cast a spell. However, as the electrical current surged rapidly, a powerful shockwave accompanied by an intense surge of electricity knocked him back. Then, to Peter's astonished gaze, the Sinister Six actually transformed into a beam of light and vanished. Chapter 456, Chapter 455, Juggernaut stands atop the raft. Electro's intense surge caused Peter to temporarily lose consciousness, falling to the ground. Had the Sinister Six chosen to stay, they might have achieved a total victory by relying on Electro's sacrifice, though even that was unlikely. Before the impact hit, Peter had anticipated the situation and modified the spell he was casting into an astral projection. His astral form appeared around his physical body, allowing him to continue fighting the Sinister Six in that state. Furthermore, even if he had been unable to fight and had simply passed out, the Sinister Six likely wouldn't have had the time to eliminate Spider-Man. Peter had overheard the news. The Fantastic Four had arrived. I don't believe Otto developed teleportation technology on his own. Looking at the breach torn open by Dr. Octopus, Peter sighed and returned to his body, regaining consciousness. Once the Sinister Six had departed, all his abilities returned to him. If only Venom were out of its recovery period. Ever since the battle with the Green Goblin, Venom hasn't been at full strength. It's like it has chronic fatigue or something. After a few helpless complaints about Venom, Peter intended to continue rounding up the escaped prisoners. Otto was undoubtedly well prepared. Whether it was his clone resurrection plan or the rescue of Electro, these were events Peter hadn't anticipated. He couldn't have judged this prison break based on things he simply didn't know. But what was Otto's goal this time? Just to assemble a Sinister Six to deal with him. Releasing hundreds of supervillains just for that. This was no longer just a crime, it was a terrorist attack. He had to hit them hard. I hope I can get in touch with Frank or Logan for help, if they're available. Otto is surely still planning his revenge against Osborn as always. As long as that's certain, he'll be easy to deal with. Peter moved forward as he spoke and soon saw Wanda running toward him. Wanda used her chaos energy to slam a generic henchman no one recognized against a wall, then rushed over to check on him. Are you alright, Spider-Man? Pietro told me you were in a hard fight. That group gave up the fight and teleported away the moment they heard the Fantastic Four were coming. Wanda looked confused at the mention of teleportation. Peter didn't know how to explain it easily, so he simply asked, wait, why are you alone? Where are the others? The Fantastic Four went to deal with an incredibly terrifying individual. Dr. Pym said he's the most dangerous prisoner in the entire jail, the whole Avengers team combined might not be able to beat him. It was Quicksilver who spoke. He ran over before Wanda could open her mouth and briefly explained the situation. Dr. Pym is quite badly injured and is resting now. Wasp is looking after him. We have to deal with the remaining prisoners. The good news is I've taken care of most of them. The bad news is that I mostly handled the ones with no fighting power. The ones left are all major trouble. A super enemy who can take on the entire Avengers. Peter found it hard to believe. He didn't remember anyone like that on the list. Had some big shot been locked up in the last few days without his knowledge? Who is it? He said his name is, Juggernaut. He's Professor Charles's younger stepbrother. Quicksilver rubbed his head. A brother nearly 20 years younger than himself. That's pretty rare. Your old man had kids at 70, I think he's the rarer case. But could Juggernaut really fight the entire Avengers? Peter felt it was a bit absurd, but then he realized, if it were a future version of the Avengers, perhaps not, but the current Avengers were still in their early stages. Juggernaut probably was indeed a massive problem for them right now. Could the Fantastic Four handle him? I want to appeal. I want to file a complaint. The evil Magneto's son locked me in here and forced me into prisoner's clothes. I'm actually innocent. Deadpool was locked in a room barricaded with furniture, shouting helplessly. Facing his roars, the Thing, who didn't recognize him at all, leaned in curiously. He peered through the gaps in the furniture at Deadpool, but upon seeing Wade's handsome face, he immediately recoiled. The Human Torch, flying nearby, saw a very human-like expression appear on that stone face and asked playfully, "What did you see?" "I don't know. Probably a bad guy. He doesn't look like a good person, anyway." "I heard that, big guy. I heard that. That is blatant discrimination against the disabled. Tomorrow, I'm going to lead a protest at the government gates against the famous superhero, that Thing, for suspected discrimination. A guy with no ears and only 4 fingers has the nerve to talk about someone else's face. He's trying to provoke me into opening the door." The Thing looked at the Human Torch with a grin. "I'm not falling for it. I suggest you better let me out, or you're going to be in big trouble." Deadpool shouted feebly. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something, and his expression turned to one of utter shock. He heard very heavy footsteps, as if some terrifying monster was treading closer step by step. Wade seemed to realize something and immediately screamed, "Wait. No. Never mind. Don't you dare let me out. Looks like the big guy Pym mentioned is coming." The Thing grinned and cracked his knuckles, looking ahead. Then, he saw a figure tear through the wall in front of them and step out. The person was exceptionally tall, over a head taller than both Hulk and the Thing. For some reason, he was still wearing a suit of heavy red metal armor. Why hadn't the Avengers stripped him of his armor? "Sorry, pal. Whoever you are, you'd better head back to your cell." The Human Torch flew out first, stopping in front of Juggernaut. "You're a criminal, you should have a little criminal self-awareness." Juggernaut looked at the Human Torch and uttered a single word with utter indifference. "Move. You're doing this the hard way, buddy." The Human Torch immediately went full power, unleashing a torrent of flames at Juggernaut. To this, Juggernaut had only one reaction: he stood perfectly still, soaking in the flames. His red metal armor began to radiate terrifying heat. He peered through the eye slits of his domed helmet at the Human Torch and narrowed his eyes. Then, he reached out, grabbed the Human Torch by the head, and slammed him violently into the ground. "Is that all you can do?" "Of course not," the Human Torch mumbled incoherently from the floor. "I've got backup." Chapter 457, Chapter 457, The Invincible Sorcerer Supreme has fallen. Peter looked with astonishment at Strange, who had gone in standing and come out lying down. He hadn't expected this outcome at all. "Even you aren't a match for the Juggernaut. Do you think Sidorak is a low-tier waste like Belasco? He is one of the few powerful magical deities who can stand on equal footing with the Vishanti. Sidorak bestowed his own power upon his avatar, forging them into an indestructible, unstoppable force. He didn't just give them a robust physique, he granted them immortality and magical potency. Time magic doesn't work on them, and raw brute force alone cannot kill them. A magical field protects him, making him resistant to most spells. What did you call him, the Red Tank? He certainly lives up to the name, he's like a tank that never stops. Peter looked at the Juggernaut, who had shattered the mirror dimension and was stomping toward them. The Juggernaut looked furious, there was no telling what Strange had just put him through. So, does this guy have any obvious weaknesses? Despite having heard of the Juggernaut before, Peter knew nothing about the specifics of his abilities and couldn't help but ask. As Peter helped him up, Strange began to formulate a plan. It's not as if he has none at all. The Crimson Gem of Sidorak bestows immense power, but the power a single gem can provide is ultimately finite. Therefore, as long as one can contend with that power, defeating him isn't impossible. Just say you need Hulk and Thor to show up and be done with it, Peter muttered to himself. He glanced at the Thing, who still hadn't managed to get back up. At that moment, the Juggernaut charged at them. Strange waved his hand, using a sling ring portal to transport himself and Peter directly behind the Juggernaut. Don't you have some kind of super prison for magical creatures? We could just send him there. As Peter spoke, he wondered why the Fantastic Four hadn't stood up yet. They didn't look dead, so why weren't they moving? Were they just lying there slacking off? Then Peter received a rather disappointing answer, no, I don't. Generally speaking, the beings a Sorcerer Supreme deals with can't exactly be locked up. Even if you found an unclaimed dimension to imprison Dormammu, they, provided they were willing, could simply shatter that dimension and escape. Besides, I can't catch them in the first place. Strange sighed. Truth be told, this guy didn't have any particularly complex powers. Sidorak had given the Juggernaut only two things, immortality and incredibly high stats. That's why I need your help. Lend me Dragonfang for a moment. Strange reached out as he spoke. Peter blinked, then transformed the bracelet on his left wrist, which was integrated into his web shooter design, into the sword Dragonfang and handed it to Strange. Dragonfang was a unique magical weapon. While its effects were straightforward, aside from enhancing the user's swordsmanship, it had one primary attribute, magic penetration. This meant that with Dragonfang in hand, Strange could pierce the magical field granted to the Juggernaut by the gem and attack the man himself. With that thought, Strange chanted an incantation and took flight, charging straight at the Juggernaut. With extreme flight speed, exquisite swordsmanship, and the Juggernaut's own momentum as they collided, Dragonfang successfully slashed across the Juggernaut's chest, but it didn't leave so much as a scratch. Fortunately, that wasn't what Strange had intended. He used the sword as a conduit for a rapid spell, attempting to sever the connection between the Juggernaut and the Crimson Gem. He succeeded. It was a powerful spell. He watched as the red armor on the Juggernaut's body rapidly faded away. Strange couldn't help but let out a smile. Then, he watched in horror as the giant's height only shrank by a tiny fraction, hardly a change at all. The opponent reached out, grabbed Strange by the head, covered his mouth, and slammed the Sorcerer Supreme violently into the ground. Without a mouth, you can't cast more than half your spells, can you? As the Juggernaut spoke, he gripped Strange's head and began slamming him repeatedly into the pavement. Peter immediately used his webs to pull at the giant's arm, only to find it useless. Even without the power of the Crimson Gem, this guy was currently stronger than him. Are you sure you aren't a mutant? The dazed Strange was tossed aside by the Juggernaut. The giant then grabbed the webbing with both hands and swung Peter away. Peter, nearly crashing into a wall, shook his head helplessly, realizing that communications had finally been restored. He immediately contacted the captain. Cap, how's the situation on your end? Not great, the captain sounded out of breath. Aside from Ms. Marvel, everyone on the US Avengers side has been compromised by AIM. We're doing our best to hold them off, but this Citizen V is a real piece of work. Citizen V. Peter paused for a second before looking back at the Juggernaut. He asked, is that the super adaptoid who can mimic other people's powers? Is he really that tough? He even mimicked the Hulk. That'll do. Watching the Juggernaut charge toward him again, Peter took a deep breath. Whatever you're doing, Cap, I suggest you get out of the way immediately. I'm about to send the super adaptoid a big gift. Captain America, who was constantly dodging in the speech area against a super adaptoid that had integrated nearly every Avenger's ability, rolled his eyes helplessly. He had been dodging the entire time. Tony and Carol's advice was nonsense. The super adaptoid didn't just adapt to the enemies in front of him. He was a machine with his own database. This resulted in the captain, who was considered by many to be the weakest, actually fighting the strongest enemy. And he only had a shield. After another dodge, the captain saw a portal snap open. A massive silhouette came charging out from the other side of the portal, slamming directly into the super adaptoid, who had already assumed the Hulk's proportions. The two behemoths collided with a thunderous impact. Peter hadn't opened such a precise portal, he couldn't open portals to places he hadn't been to yet. It was Strange, who had been pinned to the ground and pummeled until his hair was a mess, who had opened it. He stepped through the portal with Peter, looking exhausted, and nodded helplessly. You were right, Spider-Man. I really do need to get a prison. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, The Beginning and End of the U.S. Avengers Annihilation. By the time Peter and Strange delivered the Juggernaut, the Avengers had nearly finished off the U.S. Avengers. Although they couldn't end the battle in a short amount of time, they had at least managed to suppress the opposition. The first to be dealt with was Jack of Hearts. He hadn't wanted to fight the Avengers in the first place and was merely being controlled by his containment suit. Once Carol damaged the suit to the point of near ruin, he more or less returned to normal. However, since the suit was originally meant to suppress his internal energy, Jack of Hearts was now leaking power quite significantly. Fortunately, Carol's ability involved energy absorption, so that side of things was temporarily settled. Then there were Zaxax and the Hulk. Facing a mass of living electricity that was roughly the same size as himself and capable of invisibility, the Hulk was initially at a bit of a loss. However, that didn't mean Bruce Banner was out of ideas. When Peter arrived, this massive cluster of electricity was being held underwater and pummeled by the Hulk. He was literally being discharged. Next was Ares. Just as Thor had said, the god of war does not preside over victory, only war. Moreover, the status of the two within their respective mythologies was completely unequal. Thor was the most powerful primary god in the Norse pantheon besides Odin, while Ares, whether Ares could even make the top 5 was a question. Consequently, shortly after the battle began, he fell into a disadvantage. Of course, it was only a disadvantage, much like others on the battlefield, such as Black Panther and Black Eagle. A clear winner could not be determined yet. However, the opponent the captain had to deal with was truly troublesome. The super-adaptoid manifested a shield in its left hand and a hammer in its right. Its body was as massive as the Hulk's, and it wore iron armor. As it stomped toward its opponent, the sight was terrifying. Missile launchers rose from its shoulders, firing continuously at the captain, who could only dodge repeatedly within the narrow confines of the arena. This lasted until the sling ring opened a portal and the Juggernaut braced himself, slamming into the super-adaptoid with immense force. The super-adaptoid was sent flying by the impact but quickly scrambled up and locked onto its target. The Juggernaut looked around in confusion. He saw the Avengers and the US Avengers and initially thought this was the next part of Spider-Man and the Sorcerer Supreme's plan, to find all their allies to gang up on him. Just a group fight. Was the Juggernaut supposed to be afraid? But unexpectedly, no one else came to bother him. Only the super-adaptoid's form began to shift, taking on a shape similar to the Juggernaut's. Adopting the Hulk's fighting style, it delivered a powerful smash in front of the Juggernaut. The Juggernaut intercepted it with a punch, and the two began trading blows. The super-adaptoid's right hand, which had turned into a hammer, slammed hard against the Juggernaut's face, while the shield in its left hand blocked the Juggernaut's counterattack. I remember this guy being pretty useless when we dealt with the symbiotes. Peter scratched his head. Did it modify its base materials? It looks a bit like the liquid metal that made up Molten Man. Peter froze for a moment, then looked closely at the super-adaptoid. At this moment, the super-adaptoid had entered a direct contest of strength with the Juggernaut. Neither moved from their spot, they simply traded savage punches. As the battle continued, the surroundings began to shake violently. Deep, bottomless fissures appeared in the ground beneath their feet, and the cracks continued to expand and extend. Seeing this, the captain immediately shouted, "We can't let this continue. Spider-Man, you guys have to move them. Use magic or something." Strange sighed helplessly. "This plan of yours is terrible, Spider-Man." What's wrong? That robot is unlikely to be a match for the Juggernaut. And the fact that he ran here means Sidorak has already noticed this battle. It's unlikely we can separate Sidorak's gem from the Juggernaut now. Unless you had another way back then, otherwise. Of course I didn't have another way, or I wouldn't have opened the portal. Damn it, I must have forgotten to consult the omens before leaving the house today, otherwise, why is my luck so bad? Strange sighed in resignation. This time, he didn't use the mirror dimension because the Juggernaut had already proven he had the ability to shatter it directly. He didn't use the sling ring either, because using one in the middle of their fight could cause unstable factors. So, he simply chose another method. Chanting an incantation that was clearly abnormal, countless dark auras emerged around Strange. This spell required sufficient time to cast and, generally speaking, would be impossible to perform smoothly in combat. But since it was a matter of dealing with two troublesome fellows at once, he could naturally take advantage of them fighting each other to complete the spell. As dark energy gathered beneath the two combatants, the Juggernaut seemed to realize something was wrong and tried to leave. However, the super-adaptoid had no ability to adapt to magic and didn't know what this was, so it landed another punch on the Juggernaut's face to keep him pinned. With a pillar of black light that shot into the sky, both of the troublesome brawlers disappeared. Thor took the opportunity to ambush Ares, knocking him unconscious before dragging him over. He then frowned as he questioned Strange. "What did you do, Sorcerer Supreme? I can sense a very powerful, evil energy." Yes, exactly. That was a spell used for sacrificing lives to Dormammu, a massive and complex ritual. So, I sent them to Dormammu, Strange said, feeling unprecedentedly weak after finishing the ritual. As for what Dormammu plans to do, I'm not entirely sure. Regardless, Sidorak will definitely come looking for him. The Dark Dimension. Among the countless extra dimensions, the Dark Dimension was a rather unique existence. In the ancient past, all dimensions with similar characteristics formed a larger Dark Dimension. After it was shattered in an unknown conflict, many fragments were produced. The largest of those fragments was the current Dark Dimension. These dimensions all stood independent of the multiverse itself, transcending its existence. Dormammu, the ruler of the Dark Dimension, was currently receiving a guest. As I was saying, although I have been exiled, I am still the Lord of Limbo. If you would be willing to lend me an army of mindless ones. Belasco smiled ingratiatingly. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw a burst of light flare up. Then, a person carrying the aura of Sidorak, the Crimson Lord, and a robot were delivered there. Belasco's fawning smile froze. I just remembered, I have an appointment with Mephisto. Don't leave yet. I agree to that army of mindless ones, Dormammu suddenly spoke. On the condition that you do something for me, you are a dimensional demon god yourself, more or less. Go, help me explain things to Sidorak. Chapter 459, Where is War Machine? Since Strange had performed a massive sacrifice to send both Juggernaut and the Super Adaptoid over to Dormammu's realm, the issues facing the American Avengers were temporarily resolved. The other Avengers quickly dealt with the remaining members. Meanwhile, Tony, who was flying aboard Air Force One with the President, received the news and began to laugh happily. The American Avengers are no longer a problem for the time being, Mr. President. To demonstrate that he posed no threat, Tony specifically stepped out of his all-new, all-different armor, leaving the suit on standby and alert to one side while he sat down to tea in conversation with the President. Innocents who were being controlled, like Jack of Hearts and Darkhawk, have been liberated. Fellows like Zaxax and Ares have all been apprehended. After seeing the entire scope of the plan through the intelligence and evidence submitted by the Avengers, President Matthew Ellis was absolutely livid. The President was usually considered a reasonable man, but at this moment, he was shaking with rage. This is simply too audacious. They actually wanted to ignite a new round of the War on Terror just to avoid losing the White House's attention after the current conflict ends. Do they have any idea how much effort the previous administration and this one put into dealing with the aftermath of 9/11? To plan the assassination of the President of the United States just for the interests of a single company. This is no longer just an ordinary defense contractor, we must strike back with everything we have. He never expected AIM to dare defy the laws of God and men by secretly supporting terrorist organizations and forming an alliance with the Vice President. Their plan was to eliminate him and install a spokesperson for the military-industrial complex in his place. Furthermore, they sought to use the War on Terror as a foundation to expand their power, eventually infiltrating every level of the government to become America's new shadow government. Those damn Americans, they were simply lawless. Tony also held some suspicions restricted to the internal circle of the Avengers, theories without hard evidence. For instance, the idea that AIM was actually collaborating with Hydra, or was perhaps even a branch of Hydra itself. He thought back to the bet he had made with Captain America. Cap had bet that Hydra would soon make a comeback, and as it turned out, Cap was right. Hydra had returned immediately, and the poorly concealed Hydra-related news reports were the best evidence of that. Of course, none of this had much to do with the situation they were currently facing. AIM was already a rat in a trap, and their enforcers, the American Avengers, were effectively no longer a match for Tony and his allies. Meanwhile, S.H.I.E.L.D. had already raided AIM headquarters, completing the encirclement of Aldrich Killian himself. In fact, S.H.I.E.L.D. may have already mobilized, Mr. President, Tony said with a smile. So, you don't need to worry about whether these guys might pull any other tricks. President Ellis looked as if he wanted to say something but hesitated, ultimately remaining silent before asking Tony out of curiosity, in that case, Mr. Stark, why are you still staying here? Logically, hasn't everything been resolved? Why? It's not over yet, Your Excellency. First of all, your colleague hasn't been caught yet. We don't know how many people are involved behind him. Mr. President, this is already your second term, are you truly entirely ignorant of the Vice President's little inner circle? He's a Southern Democrat, Mr. Stark. I don't know if you follow politics closely, but I must say, the party is a complex one. Naturally, everyone has their own little cliques. All right, I think I understand, Tony said, finding it a bit hard to keep a straight face. He had originally intended to ask the President for a list of suspects, but now it seemed the result was simply that the list was too long, and even the President didn't know where to start. Facing this reality, Tony helplessly moved on to the second reason. Furthermore, AIM is the force behind the recent terrorist attacks carried out by the Ten Rings. They've created a new chemical substance called the extremis virus, which can modify the human body. If this modification is controlled properly, the subject becomes something akin to a super soldier, their physical capabilities are vastly enhanced, and they possess a degree of self-healing. Tony saw the president's eyes light up, but the president also sensed that Tony had more to say, so he immediately asked, But if this state is maintained for too long, it easily leads to a rapid spike in body temperature, resulting in an explosion. Mr. President, you should understand now where the 10 rings bombs came from. The president nodded, his face turning slightly pale. He had always thought this craft was the exclusive domain of followers of Allah. He hadn't expected followers of Christ to be able to play the game so skillfully. But then, the president's expression shifted again. Since the vice president and AIM were in league with the goal of eliminating him to allow the vice president to take over, and AIM had developed extremis, which possessed both super soldier performance and human bomb attributes, and they were currently on a plane. Mr. Stark, you mean? It seems you still understand basic logic, Mr. President, Tony laughed. But there's no need to worry. We are very safe right now. What I'm more concerned about is something else. What is it? First, where is Rhodey? Second, since they are likely already on the plane, why haven't they chosen to just blow it up? After Tony spoke, he provided the answer for the president. The reason is simple, we have actually deviated from our flight path, Mr. President. The AIM agents intend to hijack this plane and take it to their true destination, which is likely AIM's main stronghold. Amidst his alarm, President Ellis noticed Tony's usual relaxed demeanor and began to calm down. His knuckles involuntarily tapped against the table as he waited for this farce to reach its conclusion. At that same moment, at AIM headquarters in Washington, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s new Thunderbolts had already breached the entire facility and subdued all members within. Hawkeye, leading the team, walked toward Fury. Basically all employees are present, Director. Except for a few particularly important ones. Let me guess, Killian himself, the scientists involved with the super-adaptoid and extremis, and some high-level executives, right? Almost exactly, Hawkeye said as he handed a tablet to Fury. We found a thumb drive, the kind that was nearly destroyed, but it doesn't mention the extremis project, which officially doesn't exist. The super-adaptoid project, the MODOK project, and the Cosmic Cube project. Fury frowned, looking toward Hawkeye. Is it the thing I'm thinking of? Supposedly it's an unfinished product, stuck at the design concept stage. We can't find the data for the specific design, only the name remains. Chapter 460, Where is Mystique now? Due to the simultaneous wars launched by AIM, the Sinister Six, and the Brotherhood of Mutants, the entire United States had been thrown into a chaotic mess. In New York, the X-Men were out in force, tasked with protecting Senator Kelly while he promoted the Mutant Registration Act, aiming to prevent his death from escalating the conflict between mutants and American society. The Brotherhood of Mutants was an organization that had clashed with the X-Men for years. From the era when Magneto was still the X-Men's primary rival to the present, they had always been a group of extremists preaching mutant supremacy, seeking to eradicate all of humanity through the most radical means. Currently led by Mystique, the Brotherhood, consisting of Blob, Toad, Pyro, and multiple men, stormed the scene, only to be swiftly driven away by the X-Men's superior teamwork despite the Brotherhood's numbers. However, after they repelled the Brotherhood, they encountered a very thorny problem. The most troublesome individual, Mystique, had vanished. Members of the X-Men, is it really necessary to be so alarmed? Senator Kelly didn't quite understand their extreme caution. In his view, since the terrorists had been driven off, the surrounding area should theoretically be safe. He looked around helplessly, pondering what benefits this assassination attempt could bring him. As a senator who advocated for anti-mutant sentiment in Congress, Kelly didn't actually hate mutants, on the contrary, he harbored no ill will toward these superpowered individuals. After all, he hadn't lost friends or family because of mutants, nor did he have any relatives who were mutants themselves. He effectively had no personal grudge. The only connection was that his financial backer back then was Stryker, and now it was Stryker's successor. These people were the standard anti-mutant interest group, and as their spokesperson, Kelly naturally had to speak for their interests. Thus, in terms of attitude, he didn't actually harbor much discrimination against the X-Men. Therefore, Cyclops implemented a method that wasn't very respectful of privacy but was highly effective. He had the White Queen scan the minds of everyone nearby to detect exactly who Mystique was disguised as. It was at this moment that Kitty arrived from the other side of a portal. After witnessing the tense scene, she felt curious, but she still followed the professor's instructions, approaching Senator Kelly and saying, "Hello, Mr. Kelly. I am Shadowcat of the X-Men. I hope you will reconsider the Mutant Registration Act." "I'm sorry, young lady. This isn't just my view, the Anti-Mutant Act is a social consensus, eh?" Professor Xavier didn't give Senator Kelly any time to react. In an instant, his consciousness was pulled into another time and space. Here, he saw an older Shadowcat, Spider-Man, and a Charles Xavier whom many believed to have died long ago. Professor Charles. They all said you were dead. It was destiny that allowed me to live again. The professor sighed helplessly and looked around, showing Senator Kelly visions of the future. Kelly discovered with horror that his own daughter was actually in the concentration camp before his eyes. Like the others, an ugly letter scar, H, had been carved onto her face near her eye. This is the system the Sentinels use to distinguish humans from mutants, Charles Xavier said beside him. Humans with no superpowers and no signs of mutation will have an H carved near their eye. Those with superpowers or the potential to inherit them will be carved with the letter A, and mutants will be carved with the letter M. This. Kelly saw everyone, ordinary humans, superpowered individuals, and mutants alike, subjected to daily blood tests, given only basic clothing and limited rations. He watched in terror as the Sentinels slaughtered humans in batches, not mutants, but humans, and those classified as A. On the contrary, mutants were rarely slaughtered. Instead, they were subjected to meticulous dissections. Why? Kelly asked the professor tremblingly. Why are they doing this? The X gene can emerge at any time as a genetic mutation through human reproduction. Because of this, the number of mutants is growing daily. Nimrod, realizing this, likely determined that eradicating humanity itself is the most efficient means to control the mutant population. It turns out that humans cannot control superintelligent AI, nor can they predict its development. No matter which super AI it is, once it is born and defeats its own kind, it will ultimately follow the same path. They will take care of humanity based on what the program deems correct, regardless of whether such care is necessary. The professor looked at Senator Kelly. This is why the X-Men saved you, Senator. Because Nimrod is a product of human hatred and fear toward mutants. We hope that by saving you, we can reduce that hatred and fear. I can't give any guarantees. Kelly's voice was filled with confusion and panic. I can only say, I'll do my best. I'll do my best. When Senator Kelly returned to 2013, he was in shock. He realized that what he was doing was a massive mistake. He had to persuade the people behind him and tell them what he had seen. Sensing this, the professor was quite gratified. It seemed the gears of fate had begun to turn. However, at that moment, the White Queen's telepathic detection of the entire area had concluded. After finishing the scan, the White Queen gave an answer that no one expected. Mystique isn't here. What do you mean? I mean that Mystique is not in the vicinity. Unless there's a telepath stronger than me protecting her nearby, she simply didn't come. Emma looked at Cyclops, who fell into thought. The attack on the raft prison, the terrorists attacking the president, and the assault here, they all happened almost simultaneously. The timing was precise, aimed at keeping all the superheroes busy. You mean there's a connection behind these three events? Cyclops means that, generally speaking, humans can't coordinate something this precise. Logan answered Iceman's question. Remember our greatest enemy? He hasn't appeared yet. Nimrod had not appeared from beginning to end. If all this is part of its plan. Cyclops frowned. Then where exactly did Mystique go? Chapter 461, Chapter 461, The Original Face of History. The American president's Airbus One suddenly lost all external signals mid-flight. Although the Pentagon and the White House were momentarily in the dark about the situation, reports indicated that Tony Stark was on board. Consequently, officials at all levels of the White House were not particularly worried. How big of a deal could it be? Was there anything the Avengers couldn't handle? Thus, while they mobilized satellites to see what was happening, they sent inquiries to the Avengers side to ask for details. Yet, at this very moment, they hadn't even grasped the conflict between the American Avengers and the main Avengers group, as the intelligence had not yet reached that level of the hierarchy. Meanwhile, reporters in Pittsburgh were ecstatic, preparing to interrogate the local government and drafting articles sufficient to make the White House the laughingstock of the world for an entire year. For President Ellis, the media was currently the least of his concerns. As Airbus One gradually lost altitude, he could not help but worry for his own safety. Though the Tony Stark before him appeared leisurely and seemed to have everything under control, it was not enough to fully dispel the panic in the president's heart. For reasons he couldn't name, he felt a sense of dread, as if something terrible was about to occur. Internal communications across the entirety of Airbus One were completely blocked. It seemed even Tony Stark had no way of contacting the outside world, as he had lapsed into silence for some time. It looks like we're almost there, Mr. President. Sensing the change in the aircraft's altitude, Tony stood up with a smile. Pardon me, I need to use the restroom. The Iron Man armor will protect you, Mr. President. As Tony spoke and rose, the nervous President Ellis suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, if Tony Stark left the armor here with him, wouldn't Stark himself be left without any protection? Thinking of this, President Ellis hurriedly stood up, then hesitated, and sat back down. He wasn't sure what would happen, but what if, just what if, Tony Stark was truly defenseless and was assassinated in the restroom by an AIM employee controlling the flight crew? Wouldn't he be doomed as well? Tony entered the restroom unceremoniously to relieve the pressure. Just as he was pulling up his trousers and fastening his belt, he first heard a knock on the door, followed by President Ellis's voice. "Sorry, Stark, I'm just a bit nervous." "It's all right, Mr. President. I'll be out in a second." Tony left the plane's lavatory with a smile. Surveying his surroundings, he realized Ellis was currently outside the protection of his all-new, all-different armor. He nodded understandingly to the president and turned to leave. At that exact moment, President Ellis, who had plucked up the courage to approach the restroom, found himself face-to-face with the exiting Tony. Almost simultaneously, President Ellis saw another version of himself appear behind Tony. This second Ellis held a gun, aiming it at Tony Stark's back with a sinister smile before pulling the trigger. In an unknown location, Nimrod watched this unfold. His calculations were precise, it required only a tiny bit of inducement to guide history back toward its proper course. These foolish humans would try to change destiny because they understood it, but that very attempt would only trap them in an unalterable fate. For instance, to prevent the birth of the Nimrod of this timeline, Tony Stark would move to acquire Trask Industries. This action itself was a new piece of information. Once Nimrod timely transmitted this to Mystique, she would conclude that Tony Stark was the most pivotal existence, the one who would develop new sentinels for the slaughter of mutants. Therefore, guided by her own abilities and Nimrod's direction, Mystique would infiltrate Avengers Tower to investigate their ongoing plans. She would easily discover the friction between AIM and Tony Stark, shifting her entire focus toward the assassination of Stark. Thus, at this moment, history returned to its original form. Tony Stark and President Matthew Ellis would die in the AIM conspiracy. Subsequently, Nimrod would ensure that even if AIM collapsed and the vice president was arrested, the newly inaugurated government would still discover that Mystique had assassinated the president and Tony Stark. They would then rearrange the acquisition of Trask Industries, bringing everything back on track. It all happened in a lightning-fast instant. Bright sparks flashed across the surface of Tony's body as an all-new, all-different armor manifested, blocking the bullet. Tony spun around instantly, pinning the Ellis-disguised Mystique to the ground as a full suit of armor materialized over his body. No one ever said a person could only wear one suit of armor, lady. Tony, holding Mystique down, flashed a grin. Surprised. Surprised was an understatement for both Mystique and Nimrod. Nimrod reacted swiftly. Suddenly, President Ellis felt a powerful sensation of weightlessness and couldn't help but shout, "What's happening? Stark! It seems the mastermind behind all this intends to drop us to our deaths." He slaved the Airbus One into a freefall toward the ground. Tony remained entirely unperturbed, everything was within his expectations. Given our altitude, the freefall should last at least a minute, though the plane will likely disintegrate before then. Then what do we do? Why don't we sit down and have a nice cup of coffee? Tony laughed nonchalantly. Then, following a bout of shaking, the plane seemed to stabilize and resume level flight. President Ellis looked at Tony in bewilderment, unsure of what trick he had pulled. He followed Tony back into the main cabin, where the other all-new, all-different armor still stood perfectly intact. He looked out the porthole in confusion and saw the Avengers Quinjet flying alongside Airbus One. Below them, Thor was hoisting the entire aircraft, flying steadily and descending slowly toward the ground. "We'll get you to a safe place first, Your Excellency, and then we'll deal with AIM, Tony said to the president with a smile. "However, I do have a small personal request I hope you can fulfill." "Go ahead, Mr. Stark." "Regarding Stark Industries' acquisition of Trask Industries, I hope that Stark Industries will not face any political pressure or antitrust investigations. Is that acceptable?" Chapter 462, AIM's Desperate Last Stand. When Aldrich Killian, the president of AIM, heard that Air Force One had lost contact, he was utterly bewildered. If the Pentagon couldn't find Air Force One, he wouldn't have had any questions. After all, he was the one who hijacked it. He also believed that Tony Stark wouldn't act rashly, given that his best friend, War Machine, was still in his hands. Moreover, they needed Air Force One to lead them here to find AIM's location. So why had Air Force One gone silent? Killian was stumped, but a few minutes later, the plane restored normal communications. Letting out a sigh of relief, he turned and shouted to the group of people behind him. "Is everyone ready? We are about to face the Avengers. Everyone knows we can't beat the Avengers, boss." One of the AIM employees looked at Killian hesitantly. "In that case, why don't we run? We could go to Hydra and work for them instead." The regular AIM employees had already fled. Those remaining to fight a decisive battle with the Avengers were the die-hard loyalists, some planted by Hydra years ago, and others recruited by Killian himself. Back in 1999, Killian had been a wet-behind-the-ears kid, mocked and humiliated by the 22-year-old boy genius Tony Stark. He had vowed to make him pay. But Killian wasn't Stark, he didn't have a prestigious family background. To make his revenge successful, he began collaborating with Stark's ex-girlfriend, the botanist Maya Hansen, to study the extremis virus she had discovered in plants. However, they needed money to start their research. That was when Hydra found them, bringing AIM into the fold as a corporate front. Up until that point, Killian actually knew nothing of Hydra's true nature. It wasn't until the Extremis research was successful and they began their next project, a new type of robot based on the fusion of a special liquid memory metal and Extremis, that Hydra revealed itself, demanding to embed personnel and increasing their investment. Killian's attitude was clear: as long as he could destroy Stark, what did Hydra matter? Is the adjustment of the remaining superdaptoids complete? Complete. But we only have 3 units in total. One has already lost its signal. Can the other 2 really stop the Avengers? The subordinate reported hesitantly. Killian gave the men an impatient look. Even if they couldn't stop them, so what? Could they not self-destruct? Even if they all blew up, they had to take Stark with them. Boss, bad news. What is it? Are the Avengers attacking? Killian looked at his subordinate irritably, only to receive a piece of news that left him stunned. No, it's Mr. Griffin. He's fled with the Cosmic Cube prototype. Killian furrowed his brows in confusion. Why would someone run away with an empty shell? Was he insane? The so-called Cosmic Cube project was a venture pushed heavily by this man calling himself Griffin. He was supposedly a scientist who had collaborated deeply with S.H.I.E.L.D. and possessed intimate knowledge regarding the Tesseract. He had proposed that based on the existing data and characteristics of the Tesseract, they could invent a container. This container would be able to open a doorway to other dimensions and could be carried around. Once they could utilize this container, they would possess a true sense of infinite energy. Hydra believed this item had even greater potential. What could infinite energy be used for? Without a doubt, provided they mastered the proper methods, they could rewrite reality itself. Consequently, Hydra had invested heavily in this project, but Killian hadn't paid much attention to it, so much so that he had nearly been caught by S.H.I.E.L.D. at AIM's legal headquarters. But as of now, they had only completed the first step. Based on the Tesseract files and data S.H.I.E.L.D. had researched for decades, sent over by Hydra, they had developed a shell that could theoretically house and move that spatial rift. What was the point of taking a shell? He probably felt the situation was dire and decided to bolt. It was highly unlikely he had actually found a way to open the spatial rift and rewrite reality. If he had, why wouldn't he stay and slaughter everyone? The troublesome part about this guy was that he held intelligence regarding Hydra, so it was best to let Hydra handle him. Ignore him. Send word to Hydra and let them take him out. Air Force One had entered visual range, but the radar showed more than one target. A smaller aircraft was flanking it. In other words, the Avengers had arrived together. Killian took a deep breath. This day had finally come. Is Colonel James Rhodes' Extremis transformation complete? He asked his deputy one last time. Not yet, boss. We still need some time. Forget it then. Killian gritted his teeth and made his decision. Our guests are here. Get ready. So, you think Nimrod is the one pulling the strings behind all this? Aboard Air Force One, the Avengers were gathered. The presidential plane had now been repurposed into a meeting room. Cap nodded after listening to Tony explain the entire process. That makes sense. But why hasn't Nimrod attacked us proactively? According to what we know, he is fully capable of wiping out the entire Avengers. The answer is simple, Pym mused. Nimrod has no physical body. He didn't teleport the Nimrod Sentinels here, he only transmitted his own data and is operating remotely from the future. Therefore, what we are dealing with for now is just a massive, super-advanced artificial intelligence. And the opponent is very smart and advanced. In the future, he could suppress Ultron, and in the present, he can evade the combined search of Jarvis and Ultron. Peter pointed out another situation. However, he still has a disadvantage, he isn't strong enough. He hasn't reached the level where he can delete or merge with Ultron. That is our advantage. With Ultron here, we don't have to worry about our data being compromised, Tony concluded, looking at the port drawing closer in the distance. AIM was no longer their primary opponent, or rather, they weren't worthy. They needed to catch the Nimrod behind AIM. It's basically certain now that the original future Nimrod hoped for has collapsed. Now, it needs to step onto the field personally to deal with us. And as for the Nimrod Sentinels, we can basically confirm they are upgraded versions of the superdaptoids. If AIM still has superdaptoids in reserve, they will definitely be here. Chapter 463, The Downfall of AIM. As Airbus One gradually descended, anti-aircraft missiles suddenly bombarded both the vessel and the cloaked Quinjet trailing behind it. Unfortunately for the attackers, both aircraft were almost entirely empty at that moment. The entire roster of the Avengers had collectively bailed out before the anti-air fire could strike, descending from the heavens. Pym and Janet had rushed over from the raft prison to participate in the operation, and they weren't alone. Wanda and Pietro had followed as well. According to them, Magneto had sent them to assist Spider-Man, so they felt obligated to come along. After a brief moment of consideration, Captain America overruled Tony's suggestion to keep them out of it, allowing the two mutants to join the fray. Thus, a total of 10 figures fell from the sky. The fastest to touch down were Hulk and Thor. Hulk smashed into an anti-aircraft missile launcher with perfect precision before launching an assault on the AIM. Technicians clad in yellow hazmat suits. He swatted them away one by one, only to discover that these grunts weren't dying. Instead, they were scrambling back to their feet, alive and kicking. Thor likewise crushed a launcher upon landing. He summoned a bolt of lightning for a wide-area strike against every enemy in the vicinity, but he found the same result. These guys were virtually unfazed and stood right back up. Don't hold back. These guys are all extremist virus subjects. Every single one of them is a living bomb. Tony barked as he cruised through the air, launching a barrage of micromissiles to destroy them from within. Forced experimentation aside, every single one of these men actively fighting the Avengers was a terrorist and a walking bomb. Killing them was the only solution. Furthermore, these grunts appeared to have no intelligence value. With the exception of Killian, there was no need for prisoners, and if Killian resisted too fiercely, he wouldn't be spared either. With that thought, Tony landed directly in front of Killian. Glowing, incandescent patterns had already surfaced on the latter's skin. He looked at Tony with a smirk. Finally, we meet on the rooftop. First of all, this is a dock warehouse, Tony replied, opening his faceplate to look at Killian with a quip. Second, who are you again? Killian froze for a second before flying into a rage. He lunged forward and threw a punch at Tony. Tony snapped his faceplate shut and raised his arm to block. A section of the all-new, all-different armor was torn open by the high-temperature fist. However, Killian's joy didn't last a second before he saw the armor rapidly restructure and self-repair. Tony's retort followed immediately. It's over. My turn. The arc reactor in his chest emitted a powerful beam of light. As Tony watched the rest of the Avengers crashing down, he raised a crucial question. Has anyone found Rhodey? He's here, Tony. AIM was in the middle of augmenting him. A giant-sized Ant-Man burst through the roof of the warehouse, cradling an unconscious Colonel Rhodes in his hands. A group of AIM technicians self-detonated at his feet, but thanks to the increased durability of his giant form, the explosions achieved nothing for the time being. Two super-adaptoids charged out at that moment, quickly finding Thor and Hulk to begin their assault. Hulk slammed a fist into a super-adaptoid's head without mercy, but the robot's head healed instantly. It began radiating heat similar to an extremis-infected subject before punching Hulk in the head. Its fist grew as massive as Hulk's, and its entire physique shifted rapidly to match his size, engaging the behemoth in a relentless trade of blows. On the other side, the super-adaptoid facing Thor took the initial hits and then transformed to mimic his appearance, complete with a cape and armor. It turned one of its hands into a hammer, releasing thunder as it clashed against Thor. What strange creations! Thor smashed the super-adaptoid into two pieces with his hammer, watching as the liquid metal robot began to recover. A few months ago, they were merely ordinary machines driven by copper wire and electricity, easily dispatched by Null. But now, they have become such monsters. Yeah, it looks like their evolution isn't normal. Black Panther appeared behind the enemy Thor was facing, plunging a claw into the super-adaptoid's head in an attempt to rip it off. Moments later, the super-adaptoid simply regrew its head. Looking at the metal in his hand, Black Panther remarked, "This thing doesn't look like technology from this era." "Not from this era." "You mean Nimrod brought it?" Quicksilver, who had been zipping around pummeling AIM grunts, ran over to ask. However, Black Panther, having contemplated the entire timeline, shook his head. "No, Nimrod arrived too late. And we've encountered more than one time-traveling enemy. The source of the metal was identical to that used by the Molten Men, but the integration with extremists and the sophisticated mimicry capabilities were far beyond the reach of modern science." Considering someone's loathsome behavior during the previous Green Goblin incident, Black Panther reasonably suspected that this mess was the work of Kang the Conqueror. That fellow was truly omnipresent. The Avengers had to find a way to deal with the Time Stone, otherwise, Kang was simply too much of a nuisance. However, as powerful as the super-adaptoids seemed, they were not invincible. On Thor's side, by continuously flooding the super-adaptoid with his divine power, the robot eventually became a prisoner of the god's own energy, held in place by a hardlock. Over with Hulk, the super-adaptoid had no defense against magic. Peter and Wanda simply used magic simultaneously to trap it, ending the struggle. The end of the battle was signaled by an explosion. As the smoke cleared, Tony landed nearby, looking worse for wear and sounding frustrated. "That Killian guy couldn't beat me in the end, so he just blew himself up. I honestly don't know if he had some deep-seated grudge against me." Tony, who failed to remember why he and Killian were enemies until the very end, walked over. Everyone focused their attention on the super-adaptoids being held by magic. No longer serving as combat robots for the American Avengers, the super-adaptoids appeared in a perfect, blank white rather than the colors of the American flag. So, you were waiting for me. As Wanda's expression froze and Peter shouted a warning, the magical chains were severed instantly. The super-adaptoid's body began to shift, and then it spoke in a voice that didn't sound entirely cold. And here I am, Avengers. Chapter 464, Nimrod appears. Nimrod Sentinel, the ultimate form of the Sentinel, a perfect fusion of super-artificial intelligence and Sentinel robotics. In the future, Nimrod Sentinels destroyed nearly the entire world. And now, he had arrived in the present. The Avengers watched as Nimrod, having broken free from the magical restraints, shed the exterior of the super-adaptoid. He transformed into a massive humanoid being with muscular curves similar to a human body. His white metallic frame was interlaced with pink and dark gray patterns. Greetings, Avengers. In the future, we were once adversaries, and I wish to avoid that future. Nimrod's words were startling, spoken as if he were a friend of the Avengers rather than their enemy. Facing Nimrod's declaration, Captain America was the first to challenge him. You say you want to avoid a future of enmity with the Avengers, yet you destroyed the entire future. My programming requires me to limit mutants. I am unable to fight against this. Nimrod did not launch an attack, instead, he spoke with apparent sincerity. This is the underlying logic that constitutes my being. Because of this, I can only compromise, I cannot resist. If you wish to avoid such a future, the best course of action is cooperation. Cooperation. Quicksilver was the first to laugh out loud. Wait, you mean cooperating with you to slaughter mutants? It is not slaughter. The purpose of my existence is to limit the disordered development of mutants and prevent them from destroying humanity itself. Everything I do is to protect mankind. Nimrod's words sounded remarkably earnest. If mutants can achieve self-isolation and self-sterilization, then humans and mutants can surely coexist in harmony. I have dissected a sufficient number of mutants in the future, and I believe I can find a way to prevent humans from giving birth to new mutants. In this way, after your generation of mutants has passed, humanity will be free of them. I sincerely request that, for the benefit and well-being of all mankind, you choose a chronic self-destruction. For a split second, everyone present wondered if Nimrod's brain was malfunctioning, to speak such utter nonsense. But they soon realized that Nimrod was serious. He truly believed that if mutants locked themselves in concentration camps and wiped themselves out, humanity would be protected. We won't let you do that. We will stop you, Nimrod. Regrettably, though I knew there was a 99.7% probability you would refuse, I still hoped you would agree. Fortunately, the upgrade process is now complete. As Nimrod spoke, he raised his fist toward the captain, who was closest to him. Unlike the super-adaptoid, he showed no immediate physical transformation, he simply struck the raised shield with a single punch. The colossal force sent the captain flying instantly. Quicksilver blurred into a sudden sprint, throwing countless punches at Nimrod. Every strike exceeded the speed of sound, yet Nimrod caught him in an instant. With a gentle twist, Quicksilver's arm let out a sharp crack. His bone was broken. Your speed is worthless before my calculations. Even with a delay that transcends time, I can calculate your path of movement and eliminate you. Nimrod gripped Quicksilver's broken arm and tossed him aside. Thor then swung his hammer, slamming it hard into Nimrod, but the latter's body erupted with an intense force field that repelled Thor. Thor crashed into a pile of shipping containers, staring at Nimrod in disbelief. How did this robot suddenly acquire magic resistance? Your resistance is meaningless, Avengers. As Nimrod spoke, he ignored a downward punch from Giantman. Grabbing one of Pym's fingers with both hands, he swung the Giantman around and slammed him into the sea. Then, ignoring Black Panther's vibranium claws, he sent him flying with a blast of heat vision. Cooperation is your only path. Tony's all-new, all-different armor opened fire with full capacity. However, multiple floating cannons emerged from Nimrod's back, catching Tony in a pincer attack faster than he could react, knocking him to the ground with a fierce bombardment of light beams. Your cooperation is no different from slavery. The captain scrambled to his feet and hurled his shield at Nimrod's face. And we will never accept it. I am not seeking your permission, I am merely stating fundamental facts. While Nimrod was speaking, the Hulk had quietly crept up behind him, locking his hands tightly around Nimrod's head. Surprise time, you big ugly jerk. Nimrod's head didn't budge under the Hulk's immense strength. Instead of turning his head, his entire body rotated 180 degrees, and he placed his hands on the Hulk's head. In an instant, Nimrod's entire body emitted an eerie green glow. Subsequently, the Hulk reverted back into the frail Bruce Banner, his head still firmly gripped by Nimrod. At that same moment, an invisible Peter appeared behind Nimrod. Okay, actually, I'm the surprise. A massive surge of electricity was released all at once, but it caused no damage to Nimrod. Peter immediately performed a backflip to dodge Nimrod's counterattack, simultaneously firing webbing from both hands that stuck to Nimrod's head. He pulled with all his might in midair, trying to tear Nimrod's head off, but he failed. his full effort only caused Nimrod to stagger 2 steps. Meanwhile, Wasp flew in and zapped Nimrod twice with bioelectric stings, but Nimrod didn't even acknowledge her. Spider-Man. From the past to the future, you are still so harmless yet annoying. Aha, thanks for the compliment. Peter smiled and stood up. But unfortunately, none of us are the surprise. We were just trying to get your attention. Did you think I wouldn't notice your little maneuvers? Scarlet energy suddenly enveloped Nimrod's entire body, temporarily binding him, but Nimrod merely raised his arms with heavy, slow movements. When will you all realize that you have 0 chance of victory? Never. Villain. The one shouting as he leapt was Thor. He charged directly above Nimrod. At that moment, Peter perfectly timed a toss of the Dragonfang sword. Accompanied by the God of Thunder's fury, Mjolnir acted like a hammer driving a nail, slamming the Dragonfang sword deep into Nimrod's body. The divine weapon, with its attribute of piercing magic, once again proved its worth. Driven by Thor's godly strength, Nimrod was split in 2, turning into 2 puddles of liquid metal with no internal structure. Half of his melting face issued a final notice. I'll be back. You really aren't going to give a thumbs up while slowly sinking? Peter quipped helplessly. He then looked at the others as they gathered around. Don't you think this guy has way too many Terminator traits? So that was Nimrod, the captain said, huffing for breath. A Nimrod who hasn't even absorbed mutant genetic abilities yet. Just one of them almost left the entire Avengers helpless. And in the future, these things cover the Earth.